Title: The Vengeful Space of Rebirth. In her previous life, Ling Huaiyu endured humiliation and degradation at the hands of her aunt and cousin, leading to her disfigurement and desperate flight. After facing the death penalty, she was reborn. In this new existence, Ling Huaiyu lurked like a venomous serpent in the shadows, poised to exact her retribution upon all her so-called relatives. Little did she know, a crippled man named Pei Guancheng was silently observing her every move. Everyone believed Ling Huaiyu to be an uneducated woman, merely a pretty facade destined for a life of misfortune and despair. Similarly, they viewed Pei Guancheng, a mute and disabled man, as someone doomed to languish in the mire for the rest of his days. Yet, fate would have it that both the illiterate and the cripple would stand proudly at a university graduation ceremony. Ling Huaiyu, female, 45 years old, from Yincheng, convicted of murdering her father Ling Huaiyu, mother Zhao Xiuhua, and brother, totaling 13 victims. Ling Huaiyu is guilty of intentional homicide and sentenced to death by firing squad. Bang! At the sound of the gunshot, Ling Huaiyu's gaze fell upon a cluster of wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze nearby. The purple petals quivered like the small flowers she had playfully brushed against as a child while holding her mother's hand. Back then, the sun shone warmly and the winds were gentle. Yet, why had everything changed so drastically? Huaihua, you wretched girl. What time is it? Why aren't you up cooking breakfast? The shrill voice of her aunt pierced through the air. I've been cursed with a lifetime of misfortune, married into the Zhao family, where I must care for the elderly above and the young below, all while supporting you, a useless outsider. Your parents revel in the city while they send back a worthless burden. What? Has the Ling family become extinct, leaving no one to raise their child, thus relying on the Zhao family? Ling Huaiyu struggled to open her heavy eyelids, her surroundings revealing a thatched roof adorned with bamboo. Lowering her gaze, she saw the ground littered with chicken droppings and a pile of grain sacks nearby. She examined her hands, once fair and delicate. Years of labor had left them stained with mud and grime, remnants of her toil in the fields, unable to wash away the marks of her labor. Yet, there were no scars from blades, no burn marks from cigarettes, nor deep wounds from bites. The tirade continued outside, the sharp voice of her Aunt Zhonggui relentless in its insults. Ling Huaiyu staggered to her feet, feeling slightly dizzy, and pushed open the rickety door, stepping out from the chicken coop. The morning mist of May was damp, soothing her dried nostrils, which bore the scars of her aunt's earlier assault. Bang! A mound of filthy clothes and a basin were thrown at her feet. Prepare breakfast and wash these. The weeds in the vegetable garden need pulling, and the wheat on the sunny slope is ready for harvest. After you finish, bring back some pig fodder. The cypress branches you dried earlier need to be collected this afternoon. Don't forget to make shoes for your second brother, and remember to gather the ducks from the field. The cow's fodder needs. Ling Huaiyu, feeling like a wandering spirit, entered the kitchen, scooping a ladle of water to quench her thirst, the sensation offering a semblance of fullness. She pressed her hand against her chest, where the reverberations of the bullet wound still lingered. Now, she was truly alive. This world was astonishing. Ling Huaiyu picked up a red-framed mirror, adorned with images of stars, and gazed at her youthful face, vibrant with beauty. It was 1987, the 8th year since she was sent back to her grandmother's rural home. At 18, she was in the bloom of youth, eligible for marriage or work, and perhaps even a subject of lascivious glances from those lurking in the shadows. She entered the kitchen, lifted the pot lid, and began preparing a meal. Just as she ignited the fire and turned to peel sweet potatoes, a man embraced her from behind, his unpleasant breath wafting against her neck. Huaihua, how can you be so beautiful? You surpass even the enchanting Daji from the investiture of the gods. Zhao Maokai's hands roamed over her form. Huaihua, just agree to be with me. If you do, my mother will no longer dare to strike or scold you, and Xiaoqing and Xiaozue won't bully you. Rest assured, I am capable and will ensure you eat well and wear new clothes every day. If you refuse, they'll claim your body, and my grandmother will say you seduced me. What then will you do? All you could do is cry. He pressed against her, his impatience palpable. This captivating enchantress grew ever more alluring. His grandmother and mother had even considered marrying her off to the foolish son of a coal boss. How absurd! Why should a prize catch like her fall into the hands of outsiders? Ling Huaiyu stiffened, inhaling deeply to suppress the murderous rage that surged within her, her knuckles white as she clutched the knife. With a swift motion, she cleaved a sweet potato in half, pushing Zhao Mao Kai away as she turned to him, her expression stony. Huaihua is but a poor soul, unloved by her father and mother. If my cousin truly cares, then take me away. Zhao Mao Kai was initially stunned, then elated. You truly wish to come with me? Ling Huaiyu continued chopping the sweet potatoes. I wish to go work in Yangcheng. I've heard they earn hundreds a day there, and everyone who goes becomes prosperous. Are you brave enough to follow? Why wouldn't I be? Zhao Mao Kai was determined not to be belittled by a woman. I have acquaintances in Yangcheng. If you want to go, we can leave tomorrow. Ling Huaiyu shook her head. Aunt and grandmother will never agree. Leave that to me. Zhao Mao Kai grasped her small hand. Huaihua, do you truly wish to go? Ling Huaiyu shook off his grip and added wood to the fire. As a young woman matures, she must marry eventually. Whoever it may be, it matters not. As long as my cousin becomes successful and ensures I have enough to eat. Zhao Mao Kai grinned, pinching her playfully. Rest assured, I care for you most. Tomorrow morning, we shall depart. Ling Huaiyu retrieved pickled vegetables. Brother, leaving in the morning isn't wise. I must cook breakfast. A cold stove will raise suspicion. Let's leave in the afternoon. I'll gather firewood on the mountainside and find you there. Don't forget to bring money. Zhao Mao Kai contemplated the sinkhole was perilous, and few ventured there, especially as night fell. The soft grass would offer the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the delicate Ling Huaiyu. All right, I'll wait for you at the sinkhole. If you dare not come, I'll destroy the chicken coop and have my way with you. Just remember, brother, you must say you're going to work alone. Not that you're taking me with you, otherwise my aunt will suspect. Don't worry, I understand. Zhao Mao Kai, satisfied with her agreement, whistled cheerfully as he prepared for their impending journey. Ling Huaiyu's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as she buried the knife into the chopping board. In her previous life, she had not graduated from elementary school and was sent back to the Zhao family. For 7 or 8 years, she toiled like a beast of burden, returning to the city at the age of marriage, utterly unprepared for life beyond servitude. She eventually escaped, but her life was filled with menial labor and devoid of brilliance. For too long, she had struggled in the depths of darkness. Too long. In the northern Mian region, the mountains were high and imposing. The sinkhole received its name because it formed a bottomless chasm from the peak of Legong Mountain, splitting the earth open. No one knew how deep it truly was. Even decades later, various instruments failed to provide an answer. Zhao Mao Kai sat beneath a tree near the sinkhole, watching as Ling Huaiyu approached against the backdrop of the setting sun. Huaihua, you've arrived. Zhao Mao Kai squinted, his gaze stripping Ling Huaiyu bare, devouring her with his eyes. From the day he arrived at his cousin's home, he had perpetually fantasized about this moment, and now, at last, his wishes were to be fulfilled. He swallowed hard, feeling an intense dryness in his mouth and a painful tension in some part of his body. He reached out to embrace Ling Huaiyu, only to have her evade him. Ling Huaiyu retrieved a glass bottle from her backpack and offered it to him. Cousin, this grass is prickly. You should remove your clothes first. And I'll lay it out on the ground. This syrup is something I prepared early this morning. Drink a few sips. All right, all right. Zhao Mao Kai's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he twisted open the bottle, not bothering to glance at it, and gulped it down in one breath. The ascent of Legong Mountain had left him parched and desperate for relief. Having quenched his thirst, he hummed a tune, reveling in the delightful sensations coursing through him. Suddenly, a whoosh tore through the air, and Zhao Mao Kai felt a chilling breeze against his back, swiftly followed by excruciating pain. Ling Huaiyu, you dare to harm me. Crack. Zhao Mao Kai thought he heard the sickening sound of his own leg bone fracturing. What was even more infuriating was his complete inability to rise, his body rendered weak and limp. Ling Huaiyu, did you poison me? Just wait, I shall make you pay. You vile woman, I will ruin you, then sell you to the old bachelors in the mountains, making your life worse than that of a dog. Bang! A sharp pain shot through his waist, his arms now utterly powerless. Ling Huaiyu's eyes glinted with a ferocity akin to that of a wolf in the wild, her hatred swelling like a torrent, threatening to engulf him entirely. Ugh! Zhao Mao Kai's eyes widened in terror at that moment. He finally felt fear. Ling Huaiyu truly intended to kill him. Huaiyu, please don't. Huaiyu, and your cousin. Ah! A distant rumble of thunder drowned out Zhao Mao Kai's anguished cries. Ling Huaiyu's strength, honed through years of labor, was now put to use. Step by step, she advanced towards him, her voice hoarse with rage. Cousin? Huh? How many times have I begged you? Yet did you ever spare me? Cousin, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Zhao Meikai's final, desperate screams faded into the depths of the chasm. Ling Huaiyu cleaned herself up and hastily descended the mountain, gathering firewood at the halfway point as large raindrops began to fall. Breathing heavily, she gazed at the overcast sky, the air thick with the suspense of an impending storm. The fierce wind rustled the leaves, and raindrops pattered against the foliage. The rain diluted the stifling atmosphere, bringing a refreshing coolness. She hummed a cheerful tune while traversing the slippery mountain path, her mood brighter than ever. Ling Huaiyu's family was relatively well off. Her father was a police officer, and her mother a teacher, providing her with a happy upbringing. However, tragedy struck when her mother went to Yangsheng to assist her aunt with supplies and fell victim to a robbery, leading to her aunt's death in a heroic attempt to save her. Upon her return, her mother was consumed by guilt for not being able to protect her sister. In her remorse, she took in her aunt's children to care for them. With more children to look after, her mother eventually sent Ling Huaiyu back to her grandmother's home. Xiaolu, once your siblings are older and your parents can manage, we'll bring you back, all right? Ling Huaiyu believed her mother, for she was her mother's treasured darling Shirley. Her mother could not bear to be apart from her beloved Xiaolu. Days turned into months, and months into years. Her initial hopes gradually dulled into numbness. It seemed her parents had forgotten they had a biological daughter left behind in the countryside. The disdain from her grandmother and the scorn from her aunt were bearable. What was truly dreadful was the persistent, sticky gaze of her second cousin Zhao Maokai and her uncle Zhao Wenbing, akin to flies that would not leave her alone. One day, her cousin Zhao Xiaocui suddenly dragged her to watch a movie. For the rural folk, attending a movie was a rare treat, with only a few screenings each year. The film was to be shown in an open drying yard, packed with villagers of all ages. Hua, I need to relieve myself. Will you accompany me? At night, the area around the drying yard was surrounded by stacks of hay and trees, and it was customary for girls to go in groups. Ling Huaiyu followed Zhao Xiaocui into the dense thicket of hay. Hua, don't need to go. Zhao Xiaocui crouched down to ask her. After a moment's thought, Ling Huaiyu decided to take the opportunity, otherwise she would be too afraid to venture out alone later. As soon as she crouched down, Zhao Xiaocui ran away. Before Ling Huaiyu could react, someone covered her mouth and dragged her deep into the woods. Uncle, it was my sister who lured her here. I should go first. No way. I'm your uncle. I must go first. Then I won't be picking up the worn-out shoes you've played with. The two squabbled for quite some time, ultimately resolving the matter with Zhao Wenbing promising Zhao Maokai 20 yuan for priority. Ling Huaiyu could not recall how that night had passed. All her vitality and hope were shattered into pieces. Once the gates of desire were flung open by the devil, they could never be shut again. Zhao Maokai and Zhao Wenbing concocted various excuses and reasons to take her out right under the noses of the Zhao family. Later, they exploited her, turning her into a pawn in the flesh trade. When a crackdown occurred, the Zhao uncle and nephew, along with her, were apprehended. The police station notified her aunt and grandmother, who shockingly berated her as a harlot, calling her a seductive vixen. Had it not been for her constant flirtations, how could these two promising young men have erred? Years of separation vanished as her biological mother, Zhao Xiahua, arrived, slapping her repeatedly across the face. How could I have given birth to such a wretched creature like you? You shameless harlot, unable to control your own desires, yet you dare to seduce your uncle and cousin. You have disgraced the Zhao family. Her father Ling Haishan was utterly disheartened. Your father is a police officer. How could you engage in such disgraceful acts, tarnishing the reputation of the Ling family for generations? What sins have I committed to deserve a daughter as shameless as you? She became notorious in the county as a disgraceful woman, sold for 300 yuan to a butcher. The butcher, with a volatile temper, would curse her while drinking, lamenting that marrying her would forever be a stain on his dignity. He burned her with cigarette butts, bit her, and pierced her skin with sewing needles, etching the word disgrace into her flesh. In a moment of despair, as the butcher locked her away after receiving 50 yuan from a bachelor, she lost all semblance of sanity. You madwoman, if you dare, I won't let you off. She grabbed a cigarette from the butcher's pack, lit it, and raised it to the heavens in supplication. Divine beings, who show no mercy to the plight of the insignificant. No one comes to my aid. I shall save myself. You're crazy. You've lost your mind. He screamed frantically. She tilted her head back, took a swig of alcohol, and spat it onto the gleaming butcher's knife. You're right. I have indeed lost my mind. Ling Huaiyu recalled her past as she entered the courtyard, drenched by the pouring rain. Zhao Wenbing approached with a handkerchief. Oh dear, Hua, look at you completely soaked here. Let me dry you off. Chapter 3. The little bok choy in the cow shed Ling Huaiyu, burdened with firewood, passed by Zhao Wenbing when suddenly her foot slipped, sending her crashing into him. The uneven thorns pierced Zhao Wenbing's face as she fell. Zhao Wenbing cried out, clutching his face, feeling a sting in his eye. Hearing the commotion, Zhao old lady rushed out to find her son covering his eyes, blood streaming down his face. Grabbing a sickle from nearby, she charged at Ling Huaiyu. You little harlot. Can't you watch where you're going? How dare you injure your uncle? If I don't take care of you today, you'll think you can run wild. Zhao oldest son, Zhao Wenjin, returning with a plow head, intercepted his mother. Mother, let us speak calmly. Hua is still young. Why punish a child? Zhao old lady fumed. Just look at what she has done. She has blinded Wenbing. Ling Huaiyu shrank back. Eldest uncle. It wasn't me, it was my little uncle who came rushing at me, and I fell because of him. It was the firewood that hit him. Zhao Wenjin, disapproving of his younger brother's idleness, retorted, How old are you? Firewood can't hurt you. You're just making excuses because you don't work hard enough. Zhao old lady, concerned for her younger son, shot back. Why are you scolding him? Can't you see he is bleeding? Wenbing is still unmarried. If he loses his eye and becomes disfigured, who will take responsibility? As she spoke, she shot a fierce glance at Ling Huaiyu. If Wenbing cannot find a wife, you'll have to marry your uncle. Zhao Wenbing wanted to say that there was no need for a swap. He would gladly take Ling Huaiyu, but with the pain in his eyes and his mother nearby, he dared not speak. Zhang Guifan, uninterested in her brother-in-law's plight, merely wished for a moment of respite after a long day's work. What are you standing there for? Are you waiting for me to cook and feed you? Feeling wronged, Ling Huaiyu wiped her tears and retreated to the kitchen. That evening, as she prepared noodles, she tossed a handful of aconite into the pot, only to retrieve it before adding the noodles, casually discarding it into the stove. Zhao Wenjin, serving the noodles, caught sight of the mash of sweet potatoes and bran in Ling Huaiyu's bowl, and his throat tightened. Hua, we have enough food at home. From now on, you should eat noodles too. The bran was difficult to swallow. Ling Huaiyu took a bite of sweet potato and sipped cold water, striving to get the bran down. No, eldest uncle, I prefer sweet potatoes. Zhang Guifan scoffed. You speak so easily, but we don't have enough food? There are 14 mouths to feed, and you're the only one with an urban household and no land. A city dweller trying to take food from us. You truly have a kind heart. Zhao Wenjin opened his mouth, wishing to defend his sister and brother-in-law, who contributed significantly to the family each year. If it weren't for their frugality, how could Ling Huaiyu have stayed for so long? Yet, recalling how the money was spent on their own children, he felt embarrassed to voice it. Xiaocui, let Hua sleep with you tonight. With this heavy rain, the chicken coop is flooded. This thought weighed on Zhao Wenjin's heart. How could 200 yuan a year suffice for a child to live in a chicken coop and eat pig food? Zhao Wenbing, now free from pain, chuckled. My room is spacious. How about Hua sleeps with me? His blatant gaze made even Zhao Wenjin, who rarely managed family affairs, sense something amiss. Shut your mouth. At your age, do you not know what to say and what not to say? Zhao old lady hurled a bowl at Ling Huaiyu's head. Shameless wench. You're trying to seduce your own uncle. Are you desperate for a man? Mother. Zhao Wenjin exploded. How can you speak like that? Hua is still a child. A child? Zhao old lady's eyes narrowed. Look at her. No young girl has a figure like that. Bah, shameless little harlot. Ling Huaiyu, as usual, stood up to tidy the kitchen. Zhao Xiaocui, engrossed in her meal, glanced at her own flat chest and scoffed. Mother is right. She is indeed a harlot. Tried to entice men with her looks. Mother, where is second brother? It's almost time for dinner, and I haven't seen him. Zhang Guifan replied tersely. That good-for-nothing insisted on working in Yangcheng. Let him be. It's best if he dies out there, saving me endless worry. Zhao Wenjin slammed his hand on the table. Did you give him money again? Zhang Guifan stood up angrily. What can he do if he is out there without money? I'm his mother. Unlike those who only give birth and don't care for their children. I can't just toss away a couple of filthy coins and leave him to fend for himself. Zhao Wenjin's face darkened. You give him money every time. When has he ever used it wisely? How much did you get him this time? When a man is angry, Zhang Guifan felt a twinge of fear. Just 70 yuan. 70 yuan? How much more could there be? Don't you see how poor we are? Ultimately, Zhao Xiaocui would not let Ling Huaiyu into the house. The chicken coop is flooded, but there's still the cowshed. Figure it out yourself. I'm not sleeping with you, dirty and full of lice. The cowshed was equally inundated, and Ling Huaiyu leaned against the straw, closing her eyes. As thunder rolled and echoed, shaking the cowshed, the heavy rain poured incessantly, lulling the Zhao family, exhausted from their day's toil, into slumber. Finally, Ling Huaiyu arose, climbed the stone wall of the cowshed, and reached the eaves. With a forceful tug, she dislodged the rotting rafters, then kicked the yellow mud wall. With a thunderous crash, the entire structure collapsed. The anguished cry of Zhao old lady pierced the air. Mother! Hearing the commotion, Zhao Wenjin quickly lit an oil lamp. Ling Huaiyu was already leading the old yellow cow into the yard. Eldest uncle, hurry. Grandmother's house has collapsed. Guifan, Wenbing, wake up and help. Nearby villagers, alerted by the noise, rushed over to assist. As they cleared away the broken tiles and beams, they found Zhao old lady unconscious. Quickly to the clinic. The Zhao family hastily transported Zhao old lady to the township clinic. With no elder to supervise, Zhao Xiaozi dashed out to play early the next morning. Huaiwa, tidy up the house. I'm heading to the fields. Zhao's eldest sister-in-law, Wang Fong, carried a child and some belongings. Seizing the opportunity to return to her maternal home. With no one around, Ling Huaiyu began to clean while searching, prying open the stone slab beneath Zhao old lady's bed and uncovering a small jar. From it, she extracted a wooden box, prying it open with a screwdriver to reveal a bundle of money wrapped in plastic, along with a blood-red jade bracelet. Ling Huaiyu caressed the blood jade bracelet, realizing it was the treasure that Ling Yujiao had so desperately sought. Chapter 4. Zhang Guifan strikes her daughter-in-law Ling Yujiao, the eldest daughter of Aunt Zhao Xuehua, was a year older than Ling Huaiyu. Aunt Zhao Xuehua and Mother Zhao Xuehua were twin sisters, sharing a close bond since childhood. The Zhao family was relatively well off. The old patriarch had once been a private school teacher, placing great emphasis on the education of his daughters, all of whom attended school. Zhao Xuehua was beautiful but disinterested in academics, marrying a once prominent local leader at a young age. For a few years, life was comfortable, but as fate would have it, the once promising leader was shot after being reported, leaving behind a widow and an orphan in a dire situation. After the reform and opening up, ambitious Zhao Xuehua joined the ranks of those heading south, embarking on business ventures. With her beauty and sharp tongue, she thrived in the trade. Eventually overwhelmed, she enlisted her sister Zhao Xuehua for assistance, and together they traveled to Yangcheng for supplies. Tragically, during one such trip, an accident claimed Aunt Zhao Xuehua's life. Upon returning with her sister's ashes, Zhao Xuehua vowed to raise her sister's children as her own, ensuring they would never feel a lack of care or love. True to her word, she treated the children born of her sister with the same affection as her own flesh and blood. Cousin Zhou Yujiao has changed her surname to Ling Yujiao, openly addressing her parents as Mom and Dad. The family's warmth and affection lead one to believe they are truly related. Every aspect of her life has been gradually usurped by Ling Yujiao, and the essence of her existence has begun to fade away. Since fate has granted her a second chance, she intends to reclaim everything that belongs to her, and she will not hesitate to seize all that Ling Yujiao possesses. Ling Huaiyu adorned her wrist with a bracelet and continued to rummage through her belongings. In a moment of carelessness, she was scratched by a nail on her arm. As she raised her hand, a droplet of blood mingled with the blood jade bracelet, causing it to vanish in an instant. Consequently, she found herself in a peculiar realm. This locale resembled a quaint courtyard, with a simple thatch cottage and a peach tree in full bloom. It was early summer, and while the early peaches were nearing ripeness, the tree continued to blossom, showering the ground with delicate petals, a breathtaking sight. The courtyard also housed a well, and upon peering into it, Ling Huaiyu was pleasantly surprised to find it filled with water. Could it be that heaven, seeing her past life's misfortunes, had bestowed upon her this ethereal sanctuary? Overjoyed, Ling Huaiyu seated herself on the steps of the cottage, counting the money she had procured from Zhao Maokai and from beneath the old matriarch's resting place. To her astonishment, Zhang Guifan had generously given Zhao Maokai 310 yuan, truly a mother's generosity. As for the old matriarch's savings, a considerable sum of 853. 5 yuan lay within, a mix of large and small coins. It seemed that Zhao Xuehua had little concern for her daughter, yet continued to honor her own mother. With such a divine refuge at her disposal, Ling Huaiyu shamelessly searched for valuables, even rummaging through the henhouse for eggs. This endeavor consumed much of her day. In her previous life, the house had collapsed. But that night, it was she who lay asleep in the cowshed, injured by falling tiles while enduring the pain of cooking and washing for the family, resulting in a permanently weakened arm. In this life, she had orchestrated the house's earlier collapse. When the Zhao family returned, she ensured the kitchen was spotless. "How long had it been? Haven't you finished cleaning yet?" Zhang Guifan exclaimed, surveying the disorder with irritation. She scolded her eldest daughter-in-law. "Didn't you help tidy up?" The eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Feng, shrank back. "I did help." Huaiyu claimed she had a headache and worked slowly. "Otherwise, we would have finished this much sooner." Ling Huaiyu cast a cold gaze at Wang Feng. How despicable the Zhao family was. From the elderly to the young, even the mice in their holes were thoroughly corrupt. Zhang Guifan's frustration boiled over. The old woman was still alive, and with a broken leg, she required hospitalization. Unable to contain her anger, she seized a bamboo stick and aimed to strike Ling Huaiyu. Ling Huaiyu wept. "Sister-in-law, you took the cured meat and peanuts back to your mother's home. How could you lie and say I didn't work?" "Aunt, I've been working." It was the eldest sister-in-law who took Jinbao back to her family. "If you don't believe me, ask Jinbao." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guifan shot a glare at Wang Feng and hurried to the main room, where she discovered that 2 pieces of cured meat were missing from the beam. Without a moment's thought, she raised the bamboo stick and began to strike Wang Feng. "How dare you steal from my family and get to yours? I swear if I don't beat you to death today, I won't bear the Zhang name." Eldest cousin Zhao Maotian, with a grim expression, inquired of his youngest son Jinbao. "Jinbao, did your mother go to your grandmother's house?" The 5-year-old nodded but sulked. "Mom gave the candy from great-grandma to cousin Juzi. I hate her." Jinbao was the treasured child of the Zhao family, and even Zhao Xiaocui and Zhao Maocheng had to yield to him. He was spoiled and possessive, unwilling to share his treats with anyone. Zhao Maotian's face darkened ominously as he pushed Zhang Guifan aside and grabbed Wang Feng by the hair, slamming her head against the door. "You dare to steal from my home to give to your family? I'll make you regret it." Wang Feng's head was bloodied from the impact, and she cried out in distress. Ling Huaiyu, watching from the sidelines, felt no pity for her. Wang Feng had wrongfully accused her of theft to cover for her own misdeeds. After a long day, Zhao Xiaotai returned home and quietly approached Ling Huaiyu. "Huaihua, were those things truly stolen by my sister-in-law?" Ling Huaiyu turned to see the red marks on her neck. "Where have you been?" Chapter 5. The willful cousin Zhao Xiaocui's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Twisting her braid, she muttered, "I was just gathering straw for the pigs. Otherwise, who would have brought it back?" Ling Huaiyu smiled, but remained silent. Naturally, she had returned with the straw for the pigs. Zhang Guifan raised her daughter as if she were a precious gem, fearing the sun would darken her skin or roughen her hands with labor. Unwilling to let her do any work, all in hopes of marrying Zhao Xiaocui off to the city one day. Upon hearing that her daughter had been gathering straw, Zhang Guifan angrily struck Ling Huaiyu with a broom. "How dare you boss around your sister while I'm gone? You think you're something special? All right." Zhao Wenjin interjected. "After a day of running around, the house is a mess, and you're not tired? Hurry up and clean up. Tomorrow, Xiaocui needs to go to the hospital to bring uncle back. Your grandmother can't be left alone with Zhao old lady's leg broken. Someone needed to attend to her." Zhao Xiaocui tossed her braid. "I refuse to serve her. It's a filthy job." "Dad, call uncle and aunt to ask about that job in the provincial city they found for me." Zhao Wenjin glanced at Ling Huaiyu, feeling uneasy. "Stop daydreaming. Jobs in the city aren't easy to come by. Your sister Huaiyu hasn't even found one yet." Zhao Xiaocui scoffed at Ling Huaiyu. "Her? She hasn't even finished elementary school. How can she expect to find work?" Ling Huaiyu tightened her grip on the vegetable knife. She had not completed the 5th grade before being sent back to her hometown in Mianbei under the pretense of facilitating her studies. After returning, Zhao Wenjin entered the kitchen, rolling his tobacco, and said to Ling Huaiyu, "Huaihua, don't listen to your sister's nonsense. She speaks without thought. If your parents secure jobs, they will surely prioritize you." Ling Huaiyu swiftly filled the pig feed bucket. "Yes, uncle, I understand. I know you, and aunt treat me well. Even if my parents give the jobs to my cousin, it would be only right. In her past life, she might have held on to hope. However, having experienced their coldness firsthand. How could she still believe such empty words? Zhao Wenjin sighed. Your parents, sigh. They have it tough? Ling Huaiyu lowered her head, her eyelids casting shadows over the resentment simmering within. Tough. They shall indeed suffer. She would ensure that their lives would be more arduous than in the past. With the entire family unwilling to care for old lady Zhao, it fell upon Ling Huaiyu, the silent beast of burden, to shoulder the responsibility. Ling Huaiyu had ventured into the city alongside dog boy Zhao Tiankai from the same village. Zhao Tiankai bore a name well suited for his cleverness, yet his fate was as unfortunate as his childhood nickname, having been raised amidst hardship. Dog boy's mother, who worked alongside his father, toiled relentlessly, ultimately succumbing to illness from overexertion. Dog boy's grandmother blocked the hospital entrance, refusing to allow treatment for Dog boy's mother, insisting that an outsider should not deplete the family's resources and burden them all. Dog boy's mother sobbed, declaring she could not leave her son in debt, as he needed to study and eventually marry. Before Dog boy's mother had even drawn her last breath, the widow Wang Jianfen from the neighboring village had already moved in with her children. Wang Jianfen, in front of dog boy Zhao Tiankai, questioned, "Why is your mother still alive? Whose kind-hearted family is being dragged down by her? The sooner she goes, the easier it will be for everyone. She's just lying there, draining resources. I see this mother is heartless, knowing she cannot be cured, yet she clings to life, intent on tormenting her husband and children." Dog boy's mother, filled with anger and hatred, sought her revenge in the only way she could, by hanging herself with a rope in their home. "Mother will die here, watching that wicked woman. If she dares to bully you, I will come for her in the night." As fate would have it, the supernatural could not overpower the living. Wang Jianfen dismissed dog boy's mother entirely, continuing her tirade and resorting to physical violence without hesitation. Dog boy vowed to take revenge, promising that when he grew up, he would cast his stepmother into the pond to drown. Yet, he dared not voice his vengeance aloud. Ling Huaiyu yearned to leave Zhao family village, but she needed a companion, an ally in the form of her lifelong friend, dog boy Zhao Tiankai. Zhao Tiankai handed Ling Huaiyu a handful of cash. "If it inquired, there's a bus from the village to the county every day. You can transfer there to reach the city. A round-trip ticket costs about 5 yuan. Once you find your parents, everything will be fine." Ling Huaiyu had saved his sister, and he could not bear to see her bullied. Ling Huaiyu returned the money. "Keep it for now. I'm not ready to go back yet. I just need to visit the clinic where Zhao Wenbing will be. I may need your help." She was in no rush to return to the city. The true hell lay not in Zhao family village, but in the clutches of the Ling family. Compared to Zhang Guifan and Zhao Wenbing, Zhao Xiaohua was both ruthless and venomous, cloaked in the guise of a loving mother, making it impossible to discern her true nature. In her past life, her ignorance of Zhao Xiaohua's character had led to a series of tragic events. Besides, she still harbored grievances against Zhao family village. How could she leave so easily? Zhao Tiankai urged, "But you're already 18. 2 years ago, they hesitated because of the village chief, but now they may marry you off to that foolish son of the coal boss without a second thought." Ling Huaiyu shook her head. "Don't worry. The coal boss's foolish son wouldn't want me. They are nouveau riche, but they are kind-hearted enough to know the Zhao family's reputation. They wouldn't willingly ally themselves with such a family. Have you taken care of the tasks I requested?" Ling Huaiyu recalled the film she had seen in her past life, where she was humiliated by Zhao Wenbing and Zhao Maokai. This time, she intended to prepare in advance. "Rest assured that San Luer fellow has been quite taken with your cousin lately. He will surely come around." Ling Huaiyu smirked. Realizing why Zhao Xiaozue was eager to escape, she was secretly meeting San Luer. She then recalled Zhao Wenbing's predatory gaze. "You'll be at the clinic tomorrow. Keep an eye on Zhao Wenbing for me." At the clinic's entrance, Zhao Wenbing glared at Ling Huaiyu. "Huaijuan, have you taken a liking to that wretched dog boy?" "No," Ling Huaiyu replied, keeping her head down as she walked past him into the ward. Zhao Wenbing reached out to grab her. "You give me, however." His swift hand missed Ling Huaiyu and instead landed on another woman's backside. She retaliated with a slap across his face. "Perverted scoundrel. What do you think you're doing? This is a rural clinic, not some secluded patch of woods. If you think you can take advantage of me, you must be out of your mind." This scene was witnessed by old lady Zhao, who, despite her own broken leg, rushed towards the woman upon seeing her son being bullied. "You shameless harlot. How dare you lay a hand on my son?" Don't think my family is easy to trample upon. My son-in-law is in the provincial police, and my daughter is a teacher. The woman was Zhang Yulian, the only gynecologist at the clinic, who dressed fashionably and was intolerant of anyone calling her old and ugly. She shoved old lady Zhao aside. Ah, I see where this little beast gets his behavior from. You claim your son is in the provincial police? Even if you brought the secretary from municipal office, I wouldn't be intimidated. Rural bumpkin, who do you think you're scaring? Old lady Zhao had just had her legs set, but this push caused her bone to misalign again. Oh dear, come look. The doctor has killed someone. Just then, the clinic director arrived. Madam, Zhang has been with us for many years. Her character and skill are well known. You cannot blame others for your inability to discipline your son. Patients admitted to the clinic were typically those seeking the director's assistance, and they sided with Zhang Yulian, chastising old lady Zhao and her son. Sister, at your age, you should be more composed in the hospital instead of trying to extort the doctor. That boy clearly isn't well behaved. He has got his eyes glued to pretty girls. I doubt he is a good person. Yes, I share a war with them. I overheard them plotting to marry off their granddaughter to a wealthy city dweller, wondering how they could sell her to more than one family. Ling Huaiyu kept her distance, immediately recognizing Zhang Yulian from her first glance. The woman bore a distinguishing mole beneath her lower eyelid, an unforgettable memory. In her previous life, she had suffered humiliation at the hands of Zhao Wenbing and Zhao Maokai, ultimately becoming pregnant. They had brought her to the hospital for an abortion, where she pleaded with Zhang Yulian for help. Instead of aiding her, Zhang Yulian had mocked her. At such a young age, you've gone astray, seducing men and ending up with an illegitimate child. Who can you blame? I've seen many women like you, with loose morals, spreading your legs for any man. You deserve what you get. Fuming, she nearly fainted. Who would willingly endure such humiliation? Zhang Yulian, fueled by personal vendetta, performed the surgery without anesthesia, brutally removing her uterus, leaving Ling Huaiyu in excruciating pain, nearly losing her life. You should be grateful. I've removed your uterus. Now you can do as you please, seducing as many men as you want without fear. You women who sell yourselves are just looking for a quick and easy way to make money, aren't you? Ling Huaiyu lay on the cold floor of the hospital, recalling that night when blood soaked through her pants, encasing her heart in ice. After she recovered, she learned that Zhang Yulian's arrogance stemmed from her affair with the director. To exact her revenge, Ling Huaiyu had mischievously incited Zhao Maokai to steal from Zhang Yulian's home, catching the two in the act of their illicit affair, which led to Zhao Maokai being imprisoned on charges of theft. After the scandal erupted, Zhang Yulian was coerced by the man into divorce, becoming the laughingstock of the entire Fengming township. In this life, Zhang Yulian did not harm her. But Ling Huaiyu would not allow someone like Zhang Yulian to remain in the hospital. This woman was too malicious. In her pursuit of a position at the county hospital, she had exploited her identity as a doctor to secretly deceive a girl from a relative's family into engaging in dubious connections, leaving countless victims in her wake. Seeing that the commotion had calmed down, Ling Huaiyu feigned discovery and rushed over. Grandma, how are you? Oh dear, did you hurt your leg again? Doctor, I implore you, please take a look at my grandmother. Zhang Yulian attempted to leave, but paused, glancing at Ling Huaiyu with evident displeasure. This young girl was overly seductive in appearance. She must be up to no good. Old lady Zhao, in pain, pinched Ling Huaiyu's arm. You little wretch, where have you been? Didn't you see me being bullied? Tears streamed down Ling Huaiyu's face. Grandma, it's my fault. I want to fetch water to help you clean up, but I didn't expect. An onlooker, unable to bear the scene, intervened and pulled old lady Zhao's hand away. Now, don't be too excessive. Your granddaughter has only just come to change her sheets and fetch hot water. She is far better than your son who only knows how to eat and sleep. Though she is from another family, you shouldn't be so biased. Old lady Zhao, believing Ling Huaiyu had intentionally complained to tarnish her youngest son's reputation, shot a fierce glare at her. That wretched girl. I'll settle this with her later. The doctor returned, going through the motions of reapplying the splint on the elderly lady's leg. You must not move again. If the bones misalign, you might never recover. As Ling Huaiyu took out the trash, she passed by the delivery room and heard the mother's cries echoing within. Zhang Yulian, holding an enamel basin, scolded, Call your mother. When you were enjoying yourself with a man, did you think about today's events? Shameless creature, now you know pain? If you keep screaming, I'll throw you out and send you home to have a midwife deliver your baby. The cries gradually softened into muffled sobs. A man outside rubbed his hands together, his expression troubled, pacing back and forth, afraid to inquire further. As Zhang Yulian stepped out to fetch water, she unexpectedly encountered Ling Huaiyu returning from the trash. "Come here, young lady." Zhang Yulian led Ling Huaiyu into her office. "That old woman must have made you suffer, right?" Speaking, she pulled out a handful of candies from her drawer and handed them to Ling Huaiyu. Noticing a stack of money beneath the candy bag, Ling Huaiyu lowered her gaze. Twisting her hands together, her voice barely audible, "Dr. Zhang, my grandmother doesn't allow me to accept things from others." Without hesitation, Zhang Yulian forced the candy into her hands. "It's from your elder sister. What are you afraid of? If your grandmother dares to complain, I'll scold her." Ling Huaiyu's eyes brimmed with tears, hastily using her sleeve to wipe them away. Zhang Yulian glanced at her dirty sleeve, her disdain barely concealed. But upon noticing the girl's fair face and the delicate figure beneath her floral blouse, a smile crept onto her lips. "Why are you crying? Is this candy too bitter for you?" Chapter 7. Zhang Yulian schemes. Ling Huaiyu cried even more sorrowfully. "Sister, I cannot call you sister. I am unworthy. Dr. Zhang, no one has ever given me candy. No one has ever treated me so kindly." Zhang Yulian's smile widened. She knew that this naive girl from the countryside, often oppressed and bullied by her elders, would easily be manipulated. "Child, I pity you. Your uncle is not a good man. A beautiful girl like you is bound to suffer." Ling Huaiyu seemed to have found a confidant. "Yes, Sister Zhang, you don't know. My uncle always takes advantage of my being alone, touching me here and there. Sister Zhang, I'm so scared, but my grandmother and aunt don't care about me." Zhang Yulian's disdain deepened. "Who told you to have a face that could entice men? Shameless. Wretched girls like you are the reason men become fickle." Just as her initial suitor had left her for someone more beautiful. "Little sister, I have an idea that can not only help you escape your uncle's house, but also allow you to live in the city. Would you be willing?" Ling Huaiyu's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really? Can that really happen?" "No, if my grandmother or uncle finds out, they will create trouble for Sister Zhang. I cannot implicate you, so let us forget it." Zhang Yulian grasped her. "What are you afraid of? If you fear them, I do not. Don't worry. If they dare to bully you again, come to my office to play, and I will ensure they won't bother you. If this little wretch could be sent to Secretary Zhang, then surely her transfer to the county hospital would be secured." Her fingers grazed Ling Huaiyu's tender skin. A wave of intense jealousy surged within her. How could this wretched girl, who toiled in the sun and fields daily, still possess such a delicate complexion? As Ling Huaiyu returned, she was pulled aside by Zhao Wenbing behind the health center's wall. "Where have you been? Are you deliberately avoiding me?" Ling Huaiyu, trembling, replied. "No, uncle. I haven't tea. Then why couldn't I find you for so long? Dr. Zhang, call me to talk." What did she want? Zhao Wenbing harbored a dislike for Zhang Yulian, especially after she had the audacity to slander him. Ling Huaiyu timidly spoke. She said she wanted to take me as her god-sister and even gave me candy. She fished the candy out of her pocket. Zhao Wenbing's eyes widened at the sight of the fine shrimp candies. "Why is she so nice to you?" Ling Huaiyu lowered her gaze. "I don't know. She gave me a lot and said I could come to her office to get more." Zhao Wenbing popped the candy into his mouth. "Then go get more." No. Ling Huaiyu shook her head vigorously. "She has money in her drawer, a lot of money. What if something happens to it and I can't explain." "A lot of money? Where?" Zhao Wenbing's interest peaked. "I can't say." With that, Ling Huaiyu dashed away. Zhao Wenbing bit down on the candy with a crunch. "Such a small place. And she said it's in the drawer. This girl is truly foolish." That night, the patients in the ward were all asleep. Ling Huaiyu dozed on the floor as old lady Zhao forbade her from getting close to the bed, insisting that half of it be left for her youngest son. Despite her insistence that Wenbing return home, her son, being filial, refused to leave, insisting on staying with her. In the stillness, Zhao Wenbing slipped outside. Ling Huaiyu's eyes flickered, and then she injected a bit of the sedative she had stolen from Zhang Yulian's office into the forebag. In those times of inadequate medical conditions, especially in a rural health center, even if the old lady passed away suddenly, no one would be the wiser about the cause. Yet if she died now, wouldn't that benefit all those so-called dutiful children? Old lady Zhao fell into a deep sleep. Ling Huaiyu quietly slipped out of the ward, carrying dirty clothes to the laundry room before heading to the back window of Zhang Yulian's office. She saw Zhao Wenbing pilfering money from the drawer and stuffing it into his pocket. Before he could leave, the office door swung open again. Director Ding, why are you still here so late? It was Zhang Yulian's voice, laced with a charm that contrasted with her earlier cold demeanor. Director Ding pressed Zhang Yulian against the desk. If Dr. Zhang hasn't left, how could I dare to? Besides, old Lin is always working overtime. I must show my condolences to his family. Zhang Yulian laughed softly. Why bring up that dead ghost? She tilted her head back, her hair cascading over the desk, sweeping across Zhao Wenbing's face. In the dim light of the moon, Ling Huaiyu could clearly see Director Ding's rotund belly. Sister Yulian, tell me who is better, me or your old Lin? The desk creaked under the weight, and Zhang Yulian's body swayed in tandem. Old Ding, when it comes to prowess, it must be you. You are even more formidable than King Zhou. Beneath the desk, Zhao Wenbing could hardly fathom what he had stumbled upon while attempting to pilfer some money. He fervently wished for the two to conclude their rendezvous swiftly so he could make his exit. Damn it, that woman's cries were truly grating. Oblivious to the patients in the hospital. With someone stirring above, Zhao Wenbing was in agony. For a moment, his thoughts drifted back to Ling Huaiyu. Old Ding, last time, when you went to the county to see Secretary Zhang, what did you say about my job transfer? Director Ding gasped, why are you so anxious? You know old Zhang is quite the libertine, and just look at the two you chose last time. They were utterly unappetizing. Zhang Yulian interjected urgently, Old Ding, I encountered someone exceptional, the one from this morning. Did you see her? The old lady's granddaughter? Director Ding clearly recalled Ling Huaiyu, and his internal frustration surged. She is merely slightly inferior to you. Zhang Yulian cursed inwardly, thinking you despicable man, just mentioning her gets you all riled up, and you dare to say such things. What do you think about gifting her to Secretary Zhang? Then your job would surely be safe. Outside the window, Ling Huaiyu listened to their sordid banter, silently shaking out pepper. Just as the two were on the verge of a fervent encounter, achoo, Zhao Wenbing could no longer stifle a colossal sneeze, triggered by Zhang Yulian's hair tickling his nose. This sneeze startled the two above profoundly. The reservoir gates had yet to open, yet the flood returned silently. Zhang Yulian shoved Director Ding aside, disregarding her attire, and hastily pulled the light cord. Chapter 8. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. You filthy rogue, how dare you be here? Zhao Wenbing, caught in the act, was naturally anxious. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Zhang Yulian, an inexplicable fearlessness washed over him. He reached out and pinched her. You call me a rogue? Aren't you the real rogues here? Director Ding, I've seen your wife. She's the accountant at the health clinic, but she doesn't look like you. Damn it. He felt no fear at all. The ones caught in the act should be the couple, not him. Besides, whose house doesn't he have someone in authority? His brother-in-law is even in the police force. Zhang Yulian, used to being domineering, would not tolerate Zhao Wenbing's insolence and immediately slapped him. You little thief, how dare you threaten me? She reached for Zhao Wenbing's hair. You got some nerve. I'll make you pay for this. Zhao Wenbing was no ordinary country bumpkin. He was the youngest in his family, spoiled by Grandma Zhao and his siblings. After Zhao Xiuhua married into the provincial capital, she frequently took him out to see the world. His audacity far exceeded what Director Ding and Zhang Yulian had anticipated. Zhao Wenbing slapped Zhang Yulian across the face. You foul woman, think you're tough? You got caught with your lover, and you still dare to act so brazenly? Just wait. I'll shout out loud enough to shatter your livelihoods. Seeing that this young man was not easily intimidated, Director Ding sighed. Young man, just tell me what you want. Your grandmother is still hospitalized, right? How about this? I'll cover her hospital expenses, and you pretend you didn't see anything from tonight, all right? At that moment, Zhao Wenbing was brimming with anger. He cast a lecherous glance at Zhang Yulian and grinned. Director Ding, they say those who witness share in the spoils, if you feast. I can't be left with just the broth. You. Zhang Yulian was furious. What are you to dare? Dr. Zhang, Director Ding called to her, signaling with his eyes. This young man isn't feeling well. You, as a doctor, should check on him. Zhang Yulian bit her teeth in frustration. Old Ding, you. Zhao Wenbing frivolously flicked his fingers against Zhang Yulian. Doctor, I feel awful. Could you take a look? Since you're already in this predicament. Isn't it just a matter of convenience? Director Ding cleared his throat. Well, Dr. Zhang, you're busy, I'll take my leave. With that, he hastily dressed and slipped out, leaving Zhang Yulian to simmer in rage, fearful of making a scene in the quiet of the night. You scoundrel. If you dare to touch me, I swear. Zhao Wenbing was not one to shy away from a challenge. What will you do? Doctor, I can keep a secret, but you ought to offer something in return, don't you think? If the compensation isn't sufficient, I might just go out and spill everything and then. Zhang Yulian had never endured such humiliation, and in her fury, she felt murderous. Ling Huaiyu, hiding outside, cursed herself for not having a camera. Otherwise, she would ensure these two learned what social death truly meant. Zhao Wenbing, feeling triumphant, sprawled on the military cot in Zhang Yulian's office, even consuming the 2 bottles of wine she had intended to gift. Zhang Yulian, stifled with indignation, dared not linger in the hospital, ignoring the delivery of a patient at midnight, and directly returned home. Upon seeing her depart, Ling Huaiyu stealthily returned to Zhang Yulian's office and liberated Zhao Wenbing's money. After completing this, she returned to the laundry room. At dawn, the elderly woman in the neighboring bed praised Ling Huaiyu in front of Grandma Zhao. Your granddaughter is truly remarkable. She wouldn't even rest in the dead of night, washing clothes for you. I see she is someone with a job and cannot sit idle. Sister, has your granddaughter been promised to anyone yet? A girl as beautiful and industrious as that is hard to come by. Grandma Zhao wary replied, what are you scheming? My granddaughter is meant for the city. Don't even think about it. Zhao Shihua had told her, Ling Huaiyu, being beautiful, must not be easily promised to anyone. She should marry into a family that could support their endeavors. Otherwise, why had she kept Zhao Maokai in check all these years? The elderly woman clicked her tongue, marrying into the city, as if being beautiful alone will allow her to ascend to the heights. Zhao Wenbing, having drank the wine, slept soundly in Zhang Yulian's office overnight, only to groggily appear in the ward the next day, grabbing a bun from in front of Grandma Zhao and taking a bite. Grandma Zhao, feeling for her youngest son, said, with Huaihua taking care of me, you should go home. You aren't eating or sleeping well here. It pains me to see you. Zhao Wenbing protested. I'm not going home. I must take care of you. I want to feel at ease until you're well. He had found a golden goose, and he would not leave, knowing well that Zhang Yulian, delivering a child, charged 20 yuan for a red envelope. And with her salary as the only gynecologist in the entire county, she earned over 1,000 yuan each month. Zhao Wenbing resolved to cling to Zhang Yulian. After lazily having breakfast, with money in his pocket, he planned to purchase some fine clothes in town. At a clothing store, he tried on various styles with a grand flourish. The plump shopkeeper assumed she had stumbled upon a generous patron, calling him brother with great familiarity. However, at the checkout, Zhao Wenbing discovered that not only had he lost the money he had pilfered from Zhang Yulian, but even the few dozen yuan he had originally brought was gone. A cold sweat broke out. He was always cautious, and losing it was impossible. The only explanation was that Zhang Yulian, that thieving woman, had snuck back and taken his money while he was intoxicated. Meanwhile, Zhang Yulian was conversing with Director Ding about Zhao Wenbing. I don't care what methods you use, but he cannot stay. How dare he take advantage of her, consume all, and still refuse to leave? She had seen many types of people, but a leech like him was a first. Director Ding was troubled. It's not easy to make such a large man disappear. Zhang Yulian scoffed. What is so difficult? I see he loves his drink. As long as he dares to indulge, I'll dare to take his life. Ding Ding wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Let's wait and see. If he... Before he could finish, Zhao Wenbing stormed in, grabbing Zhang Yulian by her hair and delivering 2 resounding slaps. You wretched woman. How dare you steal my money? Zhao Wenbing's face was a mask of fury. Give me the money. It must be returned. Zhang Yulian was on the verge of madness. Having had her money stolen, taken advantage of, and even having her wine consumed, now Zhao Wenbing dared to return and confront her. Was there no justice in this world? Ding Ding hurriedly intervened. Let's discuss this calmly. It's merely a matter of money. Zhao, I have a meeting with Dr. Zhang this afternoon. Would you accompany us? We can all dine together, and upon our return, you'll have your money. Chapter 9. Seeking money from mother, Zhao Wenbing's mind raced with realization. He had observed that whether it was women giving birth or other patients undergoing surgery, it was customary to offer red envelopes to the dean and the doctors. That scoundrel was certainly not suggesting they were going out for a meal. He knew it was a guise to collect bribes, and he had no intention of participating. Zhang Yulian turned to Ling Huaiyu. Xiaolu, are you going to the reservoir? Ling Huaiyu shook her head. I can't. I have to take care of my grandmother. Zhang Yulian prioritized dealing with Zhao Wenbing today, so she was not in a hurry regarding Ling Huaiyu. Just as they departed, Ling Huaiyu sought out Zhao Tiankai, handing him 50 yuan, Dogwa, treat Sin Luer and the others to a trip to the reservoir and keep an eye on Zhao Wenbing's group. Zhao Tiankai was taken aback. Where did you get this money? 50 yuan was no small sum, especially considering Zhao's family's notorious stinginess. Ling Huaiyu replied without flinching. I found it in the water room yesterday. Don't worry about it. I have urgent matters. She briefly explained to Zhao Tiankai about Zhao Wenbing's discovery of Ding Ding's affair with Zhang Yulian. They were bound to deal with Zhao Wenbing, and she needed him to bear witness. If things escalated, Sin Luer and the others should not intervene. Having heard of Ding Ding's reputation, Zhao Tiankai assumed Ling Huaiyu was also being harassed by him and gritted his teeth. Rest assured, I'll keep a close watch on that scoundrel. Ling Huaiyu returned to the ward, only to hear Zhao Laotai's scolding. You wretched girl. You vanish at the slightest chance. And I don't know where you go wandering off to. The elderly woman in the adjacent bed couldn't hold her tongue. Sister, don't speak so harshly. Your granddaughter is part of your family too. That child barely has a moment's rest. Why do you berate her so viciously? Zhao Laotai glared. I will scold if I wish. What do you do about it? If you have the means, go by your own family. With a sigh, the adjacent woman turned away in silence. Ling Huaiyu entered with a kettle of hot water. Grandma, aren't you going to call Mom and Dad about your leg injury? The Zhao family would never pass up an opportunity for money, but unfortunately, Zhao Xiuhua was not easily persuaded. Zhao Wenjin was too proud to ask, and sister-in-law Zhang Guifan lacked the influence to do so. Thus, the responsibility fell to Zhao Laotai, her own mother. Realizing her oversight, Zhao Laotai reprimanded. How could I forget to call my eldest daughter? You go and call your mother. Ling Huaiyu twisted her clothing nervously. I don't have any money. Zhao Laotai shot her a glare. No money? Can't you sweet-talk your way into asking? Everything requires money. I might as well go myself. Despite her scolding, Ling Huaiyu remained unmoved. With no other option and her leg incapacitated, Zhao Laotai reluctantly dug into her pocket, producing a crumpled 1 yuan note. Make it last. Don't spend the rest. Get more money from your mother. Ling Huaiyu took the money and went to the only shop with a telephone several miles from the village. Upon dialing the Ling family's number, a lazy voice answered, seemingly just awakened. Ling Huaiyu clenched the phone cord, her eyes blazing with resentment, biting her lip tightly before taking a deep breath. Mom, it's me, Xiaolu. Xiaolu? There was a pause on the other end before Zhao Xiuhua's voice softened with a smile. What made you think to call your mother? Missing me? I've already told your father that I'll bring you back during the summer vacation. It's just that things are hectic at home. Your cousin is preparing for the college entrance exam, and your father is busy with work. Not to mention your younger brother. Ling Huaiyu gazed at the blinding sunlight outside the shop, which felt painfully bright. In her previous life, she could never understand why her biological mother, Zhao Xiuhua, treated her with disdain. It was only years later when she eliminated Ling Yujiao, but the pieces fell into place. Zhao Xiuhua seemed to harbor a secret, one she feared Ling Huaiyu would uncover. Mom, she interrupted Zhao Xiuhua's ramblings. The house in our hometown collapsed, and Grandma broke her leg and is in the hospital. Grandma wants you to send her 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Zhao Xiuhua, having been interrupted, was displeased. Her voice rising, Xiaolu, do you know how many children we have to support? Mom, Grandma said if you don't send the money, she won't show you any respect. Ling Huaiyu's tone was timid, yet her eyes were icy. Zhao Xiuhua had cast her aside in the countryside because of that phone call. Did Zhao Laotai, her own mother, know Zhao Xiuhua's secret? Indeed, there was a long silence on the other end. Time seemed to stretch painfully until Zhao Xiuhua's voice, laced with resentment, finally broke the quiet. Don't listen to her nonsense. Your grandmother is old and starting to lose her mind. A flicker of rage crossed Ling Huaiyu's eyes. Mom, Grandma warned that if you don't listen, she'll call Dad, and it won't just be a matter of 1,000 yuan. What's really going on? Why does Grandma speak so harshly? On the other end, Zhao Xiuhua's breathing quickened. What could there be? Just some trivial matters from before I got married. At her age, she can't tell right from wrong and treats her own daughter like an enemy. Never mind, after all. She is my mother. What more can I do? I'll send you the money this afternoon. Zhao Xiuhua's tone carried a mix of helplessness and barely restrained fury. Ling Huaiyu sensed she was about to hang up and quickly added, Mom, I miss you. I miss you so much. Her voice trembled with emotion, her longing seemingly traversing the 200 kilometers to reach Zhao Xiuhua's ears. Xiaolu, Mom misses you too. Don't worry. I'll come and pick you up during the summer. Really? Really? Ling Huaiyu believed it. For after all, a well-fed pig can fetch a good price at market. Once the call ended, she made her way to the meat processing plant situated a few miles from the village. She found a concealed spot outside the plant, changed into Zhao Laotai's clothes, and dirted her face. She even blackened her teeth with prepared charcoal, wrapping a floral scarf around her head. She approached the security office of the plant, nervously handing over 5 yuan to the old security guard. "Big brother, could you help me buy some coarse salt?" The coarse salt at the meat processing plant was essentially sodium nitrite, a food additive often cautioned against by authorities for its potential toxicity. Yet, the thrifty public ignored these warnings, questioning why the government used it if it was dangerous. Often, people will buy cheap salt on the side, and the old guard frequently took advantage of his position to pocket some extra cash. He glanced at Ling Huaiyu, fanning himself. "I must warn you, little sister. They say this stuff can be poisonous if consumed in excess." Ling Huaiyu chuckled foolishly. "Old brother, I'm buying it to feed the pigs." The old man fell silent. Having made his warning clear, should anything happen, it would not be his responsibility. "How much do you need?" Chapter 10. The devious cousin Ling Huaiyu returned to the hospital with 5 pounds of coarse salt and produced the meal she had bought along the way. She fished out the remaining 20 cents from her pocket and handed it over. Zhao Laodai snatched the money, scolding, "What kind of phone call costs so much? 1 yuan for a call, and you didn't think to speak quickly?" Ling Huaiyu lowered her head, mumbling, "My mom, she wouldn't give it. She said there's no money." I begged for a long time before she agreed to send 200. Madame Zhao was once again contemplating the destruction of her dishes. "That wretched thing. My leg is broken, and she only offers me 200? Just wait. If this time she does not pay me properly, I shall not let her off so easily." The maid, Ling Huaiyu, caught a fleeting glimmer in Madame Zhao's eyes, indicating that she had a firm grip on Zhao Xiuhua's secrets. However, the hold was so deep that even in her past life, when she had caused Zhao Xiuhua's demise, she had been unable to uncover the true nature of the secret. In the afternoon, Zhao Wenjin arrived with several relatives. "Mother, let us leave the hospital. 1 day in here costs at least 5 yuan, a burden I cannot bear. It is better to recuperate at home," he insisted. Madame Zhao was reluctant to leave. "Have I not tidied my room?" Zhao Wenjin's expression darkened, his head still dusted with wheat chaff. "Mother, it is the busy farming season. I cannot afford the time to clean your room. Just squeeze in with Xiao Chui for now, and once the harvest is over, I will arrange for someone to renovate your house." Madame Zhao turned away. "Call your sister and have her wire me some money." Zhao Wenjin exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Huaiyu, and they stepped out of the ward. "Did you not call your mother?" he inquired. "She knows her own mother well. She would never miss the chance to ask for money in such a situation." Ling Huaiyu lowered her gaze. "I did call, but she only offered 200, and Grandma refused." Zhao Wenjin sighed. "All right, let's not discuss this matter any further. By the way, where is your uncle?" Ling Huaiyu looked perplexed. "I do not know." The state of Zhao Tiankai and the others remained uncertain. As Zhao Wenjin and his relatives were preparing to carry Madame Zhao on a stretcher, Zhao Wenbing unexpectedly returned, drenched but exuding excitement. In contrast, Director Ding and Zhang Yulian wore expressions of forced cheerfulness tinged with disappointment. Zhang Yulian grasped Ling Huaiyu's arm and said to Zhao Wenjin, "I have taken quite a liking to your niece. Why not make her my goddaughter?" Before Zhao Wenjin could respond, Zhao Wenbing chimed in with a grin. "That sounds splendid. Huaihua, why not greet your elder sister?" He had accompanied Director Ding on an outing, which had opened his eyes to the world, though he had nearly drowned in an unfortunate incident. Ling Huaiyu looked timidly at Zhao Wenjin. He was delighted to have an acquaintance in the hospital. "The doctor likes you and wishes to take you as a goddaughter. This is a great honor for us." Zhang Yulian's mood lightened slightly. "Then it is settled. Little Green, remember to visit your sister often." Zhao Wenbing added with a mischievous grin, "Do not worry. I shall frequently bring Huaihua to see Dr. Zhang." Zhang Yulian shot Zhao Wenbing a disapproving glance, but was pleased with Ling Huaiyu's demeanor, appreciating her timid, beautiful nature, which made her easy to manage. As for Zhao Wenbing, upon returning home, Ling Huaiyu worked in the fields, where she encountered Zhao Tiankai. He expressed his frustration. "I have seen clearly now. Zhang Yulian and that director intend to drown Zhao Wenbing. Little do they know, he is a strong swimmer and surfaced after a moment, infuriating them." However, Zhao Wenbing remained blissfully unaware of their intent. As he spoke, Zhao Tiankai attempted to return some money to Ling Huaiyu, but she insisted he keep it. Save it for later. Tiao Yi is still young, and your stepmother surely won't feed her well. Buy her some food to ease her hunger. Tiao Yi was Zhao Tiankai's 8-year-old sister, living under the oppressive watch of Wang Jinfen, much like a maid in the old society, often going hungry and suffering abuse. Were it not for her, Zhao Tiankai would have long since fled. But you, Zhao Tiankai hesitated, wishing to provide for Tiao Yi, yet aware that Ling Huaiyu too had her struggles. She shook her head, signaling that he need not worry for her. Did you notice if Zhang Yulian intended harm towards Zhao Wenbing? Did San LV and the others catch on? No. Zhao Tiansai's frustration grew as he lamented wasting 3 yuan on sodas for San LV and his companions. Let's keep them hanging. Their time will come. Once home, the cooking duties naturally fell to Ling Huaiyu again. She prepared noodles for the Zhao family while discreetly retrieving sweet potato chunks from the pig feed for herself. Zhao Wenjin, accustomed to the situation, remained silent. That night, they once again slept in the cow shed, and Ling Huaiyu contemplated that once she dealt with Zhao Wenbing, she could finally move to the city. The summer nights were rife with mosquitoes, making the shed unbearable. Soon, the Zhao family would also fall ill. In the stillness of the night, Ling Huaiyu entered her secret space, sitting in her thatched cottage to review her recent gains. She had simmered pork ribs bought from the village, and the aroma wafting from the stove made her salivate. She could hardly remember the last time she had tasted meat. She brought out her money box, counted her earnings, 310 yuan from Zhao Maokai, 853. 5 from the old lady, 217 yuan pilfered from Aunt Zhang Guifan, and 550 yuan from Dr. Zhang Yulian. In the blink of an eye, she had amassed nearly 2,000 yuan, becoming a little wealthy woman. Ling Huaiyu gnawed on a bone, contemplating how to discreetly withdraw the 1,000 yuan Zhao Xiuhua owed Madame Zhao without arousing suspicion. Before she could devise her plan, Zhao Xiaocui sought her out. Huaihua, tomorrow is Grandpa Wang's 70th birthday. They will show a movie at the grain-drying field. Are you coming? Ling Huailü's face lit up with anticipation, yet she shook her head in disappointment. I need to work while it's cool at night. Aunt 1T let me go. Do not worry. As long as you wish to go, I will take you. Zhao Xiaocui declared proudly. Really? Just tell me if you want to go. Yes. As night fell, Zhao Xiaocui announced her intent to watch the movie, inciting another round of scolding from Zhang Guifan. The film Lushan Love was particularly popular among the youth, though even the older crowd enjoyed it, as watching a movie in the countryside was a rare treat. Halfway through the film, Zhao Xiaocui tugged at Ling Huailu's sleeve. Huaihua, accompany me to relieve myself. Ling Huailu's eyes flickered, and she fixed her gaze on her cousin. Cousin, the woods are too dark. Why not wait until after the movie to go home? Zhao Xiaocui was displeased. Hurry, I can hardly hold it. The film flickered with light and shadow, and Ling Huailu's vision blurred. Must we go now? Can we not wait a bit longer? Zhao Xiaocui pulled her wrist, dragging her into the dark forest. I told you I am in a hurry. Why do you have so many questions? On a May night, Ling Huailu's hands were icy, devoid of warmth, as Zhao Xiaocui pulled her into the pitch-black woods, devoid of any light. Zhao Xiaocui, leading the way, was filled with excitement when suddenly something stung her wrist, but she hardly noticed. All right, let's do it here. Zhao Xiaocui squatted down. Aren't you going? In her rebirth, Ling Huaiyu felt her senses sharpened. Amidst the clamor of the film, she discerned footsteps approaching through the grass, accompanied by hurried breaths of excitement. She slowly crouched down, her eyes reflecting a faint glimmer in the darkness. As Zhao Xiaocui noticed her crouching, her heart leaped with joy, and she sprang to her feet. Behind her, Ling Huailu's eyes glinted coldly in the dark. Zhao Xiaocui, do you not feel a pang of conscience for committing such act for money? No, she felt no remorse. She reveled in her descent into the abyss, forever trapped in its clutches. Yet this time, it seemed fortune had abandoned her. Zhao Xiaocui stumbled, pain shooting through her ankle. She gritted her teeth, struggling to move forward, but finding herself unable. Ling Huaiyu approached leisurely. Sister Xiaocui, why have you stopped running? In her previous life, she had experienced countless escapes and captures. The darkness was terrifying, heightening her senses to the approaching danger. Now, that danger drew ever closer. Huang. The blossoms of the locust tree. Zhao Xiaocui was both startled and terrified, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. She felt an eerie presence surrounding Ling Huaiyu, as if she were possessed by something sinister. Why? I twisted my ankle. Could you carry me for a moment, please? Ling Huaiyu leaned close to her ear, her voice chilling and ghostly. Sister Xiao, you are too heavy. I cannot bear you. The film is about to end, and if you do not leave, I shall not wait for you. Her laughter, echoing in the darkness, bore an indescribable strangeness. Zhao Xiaocui watched helplessly as she walked away, attempting to call out, but her voice emerged as a mere whisper, indistinguishable from that of a mosquito. Ling Huaiyu, how dare you treat me this way? When I get home, I'll have my mother and brother deal with you. Enraged, Zhao Xiaocui cried out in her heart. But soon fear enveloped her. Someone had entered the woods and was approaching her. Uncle. In her terror, her voice came out muffled. Huaiyu, you are mine tonight, ha ha. Zhao Xiaocui caught the scent of alcohol on Zhao Wenbing's breath, tears brimming in her eyes. Uncle, please stop. It's me, Xiaocui. Unfortunately, no one heard her cries. The pale moonlight filtered through the trees, illuminating Zhao Wenbing's lewd and excited face, yet failing to reveal the tears on Zhao Xiaocui's cheeks. Damn it! At a crucial moment, Zhao Wenbing was suddenly kicked violently in the back, causing him to tremble in pain. How dare you touch my girl? San LV, emerging from nowhere with a companion. See Zhao Wenbing, mercilessly kicking and beating him. Damn! If I hadn't heard that Zhao Xiaocui was sneaking into the woods with someone, I would never have believed it. Zhao Wenbing, suffering from severe pain in his chest and abdomen, couldn't even call for help. Only now did Zhao Xiaocui regain her strength, crying out, Brother San LV. I. The stark moonlight illuminated her tear-streaked face and the chaos around her, stirring San LV's anger. He kicked Zhao Wenbing hard and told his companion, drag this bastard away. His companion complied, and San LV squatted down, slapping Zhao Xiaocui across the face. You wretched girl. How dare you sneak off with someone behind my back? Tell me, who is that scoundrel? Overwhelmed by the immense fear she had just experienced, Zhao Xiaocui struggled to collect herself. The brother San LV, who had treated her so kindly, buying her hairpins and candies and secretly gifting her dresses, had suddenly turned into a stranger. San LV's eyes glared at Zhao Xiaocui with contempt as he spat. Damn it, now that it's come to this. I want to let that bastard off easily. Brother San LV. Zhao Xiaocui's helpless whimper echoed through the woods. Ling Huaiyu concealed herself in the shadows, witnessing a hell reminiscent of a past life, albeit with different participants. She silently re-entered the crowd, unnoticed by anyone. Zhao Dan, the village chief's daughter, recognized Ling Huaiyu. Why aren't you with your cousin? Ling Huaiyu focused on the film. She just stepped out, and I couldn't find her. I was worried she would return alone, so I thought to join you, Sister Dan. Saodan, having graduated high school, but failing to enter university after a year of retaking exams, was now seeking a match. She disdained Zhao Xiaocui's family, who relied on Ling Huaiyu's parents while treating the girl like a servant. I'll take you home shortly. Your cousin has been getting too close to San LV lately. That guy's nothing but trouble. Stay away from him. San LV's father died young, leaving him with a widowed mother and 3 sisters, which spoiled him from a young age. Besides his flashy appearance, he was worthless, just like Zhao Wenbing, engaging in petty crimes. The villagers scorned him, and only Zhao Xiaocui, with her foolishness, would associate with him. Ling Huaiyu was beautiful. Had Zhao Dan's father not been the village secretary and prevented the Zhao family from engaging in transactional marriages, Ling Huaiyu might have been sold off long ago. Zhao Dan led Ling Huaiyu back to their team, where they found Zhao Wenjin weaving a bamboo basket under the moonlight. Huaiyu, why didn't Xiaocui return with you? Ling Huaiyu replied softly. We were watching the movie, and Sister Xiaocui said she needed to step out. She told me not to follow her, and after that, I lost sight of her. Zhao Dan couldn't help but add, Uncle Wenjin, keep an eye on Xiaocui. She has been hanging around San LV too much. Everyone in the village knows what kind of person he is. Zhao Wenjin paused, his expression darkening. When did this happen? Zhao Dan regretted speaking up, knowing her mother disapproved of meddling in Zhao Laotai as family matters. I saw them together eating fried dough twists during the March Temple Fair. Zhao Wenjin pulled out a cigarette. I understand now. Dan, you should head home. Zhao Dan left, and Ling Huaiyu continued tidying the bamboo strips. Zhao Wenjin exhaled smoke. Huaihua, your sister has been getting close to San LV. Do you know about this? Ling Huaiyu shook her head. Uncle, Sister Xiaocui doesn't like me following her. Just then, Zhang Guifan returned, looking around. Where is Xiaocui? The film has been over for a while. Why hasn't she returned? Chapter 12. Has my cousin met a ghost? Zhao Wenjin stood up, brushing off bamboo shavings. Huaihua, go check if your grandmother needs anything. Xiaocui's mother. Come with me to look for her. Zhang Guifan shot a sideways glance at Ling Huaiyu. Weren't they supposed to come back together? Why didn't they? Is it possible you deliberately left your sister behind? Zhao Wenjin scolded. Xiaocui is older than Huaihua by a year. If she wanted to run off, could Huaihua possibly stop her? Zhang Guifan couldn't bear Zhao Wenjin's favoritism towards his niece. Why are you yelling at me? Zhao Wenjin, who is really your daughter? For the sake of an outsider, you argue with me every day. How can you be so biased? As the couple quarreled fiercely, Zhao Xiaocui returned, limping awkwardly. Zhang Guifan, filled with ire, demanded, Where have you been? Why do you walk like that? Zhao Xiaocui gritted her teeth against the pain. I fell into a ditch. Zhang Guifan scolded again. Such a beautiful moon, and you still managed to fall into a ditch. Have your eyes been covered by your pants? Where's Xiaocheng? It's late at night, and he isn't returned yet? All of you are such troublesome beings. You'll surely drive your mother to an early grave. Inside, Ling Huaiyu listened to Zhang Guifan's irate voice while turning Zhao Laotai over. Zhao Laotai muttered with drooping eyelids. Tomorrow, go to the village and ask Wenchong if your mother has sent the money. Yes. Ling Huaiyu carried a basin to dispose of waste. As she exited, she collided with Zhao Xiaocui, splashing urine onto her. Zhao Xiaocui, disregarding her disgust, asked with a twisted expression, Where did you run off to? Ling Huaiyu looked bewildered. Sister, what are you talking about? After I relieved myself, I was coming back with you. You said you had something to do and didn't want to follow you. So I went home with Sister Dan. Zhao Xiaocui's eyes widened. You said I went out with you? Ling Huaiyu replied confidently. Yes, you came out with me, and we even met Goa by the drying yard. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Zhao Xiaocui trembled, forcing herself to lean against a post for support. Nonsense. Clearly, you abandoned me and said you wouldn't wait. Ling Huaiyu gazed at her as if she were a monster. Sister, what are you talking about? How could I say something like that to you? It was so dark in the woods. How could I possibly leave you behind? We left the woods together and even ran into Aunt Xiaoyun and Sister Lanhua. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Zhao Xiaocui, hearing her unwavering words and realizing she was not afraid of confrontation, recalled her sudden weakness and Ling Huaiyu's strange expression, shuddering involuntarily. She remembered hearing that a woman in red had once hanged herself by the drying yard. After the liberation, in an effort to suppress dissent, the village organized meetings and film screenings, all held in the drying yard, hoping the crowds would generate enough positive energy to quell any unrest. Could it be that she truly encountered a ghost last night? With this thought, she could not help but cast a fierce glare at Ling Huaiyu. That wretched woman. If not for her, how could she have suffered so? She stumbled into her room, and soon the sound of muffled sobbing filled the air. Ling Huaiyu smirked. Gowa was in cahoots with her. As for Aunt Xiaoyun, with her loose tongue, she was bound to exaggerate the truth. And Zhao Xiaocui would certainly not dare to inquire. And Zhao Lanhua, Zhao Xiaocui had once fought over a suitor with her, leading to a scandalous fallout. So she would naturally avoid seeking her out for answers. Having evaded the tribulations of her past life, Ling Huaiyu slept soundly through the night. Before dawn, Zhao Laotai's voice pierced the stillness, calling out like a banshee. Has the whole family perished? I need to relieve myself. Huaihua, you wretched girl. Get up. Ling Huaiyu pretended not to hear, leading the old ox to the foot of the mountain, then leisurely returned after gathering a basket of green beans. Zhang Guifan, carrying a chamber pot and sporting a disheveled hairstyle, confronted Ling Huaiyu. Where have you been so early? Ling Huaiyu, holding the basket of beans, replied with her head bowed. I want to tend the cattle and picked beans to prepare breakfast. Zhang Guifan, her ire simmering, turned a bang on Zhao Xiaocui's door. You lazy girl, what are you still doing in bed? Do you think you're an old woman with a broken leg, waiting for someone to serve you? The whole family was counting on her to toil endlessly. What do you think will happen when I drop dead from exhaustion? Your father will just marry a stepmother for you, and you'll be satisfied? With the wheat harvest and sweet potato planting underway, Zhang Guifeng was busier than ever, her days blending into one another, while the second son, Zhao Wengui, and his family enjoyed a comfortable life in the city, sheltered from the sun and rain. This thought made her stomach churn. The door swung open with a bang as Zhao Xiaochui appeared, her eyes swollen. You always boss me around. Is Zhao Maocheng incapacitated, unable to work? Zhao Maocheng, squinting in the morning light, emerged from the house, rubbing his eyes. Sister, please be reasonable. I need to study and cannot be delayed. Zhao Xiaochui, leaning against the doorframe, shouted. School is on break for the harvest. And you still make excuses to sleep near the school, thinking I don't know. Zhang Guifeng seized a broom and aimed it at Zhao Maocheng. With school on break, you can't even help out at home? Are you trying to work me to death? Ling Huaiyu stoked the fire in the stove, dropping a few dough balls made of bran into the pot, stirring them briefly before heading to the vegetable garden behind the house. Aunt Xiaoyun, carrying a basket and wielding a sickle, asked Ling Huaiyu, Has your aunt been scolding again? Ling Huaiyu responded softly, bending down to cut wild lettuce vines to feed the piglets. Aunt Xiaoyun, aware of Ling Huaiyu's taciturn nature, continued, Your aunt lives better than anyone else, yet she loves to shout and curse. Thankfully, your uncle is a patient man. Had it been someone else, her mouth would have been silenced long ago. You poor child, what does your mother think? She lets her child feast in the city while you are sent back to be a servant. TSK. Oh well, talking to you is pointless. I must hurry to harvest the wheat before the sun comes out. Ling Huaiyu ignored her, though her body was only 18. It bore the weight of 45 years of hardship. She was no longer the naive girl of her past life, easily moved to tears by a few kind words. In this world, one could rely solely on oneself. Today, the chores of cooking and cleaning fell to Zhao Xiaochui, not out of kindness, but because Ling Huaiyu was expected to work the fields. Zhao Xiaochui, fearing the sun, avoided going out. Ling Huaiyu returned home with a heavy bundle of wheat, barely having time to drink some water before hearing Zhao Laotai's voice calling out. When Bing, are you back? Chapter 13. Zhao Xiaohua's ungratefulness. Ling Huaiyu wiped her sweat and entered the house. Grandma, it's me. My uncle is not back yet. Zhao Laotai, leaning against the headboard, scolded. You foolish child, where have you been wandering all day? Come here, I need to speak with you. Go check if the remittance slip has arrived in the village. If it has, go to the street to collect the money, but do not let your uncle or his wife find out. Ling Huaiyu was not surprised by Zhao Laotai's intentions. The old woman had always been selfish and miserly, preferring to starve her own children during times of famine rather than share her food. It was said that Zhao Xiaohua and Zhao Shuihua, the twins, had lost a brother and sister to starvation. If the adults had nothing to eat, what hope was there for them? Years later, Zhao Laotai would reflect on the deaths of her 2 children with indifference, as if losing a couple of chickens or piglets were more tragic. Ling Huaiyu trudged under the scorching sun toward the village committee. Secretary Zhao Wenchang, wearing a straw hat and carrying a bag, emerged from the office. I was just thinking of bringing this back to your family, but here you are. He rummaged through the bag and pulled out Zhao Laotai's remittance slip. Your mother is quite filial. She sent 1,000 yuan. Zhao Xiaohua had long been a legend in Zhao family village. When Zhao Laotai's husband was alive, all the children attended school. But after his death, she could not manage the household. The little savings left by her husband were soon squandered by her relatives, leaving her unable to support her children's education. Zhao Xiaohua, unwilling to accept this fate, refused to stop learning. She recorded everything she did not understand and sought out teachers during market days. Through sheer determination, she managed to enroll in a teacher training program, supported by several elders in the village. Fortuitously, she once saved an elderly woman suffering from heat stroke, who later turned out to be an esteemed professor from the provincial capital. Their bond grew, and the professor eventually recognized Zhao Xiaohua as her goddaughter. Thanks to this connection, Zhao Xiaohua graduated and secured a teaching position in a primary school in the provincial capital, later qualifying to teach at a junior high school and transferring to a prominent institution. Even her husband, Ling Wenhai, was introduced to her by the professor. Zhao Xiaohua thrived, helping her younger brother, Zhao Wengui, to attend college, securing him a job at the county grain bureau, marrying a city girl, and lifting their family from rural life to urban citizenship, where they could enjoy public rations. Zhao Laotai's dominance in Zhao family village stemmed from the successes of her children, Zhao Xiuhua and Zhao Wengui. Ling Huaiyu took the remittance slip and shyly said, "Uncle Wenchong, my grandma said that my mother's money transfer should not be disclosed to my uncle and aunt. If anyone asks, just say she only sent 200 yuan. If it is revealed to be 1,000, my grandma will think I let something slip, and then..." The frail girl clutched the slip, her face a mixture of timidity and anxiety as she looked at Zhao Wenchong. They were from the same village, and the distance between their homes was less than 300 meters. Zhao Wenchong was well aware of Zhao Laotai's character. He sighed, "Do not worry. This remittance slip has not been seen by anyone, and I will not speak of it to others." Ling Huaiyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Uncle Wenchong." Zhao Wenchong glanced at the sky. The sun was harsh. "Why not wait until tomorrow to collect the money?" Ling Huaiyu shook her head. "It was cool this morning, and I want to harvest." Zhao Wenchong silently cursed Zhao Laotai for her selfishness, relying on her eldest daughter for sustenance while treating her granddaughter as less than human. Thankfully, there were no identification cards or facial recognition technology in those days. Ling Huaiyu took the remittance slip to the credit union in the town, awkwardly signing Zhao Laotai's name, and the 1,000 yuan was hers. She tucked away 800 yuan in her secret stash, then went to the market to buy 2 pig trotters and 5 pounds of pork ribs, along with some rice, flour, oil, and spices to store. This hidden space was truly magical. Everything placed inside remained unchanged, free from the worries of spoilage or decay. Ling Huaiyu contemplated for a moment before heading to the farmer's market to purchase 2 sets of clean clothes and a pair of sandals, in addition to a uniquely styled bright red dress. She planned to visit the city soon and could not continue wearing her soiled attire. Exiting the market, she was en route to the health clinic when she encountered San Luer and his mother around the corner. San Luer's mother, having endured a lifetime of scorn for failing to bear a son until her 40s, finally relished her hard-won dignity after the birth of her son. She cherished San Luer like a precious gem, fearing any harm might befall him. Unfortunately, the happy days were short-lived. By the age of 6 or 7, San Luer had lost his father and was raised by his mother and 3 sisters, who spoiled him into a lazy and gluttonous young man. "San Luer, listen to your mother. That girl from Li family ditch may have slightly slanted eyes and a few blemishes, but she is healthy and has a generous figure. She will surely bear sons. Our family is not well off. Marrying such a girl is the only option for stability. Once you settle down, I can rest in peace knowing you honor your father and grandparents." San Luer, clad in a flamboyant floral shirt with one hand in his pocket, impatiently retorted, "You never speak the truth. That girl is riddled with blemishes. Her face is a patchwork of pits. And as for her figure, aside from her backside, she has nothing else to boast about. How can you suggest she is suitable for me?" He scoffed at the thought of being matched with someone like her, dismissing even Zhao Xiaocui, let alone a girl like that. San Luer's mother wiped her tears. "She may not be worthy of you, but we can barely afford a bride price. What kind of girl can we hope to marry into our family? Don't even think about Zhang Guifen's daughter. She is lazy and not fit for a stable life. Besides, Zhao's old hag looks down on us and certainly wishes to marry her granddaughter off to someone in the city." San Luer chuckled coldly. In the past, he felt the Zhao family would never consider him worthy, given their 2 urban household registrations, which made it easy for them to find a job for Zhao Xiaocui. He had only been trying to please her due to her connections in the city. But now, she was nothing more than a used commodity. After leaving the cinema last night, he learned from his younger brother that the scoundrel who had taken advantage of her was none other than Zhao Wenbing, an uncle with his niece. The thought made him nauseous. However, the notion of her cousin. San Luer rubbed his chin, pondering why he had not thought of Ling Huaiyu earlier. Ling Huaiyu, having overheard a snippet of their conversation, decided to leave and head to the hospital to procure some medicine from Zhang Yulian. Little did she know that as she approached the entrance, she spotted Zhang Yulian and Zhao Wenbing standing beneath a yellow horn tree. Ling Huaiyu halted her steps and quietly concealed herself behind a nearby haystack, listening intently. Zhang Yulian, clearly irritated, said, "Zhao Wenbing, you took over 500 from me. What more do you want?" Zhao Wenbing, with a smirk, leaned closer. "Sister Yulian, let us not dwell on the past. I need some cash for a few days. Could you lend me 200? 200. Zhang Yulian ground her teeth in anger. That is more than my monthly salary of 118 yuan. Do you take me for money tree? Absolutely not. You've already cleaned me out. Not at all. Zhao Wenbing's tone shifted abruptly. Sister Yulian, if you refuse to talk reasonably, don't blame me for going to your husband and revealing that mole on your backside. You. Zhang Yulian trembled with rage. Her life had been smooth sailing until this leech entered her life, causing her nothing but turmoil. Don't push me too far. Zhao Wenbing pinched her waist. Sister Yulian, don't fret. I'm not one to simply ask for money without offering something in return. You saw my niece, didn't you? That little beauty? Not to brag, but she is quite unmatched even in the county. I can bring her to you. Do with her as you wish. After all, he was her first man. What happened to Ling Huaiyu afterward was of no concern to him. Ling Huaiyu remained calm behind the haystack, already aware of Zhao Wenbing's true nature from her past life, and was not surprised he viewed her as a mere commodity. Zhang Yulian, recalling Ling Huaiyu's face and figure, felt her anger dissipate. Isn't her family from the city? How could you, as an uncle, presume to control her? Zhao Wenbing dismissed her concerns. Rest assured, my sister has long abandoned her. If you find a suitable match for her, feel free to take her. I can convince my mother. Zhang Yulian's mind began to whirl with plans. If she could secure a job for Ling Huaiyu in the county, she could have Zhao Wenbing dealt with by Director Ding. Zhang Yulian reluctantly handed over 200 yuan to Zhao Wenbing, simmering with frustration as she returned to the hospital, where she found Ling Huaiyu waiting under a large tree by the entrance. Xiaolu, why are you here? Ling Huaiyu replied softly, Sister Zhang. My grandmother asked me to get some medicine. Zhang Yulian observed her flushed cheeks and, thinking of the county matter, promptly said, Come, let us talk in my office. Thanks to her connection with Director Ding, Zhang Yulian was able to gather the necessary medicine for Ling Huaiyu in no time. Ling Huaiyu, clutching the medicine, hesitated, appearing troubled. Zhang Yulian, unable to bear her timid demeanor, urged, If there is something on your mind, speak freely. There is nothing you should fear here. Ling Huaiyu, feeling anxious, began, Sister Zhang, my uncle, hasn't troubled you, has he? He is intent on marrying a city girl, hoping to live off her. Zhang Yulian's heart filled with resentment. It seemed Zhao Wenbing could not be allowed to remain, or he would become a future liability. Just then, a girl of about 16 burst in, kneeling before Zhang Yulian. Annie, please help me, I am pregnant. Zhang Yulian yanked the girl outside. You come here every day begging for money as if it grows on trees. I've had enough of this. Dragging the girl into the adjacent delivery room, Ling Huaiyu, with her keen hearing, could discern everything clearly. Auntie, you brought me to that man, and now I'm so scared, the girl cried, her voice filled with anguish. Ling Huaiyu's nails dug into her palm. This was the girl Zhang Yulian had sold. If Zhang Yulian performed the procedure on her, she would likely suffer the same fate as Ling Huaiyu in her previous life, having her womb violently removed. Suddenly, she recalled that Zhang Yulian had an elder sister at the supply and marketing cooperative. Ling Huaiyu ventured outside and found a child, offering him 50 cents to summon Zhang Yulian's sister. Upon hearing that a patient's family member was in distress, Zhang Yulian's sister hastily brought her husband to the hospital. The couple rushed into the delivery room, drenched in sweat, only to find Zhang Yulian pressing her niece down on the delivery bed, brandishing a long iron clamp. Please, Annie, it hurts so much. Let me go, the girl cried, blood streaming down as she screamed in agony. Zhang Yulian's sister was furious, slapping Zhang Yulian across the face. What on earth are you doing? Seeing the situation escalate, her husband hurried outside to fetch their son, instructing him to rush to the countryside and inform Zhang Yulian's elder sister and brother-in-law to come to the hospital. Coincidentally, Zhang's elder sister and brother-in-law were at the market buying fertilizer, taking a break on a stone while carrying heavy sacks. They were startled when their son appeared. Why are you here? Zhang's elder sister fanned herself with a leaf, puzzled. Mom, Dad sent me to find you. They said Fang Jia is in trouble at the hospital. Hurry. Upon hearing that their daughter was in trouble at the hospital, both parents were immediately filled with dread. Zhang's brother-in-law supported his back basket and said to his wife, You go ahead to the hospital. I'll find someone to help carry the fertilizer back. Sister Zhang, at this moment, could no longer concern herself with the fertilizer. She set down her backpack and hurried after the boy towards the health clinic. She ran until her stomach ached and her lungs felt as if they would burst by the time she reached the clinic. Without pausing to catch her breath, she heard the sharp voice of her younger sister berating, Zhang Yulian, Feng Er is your own niece. How could you harm her like this? Are you even human? Sister Zhang's heart sank, and with her last ounce of strength, she dashed into the delivery room. Ling Huaiyu, upon seeing Sister Zhang arrive, concealed several small medicine bottles she had found in Zhang Yulian's office, glanced towards the delivery room, and then exited towards home. That evening, Zhao Wenbing returned with a bruised face, appearing quite disheveled. Nonetheless, his spirits were high. Rarely, he had brought home some meat and even purchased a pink shirt for Ling Huaiyu. Huaiwa, come here. Uncle bought you a new outfit. Show it to me. He winked at Ling Huaiyu, exuding an unsavory charm. Ling Huaiyu ignored him and carried the pig feed bucket towards the pig pen. Zhao Wenbing attempted to follow her, but was halted by Zhao Wenjin, who said, the family is busy harvesting wheat these days. Even Mao Tsong knows to help at home. Where have you been? Just then, Zhao Xiaozue returned from the fields, carrying wheat. Upon seeing Zhao Wenbing, she trembled uncontrollably, and her foot slipped, causing her and the wheat to topple to the ground. Zhang Guifan, coming up behind, scolded, every day you can't even walk properly. Do you even know what you can do? A servant's body with a lady's fate. If you don't want to work, go to the city to find your aunt. Ling Huaiyu stepped forward to help Zhao Xiaozue, but she was forcefully pushed away. Get lost. Don't you dare be kind. It's all your fault, Ling Huaiyu. If you hadn't run away suddenly, how could I have been humiliated? Zhao Xiaozue recalled the disgust she felt when San Luer had gotten up to pull up his trousers, and tears brimmed in her eyes. In the dead of night, Zhao Wenbing stealthily approached the cow shed. The moment Ling Huaiyu sensed his presence, she became alert. Hidden in the shadows, she coldly observed him inching towards the pile of straw where she slept. He had drunk a little with his elder brother that night, and, unable to sleep due to the heat, was lost in the delightful memories of the previous night, oblivious to his surroundings as he wandered towards the cow shed. Huaiwa, he softly called out to Ling Huaiyu, reaching for the straw pile. Where is she? Zhao Wenbing, surprised, felt a surge of anger. Has that little hussy gone to find San Lua? Although the forest had been dark last night, he distinctly recognized San Luer's voice. Damn it, Ling Huaiyu appeared so innocent. Who would have thought she was secretly involved with San Luer? That honest facade was nothing but an act. The pain in his abdomen from being kicked by San Luer still lingered, and with nowhere to vent his frustration, he decided to check on San Luer. However, the moment he turned around, he was utterly startled. Before him stood a woman clad in crimson, her hair disheveled, her pale face staring intently at him. The moon on the 8th day was not particularly bright, and the cow shed was even dimmer, casting shadowy figures that flickered before him. Bridegroom, bridegroom. The woman in red spoke in a ghostly whisper. You declared last night that you liked someone. Her voice was ethereal, yet resonated clearly in Zhao Wenbing's ears. A chill coursed through him from his feet to the crown of his head. Did he encounter a ghost last night? He steeled himself and lunged at the woman in red. Out with the old and in with the new, he thought, recalling tales that dismissed all superstitions as mere futile beliefs. As he lunged, the woman in red suddenly vanished. While he searched for her, he felt a cool breeze blow past his ear. Bridegroom. Zhao Wenbing was thoroughly terrified, stumbling as he fled outside, crashing into the old yellow cow that had been roused from slumber. The cow, irritated by the disturbance, instinctively knocked him aside with its horns. Ah! Zhao Wenbing's scream echoed sharply through the silent night, waking even 2 neighboring households. Zhao Wenjin emerged with a flashlight, witnessing the old cow restless in the shed, while his younger brother Zhao Wenbing lay curled up outside, clutching his stomach in agony. He rushed over. What's wrong, fifth brother? Zhao Xiaozue also stepped out. Hearing Zhao Wenbing muttering, Ghost, the woman in red has come. The woman in red? Zhao Xiaozue's body went limp. Could it be that last night? Last night, she truly encountered the woman in red? The commotion awakened the entire household, including Ling Huaiyu, who emerged from the chicken coop. Zhao Xiaozue glanced at Ling Huaiyu. Did you not sleep in the cow shed tonight? Ling Huaiyu replied softly. I made a partition with bamboo to separate the chicken coop. It's much more comfortable to sleep there than in the cow shed. Zhao Wenchong, draped in a coat, approached. Wenjin, what happened? The woman in red. The woman in red has come. Zhao Wenbing stammered, delirious with fear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenchong's wife gasped, Goodness! I always said that the drying ground is unclean. The woman in red appears now and then to lure people. Surely, Wenbing was seen by her last night, while watching a film. Be quiet, Zhao Wencheng, as the village secretary, could not permit his wife to speak such nonsense. However, another village woman firmly believed, absolutely. Years ago, the elders witnessed it with their own eyes. Her daughter-in-law chimed in, indeed. When I was a child, I heard the old folks say that the woman in red died a wrongful death. Her story is true. It is said that the woman in red was betrothed, but on the wedding night, the groom fled, and her in-laws accused her of being unlucky, claiming she could not keep a man, forcing her to marry an old bachelor from the clan. Enraged, the woman in red hanged herself by the drying ground. As more people gathered, the discussions grew louder, all recounting the tales of the woman in red seeking the souls of the living. Zhao Laotai, leaning on her cane, emerged from the house and called to Zhang Guifan, quickly, go to Yulong Township and ask for He Xingu to come and check on Wenbing. Zhang Guifan replied irritably, can't you see what time it is? After a long day's work, I'm exhausted. If I walk over 10 miles to fetch the immortal, I fear I may ascend to the heavens myself before she arrives. Zhao Laotai then sat on the doorstep, wailing, you heartless wretch, you intend to let my Wenbing suffer alone, seeking to harm him and claim our Zhao family's wealth, don't you? Zhao Wenjin, unable to withstand his mother's lamentations, sought out a cousin to accompany him to fetch He Xingu from the neighboring township. He Xingu, busy harvesting wheat these past few days, was too exhausted to even turn over at night. She insisted on 30 yuan before reluctantly agreeing to come. Your son has caught the eye of the woman in red, who wishes to lure him away as her bridegroom. Fortunately, it was me who intervened. Had it been someone else, your Wenbing would have been taken away by her tonight. After drawing symbols and sprinkling water, He Xingu prepared a potion from the paper talismans for Zhao Wenbing to drink. She instructed the Zhao family to prepare incense, candles, and paper money to burn at the drying ground, chanting for quite some time before returning. All right, I've convinced the woman in red to seek another man. She will not come for your son again. Zhao Laotai expressed her profound gratitude as she sent He Xingu off, turning to shout at Ling Huaiyu, go make some thin rice porridge for your uncle and toss in a few slices of preserved meat to nourish him. Ling Huaiyu, as was her custom, added extra ingredients to the porridge before serving it to Zhao Wenbing. He had been ill for 5 days. Upon recovering, he had lost significant weight. Mother, I feel my heart racing, and I am unwell. He clutched his chest, frowning. Zhao Laotai dismissed his concerns. You are frightened by the woman in red. In due time, your vitality will return, and you will feel better. Ling Huaiyu contemplated her contributions to the Zhao family. Feeling it was time to leave, she did not wish to be their servant any longer. Grandma, should we not take uncle to the clinic for a checkup? Zhao Wenbing glanced at Ling Huaiyu, recalling his agreement with Zhang Yulian. Realizing a week had passed, Zhao Laotai, gritting her teeth, pulled out 50 yuan from beneath a bamboo mat and handed it to Zhao Wenbing. Go to the clinic for an examination. She displayed little maternal affection toward her children, yet she showered her old son with love. Zhao Wenbing insisted on taking Ling Huaiyu along, claiming that with her, as his younger sister, Zhang Yulian would be more inclined to help him out, which resulted in Zhang Guifan scolding him profusely. Zhao Wenbing attempted to make advances on the way, unaware that the market was particularly crowded that day. When Ani Shuyan learned that they were heading to the clinic, she pulled Ling Huaiyu aside and whispered, you should be wary of that Dr. Zhang. I've heard whispers that she recently caused someone's death. Ling Huaiyu, with an innocent expression, inquired, Ani, what has happened to Dr. Zhang? Chapter 16. Zhang Yulian's cruelty towards her niece. Ani Shuyan glanced around cautiously, lowering her voice further. Huaiyu, this is just between us. You mustn't speak of it outside. Rest assured, Ani. Ling Huaiyu hurriedly assured her. Auntie Xiaoyun continued in a hushed tone. It's said that she took her elder sister's daughter to curry favor with county officials, and that poor girl was mistreated by them. She was naive and kept all her grievances to herself. A while back, she found herself pregnant, but didn't dare tell her parents and sought help from Zhang Yulian. That heartless woman, I don't know how she managed it, but the girl ended up bleeding heavily. When her elder sister found out, she and her second sister went to the clinic, beat her up, and made her pay 800 yuan to settle the matter. Just the other day, that girl went to the river to wash clothes and, for reasons unknown, fell in and never resurfaced. The sun blazed down on the earth, wilting the crops by the roadside. Ling Huaiyu felt a chill, coldness gathering in her heart, making her eyes sting with unshed tears. This world was truly devoid of justice. In her past life, That girl had been coerced by Zhang Yulian into terminating her pregnancy, used as leverage to force her into servitude, and after marrying, her husband discovered her past and subjected her to daily beatings. Driven to despair, she resorted to poison. In this life, Ling Huaiyu thought that by informing the girl's parents in advance, she could spare her from a tragic fate. Yet, it seemed she could not escape death. A life had been extinguished, worth a mere 800 yuan at the end. Auntie Xiaoyun continued her gossip. If you think about it, it makes sense. That girl, having been ruined, could not be accepted back home. It was better for her to die than to face the shame. Otherwise, marrying into another family would only lead to further torment. That Zhang person is truly despicable. I've heard her mother passed away early, and she was raised single-handedly by her elder sister, who suffered countless beatings and scoldings just to give her an education. Now that she has prospects, she tramples on her own niece. She is truly unworthy. Ling Huaiyu bowed her head, sweat trickling into her eyes, stinging her painfully. Oh dear, little green has arrived. Zhang Yulian had waited a long time for Ling Huaiyu, and upon seeing her, she was even more affectionate than a mother would be. The scandal about her elder and second sisters beating her had evidently spread. Many women now prefer to seek the services of midwives in the countryside rather than come to her. Director Ding had also begun to distance himself from her, showing reluctance to associate with her. Zhang Yulian, her lips blistering with anxiety, was desperate to transfer to the county. Little Green, you must stay at my place tonight. Let's have a good talk. Ling Huaiyu tugged at her clothing, glancing at Zhao Wenbing. But my aunt is waiting for me to cook dinner, and we need to thresh wheat tomorrow. Zhao Wenbing quickly reassured her. Don't worry, I'll handle your aunt. You needn't concern yourself. Sister Zhang, since you've invited Huaiyu, you wouldn't mind having me too, would you? To her surprise, Zhang Yulian did not lose her temper this time, but rather responded in a gentle tone. All right, your niece will be staying with me. I'm sure your family would feel uneasy with her alone. With you around, no one will speak ill of it. Zhang Yulian led them back home and even fetched a dress for Ling Huaiyu, saying, Go wash up. Here, it's just like being at home. Touched. Ling Huaiyu's eyes glistened with tears. Sister Zhang, how can you be so kind to me? This is my first time wearing a new dress. Zhang Yulian lovingly patted her back. Silly girl, there's no need for tears. As long as you listen to your elder sister, I promise you'll have new clothes every day. Ling Huaiyu entered the bathroom at Zhang Yulian's house, washing herself for the first time properly. While she could bathe in her space, a dirty place like the Zhao family's could be to her advantage. After washing and changing into a fresh dress, Zhao Wenbing's eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Yulian was thoroughly pleased, believing that, looking like this, she could definitely win over Secretary Zhang. Come, dinner is ready. Zhao Wenbing swallowed hard. Sister Zhang, isn't it inappropriate to have food without wine? Zhang Yulian suppressed her nausea. All right, I'll fetch some wine. Before they could start drinking, Director Ding also arrived. Oh, what a coincidence. I came just in time for your meal. Zhang Yulian smiled, as the saying goes. Better late than never. Please have a seat. Director Ding's gaze fell upon Ling Huaiyu. And this is my younger sister, Zhang Yulian declared, casting a warning glance at Director Ding, indicating that she was not to be touched. Director Ding chuckled. Ah, young lady, to have such a sister as Dr. Zhang is indeed a blessing. Come, let us drink. He poured Zhao Wenbing a drink, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. Indeed, with this pair of illicit lovers in his grasp, life could not be more delightful. Ling Huaiyu mustered her courage and addressed the three, Sister Zhang, Director Ding, Uncle, and the youngest here. Allow me to pour you drinks. Director Ding squinted appreciatively. Had it not been for Zhang Yulian's intentions for the girl, he would have pursued her himself. Zhang Yulian was equally satisfied. Her niece was too dull, only knowing to eat when in company and never making a move when it was time to act, which was quite unsatisfactory. This girl was not only beautiful, but also adept at socializing. With a little training, her future would be bright. As Ling Huaiyu poured drinks for the three, they soon found themselves intoxicated. Director Ding put an arm around Zhao Wenbing's shoulder. Little Zhao, I know a great place. Why don't you join me for some fun? Ling Huaiyu continued to eat, her eyes flashing as she remained silent. Zhao Wenbing, with a slurred tongue, replied, If Brother Ding invites me, then, of course I'll go. Zhang Yulian wore a smug smile. Go ahead, your brother Ding. One tea treat you poorly. Ling Huaiyu poured drinks more eagerly. Director Ding waved his hand. No more, I can't. I can't drink any more. I still need to take. Take little Zhao out." His intoxication caused him to knock over the wine bottle, spilling it everywhere. Ling Huaiyu immediately stood to clean up. As she took the rubbish outside, she caught a glimpse of Zhang Yulian's neighbor peeking into the room. "Young lady, what is your relation to her family?" Ling Huaiyu lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm her younger sister. I invited Director Ding and my uncle over for a visit, saying she wanted to secure a good future for me." The neighbor's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she grasped Ling Huaiyu's hand. "Is old Ding here too?" Ling Huaiyu instinctively replied, "Yes," then realized, "Sister, please don't tell anyone. My sister doesn't want anyone to know that Director Ding has visited." The neighbor chuckled knowingly. "All right, I want to say a word." In the dead of night, Zhang Yulian's door was suddenly kicked open, and an old woman's furious shriek erupted. "Zhang Yulian, you shameless harlot!" Chapter 17. Zhang Yulian's infidelity. The old woman's thunderous cries echoed through the night, waking everyone in the courtyard. The neighbor, who had been keeping an eye on the commotion, opened her door and tiptoed to look inside, only to turn beet red upon witnessing the scene. Goodness, how scandalous! On the bamboo mat, Director Ding was entwined with Zhang Yulian, while Zhao Wenbing nestled closely behind her, creating a scene most unsuitable for children. The old woman shouted again, and the three, still groggy, had not yet come to their senses. "I'll kill you, you shameless wretch. You've brought nothing but disgrace to my family." The elderly lady, filled with indignation, seized a nearby feather duster and struck at the individuals before her. Ling Huaiyu, concealed downstairs, listened to the commotion above with a heart brimming with malice. The thought of administering the breeding medication to a sow seemed rather amusing. In the small courtyard of the second-floor residence, inhabited by either teachers or doctors, any disturbance could hardly remain hidden. The old woman's loud outburst roused everyone in the vicinity from their slumber. Zhang Yulian had long held her husband in contempt, deeming him ineffectual and, by extension, looked down upon his entire family, seldom engaging with them. After her eldest son began boarding school, she left her youngest daughter behind in the countryside, relishing her solitary life. The elderly lady had painstakingly raised a son who worked in an establishment, yet had not enjoyed a moment of peace. She was now burdened with childcare and the disdain of her daughter-in-law, her heart heavy with resentment. Today, word reached her that Zhang Yulian's husband had returned, having discovered his wife's infidelity and threatening her life, locking the door against all. The old woman was consumed by both anger and hatred, furious at her son for being so ineffectual as to lose control over a woman, and loathing Zhang Yulian for her shamelessness, believing she sought to ruin her son. This disgraceful affair, too scandalous to be exposed, compelled the elderly lady to hurriedly gather her 2 sons and 3 nephews to confront her son, intent on preventing him from bearing the weight of a murder charge. Little did she know that upon opening the door, she would be met with such a sight that her anger surged, nearly causing her to faint. The 2 younger brothers and the elderly lady's nephews, equally enraged, began to assault the 3 individuals, quickly binding them with ropes. Amidst tears and curses, the old woman cried out, "Second son, go fetch your brother back. We cannot keep this woman, even if she were a celestial being." The elderly lady's youngest son picked up a shoe and struck at the culprits, exclaiming, "You shameless creatures! My brother toils under the sun, laboring for mere pennies, while you betray him and bring disgrace upon us. I shall put an end to your treachery." In the entire courtyard, only the poultry vendor possessed a television, and at that moment, people gathered with fans and stools, engrossed in watching the Yulongshan Anti-Bandit Chronicles. Just as they were gritting their teeth in anticipation, a quick-footed lad dashed over, shouting, "Old Wang's wife has been caught cheating, and she even did it twice." "What? Old Wang's wife? Twice, no less? TSK. I told you she was no good, but you wouldn't believe me. I heard she was already involved with old Ding's fool of a husband, who wouldn't dare speak up." The crowd, now more interested in the scandal than the television, surged toward Zhang Yulian's residence, making it nearly impossible for anyone to exit. Observing the chaos, Ling Huaiyu hurriedly rushed to the police station to report the incident. "Officers, you must hurry. Dr. Zhang is on the verge of being killed. If you delay, it could result in a death." Upon hearing that there was a risk of loss of life, the police sprang into action. The recent crackdown on crime had barely concluded, and now there were individuals brazenly breaking the law. The station chief, Wang Dabiao, who had excelled during the crackdown, had received word from above that barring any unforeseen developments, He would likely be transferred to the county bureau. A veteran who had transitioned to Yute Township, he was imbued with a fervent sense of justice, yet was not dogmatic. Rather, he possessed a natural shrewdness. Consequently, during his years in Yute Township, he had navigated his role with remarkable success, significantly improving local law and order. At the very least, he did not tolerate coercive marriages or similar practices. It was under his watch that Ling Huaiyu could safely reside with the Zhao family until her 18th year. That evening, having just resolved a near-fatal dispute over some farmland, Wang Dabiao returned home late and opted to sleep in his office instead. As luck would have it, he was still diligently working on his report when Ling Huaiyu arrived. "Miss, please do not fret. Take your time and explain what has transpired," he inquired as they made their way to the courtyard. In a flurry of anxious words, Ling Huaiyu recounted, "Dr. Zhang invited me to be your godsister and promised to take me to the city for a visit, even inviting Ding over. While they were drinking inside, I finished the dishes and went downstairs to dispose of the trash, intending to wash some dirty clothes by the well. Just as I was cleaning, Dr. Zhang's mother-in-law burst in, accompanied by several men, and began to hurl accusations of infidelity at Dr. Zhang. The young girl felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at the mention of such scandalous behavior. Wang Dabiao, feeling a surge of indignation, muttered under his breath, "Goodness, it appears my wife was indeed correct in her suspicions." Previously, he had experienced discomfort and sought medication at the hospital, during which the woman had shown him excessive attention. At the time, his wife had expressed her discontent, suggesting that the woman harbored ulterior motives. He had dismissed her concerns, questioning why she perceived such intentions in everyone. The couple had quarreled for days over the matter, but eventually, he had humbled himself to appease his wife, allowing the issue to fade. Though the matter had been set aside, he remained unconvinced, yet as a man, he felt it unnecessary to dwell on such trivialities. "Step aside, clear the way. The chief is here." Wang Dabiao, a familiar face in the area, commanded attention as he arrived. Upon squeezing through the throng and catching sight of the three bound individuals, he swore under his breath, "Good heavens, my wife was not exaggerating. What on earth is happening here?" Wang Dabiao stood at the entrance, hands on his hips, surveying the scene. The elderly lady, tears streaming down her face, wailed, "Chief Wang, you must advocate for my eldest son. This harlot is nothing but a disgrace, bringing shame upon our family by committing such acts in our home. How will my son and grandson hold their heads high again?" As the uproar continued, another individual stormed in, seizing Zhang Yulian by the hair and slapping her across the face, shouting, "You vile woman, how dare you entice my husband?" Chapter 18. Zhao old lady's leg is broken again. While Ling Huaiyu rushed to report the incident, she did not forget to alert Ding's wife. Outwardly, Ding exuded a genial demeanor, yet within his household, he was anything but kind. Any slight inconvenience would provoke him to lash out at his wife and children. Although both were employed, his wife was treated like a subservient figure from a bygone era, toiling tirelessly without a shred of respect. Initially, the elderly lady had been vociferous in her lamentations, but as soon as she saw the police arrive, her anxiety transformed into regret. Family matters should remain private. With such a scandalous uproar, how could her son and grandson face the future? "Silence," Wang Dabiao bellowed, quelling the crowd, and then instructed, "Release them, dress them, and take them to the station for detention." Upon hearing this, Ding's wife panicked, exclaiming, "Chief Wang, no, you cannot arrest my husband. He was seduced by that wretched woman. It is not his fault." Wang Dabiao paid her no heed. In this era of leniency, such lewd behavior would have undoubtedly resulted in severe punishment a few years prior. Zhang Yulian and her accomplices were escorted to the station. Meanwhile, Ling Huaiyu enjoyed a restful slumber in her space, slicing up small pumpkins from the Zhao family's field, mixing them with minced meat to prepare several baskets of dumplings, ensuring she was well fed before heading home. "Grandmother, uncle, something terrible has happened. My little uncle has been taken to the police station," she cried, even before reaching her doorstep, her voice echoing through the neighboring homes and catching the attention of those returning from the fields. Due to Ling Huaiyu's absence, Zhao Guifan had been scolding for quite some time before finally rousing Zhao Xiaocui to prepare breakfast. By the time the Zhao family began to eat, it was already past 10 in the morning. Ling Huaiyu's outcry disrupted their mealtime, prompting Zhao and Jin to set down his bowl and inquire, "What has happened? Your uncle did take you to Dr. Zhang's house for a visit, did he not?" Ling Huai LV, wiping her tears, recounted. Last night, my uncle accompanied Dr. Zhang and Director Ding for drinks and dinner while I was downstairs by the well washing their clothes. Before I could finish, I overheard someone upstairs say that Dr. Zhang was having an affair with my uncle and Director Ding involved. What should we do? My uncle, and Director Ding have all been taken to the police station. Zhang Guifan nearby gleefully remarked. I told you that being idle and unproductive would lead to trouble sooner or later, and now look what has happened. They ended up at the police station, caught in a scandal over their inappropriate relationships, and they're surely facing criminal charges. Zhao Wenjin, in a fit of anger, hurled a bowl of porridge at Zhang Guifan. That of my younger brother. You find joy in his misfortune, don't you? The freshly cooked porridge was scalding hot, especially in early summer, causing Zhang Guifan to jump about in pain. In her rage, she retaliated by grabbing a bowl of rice and throwing it at Zhao Wenjin. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Wenjin dodged, and the rice struck Zhao Laotai, who had hurried out upon hearing about her younger son's predicament. Oh, my back! Zhao Laotai fell heavily onto the threshold, her previously injured leg now in question, and she winced in pain, unable to rise. The quarrelsome couple was too engrossed in their fight to notice Zhao Laotai. Zhao Xiaoce, witnessing this, hurried into the kitchen to eat the eggs left for Zhao Maocheng by her mother. As for her younger brother Zhao Maocheng, he was still fast asleep. Grandmother, uncle, aunt, please stop fighting. Grandmother has fallen. Ling Huaiyu, in her panic, inadvertently pressed down on Zhao Laotai's injured leg. The old lady let out a piercing cry before fainting. Village Secretary Zhao Wenchong, sensing discord from the Zhao household, set down his wheat and rushed over. Brother Wenjin, what's going on? Speak calmly. Your mother has fainted, and you're still brawling. Only then did Zhao Wenjin realize something was amiss with the old lady, and his anxiety grew. What on earth is happening this year? The house has collapsed, my mother's leg is broken, and now Zhao Wenbing has been arrested. Troubles keep piling up without respite. Wenchong, could you please head to the police station and inquire about Wenbing's situation? Mao Tian, hurry and find someone to take your grandmother to the health clinic. Zhang Guifan protested. What clinic? Do we even have money for hospitalization? Xiao Cui, go find your uncle Wenkai to come and apply some ointment. Zhao Shihua had sent money home. Although it was only 200, the old lady was hoarding it, which displeased Zhang Guifan greatly. Zhao Wenjin frowned, but said nothing. The family was indeed short on funds, needing to support the youngest son's education, which was no small expense. As for my mother, she clearly has money in hand, yet shows no understanding of the family's struggles. Without taking Zhao Laodai to the hospital, Zhao Wenjin went with Zhao Wenchong to the village police station. Zhang Guifan showed no concern for the old lady's fate, leaving a remark for her youngest son. Keep an eye on your grandmother. Don't let her die in the house. She then turned and took her eldest son and Ling Huaiyu to the fields. The village radio had announced rain in the coming days, and with several fields of wheat yet to be harvested, all their hard work over the past months would be ruined if the rain soaked it. As she cut the wheat, she scolded Ling Huaiyu. When she calls you, you just go, what is she to you? Is she your mother or your father? I see you're simply eager to enjoy good food elsewhere, avoiding all the troubles at home. Ungrateful wretch, after all these years of raising you, your uncle and I are worn out, and you go off to feast at someone else's home without even bringing back the leftovers. Even a dog would wag its tail in gratitude. Raising you has been utterly useless, and once you marry, you'll only remember your birth mother, forgetting me, your aunt. Ling Huaiyu swung her sickle, gathering the wheat while sweat streamed down her forehead and her eyes. Such words had become a dull ache in her heart, leaving her unmoved. Oh dear, whether it was due to skipping breakfast or the anger from the fight with Zhao Wenjin, Zhang Guifan suddenly sank to the ground, vigorously rubbing her chest. Oh, why do my chest hurt so much? I can hardly breathe. She kept massaging her chest, feeling sharp pangs as if a rope was being pulled tight around her. Wang Fong touched her chest, noting her own recent heart discomfort, but refrained from speaking out, fearing her mother-in-law would accuse her of faking illness to shirk work. Zhao Maotian, tying up the wheat, snapped. Mother, your age. You aren't thinking of relying on your sons like my grandmother, are you? Zhang Guifan's anger flared. Even in such distress, her son thought she was feigning illness. What kind of fate is this? After finishing harvesting the wheat, they all carried it home, realizing it was past mealtime, almost 3 in the afternoon. Upon entering the kitchen to find the stove cold and the pot empty, Zhao Xiaolei, who had gone to fetch the barefoot doctor, was still absent. Zhang Guif interrupted. Where has that wretched girl gone at this hour? Chapter 19. Zhao Xiaocui reaps her own consequences. Ling Huai. Hurry and find a doctor. Don't delay your grandmother's treatment. Upon entering the house and seeing Zhao Laotai still unconscious, Zhang Guifan felt pressed to act, urging Ling Huai LV to fetch a doctor. After all, Zhao Wenjin was quite filial to this old lady. If he returned to see the situation, he would surely lash out again. Ling Huai LV walked along the rural path, pondering that Uncle Wonkai was from the 5th team, and even if she didn't take a shortcut, it should only take half an hour. By now, he should have returned. Where could Zhao Xiaocui have gone? As she contemplated, she took a shortcut over the hill, and, upon reaching the slope, overheard voices from the sorghum field nearby. Brother Sanilv, I implore you, spare me. If my parents find out, that voice, is it Zhao Xiaocui? Ling Huai LV, no longer in a hurry, crept closer to eavesdrop. In the sorghum field, Sanilv sat casually, shirtless, smoking a cigarette. Meanwhile, the village's notorious bachelor, Lao Wang, was holding Zhao Xiaocui, spewing vile words. Damn it. Today I finally understand what a real man is. Thank you, nephew Sanilv. Sanilv lazily blew out a smoke ring. Thank me for what? $50, not a cent less. If you dare to shortchange me, I'll report you for taking advantage of my wife and send you to prison for peanuts. Lao Wang trembled with excitement. 50 it is, Sanilv. If you can get her to bear me a son, I'd pay not just 50, but 500. Sanilv scoffed. You don't even know where the 50 came from, and you're talking about 500? Do you have that kind of money? If you do, it's negotiable. Zhao Xiaocui sobbed. Sanilv, you bastard. How could you treat me like this? Sanilv retorted. From the day you sneaked around behind my back, you should have known what the outcome would be. Lao Wang trembled again, and, urged by Sanilv, he pulled up his pants and fished out crumpled bills to toss at Sanilv. Nephew, please consider this matter carefully. I will surely find the money. After finishing, Lao Wang, still unsatisfied, pinched Zhao Xiaocui before exiting the sorghum field. Ling Huai LV watched Lao Wang's retreating figure, recalling past events. In a previous life, Zhao Wenbing and Zhao Maokai treated her as a mere object to be traded for favors, and Lao Wang was among them. A lone bachelor with no family. He was not well regarded in the village for his petty thievery. When Zhao Wenbing presented her to Lao Wang for $100, the latter's eyes had turned green with greed. Ling Huai LV touched her arm, where remnants of the pain from Lao Wang's bite still lingered. When Zhao Xiaocui inadvertently learned of all this, she had laughed heartily. Huaihua, you really are something. Even someone like Lao Wang has taken a fancy to you. You should thank my brothers. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such good fortune. Ling Huai LV, tormented by Lao Wang, begged Zhao Xiaocui to call her mother. Zhao Xiaocui, with a mocking expression, exclaimed, after committing such a disgraceful act, how could you possibly have the audacity to call home? If I were you, I would rather hastily find a pond to leap into, for death would be a cleaner escape. Not only did she refuse to assist in making the call, but she also leveraged this incident as a threat, demanding that Zhao Wenbing and his nephew share a portion of the profits every time they sold Ling Huaiyu. Now, it was her turn to taste the bitter fruits of her previous life. In the sorghum field, Sen Luer conversed with Zhao Xiaocui. If you want me to spare you, then bring me your cousin. Isn't she still single? Get her to me. Ling Huaiyu was more beautiful than Zhao Xiaocui, and her parents were city dwellers. If he were to marry Ling Huaiyu, wouldn't that secure his future? Zhao Xiaocui wept. Sen Luer, you heartless wretch. I have been sullied by you, and yet you still covet her? Sen Luer scoffed. You think it was me who sullied you? It was Zhao Wenbing who did that, you disgusting creature. It's truly pathetic that an uncle and niece would stoop to such depths. Here's the deal. If you refuse to bring your cousin out, I will make sure the entire village hears about your sordid affairs. If you comply, once I marry your cousin, we'll all be family, and this matter will be forgotten. Zhao Xiaocui lay on the ground, sobbing for what felt like an eternity, before finally gritting her teeth and saying, fine, I will deliver Ling Huaiyu to you, but you must promise me that you won't tell anyone about my affairs. Sen Luer tossed a garment onto her. Don't worry. I keep my word. Ling Huaiyu's eyes glinted with coldness. Zhao Xiaocui remained as venomous and foolish as in her past life. Out of jealousy and resentment, she longed to trample her rival into the mud. How ridiculous it was for someone abandoned by their parents to feel envy. San Luer supported the limping Zhao Xiaocui out. You've exhausted yourself today. Come to my house for a rest before heading home. Once the two had departed, Ling Huaiyu hurriedly made her way to Zhao Wencai's home. Upon arriving with the barefoot Dr. Zhao Wencai, she overheard Zhao Xiaocui conversing with Zhao Wenjin. Uncle Wencai is out treating patients and hasn't returned. I waited for ages. Zhao Wenjin's face darkened as he glanced at Zhao Wencai, who had just reached the edge of the courtyard. You truly didn't see your Uncle Wencai? Zhao Xiaocui protested. Dad, I assure you, I'm telling the truth. I waited at Uncle Wencai's for 3 hours and still didn't see him. So I came back alone. Just as Zhao Wencai reached the steps, he replied, Brother Wenjin, I was at home threshing wheat today. I didn't step out at all. Zhao Wenjin slapped Zhao Xiaocui across the face. When did you learn to weave such a web of lies? Not a single truth in your words. Your grandmother has been out cold for most of the day, while the rest of us have been busy in the fields. You were supposed to fetch a doctor, yet you were frolicking outside instead. How old are you? Can't you learn to be more responsible? The slap sent Zhao Xiaocui staggering a few steps, and upon turning, she saw Ling Huaiyu trailing behind Zhao Wencai, her eyes ablaze with hatred. It was all because of this wretched girl. Just as she returned home, Ling Huaiyu promptly arrived with the doctor, clearly intent on undermining her. Look at me getting beaten. Are you not pleased? She shouted at Ling Huaiyu. Ling Huaiyu pretended not to hear and went inside to boil water, assisting Zhao Wencai in tending to the elderly woman. Zhao Wencai shook his head, thinking that Zhao Xiaocui was not a bad niece, but Zhao Wenjin's daughter seemed to be utterly spoiled. Earlier, his wife had considered introducing a suitor to Zhao Xiaocui, but he decided it was better to dissuade her from that notion before it turned into enmity. Zhao Wencai finished stabilizing the elderly woman's leg and prescribed medicine before packing his bag and leaving. Zhao Laotai, after taking her medication, finally asked Zhao Wenjin, eldest son, how is your brother faring? Zhao Wenjin's expression shifted dramatically, and he squatted down to silently smoke. Zhao Laotai, anxious, pressed, speak. What is going on with your brother? After a long pause, Zhao Wenjin finally replied, the old Wang family is causing quite a stir. Director Ding's family has someone implicated, and at most, they'll face fines and lose their jobs. But when Bing he is likely to face imprisonment, Zhao Laotai was taken aback, and after a moment, she began to weep. Eldest son, we cannot allow your brother to go to jail. He hasn't even married yet. We cannot let him be ruined like this. Zhao Wenjin tugged at his hair in frustration. What can we do? There is no one to help us. Ling Huaiyu interjected. Uncle, we are not without means. My father is at the provincial police department. Call him. He must have a way. It was pointless for Zhao Wenbing to languish alone in the police station. The family must unite in times of trouble, and everyone should lend a hand. Zhao Laotai clapped her hands. Huaiyu is right. Your brother-in-law is in the provincial capital. He should be able to assist. Quickly call your sister and have them both return. Zhao Wenjin looked at Ling Huaiyu, reluctant to reach out to his brother's family. His second sister had previously maintained a decent relationship with them, but ever since the year the youngest sister passed away, she had grown distant. He preferred not to contact her if he could avoid it, and asking her husband for help was a blow to his pride. Ling Huaiyu shrunk her neck. Uncle, my mother, she ignores me. She won't listen to what I say. Zhao Laotai shot a disdainful glance at Ling Huaiyu. What are you looking at her for? She is just a useless girl. This matter falls to you. Tell her that if she refuses to help Wenbing, don't blame me for turning against her. Ling Huaiyu was taken aback, realizing that the old lady had leverage over Zhao Xiahua. If she did not comply, Zhao Laotai would not hesitate to deal with her. Zhao Wenjin stood up. Fine, I will call the village tomorrow. Huaiyu, you stay with your grandmother tonight. If she feels unwell, call your aunt. Ling Huaiyu obediently replied, Uncle, rest assured, I will take good care of Grandma. It was already the busy season for farming, and the family was utterly exhausted, with a series of calamities befalling them. They finished dinner and collapsed in a bed without even washing their faces. After feeding the pigs, Ling Huaiyu passed Zhao Xiaocui's room and heard her muffled sobs. She smirked. Had the weeping begun already? Life was not so simple. The most challenging times had yet to arrive. As night deepened, the rain began to pour. Just as the village broadcast had foretold, Ling Huaiyu wrapped herself in a garment and slumped in a chair, her feet resting on a stool as she struggled to doze off. Huaiyu, you wretched girl, wake up. I want water. Zhao Laotai, lying in bed, jabbed at Ling Huaiyu with a bamboo pole from the bedside. Ling Huaiyu was called by the old woman countless times throughout the night, never allowed a moment's peace. She estimated it must have been 2 or 3 in the morning, and everyone else was fast asleep. She rose and approached Zhao Laotai, fixing her gaze on her. Zhao Laotai, having napped too much during the day, was wide awake at night. "You insolent girl, why are you staring at me? Are you feeling bold? I said I want water. Didn't you hear?" Ling Huaiyu slapped her face. "I heard you. All night it's either a need to relieve yourself or a demand for water. Soon you'll want someone to rub your legs. No wonder Auntie calls you old hag. Your existence is a burden." Ling Huaiyu harbored not a shred of affection for her grandmother. When she was younger, Zhao Xiaohua had doted on her, treating her like a precious gem. Zhao Laotai had always disapproved. A mere girl, destined to be someone else's. Why bother being so kind to her? Listen to your mother. While you're young, hurry and bear a son, or your in-laws will look down on you. Back then, Zhao Laotai had pretended to be kind to her granddaughter. But behind her back, she often bullied her, demanding that she share snacks with Zhao Maokai and his brothers. After Zhao Xiaohua's death, Zhao Xiaohua underwent a drastic change, sending her daughter back to the countryside. Zhao Laotai's treatment of Ling Huaiyu became openly harsh, resorting to slaps and scolding, devoid of any elderess affection. Ling Huaiyu, recalling her previous life, felt a surge of hatred towards the old woman for marrying her off to that brutish butcher. She could hardly contain her desire to stab her. She pinched the flesh at the root of old lady Zhao's leg and twisted it fiercely. "You have always said that women are worthless, yet you are a woman yourself. Thus you're also despicable. You old hag, your existence is of no value. Why don't you just die?" Ling Huaiyu seemed to have transformed into a different person, leaving old lady Zhao feeling quite unsettled. Have you gone mad? How dare you strike me? Just wait. I will have someone come and beat you to death. You ungrateful wretch. Call them then. I want to see if your dutiful sons and grandsons will truly come. Ling Huaiyu slapped her face once more. She continued to pinch and strike, her expression fierce enough to terrify old lady Zhao. "Wenjin, Mao Tian, come quickly. This crazy girl wants to kill me." Unfortunately, despite her hoarse cries, no one came. The only sounds outside were the patter of rain and wind. Old lady Zhao finally succumbed to fear. "Huaihua, you cannot do this. I am your grandmother. Disrespecting your elders will bring divine retribution." Ling Huaiyu, unfazed, tightened her grip around her throat. "If heaven has eyes, it would strike you down first. What do I have to fear?" After enduring the torment, old lady Zhao, both terrified and in pain, finally found a moment of respite when Ling Huaiyu closed her eyes to sleep. Just as she was about to doze off herself, she was startled awake by another slap. "What do you think you're doing sleeping? Since you claim you can't sleep, stay awake." The torment continued until dawn. As Ling Huaiyu left to prepare breakfast, old lady Zhao, unable to resist the onslaught of fatigue, fell asleep. Zhao Wenjin, carrying a hoe, glanced in. "Is your grandmother still asleep?" "Yes, she complained all night about her leg hurting and couldn't sleep. She finally dozed off just before dawn." "Uncle, should we take her to the clinic?" Ling Huaiyu feigned concern. Zhao Wenjin did not respond. The family had little money to spare. "You aren't going to the field today. Stay home and take care of your grandmother." He intended to call his second sister and brother-in-law back, not wanting Ling Huaiyu to be overburdened, as he didn't want his sister to feel he was neglecting his niece. Zhao Xiaochui, however, did not comprehend her father's intentions. "Dad, why should I work while she doesn't have to?" After being tormented by San Lu and Lao Wang the previous day, she was still in pain and reluctant to work in the fields. Unfortunately, her father had quarreled with her mother over the doctor's visit, insisting that she must work today. Zhao Wenjin's expression darkened. "Where were you yesterday?" Chapter 21. The secret hidden by old lady Zhao. Old lady Zhao was abruptly awakened by her hair being tugged. "Get up to pee." Upon opening her eyes, she saw Ling Huaiyu, fierce and menacing, standing before her. Wenjin, come quickly. Someone has been killed." Ling Huaiyu stared at her without a trace of fear. After a long while of shouting, old lady Zhao realized there was no response from the household, and a sense of dread began to creep in. "If you dare strike me, I will tell your mother." Ling Huaiyu scoffed. "Oh, my mother is so dutiful. She hasn't returned home in 4 or 5 years. You really think you matter?" Old lady Zhao was momentarily silenced. Zhao Xiaohua had been quite dutiful before, at least returning home for the new year with her husband and daughter. However, since Zhao Xiaohua's passing, Zhao Xiaohua had never returned. Even her financial support had diminished, and old lady Zhao often wondered if Zhao Xiaohua would even send a penny if she were unaware of the situation. Ling Huaiyu kicked the urine bucket toward her. You can manage on your own. Don't expect me to clean up after you. This old woman still had one good leg. Had her youngest son been there, he would have catered to her every whim. But with Ling Huaiyu, she would have to suffer the consequences. If you dare soil the bed, believe me, I'll make you eat it. Old lady Zhao, unsure of what had possessed Ling Huaiyu, knew from the previous night's experience that her granddaughter was capable of such actions. With her leg pained and her resolve diminished, she carefully made her way to relieve herself, not daring to provoke Ling Huaiyu further. She lay back down, her tone softening. Huaihua, could you bring me something to eat? Ling Huaiyu brought her a bowl of bran dumplings. Old lady Zhao frowned. Can you make me some white rice porridge instead? It would be lovely to have some sliced cured meat, but alas, your sister-in-law has locked it all up, and I am unable to do so. A dry bowl of food without any broth nearly choked old lady Zhao. I want some soup. Ling Huaiyu smiled mockingly. Grandmother, you really don't know how to enjoy life, do you? Everyone else wants dry food. Why must you insist on soup? Old lady Zhao swallowed 3 dumplings but could no longer eat. She felt a surge of anger, keeping her eyes open, waiting to complain to her son upon his return. However, having not slept the previous night and only napping briefly in the morning, she now felt sleepy after a meal. Ling Huaiyu did not intend to let her rest. Just as she began to doze, she was jolted awake again. By the time Zhao Wenjin returned from the fields, old lady Zhao had again fallen asleep. Zhang Gui Fun, while gathering wheat in the room, scolded. She is truly enjoying her old age, eating and drinking to her heart's content, lying in bed with nothing to do, not even bothering to mend her shoes or sew her clothes to share the burden of the family. After a long day of work, Zhao Wenjin was in a sour mood, having experienced frustrations at his sister's place. How is your grandmother today? Ling Huaiyu brought out a basin of water for him to wash his feet. She has been complaining about her leg hurting, even throwing her food on the floor. Scolding uncle and aunt for being unfilial, unwilling to spend money to take her to the hospital. She even hit me, saying she doesn't want to take care of her, but wants sister Xiao Chui instead. Let your sister-in-law take care of her. I refuse to. Cao Xiao Kui, equally unwilling to work in the fields, also did not want to tend to old lady Zhao. Exhausted, she simply wanted to lie in bed. Wang Fong, on the other hand, was willing to care for old lady Zhao, as, despite her troubles, she would at least be at home rather than toiling in the fields. However, Zhao Wenjin was anticipating his sister's return the next few days and did not want to give the impression that Ling Huaiyu was struggling at the Zhao household. Your grandmother is getting older, and her temper is bound to be worse. You are the younger generation, so bear with it. Caring for the elderly is a virtue, and in time, your grandmother will not mistreat you. Okay, Ling Huaiyu replied, feeling aggrieved, instinctively rubbing her arms. Zhao Wenjin noticed and knew she had likely been hit by his mother. He sighed, feigning ignorance. Caring for your grandmother is not easy. You should get some rest. Xiao Chui, feeling uncomfortable, shouted at Ling Huaiyu. What are you sleeping for? I've been working all day. Huaihua, bring me some water to soak my feet. Zhao Wenjin picked up a broom and hurled it at her. A country girl should not think of herself as a city lady. How dare you ask Huaihua to bring you water? Why don't you just fly away? From now on, do your own chores. Don't expect Huaihua to wash your clothes or tidy up. He hoped that this time his sister would take Xiao Chui to the city, ideally to find a suitable marriage in town. Even if they did not favor Ling Huaiyu, she was still blood-related. Treating her like a servant would not win any approval from her brother-in-law. Zhang Gui Feng was displeased that her husband reprimanded their daughter, but considering the earlier discussions with him, she chose to remain silent. Cao Xiao Kui, seeing that her parents did not defend her, but rather sided with Ling Huaiyu, combined with the recent bullying from San Lu, could no longer hold back her tears and ran back to her room without washing her feet. Ling Huaiyu tended to Zhao Wenjin and his wife as they settled down to sleep, before finally entering old lady Zhao's room. The old woman was snoring, lost in dreams where she had been tormented by Ling Huaiyu. Suddenly, something sharp pricked her foot, causing a sharp pain. She gasped, eyes wide open, and met Ling Huaiyu's chilling gaze. Grandmother, what kind of dream were you having? You were smiling so much you seemed to drool. Why not let me share in your joy? Old lady Zhao, having endured a day and night of torment, truly feared her granddaughter now. She recalled the last time he Xingu visited, mentioning that her younger son had been approached by the woman in red. With Ling Huaiyu acting this way now, could it be that she too had fallen under a spell? Otherwise, how could this timid girl, who wouldn't dare utter a word, suddenly seem like a different person? Great immortal, spare me. I have never committed any heinous acts in my life. Seek someone else, not me. Old lady Zhao dared not look at Ling Huaiyu, covering her face and weeping softly. Ling Huaiyu feigned being possessed. Then tell me, oh great immortal, what has your daughter done that you dare not reveal? My daughter? Old lady Zhao appeared bewildered. What has my daughter done? Ling Huaiyu struck her foot with a willow twig. You refuse to speak, do you? If you remain silent, I shall have someone take your soul away. Old lady Zhao trembled in fear. I will speak, I will. I just remembered, she was. Before she could finish, a cacophony of barking dogs erupted outside, followed by the roar of a motorcycle. Ling Huaiyu heard Zhao Wenjin getting up to open the door. Upon hearing the commotion, old lady Zhao suddenly fell silent. Furious, Ling Huaiyu put away the willow twig and opened the door to see who had disrupted her plans. Stepping outside, she was stunned to find the long-deceased Zhao Xiuhua and her husband standing before her, as if alive. Zhao Xiuhua tossed her wavy hair and stepped down from the red chicken cart. Huaihua, you are still a child. Do you not recognize your mother? Chapter 22. Mom and Dad are here, Huaihua. Ling Huaiyu despised this childish name, given to her by the Zhao family. In her memories, her mother never called her Huaihua, always gently referring to her as Little Green, my precious Little Green. Her mother said that when she was born, the long-dormant old locust tree outside suddenly sprouted tender buds and branches. Thus, she must be a vibrant life, hence her name, Ling Green. Her mother told her that she had endured the hardships of being a girl in a family with many daughters, and so, her Little Green was the unique child in the world, basking in her parents' exclusive love, regardless of her grandmother and maternal grandmother's scorn. Why did everything that once felt like a fairy tale turn so sour? Ling Huaiyu's eyes grew misty as she gazed at the approaching woman in the dim yellow light. The word mother rolled around her throat, yet she could not utter it. She could not forget the last life when she saw Zhao Xiuhua. She had rushed forward, crying out mother to embrace her, only to be met with Zhao Xiuhua's stiff body and unmasked disdain. Why did her mother loathe her? Ling Wenhai parked the motorcycle and approached with a smile. Little Green, do you not recognize your parents? Ling Huaiyu choked out. It is father who does not recognize Little Green. I have not seen you for 5 years. A hint of embarrassment crossed Ling Wenhai's face. It had been 8 years since they sent her to the countryside, and they had not returned since their visit 5 years ago. In these 5 years, Ling Huaiyu had matured from a little girl into a graceful young woman. At this moment, he felt a pang of regret. It was not as if they could not afford to feed their daughter. So why they abandoned her in the countryside for so long? Zhao Xiuhua pulled Ling Huaiyu close, reproaching her. You are not blaming your parents, are you? Have you considered that your father and I are raising your brother, sister, and younger brother? It is not easy with 3 children at home. You used to be so sympathetic towards me. Why do you not think of me now? Ling Huaiyu's eyes flashed with irony. She had nearly forgotten about Ling Yulong. The child Zhao Xiuhua had given birth to when she was sent to the countryside. He was the heir to the Ling family, and, in her previous life, the unfortunate one who died the earliest. Zhao Xiuhua had no time for pleasantries with Ling Huaiyu and hurried inside. Mother, I am back. My brother said you hurt your leg. How are you? As she spoke, she handed 2 cans of milk powder and several bags of sugar to Zhang Guifan. Zhang Guifan smiled warmly. Oh, little sister, you really shouldn't have brought anything home. Little sister, little brother-in-law, have you had dinner yet? If not, I will go prepare something for you. Huaihua, hurry and tidy up your room so your parents can rest. Ling Huaiyu twisted her fingers. Aunt, I slept in the chicken coop. That place is too small for my parents to stretch out. Ling Wenhai's expression darkened immediately, no matter the circumstances. Ling Huaiyu was still his daughter. They had sent her to the countryside because they could not manage with so many children at home. Yet, they had still provided money to her uncle every year. How could she end up sleeping in a chicken coop? If this got out, it would be a disgrace to him as the department head. Zhang Guifan stiffened and laughed awkwardly. Child, what nonsense are you talking? Haven't you always shared a room with your little cousin? Never mind, since when Bing is not here, you can tidy up your uncle's room for your parents to sleep in. Little Chui, Go help Huaihua tidy up. Zhao Xiaozue clung to Zhao Xihua, pretending not to hear. Second aunt, I heard the provincial capital is vast and prosperous. People there eat refined flour every day and wear the finest fabrics. Is it true that elderly ladies dance in the parks? I envy Red Army Brother and Jiao Jiao, who grew up in the city. I have yet to see what a city looks like. She could no longer remain in the countryside. In recent days, she realized that the third donkey was a ruthless character who would exploit her without hesitation. If this continued, something terrible would surely happen. She had to go to the city. Why could her cousins live in the city while she could not? Zhao Xiuhua understood her niece's thoughts well. Seeing her envious expression, she casually remarked, if you do not go to school, come stay with me in the city for a few days. Zhao Xiaozue's heart soared. Second aunt, really? Can I? Yes. Zhao Xiuhua replied with a smile. You think I, as your aunt, would deceive you? Old lady Zhao saw Zhao Xiaozue clinging to Zhao Xiuhua, preventing her from voicing her grievances, and waved her hand. You go outside. I need to talk with your aunt. Before she could speak, Zhao Xiuhua stood up. I think I hear Wenchang coming. Mother, it is late. You should rest while I greet him. The stench of excrement and urine filled the room, making her feel as though she might suffocate. She had endured long enough. If she remained any longer, she would surely vomit. Xiuhua, don't go. Mother has more to say. Old lady Zhao was frantic, but she could only watch her daughter step out the door. Desperate, she wished she could get out of bed and chase after Zhao Xiuhua, only to realize her waist and legs ached severely. Grandmother, why isn't my mother talking to you anymore? Ling Huaiyu entered at some point, crossing her arms and gazing down at her. Aging truly is pitiful. Outside, a lively crowd surrounds Zhao Xiuhua, yet no one remembers that there lies an old mother in bed, unable to rise. Old lady Zhao's fingers trembled. Do not gloat. Your parents have returned, and your days of ease are coming to an end. Ling Huaiyu bent down and whispered, You are mistaken. My good days are just beginning. They have come to take me back to the city, while you, my dear grandmother, will be left to suffer. Old lady Zhao's legs would never recover. How patient Zhao Wenjin could be, Ling Huaiyu did not know, but Zhang Guifan would certainly create a scene with her mother-in-law. Zhao Xiuhua engaged in small talk for quite some time, intending to return to her room to sleep, only to realize that there was no place for her to rest. Huaihua, have you not tidied up for your mother? Chapter 23. The daughter is too petty. Ling Huaiyu timidly replied, The bedding and sheets are in aunt's room. She didn't say anything, and I didn't dare to move. Ling Wenhai, observing his daughter's shameful demeanor, felt a surge of anger. He frowned and said, Huaihua, you are already 18. This family does not lack for your food and drink. Where did you learn this timid and petty behavior? Before you were sent back to the countryside, you were a sunny girl, excelling in studies and filled with talents, beloved by all. How did you suddenly become so unpresentable? If others knew you were my daughter, it would be utterly humiliating. Ling Huaiyu grew increasingly anxious at his words, standing there like a criminal awaiting interrogation, unsure of her wrongdoing. Zhao Xiuhua tugged at her husband. All right, we just got back. Why say such things? Huaihua, go find your aunt and bring back a couple of quilts. Ling Huaiyu stood frozen, on the verge of tears. Ling Wenhai was filled with resentment towards his brother-in-law and sister-in-law. They received 200 yuan a year, but those rural folk could hardly save 100 in a year. Was this how they treated his daughter? Aunt, uncle, I will tidy up for you. Zhao Xiaozue, clutching a quilt, squeezed past Ling Huaiyu to organize the room. Ling Huaiyu glanced at her parents, then at Zhao Xiaozue, her eyes glistening with tears, yet she said nothing and silently headed towards the chicken coop. Ling Wenhai stepped forward, and in the dim light, he caught sight of a small space partitioned off in the chicken coop, nearly causing his temper to flare. You're sleeping here? He exclaimed in a low, furious voice. Ling Huaiyu trembled with fear, tears brimming her eyes as she said, It's not that. There used to be a cow shed to stay in, but then my uncle saw a woman in red there, and I was scared, so I didn't dare anymore. Dad, please don't get angry. If you and Mom leave, I will be beaten. She shivered, lowering her voice as she pleaded, glancing around nervously, afraid someone might overhear. Ling Wenhai had worked in the police for many years, although he held a clerical position. He had heard numerous cases of rural girls being mistreated. In the past, he had brushed off such tales with a laugh, believing there were many unfortunate souls in the world, too many to pity. But now, seeing his own daughter treated in such a manner, how could he not be enraged? Zhang Guifan, passing by, sensed the situation was dire and quickly pulled Ling Huaiyu aside. Child, it's just a few playful words with your sister. You're not really upset, are you? All right, it's your sister's fault. As your aunt, I apologize on her behalf. Please, don't go into the chicken coop. Just go back to sleep in the house, all right? Ling Wenhai's expression darkened again. Just because a couple of girls are at odds. You're treating her this way? Ling Huaiyu wiped her tears in silence, looking at Zhao Xiaocui, who was chatting intimately with Zhao Xiuhua. Sister, can I sleep in your room? Of course not. Zhao Xiaocui began, but met Zhang Guifen's fierce glare and had to swallow the rest of her words. Who said you can't sleep? Ling Huaiyu smiled through her tears, her face full of gratitude. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Aunt. Thank you, Sister Xiaocui. I'm going to sleep now. Ling Wenhai was momentarily at a loss, unable to discern who was lying, for the child's grateful expression seemed genuine, while Zhao Xiaocui's face was anything but pleasant. Ling Huaiyu headed straight to her room to sleep. Ling Wenhai shook his head, intending to discuss their daughter's situation with his wife, only to hear Zhao Xiaocui shouting angrily, "You are not allowed to use my quilt. You are not allowed to sleep in my bed. What are you doing? I told you to go back to the chicken coop, smelling like chicken droppings. Who would want to sleep with you?" Incensed, Ling Wenhai prepared to confront them, realizing he hadn't been mistaken. This family truly made his daughter sleep in the chicken coop. Inside, Ling Huaiyu shut the door firmly, slapped Zhao Xiaocui across the face, and then kicked her in the abdomen. You can sleep or not, but I'm going to sleep. Zhao Xiaocui clutched her face, unable to believe Ling Huaiyu had dared to hit her. How could she? How dare she? Ling Huaiyu lay on the bed. If you had any sense, you would know that my parents are my real parents. If we return to the city and I'm not around, won't you be bullied by Ling Yujiao? Zhao Xiaocui recalled how a few years prior, her aunt brought Ling Yujiao back, and she had strutted around like a proud rooster, which had been quite unbearable. So what? Just because Ling Yujiao looks down on me doesn't mean she will treat you any better. If my aunt and uncle truly cared for you, they wouldn't have abandoned you in the countryside for so many years. Ling Huaiyu shot her a disdainful glance. You don't understand anything. Those from the city value their reputation above all else. They didn't want me to suffer in the countryside. It was all a show for the Chun family. They want the Chun family to see that they treat Ling Yujiao and her brother better than their own daughter, making it impossible for the Chun family to compete for grandchildren, thereby preserving their own good name. Zhao Xiaocui rose. Get down from there. This is my bed. Don't think that just because your parents are here, I won't dare to hit you. Ling Huaiyu scoffed. You really wouldn't dare. Didn't you see how your mother behaves in front of mine? Like a servant, afraid that my parents might be displeased and not take you to the city? I suggest you hold back. Don't make a fool of yourself and incur my father's dislike for your family. Zhao Xiaocui was not a child and understood the gravity of the situation. She suppressed her anger, reminding herself to let Ling Huaiyu off for now. Once she was in the city, she would have her mother deal with Ling Huaiyu harshly, just as she settled onto the edge of the bed. Ling Huaiyu kicked her far away. Sorry, cousin, I'm a restless sleeper. Don't blame me if I kick you later. You might as well sleep in another room. You. Zhao Xiaocui intended to confront her again, but heard Zhang Guifan knock on the window. Xiaocui, it's almost dawn. Hurry up and go to sleep. Zhao Xiaocui bit her lip, refraining from further conflict with Ling Huaiyu. In Zhao Wenbing's room, Zhao Xiuhua cast a disdainful glance, thinking the entire family was as useless as mud that could not be molded. Despite giving 200 yuan each year, there was no sign of improvement in their living conditions. Life remained frustratingly difficult. Ling Wenhai shared her sentiments, lamenting that after so many years, the walls were still made of dirt, and the ground was still uneven. Even the tidied bedding felt unclean. His mother-in-law was too preoccupied with her own family's troubles, while his brother-in-law was utterly incompetent. With 2 dependents, how could they still be living like this? Had it not been for Professor Huang's introduction, he would never have considered marrying a rural girl like Zhao Xiuhua. Xiuhua, don't you think Huaihua's temperament has changed too much from before? Ling Wenhai said, resting his hands behind his head as he spoke about their daughter. Chapter 24. Ling Huaiyu has too much work to do. Zhao Xiuhua, unable to sleep, felt as if insects were crawling on her bed. She was contemplating visiting the local police station tomorrow to retrieve Zhao Wenbing. In her mind, she believed that Zhao Wenbing was someone she would never want to help. However, as a teacher in the city, married to a police officer, if she couldn't manage such a small matter, she would lose face not only in front of her family, but also in the village. There was no other choice. They had several children at home to care for, and Xiaohua had sacrificed her life to save her, leaving behind 2 children. As their aunt, she could not simply ignore them. It was also true that Huaihua was disappointing, although she had been sent to the countryside, with the household responsibility system in place. No family lacked food. Her elder brother was honest and kind, and he wouldn't mistreat her. Logically, life should have been tolerable. The old home was beautiful, no worse than the city. With such good conditions, why did she seem to resent them? Alas, she thought that her parents lived well in the city, unaware of the hardships they faced. How could this child grow up without understanding the need for empathy? Ling Huaiyu shared the same sentiment. His and his wife's combined monthly salary was less than 300 yuan, barely sufficient to support 3 children while also providing for the elderly. Allocating 200 yuan annually for Ling Huaiyu was already a significant burden. How could the child blame her parents? He thought of his sister-in-law, Chun Hongjun, who was 22 and still endlessly repeating her studies, approaching the age of marriage where dowries and wedding expenses would inevitably demand funds. Then there was his niece Ling Huaiyu, who had repeated her studies for 2 years without securing a place in a college. His wife believed that, unlike boys, girls had no physical strength and were capable of anything. Hence, she must attend university. The uncertainty loomed over whether the siblings would pass their exams this year. If not, would they face another year of repetition? And the youngest son, born to him in his later years, was cherished like a precious gem. At just 9 years old, the demands of raising children had drastically changed. Now it required various skills. Chess, table tennis, calligraphy, and piano lessons all needed to be arranged. Ling Huaiyu himself had remained in the same position for 5 years, at just over 40. He could not resign himself to being merely a junior department head for the entirety of his life. His thoughts swirled chaotically, preventing him from sleeping. Drowsily, he overheard voices outside. Hua, while it's still dark, hurry and gather some pig fodder, and bring back some straw from the edge of the field. Remember to drive the ducks to the wheat field. See if you can pick up some wheat ears. He then heard his daughter's soft voice. Aunt, I still need to cook. Should I send Xiao Chui to drive the ducks? Zhang Guifan replied curtly. I asked you to do some work. Why all the nonsense? Hurry up and bring back the pig fodder before cooking. Ling Huaiyu asked again. Aunt, how should I prepare breakfast? Should I make sauerkraut porridge with dumplings, or? After a long silence, Zhang Guifan responded irritably. Today, no dumplings. Just add more rice and make it thicker. Ling Huaiyu inquired. Should I mix in some cornmeal? Zhang Guifan raised her voice. Why do you have to ask everything? ISNT at you who has always cooked? Do you really need to ask about this? Really? You only brought back 2 cans of malt extract. Do you expect her to slaughter chickens and ducks and serve lavish meals? Zhang Guifan showed no inclination to treat Ling Huaiyu with any courtesy simply because her sister and brother-in-law had returned. After all, her sister, the girl's own mother, had never cared for Ling Huaiyu. Why would she expect any sympathy from her aunt? She would be treated as usual, and soon enough, her sister and brother-in-law would leave. Ling Huaiyu could no longer tolerate it. He kicked Zhao Xiaohua. Let me sleep a little longer. Zhao Xiaohua muttered a few words, turned over, and fell back asleep. After traveling all night, how could she not be exhausted? Unable to rouse his wife, Ling Huaiyu got up himself. Finding no sign of his daughter, he encountered Wang Fong carrying a hoe and asked, Xiao Fong, where has Huaihua gone? Wang Fong, with disheveled hair and sleepy eyes, pointed toward the field behind the house. There, she is gathering straw. Just as Ling Huaiyu was about to head to the field to find Ling Huaiyu, he turned back and asked Wang Fong, what about Xiao Chui? At this moment, Wang Fong was wide awake and looked at Ling Huaiyu as if he were joking. Uncle, are you kidding? Xiao Chui sleeps until the sun is high in the sky. She knew her in-laws intended to send Zhao Xiaocui to the city. Why would that be fair? Everyone went to the city while leaving her with all the chores. Did they want to wear her out? Ling Huaiyu's expression darkened as he walked into the misty morning towards the field, where he saw Ling Huaiyu struggling to lift a mound of straw, appearing like a small mountain on her back. She was too petite to carry such a load, and despite her efforts, she couldn't rise. Ling Huaiyu rushed over Huaihua. Step aside, let Dad carry it. Ling Huaiyu looked at him gratefully, her eyes brimming with tears. Daddy, you don't have to. It's too heavy. You can't handle it. Ling Huaiyu thought to himself, if his daughter could carry it, what could possibly stop him? Yet, as soon as he attempted to lift it, he felt embarrassed. It was incredibly heavy. Ling Huaiyu's eyes flickered with mockery. Dad, let me handle it. I'm used to it. You just need to help me steady it. With Ling Huai's assistance, Ling Huaiyu shakily lifted the straw, leaning on a stick to stand up, swaying as she made her way home. Ling Huai followed closely behind, noticing that her blue pants, patched countless times and faded from washing, were mostly damp from the morning dew. His throat tightened. Huaihua, do you do this every day? Ling Huaiyu, panting, replied nonchalantly, Dad, what is the big deal? Who in the countryside doesn't tea work? It's hard enough for uncle and aunt to raise a few kids, adding another mouth to feed. How could I not help out? Ling Huai felt a pang of sorrow, recalling how Ling Yujiao and her siblings did nothing at home, and when meals weren't to their taste, they would spend money eating out, let alone doing any chores. Looking at his own daughter, he pondered what kind of life they were leading. For the first time, Ling Huai felt dissatisfied with his wife for leaving their daughter in the countryside out of obligation. But we send money to your uncle every year. Ling Huaiyu explained, Dad, it's not easy for the folks in the countryside. Earning money isn't as convenient as in the city. 200 yuan is a lot, but Grandma is old, and her medical expenses are rising. Dad, be careful walking. Don't get your shoes wet. As they spoke, they arrived at the courtyard, only to hear Zhao Xiao's furious shout. Ling Huaiyu, how have I taught you? How dare you disrespect the elderly and even hit your grandmother behind her back? Has her conscience been eaten by dogs? Ling Huaiyu, timid by nature, trembled at the shout, losing her balance and collapsing in the yard, pinned down by the heavy straw. Seeing his daughter in such a pitiful state ignited Ling Huai's anger. Zhao Xiaohua, are you blind? How could such an honest child do something so disrespectful? Zhao Xiaohua, incensed by Ling Huai's defense of Ling Huaiyu, retorted, She wouldn't dare? Look at her pretending to be so obedient and diligent. Who knows how lazy she is behind closed doors? My mother is old. Would she falsely accuse her? Passing by, Aunt Xiaoyan couldn't help but interject, Xiaohua, your Huaihua is not a lazy girl. If you don't believe it, ask around the village. She carries water, farms, tends to livestock, and cooks for the entire family. If anyone is lazy, it's certainly isn't Huaihua. She is a wonderful child. A man behind her pushed her gently. Stop talking so much. Mind your own business. Xiaohua, your sister-in-law is just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Ling Huai felt an increasing sense of guilt as he listened to Aunt Xiaoyan's words. He helped Ling Huaiyu remove the straps of the load so she could stand. Grandma Zhao, bracing against her cane, emerged from the house. Huai, take this girl away. Our Zhao family cannot afford her. She is quite fierce, pinching and hitting me, and doesn't let me sleep at night. In my lifetime, I've never seen a younger generation so heartless. Zhao Xiaohua maintained a stern expression. Ling Huaihua, is what your grandmother says true? Ling Huai turned his gaze toward Ling Huaiyu and asked, Huaiyu, tell me truthfully, have you ever bullied the elderly? Ling Huaiyu knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, remaining silent. Zhao Xiaocui, roused by the commotion, emerged with sleepy eyes. Upon hearing the accusation, she quickly exclaimed, Yes, yes. She hit me last night and wouldn't let me sleep in bed. Second aunt, uncle, it's perfect that you are here. You must teach this wretched girl a lesson. She's become so audacious. Ling Huai, upon hearing Zhao Xiaocui's words, could not help but glance at her, his expression a mixture of complexity. He distinctly remembered Zhao Xiaocui preventing Ling Huaiyu from sleeping in bed the night before. How had the narrative shifted to Ling Huaiyu bullying Zhao Xiaocui? The dilapidated cotton in the chicken coop clearly indicated that someone had been sleeping there for a long time. His daughter, who had always been the one to suffer, was now being portrayed as the aggressor. Unable to contain his frustration, he demanded, Huaiyu, in front of your father and mother, tell the truth. Did you do those things? Deep down, he was reluctant to believe that Ling Huaiyu would commit such acts, for in his memories, she had always been a sensible and well-behaved girl. Suddenly, Ling Huaiyu sprang to her feet and rushed into the main room, emerging with a bottle of pesticide. Yes, it was all me. I am lazy and unfilial, greedy and deserving of death. Mother, I just want to ask one question. What have I done wrong all these years that led you to abandon me in the countryside for 8 long years? You all live in harmony, but have you ever thought of me living alone in the village? If I am to die, why not just throw me at a train station or into a creek? Who would care about my fate? Why keep me around to suffer? Living a life worse than that of a ghost, being looked down upon in the Zhao family? These were the words she had longed to voice in her previous life, but had never had a chance. This time, She would speak out and refuse to be despised as she had been in her past existence. Ling Huaiyu was taken aback by Ling Huaiyu's outburst. "Huaiyu, what are you doing? Put that bottle down." Zhao Xiuhua, however, pointed at Ling Huaiyu and began to berate her. "You drink it. Go ahead and drink it. After years apart, you've really grown bold, threatening your elders with death. I gave you life and raised you. Am I in debt to you? Let me tell you, I've seen plenty of such tricks. You want to scare me? Not a chance. Drink it. I want to see how you plan to die. If you dare to die, I will ensure you have a proper funeral." Ling Huaiyu, holding the pesticide bottle, suddenly burst into tears of laughter. "You are not my mother. You cannot be my real mother. A real mother would never treat her daughter this way, would never abandon her for nearly 10 years, only to demand her death upon reunion." She knelt heavily on the ground, bowing her head multiple times. "Father, mother, you gave me life, and I came into this world bearing sin. But after these years in the Zhao household, I have paid my dues." She rolled up her sleeves to reveal the scars and bruises on her arms and legs. "If these are not enough to settle the score, then upon my death, you can scatter my ashes." With that, she twisted the cap and prepared to pour the poison into her mouth. "Put it down." Suddenly, someone leaped from behind her, knocking the bottle from her hand, the acrid stench of the pesticide filling the air. Zhao Tiankai shouted for water to wash her mouth out. Zhao Wencheng and Zhao Wenjin also rushed over to help Ling Huaiyu drink water. Zhao Xiuhua continued to curse. "Big brother, let her go. She's only putting on a show. If she truly wanted to die, she would have found a secluded place to do it, not wave around a bottle like this." Zhao Dan, who had just arrived, could no longer contain her frustration. "Xiaolu is right. You are not her real mother. No real mother would treat her daughter this way. You are even worse than a stepmother, who at least pretends to care." Zhao Dan was furious, lamenting how sweet and obedient Xiaolu was. At that moment, several elders from the village, gathered for breakfast, approached. One elder spoke up. "Xiuhua, you've really changed. Everyone in the village knows that Huaiyu is diligent and sensible. How could you treat your own daughter like this? Yes, if anyone is lazy or unfilial, it cannot be Huaiyu. While you were hospitalized for a few days, she was the one taking care of you." Chapter 26. The elderly Zhao was wronged. It seems that Huaiyu's origins might be questionable. Otherwise, Zhao Xiuhua would not have abandoned her daughter for a son. Perhaps she is not even Ling's daughter. How could her biological parents act in such a manner? Besides, the Chen family's 2 children were raised in the Ling household. Who would believe they could neglect their own daughter? Zhao Xiuhua was a well-known figure in the village, and upon her return, many gathered to witness the spectacle. Ling Wenhai felt a surge of embarrassment as the crowd murmured their opinions. He could not comprehend how his wife had become so entranced as to treat their daughter this way, especially when she had once cherished her deeply. Zhao Wenjin was equally perplexed. "Xiuhua, why are you forcing Huaiyu?" Zhao Xiuhua, feeling the weight of the crowd's eyes, became defensive. "My mother said Huaiyu hit her. Should I not trust my own mother?" Zhao Wenjin was exasperated, almost driven to madness by the elderly woman's antics. "Mother, speak with some conscience. Huaiyu is such an honest child. How could she possibly hit you or neglect you? If you were truly being beaten or starved, would you have such a good complexion?" The elderly Zhao, equally furious, swore, "She really did hit me. She even pinched my legs and neck. If you don't believe me, look." Zhao Wencheng's wife leaned in for a closer look and shook her head. "Xiuhua, I don't see any signs of being hit on your mother. Take a look for yourself." Zhao Xiuhua quickly pulled down the elderly woman's collar and lifted her pant leg. The skin was loose but relatively clean, with no signs of being pinched. The straightforward Zhao Dan pulled up Ling Huaiyu's arm. "Aunt, take a good look at what real signs of being beaten look like." The villagers, witnessing the distressing old scars on Ling Huaiyu's body, exchanged glances filled with complexity towards the Zhao family. They were all too aware of the hardships Ling Huaiyu had endured in the Zhao household. How could the elderly woman lie so shamelessly about such an honest child? Zhao Wenjin averted his gaze, fully aware that Ling Huaiyu had been mistreated. Yet what could be done? With such a large family, there were always tangled disputes. He was too exhausted to concern himself with mediating their conflicts. The elderly Zhao, seething with rage, stomped her cane, wishing to confront Ling Huaiyu. "That wretched girl truly laid hands on me. I don't know how she managed to do it without leaving a mark. You wretched girl, dare to admit it. Did you lay a hand on me?" Ling Huaiyu, with a forlorn expression, looked at Ling Wenhai and Zhao Xiuhua. "Father, mother, I am a person with no support in life and no one to care for me in death. If anything goes missing in the Zhao household, it must be my doing. If Jinbao gets hurt, it is surely because I did not watch over the child. If the chickens and ducks run away, it must be my negligence. There are countless things I've failed to do. What's one more? If you believe I hit the elderly, then I admit it. I did. I almost killed my grandmother. Mother, is that enough to satisfy you? Father, you are in charge of this matter. You can take me to the police station. I suspect that even prison would be more comfortable than this life. At least I wouldn't have to eat pig food and suffer beatings and scoldings daily. She collapsed onto the ground, a mere girl of just over a decade, enveloped in an aura of despair, resembling a forsaken elderly soul. Eating pig food? Ling Huai유's expression darkened. He provided Zhao's family with 200 yuan a year, and Ling Huaiyu was reduced to eating pig food? Zhao Xiuhua's face turned grim. You speak nonsense. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Cui interrupted. Ling Huaiyu, do not wrongfully accuse us. You yourself said you liked eating pig food, enjoyed gnawing on sweet potatoes, and felt ill after eating noodles. You clearly wanted to eat pig food. How can you blame us for not feeding you? Ling Huaiyu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart as he staggered over to Ling Huaiyu and crouched down. Huaihua, tell Daddy, did you really eat pig food at the Zhao family? After a long morning of labor in the fields, Zhang Guifan returned home to find the courtyard filled with people. Upon hearing Ling Huai유's question, her pent-up anger erupted. So what if she ate pig food? At least the Zhao family provided her with a meal, allowing her to survive. You two have neglected her, tossing her into my care for nearly a decade. And now you dare to complain about the food? If it's so bad, why not take her back? You speak so eloquently, yet do nothing, merely looking down from your lofty perch to criticize others. Does the Zhao family owe the Ling family something? Or has your family ceased to exist, unable to support a single girl, forcing her into the Zhao household? These words have been bottled up inside her for many years. With her sister deceased and her 2 children taken to the city, her second brother, Zhao Wengui's family, had also become city dwellers with the help of her sister. The 5th brother, Zhao Wenbing, was nothing but a glutton, lazy, and useless, bringing only frustration to the household. She herself had 4 children. The second was unmarried and the 4th still in school. For years, her family had been responsible for caring for the elderly and tending to the fields. Hadn't she suffered enough? Ling Huaiyu was equally filled with resentment. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? You may be raising Huaihua, but we have given you 200 yuan every year, haven't we? Even if we disregard the 200 from 7 or 8 years ago, that is still a considerable sum today. After receiving such money, treating my daughter like a beast of burden and feeding her pig food, what manner of behavior is this? If others learned that my daughter was reduced to eating pig food, what face would I have left? Zhang Guifan's fury intensified upon hearing the mention of the 200 yuan. Ignoring her husband's attempts to intervene, she pointed an accusatory finger at old lady Zhao, exclaiming, 200 yuan? Ask her, this old woman, if over the years she has ever contributed even 20 yuan to her family. Sister, you are so clever, showing filial piety to the elderly while caring for your birth family, reaping all the benefits, yet we are the ones left to raise the children for so many years. When the daughter marries and brings a bride price, will I, as the maternal uncle, receive even a penny? Zhao Xiuhua looked at her mother. Mom, I give you money every year and honor you during holidays. How can you hoard the money and not let my brother and sister-in-law use it? Old lady Zhao wiped her tears, clutching her waist, the second one. Wenbing hasn't married yet, and at my age, if I don't save some money for him, who will he rely on in the future? The villagers were momentarily at a loss for words. Old lady Zhao's actions seemed excessively selfish. Zhang Guifan firmly disagreed. Old lady, have some shame. Is it for Zhao Wenbing that you are saving money? Over the years, the money given by my sister and Wengui isn't just a few thousand. It's at least 3,000 or 4,000, right? Today, in front of my sister, show us the money you have saved. Old lady Zhao continued to wipe her tears. Why are you asking me for money? At my age, that money. Chapter 27. You must rescue my son, my money. Last time when the house collapsed, it was all stolen. Stolen? Zhang Guifan scoffed. Just the other day, your nephew came over quietly and left with quite a few things. Now you're claiming the money was stolen? Old lady Zhao's words were indeed muddled. Her money had been stolen, but she had also given some to her nephew. However, given her family's dire straits, shouldn't she, as an aunt, lend a helping hand? Ling Huaiyu finally understood. All the household funds have been secretly funneled to her family. No wonder Zhao Xiuhua was so adamant about sending Ling Huaiyu back to the Zhao family instead of the Ling family, insisting that her biological mother would care for her. It appeared that under the guise of caring for his daughter, she was actually supporting her family. All these years, not a single cent had been spent on her daughter, not even benefiting her brother-in-law and sister-in-law. It was no wonder there was so much resentment. Ling Wenhai helped Ling Huaiyu to her feet. Elder brother, elder sister, you have raised Huaihua for many years. I, Ling Wenhai, owe you a debt of gratitude. From now on, I shall repay this favor. Huaihua is my daughter, and today I will take her away. You need not worry about her any longer. No, old lady Zhao exclaimed urgently, son-in-law. You cannot only care for that girl and ignore Wenbing. Whether she returns to the city or not, it doesn't matter. A day or two is inconsequential after all these years. Wenhai, you are an official in the provincial city. Surely the villagers fear you. First, go and rescue Wenbing. Ling Wenhai couldn't help but laugh in anger. It was his first time realizing how thick-skinned his mother-in-law was. You have a son and a daughter. Do you need me to intervene? Zhao Xiuhua insisted. You are family. Wenbing is young and foolish, wronged and suffering. How can you, as the brother-in-law, not help? Ling Wenhai found it increasingly difficult to understand his wife's perspective. In her youth, she would have never involved herself in such matters, likely praising the arrest. Now, however, she expected him to leverage his position to bail out Zhao Wenbing. A good-for-nothing? Zhao Wenjin chimed in. Wenhai, please do us this favor, as the brother-in-law. You cannot just stand by and let Wenbing languish in jail. Zhao Wenchong puffed on a cigarette. Yes, Wenhai, Wenbing may have been unruly in the past, but he will surely learn his lesson this time and will not misbehave again. In the same team, sharing the surname Zhao, if one were to act as a rogue, it would be quite embarrassing for future matchmaking. Ling Wenhai found himself in a compromising position, forced to acquiesce to the situation. Wayflower, let us depart, he called. Father, wait a moment, I need to gather my clothes. Ling Hailv exclaimed as she hurriedly entered the chicken coop, emerging with several patched garments of indeterminate color. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. In recent years, as families prospered under the household contract system, it had become customary to provide new clothes for children during the new year. None of Ling Hailv's clothes appeared to be made for her. They were all hand-me-downs from family members. Ling Wenhai's face darkened as he seized the clothes from her hands and hurled them into the nearby biogas pit. Ling Hailv, distressed, protested, Father, what are you doing? These are my only clothes. Her expression of sorrow tugged at Ling Wenhai's paternal heartstrings. Do not worry, my dear. Once we reach the city, I shall buy you new ones. He reassured her. Ling Hailv stomped her foot in frustration. Father, how can you do this? We must be frugal. With so many mouths to feed and only you and mother earning. If I spend less, it would ease your burdens, wouldn't it? Ling Wenhai felt tears welling up. Indeed, she was still his obedient and sensible daughter. Reflecting on the fact that Ling Yujiao's discarded clothes were far superior to those of Ling Hailv, he was engulfed by feelings of inadequacy as a father. Upon hearing that Ling Wenhai intended to buy clothes for Ling Hailv, Zhao Xiaocui also decided against bringing her own garments. Zhao Xiuhua's face darkened as she passed Ling Hailv, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You think this makes you a good person? You've turned your family into a laughingstock for the entire village, and you're pleased with yourself? Ling Hailv lowered her head, feeling as timid as a quail. Upon arriving at the township, Ling Wenhai handed Ling Hailv 50 yuan for a clothing purchase before heading to the police station with Zhao Xiuhua. No sooner had he left than Zhao Xiaocui approached Ling Hailv, demanding, hand over the money. Ling Hailv dismissed her entirely, turning towards the center of the street. Zhao Xiaocui pursued her to the back street, blocking her path. Ling Yujiao despises you. If you don't give me the money, I want to protect you from her bullying in the future. Ling Hailv stuffed the money into her pocket, retorting, Zhao Xiaocui, I now have parents. Don't forget, I just pleaded with my father to take you along. If he sees your true colors, he certainly won't take you to the city. Zhao Xiaocui panicked, glancing around to ensure they were alone behind the oil mill. Smirking, she said, well, no one is around now, and your father isn't here. What makes you think you're so powerful? Hand over the money. Ling Hailv chuckled, suddenly yanking her hair and forcefully striking her abdomen with her knee, leaving Zhao Xiaocui unable to rise. You just said it. There's no one to see us, yet you still dare to act so brazenly. She pressed Zhao Xiaocui's head down, threatening to plunge it into the seed grinding machine. Zhao Xiaocui, before we even reach the city, You're already scheming to ingratiate yourself with Ling Huaiyu to harm me. Do you think I'll be bullied at home, having parents? You think I'll still be bullied once I return to my own home? And as for you, being bullied by Zhao Wenbing and San Luer, even Lao Wang doesn't spare you. If my parents knew you were such a promiscuous wretch, would they still take you to the city? Without that, are you planning to bear Lao Wang as child? Goodness, if my uncle finds out, will he not kill you? The pain from her head colliding with the machine was nothing compared to the dread swelling in Zhao Xiaocui's heart. Ling Huaiyu, you're lying? I didn't. Ling Huaiyu released her, leaning closer to whisper, Zhao Xiaocui, if I were you, I would learn to keep my head down and align myself with me, rather than seeking favor with Ling Huaiyu. You know her temperament. If she discovers your sordid affairs, fearing they might tarnish her reputation, what do you think she would do? Of course, if your thick skull can't comprehend this, and you insist on being Ling Huaiju's lapdog, then I shall ensure to exact my revenge first. Zhao Xiaocui sank to the ground, unable to hold back her sobs. She had thought escaping the village would shield her from matter, only to find herself ensnared by Ling Huaiyu again. Suddenly a thought struck her. Ling Huaiyu, on the day we watched the film in the woods, actually, you. Indeed, I was always there. Ling Huaiyu interjected without hesitation. Zhao Xiaocui, you accepted money to conspire against me. Should you face such retribution? Zhao Xiaocui clenched her fists, her eyes darkening. You were there all along, watching as I was bullied. Ling Huaiyu, we grew up together as sisters. How could you be so heartless? The realization that Ling Huaiyu could have spared her from such misfortunes, yet chose to ignore her plight, filled her with a desire to consume Ling Huaiyu in fury. Ling Huaiyu met her gaze, enunciating each word. Zhao Xiaocui, you took 10 yuan from Zhao Wenbing to deceive me. Just for 10 yuan, you could heartlessly ruin my entire life, and you still dare to speak of sisterly affection? Huh, you have no shame. Zhao Xiaocui was forced to retreat a couple of steps, asking her final question that night. Why couldn't I move? Ling Huaiju's expression turned grave. Because I made a pact with the woman in red, sacrificing my spirit. I shall live but 30 years, and my remaining years will belong to her. Therefore, whatever I do, she will assist me. Otherwise, do you think Zhao Wenbing would have encountered her? Zhao Xiaocui could not suppress a scream, turning to flee, only to be seized by Ling Huaiyu. Trying to escape? Planning to tell my parents? You think they would believe such nonsense? Zhao Xiaocui, listen well from now on. Be my devoted servant to the woman in red, or I shall let her claim your body. The typically brazen Zhao Xiaocui was genuinely terrified now. She knelt before Ling Huaiyu, trembling. Hua Flower, spare me. It was my uncle and brother who wanted to harm you. I never meant to hurt you. Ling Huaiyu reveled in her fear, realizing the power of the named woman in red. Around 1 o'clock, Ling Wenhai and Zhao Xiuhua returned from the police station. Upon seeing Ling Huaiyu in a blue floral shirt and blue work pants, her feet adorned with frayed cloth shoes, and then glancing at Zhao Xiaocui, whose formerly long hair was now styled into 2 braids tied with silk ribbons, dressed in a green gown and wearing heeled plastic sandals. He discerned that she had likely received the funds for her attire from Ling Huaiyu. Despite the Zhao family's treatment of her, Ling Huaiju's kindness toward Zhao Xiaocui revealed her pure nature. Ling Wenhai frowned at Ling Huaiyu. Why didn't you buy yourself a new pair of shoes? Ling Huaiyu smiled bashfully. These shoes are still in good condition. Once we're home, I'll mend them. They should last me another couple of months, and it would be a shame to waste them. Zhao Xiuhua scoffed. I refuse to believe your uncle and Aunt Wu Ti provide you with shoes. Unperturbed by her mother's mockery, Ling Huaiyu replied, I don't need my aunt to make them. I can make them myself. Zhao Xiaocui chimed in, indeed. Hua Flower makes shoes excellently. Second aunt, you should have her make you a pair, and you'll see. After giving Zhao Xiaocui a thorough scolding and using the woman in red to frighten her, Ling Huaiyu took her shopping for clothes, allowing her to choose what she liked. For reasons unknown, Zhao Xiaocui suddenly found herself less annoyed with Ling Huaiyu. Perhaps Ling Huaiyu was right. Ling Huaiju's temperament was not something she could provoke. Yet Ling Huaiyu was, after all, the biological daughter of Ling Wenhai, and siding with her felt like the right choice. Zhao Xiuhua, feeling impatient, declared enough. We want to wear shoes made by you. They look so rustic. Everyone in the city wears leather shoes. Hurry up and eat. We're all starving. Having not been able to deal with Zhao Wenbing, her mood was decidedly poor. Zhao Wenbing's affairs have not been smooth. His entanglements are a veritable trifecta, thus rendering him a quintessential example. Ling Wenhai sought to curry favor with Wang Dabiao, attempting to leverage his position within the provincial bureau to secure Wang's assistance. However, Wang Dabiao, being rather slippery, demanded a letter of guarantee from Ling Wenhai before he would consider releasing anyone. Ling Wenhai, valuing his reputation, was unwilling to provide such leverage, resulting in a stalemate. Ling Hailv discreetly inquired of Ling Wenhai, "Father, what has become of Dr. Zhang, who entered with uncle?" Ling Wenhai, seething with anger, sternly reprimanded, "Why should you concern yourself with such matters, young lady?" Ling Hailv fidgeted with her fingers. "Dr. Zhang insisted on making me her godsister and promised to introduce me to officials in the county for job placement. Now that she is in this predicament, I cannot help but worry about my own prospects." Chapter 29. The harsh mother Ling Wenhai's countenance darkened. He had spent the morning at the police station, engaging in casual discourse with Wang Dabiao, and had garnered sufficient information about Zhang Yulian. This woman was more ruthless than any landowner of yore, leading naive rural girls to the city under the pretext of job placement, while in reality, she was exploiting them, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. It was evident that she was no healer, but rather a modern-day brothel keeper masquerading as a doctor. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Where did she take you?" Ling Hailv, sensing his ire, responded nervously, "She intended to take me to the county soon, claiming to have secured a position at the food station for me. Uncle brought me to her home for this very reason, but then she encountered trouble." Ling Wenhai exhaled deeply, relieved that Zhang Yulian's misfortune had spared his daughter from being led astray. He admonished her, "Do not trust everyone blindly. Opportunities are scarce, and if they truly existed, she would prioritize her own relatives." Zhao Xiahua chimed in, "How could you be so naive? A gynecologist who assists in childbirth claims to have a job for you, and you follow her? After all these years of education, it seems to have gone to waste. You are an adult now, yet you remain a source of worry." Ling Wenhai remained silent in response to his wife's tirade, acknowledging that Ling Hailv needed guidance. Sometimes, a girl's beauty could attract misfortune. As the meal was served, Ling Hailv stood to serve rice to her parents. Zhao Xiahua cast a sidelong glance. "Are we incapable of serving ourselves? You think you're the only one who can serve? If your father's colleagues see you acting like a servant, they will surely mock our lack of upbringing." Ling Hailv, feeling awkward, hesitantly set down the rice ladle and returned to her seat. Zhao Xiahua continued her scolding, "You are already serving. Can't you read the room? You've grown so big, but learned nothing about adaptability." Ling Hailv found herself caught in a dilemma, neither standing nor sitting, her eyes brimming with tears. I will wash my hands," she stammered before retreating to the backyard. Ling Wenhai addressed Zhao Xiahua. "We, as parents, have not instructed her adequately. She grew up in the countryside and lacks refinement. We must teach her gradually. Why berate her at the dinner table?" Zhao Xiahua, exasperated, slammed her chopsticks down. "Do you think I enjoy scolding her? She is my flesh and blood, born after 10 arduous months of pregnancy. Do I not want the best for her? Look at her. She is at the age for courtship and marriage, yet she knows nothing beyond farm work and livestock. What kind of good family can she hope to marry into? It is precisely because I am her mother that I feel compelled to speak up. If she were someone else's child, would I bother?" Zhao Xiaocui, engrossed in her meal, suddenly realized that her mother's scolding, though loud, was more affectionate than that of her second aunt. She pondered whether following her second aunt to the city had been the right choice. Ling Hailv emerged from the backyard, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried. Zhao Xiaocui mused. Perhaps the absence of the woman in red had caused her to revert to her former timid self. Zhao Xiahua struck Ling Hail's hand with her chopsticks. "What is the matter? Did a few words send you running to cry? As your mother, am I not allowed to speak to you? If you wish for me to stop caring for you, just say so. With several children at home, if you weren't my biological daughter, I wouldn't bother." In the back kitchen of the small restaurant, the proprietress whispered to a man, "Do you think they're truly related? Look at her expression. She could easily be mistaken for a stepdaughter." The man, engrossed in his cooking, replied without looking up, "You have too much time on your hands. Mind your own business and keep your voice down." After their meal, Ling Wenhai and his wife took Ling Hailv and Zhao Xiaocui to the police station. "You two stay put and don't wander off," Ling Wenhai instructed before entering to speak with Wang Dabiao. Zhao Xiaocui felt particularly anxious in such surroundings, afraid that her own indiscretions would lead to consequences similar to those faced by Zhao Wenbing. Ling Hailv noticed that Ling Wenhai was taking some time and slipped into a young man's office. Lu Go, it's me, Zilv. Do you remember me? Lu Ji's face flushed slightly. Of course I remember. You're from Dogwa's village. Lu Ji was a distant relative of Zhao Tiankai, and Ling Hailv had met him during a previous visit to the village. When she came to report her case, Lu Ji was the first person she sought out. Ling Hailv quietly asked Lu Ji, "What is the situation with Zhang Yulian?" Lu Ji glanced outside and whispered, "Our chief stated that given the strict crackdowns of the past few years, she would face imprisonment. However, if she has connections, there is a chance she could evade serious consequences and return to work at the hospital." Ling Hailv bit her lip after all the harm she has caused. She could simply walk free? Lu Ji also felt this was unjust. It's unfortunate. I heard that the county bureau contacted our chief. To put it bluntly, it's merely a case of moral decay. With changing times, if her husband does not pursue the matter, it will likely be swept under the rug. Ling Hailv understood the logic. What is her husband's current stance? Lu Ji's expression was complex. He is pleading with the chief to release her, claiming she is innocent and that this misfortune will strengthen their marriage. His mother was nearly beside herself, berating him for being spineless and threatening to sever ties. Ling Hailv was taken aback by her reaction. What a director ding. Lu Ji's expression turned disdainful. He has some connections as well, being a man. He won't press too hard, but it is likely she will lose her job. Ling Hailv believed that such a fate was deserved for Director Ding. It seemed Zhang Yulian had a protective umbrella that wished to avoid scandal, thus ensuring her release. It was not until the afternoon that Ling Wenhai emerged from the police station with Zhao Wenbing. Zhao Xiuhua scolded her brother. After this, "Please mind your behavior and refrain from causing trouble. If there is a next time, do not expect my assistance." Zhao Wenbing, downcast, caught sight of Ling Hailv and his eyes brightened instantly. "Hua, have you missed your uncle lately?" Ling Hailv instinctively hid behind Ling Wenhai, unable to confront Zhao Wenbing. Ling Wenhai's instincts flared. He sensed his daughter's avoidance and feared that this scoundrel had bullied her. Zhao Xiuhua scolded, "Have you lost your voice? Your uncle is greeting you." Chapter 30. Ling Wenhai's fury. Ling Wenhai, sensing his daughter's fear, snapped, "What greeting? The last bus is about to leave. We must hurry." Zhao Wenbing, noticing that they intended to take Ling Hailv away, interjected, "Sister, brother-in-law, why take Hua to the city? Your home is so small. It is already cramped with 3 children. How would she fit back there? To be frank, brother-in-law, it would be best not to take Huaihua back with you. Let her stay in the countryside. I will take good care of her." Early in the morning, Zhao Xiuhua was threatened by Ling Huaiyu with medicine, and at this moment, she found her quite displeasing. "Old Ling, Wenbing is right. Our house is small, and we simply cannot accommodate more people. Why not let Huaihua remain in the countryside?" Surprisingly, Ling Wenhai did not agree this time. "Cannot accommodate, you say? If that is the case, let Chun Hongjun return to the Chun family. I have been raising the children for so many years, neglecting my own daughter in the countryside. How can I justify that to the old Chun family?" Initially, Zhao Xiuhua had wished for Chun Hongjun to adopt the Ling surname, but both Ling Wenhai and the Chun family opposed it. While they had no objections to their granddaughter changing her surname, they saw no reason for their grandson to do the same, due to Zhao Xiuhua's life-saving grace. Ling Wenhai felt he had done enough for the Chun family over the years. Furthermore, he had other intentions for bringing Ling Huaiyu back, and he would not heed Zhao Xiuhua's words this time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiuhua's eyes reddened, as if she had transformed. "Old Ling, what are you saying? If it weren't for Xiuhua saving my life, I would have perished long ago. The old couple of the Chun family are biased. If I do not care for Hongjun, would that not be driving them to their doom?" Ling Wenhai had grown weary of hearing such remarks. "You may repay your kindness as you wish, but my daughter must return to the city. I cannot allow my daughter to live in a chicken coop and eat pig feed. It would tarnish my reputation." Indeed. Zhao Xiaoze hastily interjected, "Uncle, you must take Huaihua to the city. Otherwise, my grandmother will marry her off to the foolish son of a coal boss." At this moment, she deeply felt that she and Ling Huaiyu were in the same boat. If the family was too cramped for Ling Huaiyu to return, how could she herself enter the city? Zhao Wenbing glared at Zhao Xiaoze, attempting to persuade Ling Huaiyu to change her mind. "Huaihua, come back with me. I promise your grandmother won't make you work hard anymore, and you will enjoy good food and wear new clothes." Ling Huaiyu hid behind Ling Wenhai, clutching his clothing and crying out, "Stay away from me. I do not want to go back with you. You are a liar. You do not want me to live well. You want to use me to deceive old Wang into having a son for money. Her outcry stunned Zhao Wenbing and Zhao Xiaocui, who could not comprehend how she suddenly mentioned old Wang. Ling Wenhai's face darkened. Who is old Wang? What does having a son have to do with this? Ling Huaiyu pointed at Zhao Wenbing. He took 50 yuan from old Wang, intending for me to bear him a son, promising 500 yuan if I do. Father, I beg you, take me away. I would rather dig excrement and sweep the streets in the city than return to the countryside. My grandmother wants to use me as a bargaining chip for a bride price, and my uncle wants to sell me to an old bachelor. If you hadn't returned suddenly, I would have had no way to survive. Zhao Wenbing never expected Ling Huaiyu to twist the truth so. He had not even enjoyed the taste of the situation yet. How would he give old Wang anything? Ling Huaihua, what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever had dealings with old Wang? Zhao Xiaohua attempted to strike Ling Huaiyu. You ungrateful girl, eating at your grandmother's home, and yet defaming your uncle. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Step aside. If I do not discipline you today, I am not your mother. Learning all the bad from others, you dare to slander people. Intentionally tarnishing your uncle's reputation. Who does such a thing? Ling Wenhai hesitated. Even if Zhao Wenbing was not sensible, he could not harm his own niece. Besides, as a father still employed at the provincial bureau, he couldn't possibly dare to harm his own daughter. Zhao Xiaocui suddenly spoke up. Uncle, Huaihua speaks no lies. My uncle truly took old Wang's money. He is not a good person at all. Most of the money from my grandmother went to her family, and the rest filled my uncle's pockets. He has repeatedly told people in the village that they never liked Huaihua and had long abandoned her. So whoever she marries and whatever life she leads, he will have the final say. Her heart raced like thunder. Old Wang, 500 yuan, bearing a son. Every word pierced her heart like a sword, leaving her no room for carelessness. Ling Huaiyu was signaling her. Should she dare to disobey, she would be taken back to the countryside with Zhao Wenbing. The nightmarish sorghum fields were a fate Zhao Xiaocui wished to avoid. Tears welled in Ling Huaiyu's eyes as she asked Ling Wenhai, Father, is what Xiaocui said true? Do you and Mother truly not want me anymore? Ling Wenhai's expression was grim. It was not that he had deep feelings for this daughter. After all, he had always desired a son. Zhao Xiaohua, in her earlier years, had stubbornly refused to bear children, but later realized that if she wanted a son, she would have to send Ling Huaiyu back to the countryside, to which he readily agreed. Compared to a son, a daughter was truly insignificant. Yet now, he needed to use his daughter, and, on the surface, he could not allow others to perceive him as heartless. Nonsense. How could your father not want you? You are your parents' only daughter. Do not listen to their foolish talk. Zhao Wenbing was furious, nearly bursting with rage. He lunged forward to strike Zhao Xiaocui. You little wretch. You bully Huaihua every day, making her wash your clothes, cook your meals, and tidy up, treating her like a servant, and yet you dare to smear me? Zhao Xiaocui screamed, retreating behind Zhao Xiaohua. Second aunt, save me. Zhao Xiaohua was caught off guard, receiving a punch from Zhao Wenbing that left her teeth rattling with pain. Stop it. Ling Wenhai grabbed Zhao Wenbing and slapped him twice across the face. You ungrateful wretch. Just moments ago, I saved you, and now you dare to strike your sister? You ought to be imprisoned for your behavior. Zhao Wenbing covered his face, his eyes dark and menacing as he glared at Ling Huaiyu and Zhao Xiaocui, licking his teeth. All right, just you wait. Ling Wenhai snapped back. What are you staring at? If you do not leave, it will be dark soon. None of the Zhao family members seemed respectable. Zhao Xiaocui followed closely behind Ling Huaiyu, shrinking her neck like a quail. Realizing that this was a fade hiding darkness within, Ling Huaiyu glanced in the direction Zhao Wenbing had departed and chuckled. Did he dare seek out Zhang Yulian, fearing that his demise was not swift enough? At 5 a.m, after several trips, the four arrived at the police station's family compound where Ling Wenhai resided. Carrying woven bags, Zhao Xiaohua instructed them as they walked. Once we get home, behave yourselves. The city is not like the countryside. Do not bring shame or trouble to your father and me. It took a long time for the door to open, and Ling Yujiao, still groggy, peered out at the visitors. Mother, who are these people? Chapter 31. There is no place for me at home. Zhao Xiaocui was utterly astonished by Ling Yujiao's call of mother, while Ling Huaiyu remained unfazed. After all, she had experienced far too many such scenes in her past life, her heart now as calm as a still pond. The emotional turmoil between Ling Yujiao and Zhao Xiaohua could not stir a ripple within her. However, For Zhao Xiaocui, this was her first encounter with such a scene, and she was profoundly affected. Ling Yujiao called her mother. She wanted to pinch Ling Huaiyu and see some reaction. Did she not hear that her cousin had usurped her mother's affection and claimed her room? Should she not feel enraged and distressed? If nothing else, she could channel her inner spirit and frighten Ling Yujiao into a faint. Zhao Xiaocui's thoughts were chaotic as she awaited Ling Huaiyu's response. True to her expectations, Ling Huaiyu began to act, lowering her head and approaching Ling Yujiao, her voice barely above a whisper. Sister Yujiao, have you not eaten? Zhao Xiuhua's temper flared again. You had 3 bowls at noon. How can you not have the strength to even greet someone? Are you dissatisfied with me or with your sister? Ling Huaiyu, I tell you, although Hong Jun and Yujiao are your aunt's children, your aunt sacrificed herself to save me. In this family, they are as dear to me as my own children. If you dare. Enough. Ling Wenhai, exhausted from the day's events, collapsed onto the sofa. Have you been eating explosives these past few days? Why are you angry with everyone? It is almost dawn. Hurry and prepare breakfast. I still have to go to work. Only then did Ling Yujiao come to her senses. Ling Huaiyu had returned? What was her purpose for coming back? Was it to compete for her parents' affection? To take her room? Or perhaps to steal her boyfriend? After 8 years in the city, Ling Yujiao has transformed from a homeless orphan into the mistress of the household. She feels no obligation to Ling Huaiyu. If anyone owes something, it is her aunt who owes her and her brother. Why should she yield to Ling Huaiyu? Having come to this realization, Ling Yujiao tossed her hair and declared, I haven't woken up yet. I need to sleep a little longer. Ling Wenhai called out to her. You are about to take your college entrance examination. Aren't you going to get up and review? Ling Yujiao paused her steps, replying, What is there to review? I've been studying for 2 years already. Don't worry, Dad. This year will be just fine. Zhao Xiuhua interjected. All right, go get some rest and recharge your energy. You'll be able to concentrate better in class. Ling Huaiyu and Zhao Xiaocui stood in the living room, clutching woven bags, looking like unexpected intruders. Unsure of what to do, Zhao Xiuhua, displeased, urged, Why don't you hurry and tidy up? Ling Huaiyu nervously pinched the hem of her clothing, asking, Mom, which room will I stay in? Zhao Xiuhua began her complaints again. I told you not to bring her back, but you insisted. Look at how small the house is. How should I arrange this? Ling Wenhai rubbed his temples and suggested, Let Yulong and Hong Jun share a room. They can stay in Yulong's room. That won't do. Zhao Xiuhua quickly countered, Hong Jun is about to take his exams, and Yulong is still young. Sharing a room will certainly disturb them. Ling Wenhai slammed his hand on the coffee table. Exams, how many years have they been taking them? Chen Hongjun has repeated 4 years already. What more do you want him to do? Zhao Xiuhua, do you think my money just falls from the sky? For your so-called life-saving grace, should I, Ling Wenhai, spend my life serving the Chen family? Ling Wenhai's anger silenced Zhao Xiuhua. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Why are you so angry? I haven't said anything wrong. Hong Jun will surely do well this year. With your sister gone, he is their only son, and as his aunt, I should care about his future. You both go to Yu Jiao's room. I'll arrange for a bunk bed to be delivered later. You can place it against the wall. Ling Huaiyu sighed in relief, and, with Zhao Xiaocui, headed to Ling Yujiao's room. Upon pushing the door, they found it locked. Dad, it seems Yu Jiao is asleep. I'll cook something for you. She called out. Mom, is the rice and flour still in the same place? I'll prepare a meal for Dad. Zhao Xiuhua scoffed. In such a tiny place, where could the rice and flour possibly go? Ling Huaiyu entered the kitchen, opened the cupboard, and discovered the rice bag haphazardly stuffed into a corner, along with an assortment of beans and dried vegetables scattered chaotically. She frowned. Her mother had always been meticulous about cleanliness and organization, never allowing such disorder. She cracked 2 eggs, sliced a tomato, and prepared noodle soup for Ling Wenhai and Zhao Xiuhua. Zhao Xiaocui, feeling awkward in the living room, had no choice but to assist in the kitchen. Huaihua, how can Chen Yujiao be so formidable? She even dares to throw a tantrum. Doesn't she realize whose territory this is? Ling Huaiyu shot her a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on her lips. Sister Xiaocui, you should consider who is truly close to you. Zhao Xiaocui choked on her words, wondering why such remarks were necessary. Rest assured, Huaihua, we grew up together, and I am certainly on your side. Ling Wenhai, feeling both exhausted and hungry, took a few bites of noodles and sipped some soup, suddenly realizing that this daughter was not entirely lacking in merit. Her culinary skills far exceeded those of Ling Huaiyu. Not to mention Zhao Xiuhua. Yes, knowing how to cook, do laundry, and care for others is more than sufficient. Ling Huaiyu rose from bed without washing her face, grabbed a bowl, and began to eat. Ling Wenhai frowned. No amount of nurturing could rid her of her bad habits. Zhao Xiuhua patted Ling Huaiju's shoulder. Didn't I tell you to wash your face and brush your teeth first? She then called out to Ling Yulong, Long, wake up. The sun is shining on your little backside. If you don't get up now, you'll be late. The 9-year-old Ling Yulong, still groggy, opened his eyes to see so many unfamiliar faces in the room. Who are these country bumpkins? He exclaimed. Ling Wenhai slammed his chopsticks down. Do you have no manners? These are your sister and cousin. Ling Yulong clung to Ling Huaiyu, declaring, Humph, my only sister is Huaiyu. I don't recognize any others. Mom, hurry and send them away. They'll eat us out of house and home. Ling Wenhai glared at Zhao Xiuhua. Is this how you teach our son? He was not a petty individual. He held a respectable position at work and could not fathom raising a fool who would amount to nothing. Zhao Xiuhua had previously managed Ling Huaiyu quite well. Everyone praised her as clever, adorable, and polite. Yet, after a trip to Yangcheng, Zhao Xiuhua had seemingly lost her mind, and everything she did fell short of expectations. Once a capable middle school teacher, she now wandered through life, scolded by her superiors, ultimately reduced to teaching elementary school. It was precisely this lapse in judgment that led to Ling Huaiyu being sent back to her hometown. Later, with the arrival of the son, Zhao Xiuhua seemed to regain some spirit, but her manner of handling situations was still lacking, overly indulging the boy. Ling Wenhai cared for his son, but being from the countryside himself, he understood the adage that spoiling a child is tantamount to ruining them. He earnestly did not wish to raise a waste of space. Just as he was scolding his son, Ling Huaiju's sharp voice rang out, Get out. Who allowed you 2 country bumpkins in my room? With her furious shout, a porcelain basin flew through the air, striking Ling Wenhai squarely on the nose, causing him to gasp in pain. Ling Huaiyu, disregarding her cousin's outburst, rushed forward. Dad, are you all right? Let me get a warm towel for you. Having changed and prepared for work, Zhao Xiuhua emerged, slapping Ling Huaiyu on the arm. I shouldn't have brought you back. You've stirred up trouble since your return. Everything was fine until you came back. Jiao, don't be afraid. Mom is here. She won't dare bully you. Mom. Ling Wenhai kicked the basin away, sending it crashing against Chun Hongjun's door. You call her mom every day. Do you really think you're her son? This endless repetition is ruining my own daughter. Zhao Xiuhua, I've had enough of this life. If she behaves, she can stay at home. If not, she can return to the Chun family. Whether Zhao Xiuhua saves you or not is none of my concern. I've cared for them for nearly 10 years, and that's enough. The couple was embroiled in a fierce argument when Chun Hongjun suddenly flung open his door. If you have something to say, just say it. If I want to return to the Chun family, I will, and I certainly don't need to be your son. I have my own family. At 22, he was of an age when others were marrying and starting families, yet he remained in high school, a source of ridicule for Ling Wenhai. Seeing his nephew dare to give him attitude only fueled his rage, and he pointed at the door, shouting, If you have the guts, then go. Once you leave, don't bother coming back. I'm not lacking a son, nor do I need you as one. Damn it. For Zhao Xiuhua's sake, I've worked hard to treat both children well, and many think I'm having an affair with my sister-in-law. Chun Hongjun, who is rather short and stout, stood there like a meatball, defiantly shouting, If I want to leave, then I will. 30 years of the river east. 30 years of the river west. Don't think I'll rely on you, Ling Wenhai, for my entire life. Zhao Xiuhua hurriedly intervened. Child, your uncle only spoke out of concern. Why hold a grudge against him? Ling Huaiyu also urged Ling Wenhai. Dad, please don't argue because of me. Xiao Cui and I just arrived, and you're sending away my cousin. What will people think? They'll think I can't tolerate him. It's all right, Dad. You go to work. Huaiyu doesn't want to share a room with us. We can just set up a bed in the living room. Once I find a job, I'll move out. Zhao Xiuhua retorted. How can you say that? If it weren't for you, your cousin wouldn't be threatening to leave. Mom, I didn't. Ling Huaiyu, with tears in her eyes, said I will go out and find a place to stay. It's just that sister Xiao Cui has just come to the city. I'm worried about her being out alone. Mom, for the sake of uncle and aunt, could you please let sister Xiao Cui stay for a few days? Xiao Cui felt a strange thought cross her mind. Was Ling Huaiyu's tearfulness something akin to a water pipe in her eyes? It seemed too convenient for her to cry at will. She was utterly oblivious to the looming crisis of being thrown out. Ling Huaiyu snorted, pointing at Ling Huaiyu. Listen carefully. If you dare to make my little green sleep on the floor, you can go back to the old Chun family. Ling Huaiyu, Zhao Xiuhua retorted angrily. You're being too excessive. Zhao Zhao has been with us for so many years. She has called you dad for almost a decade. How could you utter such heartless words? She has called him dad for nearly a decade? Ling Huaiyu, hands on his hips, shot back at Zhao Xiuhua. Are you out of your mind? Little Green is my biological daughter, the flesh of my flesh. And how can she be compared to someone who clings to the title of dad? He had guests coming over soon, and if they saw a bed set up in the living room for his own daughter, what would they think? Zhao Xiuhua could afford to lose face, but he could not. Ling Huaiyu, unable to tolerate her uncle's insult, ran out in tears without even grabbing her backpack. Ling Yulong stomped his feet nearby. Mom, I'm going to be late. Zhao Xiuhua had no time to counsel Chen Hongjun. Hongjun, listen to me, go to school properly, and I'll talk to you later. She turned around and glared fiercely at Ling Huaiyu. You better behave at home. Don't rummage through things. And don't bring your filthy habits from the countryside into the city. Ling Huaiyu looked around the messy room, feeling increasingly irritated. He went inside and took out his wallet, pulling out 5 large bills. After a moment's thought, he handed Ling Huaiyu an additional 50. Don't be stingy with spending. Buy yourself some clothes and get some clam oil, snowflower cream, and hair oil. A young girl should look presentable. He glanced at Xiao Chui. Don't buy anything just yet. Once your uncle gets paid, I will take you with me to shop. Xiao Chui, feeling somewhat dejected, brightened at this remark. She lifted her chin in pride towards Ling Huaiyu. See, uncle will take me shopping later. Ling Huaiyu accepted the money and was about to follow Ling Huaiyu out. He noticed her pale face. You aren't go to work. Get some rest and regain your energy. What is the rush to go out so early? Ling Huaiyu smiled awkwardly. There's no one at home. I'm not used to it. I'd rather go out and see if I can find some work to earn a bit of money and lessen the burden on my parents. Ling Huaiyu, being older, could easily guess the young girl's thoughts. She was afraid Zhao Xiuhua would return and create a fuss, accusing her of being lazy. He said sternly, your mother is acting out of concern. Don't let it get to your head. Girls ought to be more open and not become estranged from their families. Once married, they shouldn't treat their family as outsiders. Ling Huaiyu's eyes reddened again. I'm not mad at Mom. I think about her day and night. But she hates me. No one could bear to accept that their own mother despised them. Ling Huaiyu was on the verge of tears. Her stubbornness to hold back her emotions made Ling Huaiyu feel a pang of sadness. All right, your mother is struggling to cope with your aunt's situation. I will talk to her, but you and Xiao Chui go out for a bit. Once Xiao Chui saw Ling Huaiyu's figure disappear around the corner, she expressed her discontent. Ling Huaiyu, are you foolish? You didn't sleep at home after a long night, and yet you're out here looking for work? With your lack of education and connections, how do you expect to find a job? Ling Huaiyu ignored her, pulling out a folded bag and pointing to the left street. You go that way, and I'll head this way. We can sell cardboard, glass bottles, tin cans, and plastic bags. Let us meet here in the afternoon to sell our finds. Upon hearing that they could sell things for money, Xiao Chui felt a surge of energy. Really? Can we sell them? Yes, but I want to give you mine. Ling Huaiyu sent Xiao Chui off, changed her clothes in a public restroom, and returned to the apartment building. Chapter 33. The house was robbed. It was early morning, with people bustling about for groceries, work, and school, and no one had the time to notice Ling Huaiyu. As she climbed the stairs, she avoided the neighbors and used a wire to pry open the door. During her years of fleeing in her previous life, she had lived like a rat in a gutter, doing every kind of work imaginable. At one point, she had been captured by a criminal gang and was forced to practice theft day after day. Failure to improve her skills meant punishment. Ling Huaiyu vividly recalled the sight of 2 children, their skin scalded by boiling oil. The heart-wrenching cries became a recurring nightmare. She had once hesitated to steal from a sick elderly person and had her finger broken as punishment, locked away for a week without water. The bitterness of her past life fueled her resentment toward Zhao Xiuhua's family, and she was determined to seek revenge in this life. Upon entering, Ling Huaiyu put on her homemade shoe covers, donned gloves, and even concealed her hair completely. Ling Huaiyu was the head of the police department's archives, and as a child, she had absorbed many crime-solving stories from him. Her experience stemmed from her previous life of constant evasion and hiding. Wrapping herself tightly, Ling Huaiyu approached Ling Yujiao's room and dragged out the box from under her bed. She unlocked it and rummaged through its contents, finding fabric coupons and candy tickets. And, surprisingly, tobacco tickets? Ling Huaiyu was puzzled. Why would Ling Yujiao have these? Oh, and there was even a love letter from a male classmate. Ling Huaiyu took out a small notebook from her space and noted down the names of those who wrote love letters to Ling Yujiao. As she continued to search, she discovered a love letter written by Ling Yujiao to someone else. Dear Song Zhao Hui, it feels as if I'm writing to you in person. How have you been at university? Recently, Ling Huaiyu skimmed through the letter and could tell that Ling Yujiao had a fondness for this Song Zhao Hui. She tossed the letter aside and searched for Ling Yujiao's pocket money, but found only a little over 30 yuan. It was clear that Ling Yujiao wasn't T1 to save. She spent whatever little money she had on food and drinks, unable to hold onto any savings. Abandoning Ling Yujiao's room, she turned to search Zhao Xiuhua and Ling Wenhai's room. After a thorough search, she found 2,000 yuan hidden in a coat pocket of Zhao Xiuhua's wardrobe. Ling Huaiyu speculated that this money must have been concealed from Ling Wenhai. Before she could continue her search, she heard someone opening the door. Ling Huaiyu quickly concealed herself. To her surprise, it was Chun Hongjun, who had been clamoring to return to the Chun family earlier that morning. He headed straight for Zhao Xiuhua and Ling Wenhai's room. It appeared they were kindred spirits. Ling Huaiyu slipped out through the slightly ajar door, evaded detection, and changed her clothes again in the public restroom. Walking out confidently, she sought a secluded food stall to fill her stomach, then hid in her space for a refreshing nap. When the sun set, she woke up and sought out an elderly woman collecting recyclables, paying her a high price of 1 yuan for a pile of newspapers and cans. She then waited at the corner for Zhao Xiaochui. Zhao Xiaochui arrived, drenched in sweat, thinking she had made a good haul. But she was momentarily stunned upon seeing Ling Huaiyu. Where did you find so many newspapers? I was lucky. A family was moving, and I stripped them from the windows. She carried the recyclables. Let us go. I'll take you to sell them. Leading Zhao Xiaochui through a winding path, they finally located a recycling station. 55 cents. 83 cents. The elderly man collecting recyclables weighed their goods with an indifferent demeanor, pulling out crumpled bills from his pocket. Turning around, the old man saw the young girl's tearful gaze fixed on him. He hardened his heart. This is the market price. If you want to sell, sell. If not, go elsewhere. I can't give you a penny more. Ling Huaiyu could no longer hold back her tears. Uncle Ji, it's been 20 years since we last met, and you're still living in such dire conditions. Uncle Ji Zhengin, once a descendant of a prestigious medical family, had studied abroad, only to be betrayed by his wife and children, now reduced to scavenging in a place like Linghuai City. Old Ji, though no relation to her, had saved her life several times. Yet, such a good man was driven to his demise by the disputes over inheritance instigated by his own son. Observing the girl weeping inconsolably, old Ji, who had vowed to refrain from meddling, could no longer endure it. He reluctantly produced 5 cents, exclaiming, I've already given you more than enough. Do not take advantage of my generosity. Was this foolish girl unable to discern that he had been cheated? In all honesty, the newspaper she had in her possession was clearly dampened, and he had rightfully earned 2 liang of weight. That's enough. Zhao Xiaocui took the money and dragged Ling Huaiyu away. What are you doing? If you wish to put on a show before my second aunt and the others, I won't say a word. But for a mere few cents, you're crying like that? Have you no shame? Ling Huaiyu sat by the roadside for a while, finally managing to compose herself. Are you hungry? Zhao Xiaocui replied sharply. How could I not be? Unfortunately, I barely had half a bowl of noodles this morning before Ling Yujiao, that madwoman, knocked it over. Since morning, I haven't eaten anything. Do you think I'm not hungry? Let us go. I will treat you to a meal. Ling Huaiyu rose. In 1987, the individual economy had begun to flourish, with many vendors setting up stalls along the roadside to trade. Ling Huaiyu found a small stall and ordered 3 meat buns and 2 bowls of noodles. Zhao Xiaocui glanced at the 3 buns and asked, You want 3? How are we supposed to share? Ling Huaiyu picked up 1 bun and pushed the rest towards her. Eat. You've worked hard all day, but we still can't return home. Ling Yujiao will surely cause a scene today, and if we go back, we will only be giving her a reason to vent her anger. Zhao Xiaocui felt considerably better after having an extra bun. The dread imposed by the 3 brats began to dissipate, as she started contemplating how to gain the upper hand over Ling Huaiyu. As long as you listen to me, I will certainly stand by you when she bullies you. Yes, Ling Huaiyu paid it no mind. She knew that Ling Wenhai, who did not rise early without profit, must have other plans upon bringing her back. All she needed to do was watch the situation unfold. Let us hurry. Before it gets dark, we should collect more scrap. As the two returned home with a large bag of scrap, they hadn't even reached the stairs when they heard Zhao Xiuhua's sharp scolding from the hallway. I told you not to bring her back. Look, she's a country bumpkin, and she is already stealing from her own family. All my wages have vanished. How are we supposed to live now? A crowd had gathered at the door. In these times, everyone shared a corridor and a toilet. It was impossible for any family to have a secret. Some were trying to persuade Zhao Xiuhua. Teacher Zhao, that girl just returned. It's not necessarily her doing. Perhaps you misplaced it. Why don't you check again? Zhao Xiuhua wiped her tears. I've turned the house upside down. My money and Zhao Jiao's pocket money are all gone. She is heartless enough to steal even her sister's pocket money. Ling Huaiyu squeezed through the crowd, Mom. What's going on? Chapter 34. Zhao Xiaoce turns traitor. Zhao Xiuhua's eyes blazed with fury as she stormed over and slapped Ling Huaiyu, demanding, "Where's my money? What have you done with it?" Ling Yuyao rushed over, rummaging through Ling Huaiyu's pockets. Mom, it's her who took the money. Look, there's still 100 left from what she spent. No, that money was given to me by Dad. Ling Huaiyu cried, covering her face. Zhao Xiuhua became even more enraged. You think your father just has money to waste? He gave you 50 yesterday and another 100 today. Do you think money grows on trees? Hurry up and hand it over. The neighbors intervened. Teacher Zhao, the child just returned. Let us talk this out without resorting to violence. Others added, Ling Huaiyu, if you took the money, just give it to your mother. She has so many children to care for. It's not easy for her. Ling Huaiyu wailed, Mom, I swear I didn't take it. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Xiaocui. She saw Dad give me money this morning. I spent the entire day collecting scrap. You can ask the neighbors. Several of them saw me. Immediately, someone chimed in, Indeed, I saw her and that girl leave for the nursery this morning. Yes. I saw Ling Huaiyu rummaging through the garbage behind a restaurant on Fuyuan Street this afternoon. Rummaging through garbage? The daughter of teacher Zhao and Ling cook can be seen scavenging behind a restaurant? The crowd's perception shifted. While it was common for parents to favor their own children, this was a first. Zhao Xiuhua seemed to disregard the neighbor's advice and turned to Zhao Xiaocui. Tell me, that money, was it really given by your uncle? Zhao Xiaocui paused, seemingly lost in thought, standing there foolishly, neither confirming nor denying. Ling Huaiyu could no longer restrain herself. Sister Xiaocui, please say something. Dad gave me money this morning. You were at home. Zhao Xiaocui shook off her hand. Why are you pulling me? Your uncle gave you money, but I wasn't paying attention. How do I know if that money was really from him? Ling Huaiyu had promised to buy her clothes. Yet she hadn't bought a single item and had dragged her around all day collecting scrap, leaving her smelling foul. You dare to lie? Zhao Xiuhua, having found her scapegoat, turned and pointed at Ling Huaiyu with a feather duster. You better hand over the money. If you don't, I'll take you to the police station. I didn't take it. Ling Huaiyu shook her head, crying, I've told you I didn't take it. Why don't you believe me? You trust your nephew and niece, but why don't you trust me? If you want to go to the police station, then let us go. I'll report it myself. Ling Huaiyu pushed through the crowd and rushed downstairs to the nearest police station. The neighbors were left dumbfounded. They had seen people report theft, but never had they witnessed someone reporting their own family. Could it be that the child was truly wronged? Ling Huaiyu burst into the police station. Hello, comrades. I live in a nearby police family compound, and I've been robbed. I believe I've lost several thousand. My father is Section Chief Ling from the Provincial Bureau. Could you please accompany me? Seeing the girl's tear-streaked face, the police assumed the thief had clashed with the family. Upon noticing the bruises on her face, they realized the matter was serious, especially since it took place in the family compound of Section Chief Ling. The captain personally led a team to Ling's residence. When Ling Huaiyu returned home with the officers, Ling Wenhai had just come back from work. Zhao Xiuhua was in the midst of lamenting. What kind of child is she? As soon as she returns, she steals money from the house, taking all the savings and Jiao as pocket money. It's one thing for her to steal money, but she also took my jewelry and the rice and flour from the kitchen. Is she even human? Ling Wenhai was seething with rage. Where's Ling Huaiyu? What on earth is going on? A few days ago, I took leave to go find Zhao Wenbing in the countryside, and I was utterly exhausted. returning home at dawn with barely a moment to rest before heading back to work. On the way, I ran into an old lady who insisted on taking 5 yuan from me. Then, at noon, there was a fiasco over the court mistakenly sending the wrong materials. Old Yu, who handles litigation, argued with me, saying the documents I provided weren't verified. It was their department's fault. After going back and forth for half a day, neither side could prove the other was at fault. In the end, the director punished us both, docking half a month as salary and requiring me to write a self-criticism. Ling Huaiyu was so frustrated he could hardly express it. Was it his fate to be subservient and constantly endure grievances in charge of the archive department? It was high time for him to seek a transfer. Returning home, burdened by a day's worth of grievances, he was immediately bombarded by Zhao Xiuhua's complaints. The money is gone. Ling Huaiyu took it. That wretched girl. I thought she was honest, but how could she still be so dishonest? If this gets out, how will people view Section Chief Ling's daughter? She's run away. Ling Yuyao, who could not stand Ling Huaiyu, wished for her demise. As soon as Mom mentioned the stolen money, she became guilty and ran off. Old Phone, a neighbor across the hall, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Jiao, have some conscience. Where would Ling Huaiyu run off to? She went to report it. Report it? Ling Yuyao scoffed, just wait and see. I bet she won't return after she leaves. Zhao Xiuhua anxiously exclaimed. Old Ling, hurry and find someone to stop that wretched girl. We cannot allow her to abscond with all our savings. Ling Huaiyu questioned Zhao Xiaocui. Did you not go out with her today? Fearful of attracting trouble, Zhao Xiaocui hastily distanced herself from Ling Huaiyu. I don't know. I went out to collect scrap today. Ling Huaiyu glared at Zhao Xiaocui. You left the house with her this morning. How can you claim ignorance of her actions? Trembling, Zhao Xiaocui replied. She sent me to one street while she went to another. We were not together until we met again at sunset. Zhao Xiuhua was displeased with Ling Huaiyu's attitude. Your daughter has done wrong, so why are you scolding Xiaocui? I told you from the beginning that after all those years in the countryside, she must have picked up some bad habits, but you refused to believe me. Now look, our money and provisions have been stolen. How are we to survive from here on? Ling Yulong shouted at Ling Huaiyu. It's all your fault. You brought a thief into this house, and now we have nothing to eat. Ling Huaiyu felt a burning embarrassment in front of the neighbors, his heart aching at the loss of money. That wretched girl, if she dares to return. Dad, before Ling Huaiyu could ponder how to locate Ling Huaiyu or how to deal with her, she arrived with others in tow. Dad, we've been robbed. We need to call the police. Captain Yin is experienced with theft cases. He will surely catch the thief. Ling Huaiyu felt as though someone had tightened a noose around his neck, finally managing to utter, You call the police? Ling Huaiyu replied matter-of-factly, Of course. The neighbors all heard it. I call the police. Ling Huaiyu turned to Zhao Xiuhua and Ling Yujiao. So you claim she has fled? Ling Yujiao stubbornly retorted. Who knows if she is feigning innocence, deliberately gathering a group to pose as the police to mislead us. Captain Yin, expressionless, produced his work ID. Ling Ku. This is my ID. The provincial office held a meeting, and the students have met you before. Ling Huaiyu barely glanced at the ID, glaring at Ling Yujiao. Can't you think before you speak? Captain Yin's background was impressive. His grandfather had been a general. Though he had retired, his reputation remained stellar, and his uncles were no ordinary men. His uncle was the director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, Ling Huaiyu's direct superior. Such a well-connected family would not visit a small police station for trivial matters. They sought to enhance their grassroots experience for future promotions. Xiao Yin, do not argue with a child. There has been an incident. Please help us look into it. Captain Yin dismissed the eager neighbors, entering the house to gather evidence. By the time the investigation concluded, it was past 9 in the evening. The hallway was still crowded, as the onlookers showed no urgency to return home for dinner. Drawn by the unfolding drama, the perpetrator is male, approximately 170 centimeters tall, and somewhat overweight. He seemed familiar with the layout of the house. Ling Ku, think carefully. Do you know anyone like this? The people were eager to assist. Upon hearing a description of a medium-build man, they began recalling if they had seen anyone fitting that profile. It's a male, familiar with the house. It cannot be Zilv. Mrs. Wang, from across the hall, murmured to someone. Old Mrs. Feng interjected, It certainly can't be Zilv. To put it bluntly, Zilv has been gone for nearly 10 years. When Yulong was born, teacher Zhao renovated the house entirely. Everything was replaced. Even if Zilv were clever, she would know the new layout. Indeed, It seems old Ling's family has simply been biased against Zayov. This shouldn't be the case. Although everyone favored sons over daughters in families with few children, daughters were still cherished. Young Feng Xiaohong chimed in. I see teacher Zhao as if she is possessed, doting only on Ling Yujiao, completely disregarding sister Zayov. Old Mrs. Feng swatted her daughter on the back. You little rascal, do you dare speak like that? Have you finished your homework? Hurry back home and get to it. After receiving the reprimand, Feng Xiaohong fell silent and scurried home to complete her assignments. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances. If children could discern the situation, surely they were not blind. The Ling family, if not bewitched, must have some serious issue to treat their daughter this way. Ling Huaiyu listened to the discussions with discomfort in his heart. Was it possible he had truly misunderstood his daughter? Ling Huaiyu sat quietly, feeling wronged. Captain Yin began his questioning. Comrade Ling, what time did you leave this morning? About 7:30 a.m. My dad was heading to work, and I left with my cousin. After we exited, we went to collect scrap, and we met up again around 5 p.m. at the scrap station on Fuyuan Road. Ling Huaiyu recounted the timeline clearly. The expressions of those around shifted to curiosity. Ling Huaiyu and Zhao Xiahua were both well-paid, prominent figures in the building. Even if they had several children, it seemed unlikely they would require their daughter to gather scrap. Zhao Xiahua clenched her teeth and scolded. Did you not say your father gave you money? You refused to buy clothes, opting instead to collect scrap, intending to provoke gossip about us, aren't you? Ling Huaiyu was equally displeased. He had generously given her 100 yuan, urging her to buy clothes and present herself well, only for her to choose scrap collection instead. Growing up in the countryside had evidently left her unrefined. Even when given money, she did not know how to spend it wisely. Ling Huaiyu fidgeted with her clothing. Speaking softly, there are too many people at home. My parents need to support my cousins in repeating their studies and take care of you alone. Earning money is not easy. And I just wanted to help lighten the burden. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I embarrassed you again. What embarrassment? Old Mrs. Feng interjected. The chairman said labor is honorable. The child is sensible, thinking of saving money for the family. Is that not a good thing? Must one engage in extravagance and comparison to prove their worth? Old Mrs. Wang nodded in agreement. Indeed, in these times, those who can fill their bellies forget the hardships of the past 3 years. In my opinion, Old Ling's daughter is truly a good one. Despite being away in the countryside for so long, she returns without resentment, thinking of ways to save for the family. What a wonderful child. Huh. Look at the two living in Old Ling's house. The eldest is still repeating grades, having studied for so many years without achieving anything notable. The crowd chimed in, leaving Ling Huaiyu and his wife feeling embarrassed. Even if they look down on cleaning workers from the countryside, in this age of valuing labor, such sentiments could not be openly expressed. Had it been a few years ago, they would have surely faced backlash for such remarks. With a stiff expression, he turned to Captain Yin. Captain Yin, what do you think about this matter? Captain Yin raised a hand to interrupt, continuing to question the neighbors in the hallway. What time did you return home? Did you see any strangers in the compound? Strangers? The question was directed at the elderly Mrs. Liu next door. Holding a sniffling child, she pondered. Everyone in this building works for the same unit. Though it's a bit mixed, no stranger could slip past Old Tao at the gate. I haven't seen any strangers, but on my way back from the market, I did see Chun Hongjun from their family. Zhao Xiahua quickly retorted, You're talking nonsense. My Hongjun left early this morning. How could he be at home? Mrs. Liu, unable to tolerate the remark, shoved the sniffling child into her daughter-in-law's arms. Do you think I'm a little cabbage? You dare shout at me? I say, it must have been your good nephew who stole it himself. You insist on blaming your own daughter. Your bias knows no bounds. Fuming, Zhao Xiahua tried to confront her, only to be restrained by Ling Huaiyu. At the stairwell, Old Huang's wife exclaimed, slapping her thigh, Indeed, it was Chun Hongjun. I was carrying my elderly wife down to bask in the sun when I happened upon him. The old Huang family had a mother in her 70s, partially paralyzed, along with 3 children. Thus his wife was unable to work and had to stay home to care for the kids and the elderly. Hearing Old Huang's wife, several elderly women in the courtyard echoed that they too had seen Chun Hongjun. Chapter 36. Where has Chun Hongjun gone? Impossible. Zhao Xiahua vehemently argued. It cannot be Hongjun. Old Ling, you watch him grow up. How could he steal money from his own home? Ling Huaiyu, however, was not as trusting of Chun Hongjun as Zhao Xiahua was. So many people claim to have seen him. Can you still deny it? Did the money simply vanish into thin air? Zhao Xiaohua pointed at Ling Huaiyu, insisting. It couldn't have been Hong Jun. All these years, he's been honest and upright. How could he resort to stealing money from home just because this wretched girl returned? I firmly believe she is the one who pilfered the money and is framing Hong Jun. She urged Xiao Yin scrutinize her closely, if necessary. Take this girl to the police station. She won't withstand the pressure and will confess. Captain Yin frowned. He had handled many cases, but had never encountered such unreasonable victims. Shifting the blame onto another, Ling Huaiyu, with tear-filled eyes, pleaded, Mom, if you cannot accept that cousin stole the money, then I will take the blame. It was me who stole it. It has nothing to do with him. Captain Yin, please arrest me and let me serve my time. Dad, consider me dead in the countryside. Forget you ever had a daughter. Nonsense. Ling Huaiyu rebuked angrily. Your mother is distraught over your cousin. Why are you adding to the turmoil? Captain Yin, sensing something amiss, noted the tension. Captain Yin, you must understand, this is not just about a petty thief. It's about the dignity of our family, Ling Huaiyu declared. Captain Yin diligently recorded the neighbor's statements, then looked up and said, the prime suspect is indeed Chen Hongjun. Now, we must locate him and ascertain the facts. Ling Huaiyu pressed, where's my brother? Ling Yujiao, with a sullen expression, replied, how would I know? Siblings had never gotten along well, and Ling Yujiao was particularly adept at ingratiating herself with Zhao Xiaohua and her husband, calling them mom and dad affectionately. Chen Hongjun felt resentment. He bore the blood of the old Chen family, yet his surname was changed to Ling, and he was being overshadowed. He considered his sister's actions shameful, looking down upon Ling Yujiao and envying her favored status in front of Ling Huaiyu and his wife, who were more generous with her. Ling Huaiyu's irritation flared again. You are both in your senior year. Your classes are adjacent. How do you not know his whereabouts? Ling Yujiao retorted defiantly. He is a grown man. Do you expect me to babysit him? I have my own studies to attend to. Zhao Xiaohua interjected. Why are you raising your voice at Zhao Jiao? The college entrance exam is approaching. She needs to focus on her revision and cannot be bothered with this nonsense. Ling Huaiyu scoffed. If it were her, she would be punished, but since it's Chen Hongjun, it's a different story. Captain Yin raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp on Zhao Xiaohua. Are you attempting to shield a thief? Teacher Zhao. Zhao Xiaohua's expression soured. They are all our children. If one took some money without informing the adults, it cannot be considered a grave matter. Let us just let it go. Let go. Ling Huaiyu bit her lip. Well, that seems convenient, but I wonder if Ling Huaiyu can accept that theft has become a norm in our home. Before Ling Huaiyu could respond, a neighbor, Mrs. Fong, voiced her displeasure. Her daughter-in-law was also a teacher. Years ago, she had sought a connection to secure a position at the Central Primary School, which offered better pay and proximity to home. However, her plans had been thwarted by Zhao Xiaohua, a middle school teacher. Mrs. Fong harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zhao Xiaohua, believing she had ruined her daughter-in-law's prospects. Teacher Zhao, you speak so lightly. In this courtyard, theft has been a frequent occurrence. One day it's peanuts gone, the next it's shoes, and laundry has been pilfered too. Though the losses are small and insignificant, it still vexes us to no end. We don't want to trouble the police, so we endure in silence. Now we learn that the thief is not an outsider, but right from our own building. How infuriating that we wrongfully accused old Tao of not guarding the door, unaware that the thief was from Ling Ku's family. Mrs. Fong's frustration boiled over. Now that the thief is caught, you say to let it go? Who will compensate us for our losses over the years? Zhao Xiaohua's face darkened. Mrs. Fong, you cannot make baseless accusations. We do not even know if Chen Hongjun is the one who took our money. Why assume your things were stolen by him? Ling Huaiyu chimed in. Exactly. My father works at the police station and my mother is a teacher. How can my cousin possibly engage in theft? This is utterly impossible. Mrs. Fong was incensed by these words, stepping closer to Captain Yin. Comrade, there is a thief in this building. We are unaware of how many things have been stolen. If they dare to steal today, they could very well commit murder tomorrow. You must apprehend him. Captain Yin was determined not to let this matter slide. He closed his notebook and inquired of Ling Huaiyu, Director Ling. Do you know where Chen Hongjun usually goes? Ling Huaiyu had no idea. Chen Hongjun was not his son. So why would he care? He turned to Zhao Xiaohua. Where has Hongjun gone? Zhao Xiaohua replied. Where could he go besides school? He likely felt upset this morning and ran off impulsively. Old Ling, do you think something might have happened to him? As she spoke, she shot a glare at Ling Huaiyu, blaming her for the situation. If not for that wretched girl insisting on returning, Would Hong Jun have left home, causing such a commotion? Ling Huaiyu scoffed inwardly, feeling no sympathy for her uncle. So you finally care? That should make things simpler moving forward. Mrs. Fong sneered, "Ah, how touching. It's no wonder you raised a thief." Zhao Xiahua shot back, "Mrs. Fong, watch your words. Who says my Hong Jun is the one at fault? Stop with your insinuations." Mrs. Fong collapsed onto the ground, wailing heavens. A teacher protecting a thief, and now we can't even voice our concerns. What a travesty. Several households in the same corridor expressed their discontent with Zhao Xiahua and her husband. "Director Ling, you work in the police force. They're SA thief. And capturing him is vital. How can you allow this to continue? Indeed, even if it were your Hong Jun, he must be taught a lesson. We work hard for our money. We cannot tolerate such theft." Exactly. We all have children, with a thief living among us. What kind of example does that set? Ling Huaiyu felt his face burn with shame as he turned to Zhao Xiahua, shouting, "Where's Chen Hongjun, the thief? Where has he gone?" Chapter 37. The resentment of Chen Hongjun. At that moment, Chen Hongjun sat in a modest house on Fuyuan Road, listening to the melodious strains of Huangmei opera from the radio, a cup of wine in hand. Resting his other hand on his knee, he tapped along with the rhythm, humming contentedly. A young woman in her 20s entered, carrying a dish. "Taste this. My mother sent a tender little rooster from the countryside, perfect for a meal. Along with wood ear mushrooms she foraged from the mountains." On the table lay a pot of chicken stew with carrots, stir-fried green beans with meat. Wood ear mushrooms with shredded pork, cold century eggs, and peanuts. Truly a feast in an era when many families could scarcely afford meat. Chen Hongjun picked up a chicken leg, savoring it delightfully. Chui chui. This chicken is delectable, far better than the one my aunt cooked." A young woman named Yao Tsulan tenderly wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, gently remarking, "Dear, you've given me all this money. If your aunt finds out, she might not be pleased, right?" Yao Tsulan was a woman of misfortune, having been married for less than 6 months. Her rural husband passed away, leaving her to seek refuge in the city with relatives who showed her no care. With nowhere else to turn, she encountered the truant Chen Hongjun, and their relationship gradually blossomed, leading them to live together as if they were husband and wife. Though Chen Hongjun was not particularly handsome, he was generous with money, which endeared him to Yao Tsulan, who was beautiful and possessed a gentle charm. This captivated the young man, whose youthful vigor found itself entranced by her warmth, leaving him unable to escape the allure of her affection. Chen Hongjun took a swig of his drink and declared, "She wouldn't dare. My mother used to run a flourishing business. Let me tell you, 10 years ago, she made thousands a month, and millionaires were nothing exceptional. Just think, if my mother were still alive, what state would our family be in now? I wouldn't be reduced to this, and even when it comes to chicken, I wouldn't need to feel nauseated at the sight of it. Now I have to divide a chicken into neck, legs, and wings, and when they hand me a wing, they act as if they're doing me a great favor. Zhao Xiahua is utterly ungrateful. She caused my mother's death and treats me poorly. It's only right that I take a little money and rice from her. Even if she were to give me a house, it would be justifiable." Seeing his anger escalate, Yao Tsulan wrapped her arms around his waist and softly urged, "Don't be upset. If she doesn't take care for you, I do. Once you finish your studies, we can live happily together. Your mother was such a remarkable woman. You, her son, can't possibly be lacking in ability. Paulun, I truly believe you have potential. It's just that the Ling family has kept you down all these years. You've just been a bit unlucky, but I'm certain you will succeed in the future." Chen Hongjun shared her sentiments. "Year after year, I am forced to study. What good is it? My uncle in the village, a coal boss, doesn't even know how to read, yet he makes money as if it grows on trees. I've heard that his dog is tired of eating meat, let alone the humans. He had no interest in studying. The mere sight of books gave him a headache." The words and exercises buzzed around in his mind like flies, causing immense irritation. However, Zhao Xiahua insisted he keep studying, leading others to believe that his aunt and uncle treated him exceptionally well, while their own daughter was neglected, all for the sake of appearances. What does it matter if they have a daughter? If they had true capability, they would send Ling Yulong to the countryside. Yao Tsulan poured him another drink. "Whether you study or not, I think it's of little consequence. My brothers never receive an education, yet they live their lives just fine. Your aunt is a teacher, and your uncle works at the police station. If we were to start a business or find a job, wouldn't that be a piece of cake?" Chen Hongjun was also contemplating the idea of starting a business. He had heard that his cousin Mao Kai had gone south, where people claimed there was gold everywhere. He had long been inclined towards this, but Zhao Xiuhua always blocked his path, which infuriated him. Do you think I could succeed in business? Yao Tsuolan fanned him with a palm leaf. Why wouldn't you? Brother Jun, you are educated and well-connected. If this business venture doesn't succeed, that would indeed be strange. Feeling a surge of confidence, Chun Hongjun embraced Yao Tsuolan and kissed her cheek. Kui, what kind of business do you think I should pursue? In that moment, surrounded by wine, meat, and beauty, he enjoyed a blissful life, unaware that chaos was brewing at home due to his actions. Zhao Xiuhua wished to avoid escalating the situation, but the neighbors in the same corridor were not pleased and insisted on apprehending the thief. Friends like Old Feng and Old Wang, who usually maintained good relations, did not explicitly demand the thief be caught, yet their silence conveyed their understanding. No culprit could be overlooked, so Officer Yin gathered the police force, preparing to confront Chen Hongjun. As the family locked their doors, Zhao Xiuhua began to scold. Are you satisfied now? You've caused this family turmoil over something so trivial, and you insist on bringing the police here? Are you trying to embarrass your father and me further? You are a calamity. It seems you won't be content until you've caused havoc for every member of this family. Ling Huaiyu remained silent, tidying the room. Ling Yujiao, displeased, questioned Dad. Why did you give her so much money? Ling Wenhai, brimming with frustration, did not respond to Ling Yujiao's inquiry, but instead asked Zhao Xiuhua, how much did Chen Hongjun steal? Zhao Xiuhua hesitated. It must be around 2,000 yuan. Ling Wenhai kicked over a stool, inadvertently stubbing his toe and hopping in pain. 2,000 yuan. He plopped onto the sofa, massaging his toe. Zhao Xiuhua, I give you my entire monthly salary, and you have your own income too. After saving for over a decade, you claim we only have 2,000 yuan? He was a departmental-level official before the 1980s. He earned 95 yuan a month, plus various allowances, totaling at least 1,000 yuan annually. Over the years, his salary had steadily increased, reaching 159 yuan per month by 1983, along with other minor earnings adding up to nearly 3,000 yuan a year. Not to mention Zhao Xiuhua's salary. As a dual-income household, their total income was substantial. For Zhao Xiuhua to claim they had only 2,000 yuan was unacceptable. Zhao Xiuhua burst into tears. You have no idea how expensive it is to run a household. With several children, expenses for food, clothing, and medical care pile up. That dead girl in the countryside costs us 200 yuan a year, and we must send money to the in-laws. Your older siblings come to take advantage of us, leaving with bags full every time. And now that we're short on cash, you blame me? When you're generous to your family, why don't you say anything? As Ling Huaiyu paused in her cleaning, it became clear that Zhao Xiuhua had been secretly sending money to Chen Hongjun and his siblings. Otherwise, their household could not be so financially depleted. Yet, it didn't seem plausible that Zhao Xiuhua could give away half of their income to Chen Hongjun. If she hadn't, where had the money gone? The family bickered late into the night, only settling down around 1 in the morning when Zhao Xiuhua finally gathered her things to wash up in the public restroom. Just as she was about to shower, the dim light flickered ominously and extinguished without warning. Before Zhao Xiuhua could react, someone seized her hair roughly. Chapter 38. Zhao Xiuhua's beating before she could scream. Her mouth was stuffed with her soiled underwear. The restroom plunged into darkness, rendering her blind. Gripped by the assailant, she was violently slammed against the concrete wall, leaving her dazed. Then, a flurry of punches rained down on her face, loosening her teeth. It seemed her attacker intended to keep her conscious, dragging her out of the stall and under the faucet to splash water on her, only to toss her back to the ground and viciously kick her in the stomach. Zhao Xiuhua was in such pain that she could not rise, and she couldn't discern who her assailant was. The person seemed fueled by a deep-seated rage, striking her mercilessly as though seeking her very life. Who could it be? Who wanted to harm her? Zhao Xiaocui and Ling Huaiyu, nestled on the ground, were half asleep when they heard knocking at the door. She nudged Ling Huaiyu, but the latter was sleeping like a log. With no other option, Zhao Xiaocui got up to rouse Ling Yujiao. Judge, it seems someone is knocking at the door. Awakened, Ling Yujiao grumbled. At this hour, who would knock? Are you out of your mind? The knocking grew louder, and now even Ling Huaiyu stirred from her slumber. Is someone knocking? Ling Huaiyu opened the door to find Ling Wenhai already awake, visibly irritable after a sleepless night due to the theft incident. Who is it? Standing at the door was Grandma Wang from across the hall. Mr. Ling, Mrs. Ling is in trouble. You must come quickly. The family was bewildered, still half asleep. Grandma Wang urged, "Oh dear, Teacher Zhao is unconscious in the restroom. You must check on her." "Mom." Ling Huaiyu screamed and rushed toward the restroom. Inside, Zhao Xiaohua lay naked on the floor, her hair soiled, while two women stood at the door, holding their noses and hesitating to approach. Upon seeing the scene, Ling Huaiyu lost all desire to enter. "What on earth happened?" Carrying a laundry basin, old Huang's daughter-in-law remarked, "I thought no one would be around at this hour, so I came to do the laundry. Who would have known that upon entering, I would see in this corridor 10 households resided, comprising dozens of individuals. Yet there was only a single toilet. Daily, disputes arose over the use of the toilet and washing clothes. To avoid conflict, some chose to wash their clothes in the dead of night when no one was around, sparing themselves the trouble of competing for space at dawn. Ling Huaiyu conversed with several women while Ling Huaiyu fetched water and soaked to attend to Zhao Xiaohua. Just as she was halfway through, Zhao Xiaohua stirred awake. "It's you, old Ling. That wretched girl has a venomous heart. She wants to kill me." Ling Huaiyu, towel in hand, widened her eyes. "Mother, what are you talking about?" Ling Huaiyu, embarrassed by his wife's antics, retorted, "She was sleeping peacefully. How could she possibly come here to harm you?" Old Huang's daughter-in-law could no longer hold her tongue. "Indeed, Teacher Zhao, how could you harbor such hatred for your own daughter? Just look at yourself, covered in filth. Your daughter Yu Jiao has hidden away from sight, yet little Green here doesn't shy away from cleaning you up. How can you wrongfully accuse her?" Ling Huaiyu continued to wipe Zhao Xiaohua down. "Mother, it's all right if you dislike or misunderstand me. You're hurt, and we should first go to the hospital. Shall we?" The other women shook their heads. What a good child. Despite her mother treating her this way, she holds no grudges. If only you could see how your niece is holding her nose and keeping her distance. Zhao Xiaohua swatted away Ling Huaiyu's hand. "Who asked for your kindness?" "Old Ling, believe me, she is the one who hit me. No one else could have done it." Ling Huaiyu, feeling wronged, stood up and handed the towel to Ling Yujiao. "Sister Yujiao, Mother likes you. Please help her out." Ling Yujiao stood still, unwilling to assist Zhao Xiaohua, not even accepting the towel. Ling Huaiyu turned to glare at her. "Aren't you going to help?" Reluctantly, Ling Yujiao pinched the towel with 2 fingers and approached Zhao Xiaohua. But before she could reach her, she was overwhelmed and retched at the sink. Ling Huaiyu, gritting his teeth in frustration, ordered, "Xiao Chui, you go help your second aunt." Zhao Xiaocui, filled with indignation, thought, what a farce. Ling Huaiyu wants to do something, but is stopped, and Yu Jiao refuses to help. So it falls to me to deal with the filth? Am I not disgusted too? She too ended up retching. In the end, it was still Ling Huaiyu who cleaned Zhao Xiaohua up. "Dad, Mother is injured. Should we go back to bed? Aren't you embarrassed enough?" Ling Huaiyu's roar interrupted Ling Huaiyu. The family was barely scraping by, with less than 200 yuan, and thankfully, Ling Huaiyu hadn't spent the money he had given her the previous morning. Otherwise, they would all be starving. With a paycheck still half a month away, how would they survive? Ling Huaiyu's gaze fell on Ling Huaiyu's graceful figure, and he sighed deeply. The next day, Zhao Xiaohua took a leave of absence, her face bruised and unfit to be seen. The couple whispered at night, contemplating who could have harmed her, yet they dared not report it to the police. Especially since Chan Hongjun had yet to be found, reporting it now would be utterly humiliating. Perhaps it would be best to let the matter rest. Zhao Xiaocui secretly asked Ling Huaiyu. Could have been the woman in red? Ling Huaiyu glared coldly at her. "That is my biological mother. Regardless of how she treats me, no one has the right to bully her." Zhao Xiaocui scoffed. With a mother like that, only Ling Huaiyu, the fool, would worship her without limits. The family tacitly agreed to remain silent about the incident, yet they could not silence the neighbors in the corridor. Old Fong was particularly delighted. "I say, it must be something Teacher Zhao did that angered the heavens. That's why she's being punished. Otherwise, how could she have been attacked out of the blue, especially in the dead of night when no one was around? Don't you find that strange?" Elderly Lu quietly added, "I've heard that the toilet is filled with negative energy, especially after midnight. This building, back during the liberation, was the site of executions. Do you think young Chan's wife, still nursing her baby, couldn't help but shiver? Oh dear, Aunt, your words are too chilling. How could such a thing happen?" Old Fong, in a hushed tone, continued, "I believe what the old lady says is true. Just think about it. Many were executed here, and there were merciless bandits. as well as common folk who died unjustly. After so many years, wouldn't there be some lingering resentment? Young Chun's wife felt a chill. Aunt Fong, do you think teacher Zhao's incident was truly an attack by a person, or could it be something else? Of course, it's her bad character that attracted evil spirits. Old Fong's voice was not low, and Zhao Xiuhua, who was just outside preparing to throw out the trash, overheard her. Old Fong, what nonsense are you spouting? Dare to say that again? Chapter 39, Ghosts in the Toilet. Old Fong, who had a long-standing grudge with Zhao Xiuhua, retorted, I said you have poor character, and you've attracted something. Otherwise, why would all the other families be fine? And you alone find yourself in the toilet at midnight? Who knows if you lured a lover in or were assaulted by someone? Old Fong's words struck a chord with many. Indeed, why would someone hit her and strip her bare? That was all too peculiar. Zhao Xiuhua pointed angrily at Old Fong. You old hag, I've been beaten to such a state, and you dare to concoct tales about me? Perhaps that scoundrel is someone you brought in. Come, let us go to the police. I want justice. Old Fong, desperate to marry off her son to a city girl, had forced her daughter to marry a man over 30 for a dowry, and many in the neighborhood were aware of it. Zhao Xiuhua had often mocked Old Fong for this, which deepened their enmity. Upon hearing the word police, Old Fong collapsed to the ground, wailing, Oh heavens! The police want to harm me. They want to drag me in. I've never done anything wrong in my life. And now I'm being punished for someone else's misdeeds. Her loud voice drew the attention of the entire courtyard. Many began to advise Zhao Xiuhua. Teacher Zhao, you're an educated person. She's just a country old woman. Why bother arguing with her? Yes, she's old. You're still young. Why stoop to her level? Listen to your elders. Let it go, or you'll bring trouble to your family. Zhao Xiuhua, furious and resentful, had never had a good day in front of Old Fong over the years, feeling as if she might vomit blood from the humiliation. Ling Huaiyu quietly stood by the window, watching Zhao Xiuhua, her face swollen and bruised like a pig's head, being driven to the brink of fury by the neighbors. And she felt a sense of satisfaction. Granny Wang, who was adept at keeping the peace, approached. Let us not escalate this. We all live in the same building and see each other every day. Let us avoid embarrassing one another. Besides, since the founding of the nation, we've been advised not to speak of such matters. We wouldn't want to invite trouble. After all, they were in the city, unlike the countryside, where one could speak freely without consequence. Who knew when a slip of the tongue might land someone in trouble? Zhao Xiuhua glared at Old Fong and turned to head upstairs. Old Fong spat at her retreating figure. You can't distinguish between kin and stranger. When you die, no one will bury you. Granny Wang pulled her back. That's enough. It's not worth making a fuss. Young Chun's wife hugged her child tightly, her face troubled. It's true we shouldn't speak, but I'm terrified. I can't even get up at night thinking about these things. The elderly women exchanged knowing glances and joked. What are you afraid of? Isn't there young Chun? He can accompany you, or even carry you. Young Chun's wife's face flushed crimson. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiuhua found Ling Huaiyu still tidying the kitchen, scrubbing the grease off the stove bit by bit, working diligently to clean it thoroughly. Zhao Xiaocui, initially intending to be idle, hastily rose to feign tidying the sofa upon seeing Zhao Xiuhua return. Zhao Xiuhua, increasingly irate at Ling Huaigreen's presence, sought an excuse to confront her, but found none. The words of several elderly ladies from downstairs echoed in her mind. With Ling Huaigreen's return, a multitude of troubles had arisen. Shouldn't someone come to investigate? With this thought, she turned and exited, intending to find someone to assess the situation at home. Just as she stepped out, Ling Huaigreen prepared to leave as well. Zhao Xiaocui seized her arm. Where are you going? Ling Huaigreen turned to glare at her, her eyes icy and devoid of warmth. Zhao Xiaocui felt a shiver run down her spine under that gaze. What do you want? Suddenly, Ling Huaigreen reached out, yanking her hair, delivering 2 slaps, and dragging her into the kitchen, forcing her head near the boiling kettle. Zhao Xiaocui, it seems you have forgotten my words. Should I remind you to retain some memory? Now let me go. Zhao Xiaocui struggled desperately. Hua, if you harm me, my second aunt won't let you off. Ling Huaigreen pressed her face closer. What if she doesn't? After all, I am her biological daughter. Surely, she wouldn't send me to prison for a niece like you. But you, on the other hand, should be concerned about your fate. If this face is ruined and your body sullied, TSK, Zhao Xiaocui, what will you do for the rest of your life? The kettle hissed with steam, scalding Zhao Xiaocui's loose strands of hair. Memories of the legend of the woman in red flashed through her mind, and fear gripped her. Hua, please, let me go. I swear I won't defy you again. I promise to stand by your side. Ling Huaiyu hoisted her up, pinning her against the grimy wall. Zhao Xiaocui, how dare you assist Ling Yujiao in slandering me, claiming the money from my father was stolen by me? With your lack of integrity, how can I trust you again? Zhao Xiaocui, trembling in fear, perceived a lack of humanity in Ling Huaiyu's eyes, as if she were a demon from the depths of hell seeking a soul. I really want to do it again, Hua. I promise to treat you well. Ling Huaiyu tightened her grip around Zhao Xiaocui's neck, ominously stating, you have a chance. Clean this house thoroughly. When my mother returns, tell her I went out to collect scrap for money. If you dare speak otherwise, tonight, you shall witness the wrath of the woman in red. Zhao Xiaocui, quaking in terror, pledged, I want to say a word. Ling Huaiyu left and subsequently sought out a scrap dealer, Old G. Upon her arrival, Old G's expression soured. Even if you drown my scrap yard in tears today, I won't pay you a single penny. Fine, Ling Huaiyu replied, handing over the scrap. Just calculate it, as you wish. She discarded the scrap and began tidying up the yard. Old G kept his space tidy inside, yet the yard was a disarray. After weighing the scrap, Old G turned to find Ling Huaiyu diligently packing cardboard. Hey, stop. I don't need your help. No matter how much you do, I won't pay you. Old G, wary, would not easily lower his guard. Ling Huaiyu had no intention of seeking his affection as in her past life. She merely sought to make his life a bit easier. In this lifetime, she vowed to repay her grudges and preserve her kindness. Exiting the scrapyard, Ling Huaiyu went to the market, where she unexpectedly spotted Chen Hongjun with a woman. Ling Huaiyu's eyes widened. She recognized that woman for her past life. Chapter 40, The Deadly Black Widow. Yao Tsuelon, a woman who masqueraded as a fragile widow, having murdered 5 husbands, with the last one discovered only when her children visited. The truth emerged, revealing this beautiful, young, suffering woman as a cold-blooded poison widow. In her previous life, Ling Huaiyu was unaware that Yao Tsuelon had once been with Chen Hongjun. Reflecting, she recalled being trapped in the countryside, under the control of Zhao Wenbing and Zhao Maokai, living in misery until she escaped 3 years later, completely oblivious to events in the city. June, what vegetables do you like? I'll buy more today, Yao Tsuelon said, linking her arm with Chen Hongjun while carrying a basket. Her voice, sweet and alluring, captivated even Ling Huaiyu. This woman was clearly skilled. Otherwise, she wouldn't have charmed those older men, displacing their wives and families, deceiving them of their wealth and properties, all while evading detection for her lethal tactics. Chen Hongjun appeared quite taken by Yao Tsuelon's flattery. In the Ling household, although Zhao Xiahua treated him like a son, Ling Wenhai regarded him with disdain, his gaze filled with contempt. He was not a fool, he felt it deeply. Chen Hongjun embraced Yao Tsuelon's waist. Wife, what do you want to eat? Let us buy it, don't worry about the cost. I have plenty of money. Yao Tsuelon giggled. June, you treat me so well. I must have done something good in my past life to meet a man as thoughtful as you. Ling Huaiyu mused, wondering how much he had stolen to be so extravagant. Regrettably, the previous day had been too hurried for her to unearth this wealth. Following Chen Hongjun and Yao Tsuelon to their residence, she then turned and hurried to the police station, discreetly tossing a small note inside. After searching for a while, she finally caught a police officer's attention. Who dropped this? Why hasn't anyone come to report it? Holding the note, the officer remarked, they must be fearing retaliation, so let us keep this quiet. After all, Ling Wenhai worked at the police station, and the informant likely worried that Zhao Xiahua, caring for her nephew, would retaliate, prompting them to drop the note anonymously. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiahua had yet to arrive, but Zhao Xiaocui had cleaned the kitchen thoroughly, even scrubbing the greasy walls. Hua, I listened to your words and did nothing else, Zhao Xiaocui said, her face brimming with ingratiation. Ling Huaiyu shot her a glance, but remained silent. She pondered where Zhao Xiahua had ventured. Zhao Xiahua, after 2 bus rides, finally reached the outskirts of the countryside and paused outside a fence yard. Who are you? Asked a woman inside, washing clothes. Zhao Xiahua inquired, is this Madama's house? The young woman called out to the house. Mom, someone is looking for you. A few minutes later, Zhao Xiahua sat before Madama, tears streaming down her face. As a mother, how could I not wish for her well? Yet, ever since her return, Our home has been fraught with troubles, never a moment of peace. I heard you are capable. Please, have pity on me and help me look after my family. Madama, in her 50s, appeared much older, her hair gray and her posture hunched, resembling a woman in her 70s. Her face was lined with wrinkles, and her drooping eyelids made it difficult to discern whether her eyes were open or closed. In this age of science, you call it superstition. How can you, a schoolteacher, still believe in such things? After a long pause, Madama finally spoke, her voice like rusty iron scraping, grating and unpleasant. Zhao Xiuhua's eyes brightened. This old woman could tell she was a teacher, indicating she possessed some genuine ability, justifying her long journey to seek help. Since you know I'm a teacher, you must understand I have never harmed anyone. Encountering such troubles without cause is truly distressing. I implore you to help me resolve this. Regardless of her pleas, Madama remained silent, her gaze downward. Zhao Xiuhua, feeling helpless, gritted her teeth and placed a sum of money on the table. This is a deposit. Should you assist me, there will be ample rewards. Madama remained unmoved, clearly unimpressed by the amount. Her son returned home with a hoe, and upon entering the house, his eyes were immediately drawn to the money on the table. Mom, someone has come all this way. You ought to lend a helping hand. His daughter-in-law chimed in. Yes, Mom, it's not easy for them to make a trip here. If you go, you can at least offer them a glimpse of hope, and who knows, it might alleviate their troubles. Zhao Xiuhua hurriedly assured. Auntie, rest assured. As long as you go to have a look, whether it works out or not, I won't let a whisper of it slip. I won't let you get into trouble. The son poured water for both his mother and Zhao Xiuhua. Mom, do take this trip. There is nothing pressing at home. With autumn upon us, our youngest will start school, and you'll have less to worry about. Won't you? A trip to the city would do you good. After all, when we plan to go, you will have experienced it yourself. Madame Ma lifted her eyelids slightly and glanced at her son. He was leveraging the grandson against her. With school starting, they needed money, and there was none to spare. Alas, children are but burdens. She had given birth to 4 sons and 2 daughters in her lifetime, and now only this one son remained. You go back first. I will come over tomorrow morning. Zhao Xiuhua was reluctant. It was not easy for her to come, and she had hoped to take the old lady back with her. The daughter-in-law hurriedly signaled her, Sister, just think of going back. My mother-in-law is a woman of her word and will surely come. Tomorrow, I will personally send her over. The son quickly tucked the money into his pocket. Right, my mother is old. I can't let her follow a stranger. But at her age, going out. Zhao Xiuhua quickly added, Once everything is settled, I'll give you an extra 100. The son smiled. All right, early tomorrow, I'll take my mother over. Zhao Xiuhua left in high spirits, while Madame Ma watched her retreating figure. A person with blood on their hands dares to claim he never committed a wrongdoing. How ironic. The daughter-in-law didn't catch it clearly and turned to Madame Ma. Mom, what did you say? Madame Ma continued to droop her eyelids. Nothing, dear. You must keep an eye on the children. Once I'm gone, this household will depend entirely on you. The daughter-in-law could not bear such talk, Mom. What are you saying? You're in good health. Why speak such disheartening words? Zhao Xiuhua drove back to the city, and before she could reach her residential building, she saw Ling Huaiyu coming out with Yanjin. She was surprised. Old Ling, where are you off to at this hour? Chapter 41. Chun Hongjuan's resentment towards Zhao Xiuhua. Ling Huaiyu looked at Zhao Xiuhua's face, filled with fury. What do you want? I sent it for your good nephew. He had gone out in the afternoon to take care of some matters, and when Yanjin called his workplace, no one answered, so he had to come home to find him. Zhao Xiuhua's heart sank. Hongjun, have you found him? Comrade Yin, my Hongjun is innocent. Isnt. Ling Huaiyu shot her a glare. Irritated, she referred to Yanjin as comrade, Yin as if she were so capable. Yanjin would surely do well in the future, and even he needed to be polite. Did Zhao Xiuhua not see her own shortcomings? However, in front of Yanjin, he felt uncomfortable saying anything. Yanjin cleared his throat. Ms. Zhao, the money, rice, oil, and me and your home were all taken by Chen Hongjun. He is currently at the police station, and there is evidence confirming it was indeed his doing. Zhao Xiuhua could not accept this reality. She muttered, Impossible, this cannot be. Hongjun is such an honest child. How could he do something like this? So many things, how could he have taken them all by himself? Could it be? Enough. Ling Huaiyu scolded quietly. You keep repeating that it's impossible. Whether he did it or not will be confirmed at the police station. Yanjin was thorough in his work and confirmed that Chun Hongjun had indeed stolen. Not only did he take rice, oil, and meat along with condiments. But he also took several bags of coal, which had merely been left at the entrance without much notice. With so many items, he certainly couldn't have carried them all alone. He must have called someone to help him transport them. Zhao Xiuhua still found it hard to accept the truth of Chen Hongjun's crime. Why? Hongjun, I would give you anything you wanted. Why would you steal? Chen Hongjun half lifted his eyelids, casting a sidelong glance at her with a sneer. You speak so sweetly. What about the house? Would you give that to me? Would you give me your savings? Do you think I have no children? I have raised you two for nearly 10 years. And you still expect me to hand over my house? Ling Huaiyu clenched his fists. Had it not been for Yan Jin holding him back, he might have punched him. Chen Hongjun feigned indifference. Didn't you just say you would give me everything? Why does the conversation change when a man speaks? Zhao Xiuhua, remember, you owe my mother. You owe me and my sister. You owe the Chen family. You will never be able to repay it in this lifetime. What is wrong with me taking a little money from you? I want your life, Zhao Xiuhua. That is what you owe me. You should have been a proper rich second generation, never to worry about food or money, all because Zhao Xiuhua caused his mother's death, forcing him to grow up relying on others, estranged from his relatives, feeling like an outsider. When trouble arose, he had no one to discuss it with. Zhao Xiuhua was overcome with sorrow, covering her face and weeping. How can you say that to me? After all these years, haven't I done enough for you siblings? I even neglected my own daughter for you. Ling Huaiyu had no time for their emotional turmoil. Chen Hongjun, how much money did you take? Chen Hongjun replied flatly. 5,200. Zhao Xiuhua's expression instantly darkened. Ling Huaiyu sprang to his feet, grabbing Chen Hongjun by the collar. Where's the money? My money? Chen Hongjun shrugged nonchalantly. It's gone. I gave it all to my girlfriend's family. Theft, this is theft. Ling Huaiyu gritted his teeth. Captain Yin, we must retrieve that money. Damn it. Zhao Xiuhua said it was over 2,000, and I didn't believe it. Now Chen Hongjun claims it's 5,200, and I still don't believe it. After all these years of savings, it cannot be just that little. Yan Jin found himself in a predicament. Director Ling, that money, it cannot be retrieved. He willingly gifted it to Yao Salon. It has already gone to her family in the countryside. Once it's in their hands, getting it back will be difficult unless comrade Chen Hongjun sues Yao Salon's family. However, there's a prerequisite. The fact that Chen Hongjun stole must be established. If Ling Huaiyu does not pursue the matter, retrieving the money from the Yao family is impossible. Ling Huaiyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped for breath. Chen Hongjun, get my money back. Chen Hongjun tilted his head. Not possible. A man of honor does not take back a gift. You want to get back then? Ling Huaiyu was unyielding. If you don't retrieve it, you'll face prison. 5,000 is enough for criminal charges. Zhao Xiuhua pulled at Ling Huaiyu. Old Ling, you can't do this. You can't let Hongjun go to jail. He is just a child still in school. If you send him to jail, his life will be ruined. Ling Huaiyu slapped her across the face. Get lost. If that money isn't returned, you'll both go back to the Chen family. Had it not been for the stigma of divorce and the presence of a younger son, Ling Huaiyu would have seriously considered ending the marriage. With such a clueless woman, he would never be able to lead a good life. Zhao Xiuhua turned to plead with Chen Hongjun. Hongjun, I beg you, go get the money back. Chen Hongjun scoffed, ignoring her completely. The money was with Yao Salon, equivalent to being in his hands. 5,000 was no small sum. Even if he worked for a decade, he wouldn't earn that much. Better to take a gamble. Both Zhao Xiuhua and Ling Huaiyu cared for their reputations and would never dare to escalate the situation. Ling Huaiyu, filled with rage, returned home. Before he could step inside, he heard Ling Yujiao's sharp voice. Ling Huaiyu, you are just a bastard. Why do you think you can stay in my house? Get out. You're not welcome here. The younger son, Ling Yulong, was also scolding. Get out, you country bumpkin. You are not allowed to stay in my home. Then he heard his sister's pitiful voice. Long, I am your biological sister. The one who will earn money to help you marry and buy a house. Bah, you are not my sister. Yu Jiaojia is my true sister. My mother said that the closest people in this world are Hong Jungu and Yu Jiaojia. You're just a country bumpkin looking for a place to stay. How can you call yourself my sister? In the past, when Ling Yulong spoke, Ling Huaiyu found his son's voice delightful, but now it was a different matter. He kicked the door open violently and slapped Ling Yujiao hard on the face, then turned to glare fiercely at Ling Yulong. Who is the illegitimate child? Who is your sister? Ling Yulong was taken aback, but having been spoiled since childhood, he faced his father's fury without fear. She is an illegitimate child, as Mom said. She is a calamity and must never step through our door. Ling Huaiyu reached out to strike Ling Yulong, but was firmly held back by Ling Huaiyu. Dad, please don't hit him. He is still young. He is just a child. He doesn't understand. Just teach him gently. When he grows up, he will comprehend the family situation. You can't hit him just because of an outsider. Chapter 42. Ling Huaiyu forces Ling Yujiao to vacate the room. Ling Huaiyu's rage subsided somewhat. After all, they were siblings, and he understood the need to protect his younger brother. He recalled Ling Huai유's words about earning money to help her brother marry and buy a house, and suddenly felt a great sense of relief. It was indeed comforting to have a biological child who understood. Looking at Ling Yujiao, he found her glaring at him with hatred, truly a thankless wolf raised by him. Get over to your brother's room and vacate this room for Xiao LV and Xiao Chui. Ling Yujiao, spoiled by Zhao Xiuhua, could hardly bear such humiliation. I refuse. If you want to move, you move yourself. Ling Huaiyu was furious, but he was too exhausted these past few days to argue. Ling Huaiyu advised, Dad, if Yujiao Jia doesn't want to move, let her be. Where I sleep doesn't matter. I can sleep on the floor in the living room. Dad, look at me. I'm already grown up and not in school. Can you help me find a job? I can do housework, become a nanny, wash clothes. I'm willing to do anything, as long as I can earn money to help lessen the burden on the family. His daughter was so understanding. Ling Huaiyu looked back at Ling Yujiao and felt less angry. Move out right now. Ling Yujiao stamped her foot and cried, I want to move. Dad, you are bullying me. I will tell Mom. She said this as she attempted to run away, believing that when her second aunt returned, everything would be fine. Ling Yujiao was not foolish. She had turned from a timid girl into a domineering one over the years in the Ling family, showing no regard for her niece's status. Zhao Xiuhua had said she was the biological daughter, and whatever Ling Huaiyu had, she must have too. Anything Ling Huaiyu did not possess, she would also acquire. Seeing her attempt to flee, Ling Huaiyu rushed forward and caught her, calling out to Ling Huaiyu, Dad, what are you doing? Are you trying to drive Yujiao Jia away? It's dark. What if something happens to her outside? We are all family. Why must we be so calculative? Sister, apologize to Dad and let this matter rest. Don't worry, I want to take your room. Mom gave it to you, and no one can take it away. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaocui closed the door. Ling Huaiyu's anger flared once more at her words about ownership. He pointed at Ling Yujiao. You must move out right now. Even if you leave, you have to toss your things out first. It was outrageous. His eldest had stolen from him, and now the second dared to argue back, acting as if he feared no one. Having carried the Ling surname for too long, did she really consider herself a member of the Ling family? Ling Yujiao, seeing that Zhao Xiuhua had not returned and unable to argue with Ling Huaiyu, could only cry as she began to pack up her room. Ling Huaiyu tried to persuade Ling Huaiyu, Dad, wealth is but an external possession. As long as we are well, we can earn money again. After all, Long is still young, and you are still in your prime. Surely, we will rise in the future. Once I start working, our family will work together, and life will surely improve. I regret not being capable enough to relieve your burdens. Otherwise, our family would not be in such difficulty. Ling Huai유's words struck a chord with Ling Huaiyu. He dreamed of advancement. The archives department was an overlooked sector. Though the title of chief sounded appealing, in reality, departments such as criminal investigation, inspection, and household registration looked down upon him. He had never truly worried about money. As long as he rose in position, wealth was trivial. He would not be foolish like Pei Guancheng, who dared not accept any money and harmed his own son in the process. Thinking of this, he glanced at Ling Huaiyu. This daughter was so wise and understanding. She should not be raised in the countryside. If she had grown up beside him, marrying into a wealthy family would not be impossible, and he would not be so passive. Little LV, after all those years in the countryside, do you hold any resentment toward your parents? Ling Huaiyu met his probing gaze with a calm smile. Dad, what are you saying? How could I possibly hate you? It's tough for a big family, I understand. Besides, Auntie indeed sacrificed herself to save Mom, so we cannot abandon Yujiao Jia. One must know gratitude. This is something Mom taught me from a young age. Ling Huaiyu nodded, as long as you know gratitude. A beautiful, understanding child, who also knew how to be grateful. Ling Huaiyu was quite satisfied. Ling Huaiyu saw that his mood had improved considerably. Dad, take a break. I will go cook. Xiao Chui, help Yujiao Jia tidy up. Don't make a mess, or Mom will be upset when she returns. Zhao Xiaocui stole a glance at Ling Huaiyu. unsure if she genuinely wanted to help Ling Huaiyu or simply wanted her out of the room. In any case, she did not want to sleep on the floor. So, if moving was necessary, then so be it. By the time Zhao Xiuhua returned, Ling Huaiyu's room had already been cleared out. Ling Wenhai had bought a bunk bed from a family downstairs and had it set up in the room. Zhao Xiuhua's face darkened. Ling Hailv, do you think you can take charge just because I was away for a day? Ling Hailv replied softly, no, it was Dad. Don't mention your father to me. Are you trying to use a feather as a command? Zhao Xiuhua was furious. Move your things out. Let Jiaoju move in. Ling Wenhai returned with a towel draped over his shoulder, holding an enamel basin and toothbrush. Zhao Xiuhua, what are you going crazy about now? Zhao Xiuhua pointed at the room. Old Ling, Jiao is about to take her college entrance exams. How can you make her change rooms at this time? Besides, where will Hongjun live if she occupies Jiao's room? Ling Wenhai snorted coldly. Where will he live? I don't care where he stays, whether it's a dog kennel, cow shed, chicken coop, or cemetery. None of that concerns me. Little LV is my biological daughter. She deserves to stay at home. If you ever let her yield to the Chun family again, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Xiuhua looked at him in disbelief. Old Ling, you have changed. How can you become so cold-hearted? Hongjun and Jiao have been in this house for so many years, calling you dad for almost a decade. How can you have no feelings at all? Feelings? Ling Wenhai's face darkened. If the money comes back, I might still consider him a nephew. If it doesn't, he can forget about ever stepping into my house. Zhao Xiuhua felt overwhelmed. After Ling Wenhai left, she had spoken to Chun Hongjun for quite a while. That stubborn mule would rather go to jail than ask for money. And Yao Tzulan, young as she was, pretended to be naive, leaving her helpless. Ling Wenhai was equally unyielding. What could she do? Realizing this, she shot a fierce glare at Ling Hailv. At that time, she had accepted the theft issue, thinking it would resolve everything. But it had only led to a home without peace. That evening, Zhao Xiaocui plopped down on the bed. Hailv, my legs hurt. Why didn't you sleep on top? Ling Hailv glanced at her lightly. Zhao Xiaocui shivered. I thought about it. Sleeping on top is better. She quickly climbed up, regretting that she hadn't laid the good mattress on the lower bunk. Ling Hailv lay on the bed and entered the space, counting the money once more. In the quiet of her thoughts, she pondered whether to retrieve the money from Chun Hongjun. Before dawn, Ma Damao ventured into the city with her son, only to be intercepted upon arrival. Chapter 43. Zhao Xiuhua invites the fortune teller home. Ma Damao. May I have a word? Early in the morning, Zhao Xiuhua had sent her family members out, neglecting to seek out Chun Hongjun, while she waited at home for Ma Damao's arrival. After glancing out the door several times, she finally welcomed Ma Damao and her son. Let's go upstairs. The residential complex comprised 3 floors, with Zhao Xiuhua residing on the second. With her cane in hand, Ma Damao slowly followed her inside. Ling Huaiyu stood across the street, observing from a distance as Zhao Xiuhua guided Ma Damao into the courtyard before she turned and walked away. Inside, Ma Damao leisurely consumed a bowl of sweetened water with eggs, then took out a handkerchief to dab her mouth. Teacher Zhao, I am not skilled in feng shui. I can only read faces. Without your family present, I cannot discern anything. A wave of regret washed over Zhao Xiuhua for having sent Ling Huaiyu away. Please wait a moment. They shall return shortly. As she conversed with Ma Damao, she recalled the old woman's reputed abilities. It was said that in her youth, she had read for a high-ranking official who later enjoyed great success. Unfortunately, Ma Damao's children lacked such fortune and could not benefit from that auspicious connection. With this thought, Zhao Xiuhua rose and went to old Huang's house, requesting his wife to help bring back Ling Yulong and Ling Yujiao while she kept watch over the elderly and children. Being neighbors in the same corridor, old Huang's wife could hardly refuse and agreed to assist. Ling Huaiyu hastily ran to Ling Wenhai's workplace, only to bump into Pei Guancheng, who was returning from an errand. Uncle Pei. Pei Guancheng regarded the young girl, feeling an odd familiarity but struggling to recall where he had seen her. You are. Ling Huaiyu smiled sweetly. I am Ling's little green. Pei Guancheng suddenly recognized her. You're a little green? My goodness. They say a girl changes greatly every 18 years. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have recognized you. He reminisced about her as a child with 2 braids, chasing after her father. At that moment, he abruptly halted mid-sentence, his expression turning pensive, as if recalling something significant. Ling Huaiyu continued with a carefree laugh. Indeed, nearly 10 years have passed. Uncle Pei, you still look as youthful as ever. which is why I recognized you at first glance. They had once lived in the same residential complex, their families being quite close. Back then, Pei Guancheng envied Ling Huai유's daughter, finding her soft-spoken and utterly charming. However, as time passed and circumstances changed, a decade slipped by unnoticed. When Ling Huaiyu emerged, he spotted Ling Huaiyu chatting merrily with Pei Guancheng. Taken aback, he noted that Pei Guancheng, once a close associate, had grown distant due to changes in their positions. He hadn't expected them to share such familiarity. "Huai's here," Pei Guancheng greeted. "Little Green is back, and you didn't mention it to me. As her uncle, I should have prepared something for her." Ling Huaiyu quickly replied, "Your words are overly kind, Uncle Pei. Children are not so particular about these things." Pei Guancheng chuckled. "You two continue your conversation. I shall head inside." "All right. See you later, Uncle Pei." Once Pei Guancheng entered the police station, Ling Huaiyu pulled Ling Huaiyu aside. "What brings you here now?" Ling Huaiyu hesitated. "There's something I don't know if I should tell Dad." Ling Huaiyu furrowed his brow. "If there's something, just say it. One must conduct oneself with integrity. Being evasive serves no purpose." Ling Huaiyu fidgeted with her fingers. "Mom brought an old woman home, and I found her a bit peculiar, which made me uneasy. I thought to inform Dad." Ling Huai유's frown deepened, but he remained silent as he moved into the courtyard and retrieved his bicycle. "Get on the back. I'll check on home." He sensed something was amiss with their finances. If Chen Hongjun had lied, then Zhao Xiahua was also untruthful. Where had the money truly gone? By the time the father and daughter returned to the residential complex, it was already past 11. Upon ascending the stairs, they were surprised to find Ling Yujiao and Ling Yulong had returned home. Zhao Xiahua gazed at Ling Huaiyu, astonished. "Why are you back? Shouldn't you be at work?" Ling Huaiyu echoed her surprise. "Shouldn't he long be at school? Why is he home now?" I. Ling Yulong stammered, clearly anxious. He disliked school, as his mother was a teacher, and the other children often resented him. Those who excelled assumed he received preferential treatment, while those who struggled mocked him, saying his mother couldn't even teach her own son. He feared revealing his plight to his mother, worried she might confront the other children and escalate the situation. Zhao Xiahua quickly covered for her son. "He is not feeling well. He seemed to have a rough night and was complaining of a stomach ache. So I brought him home." Ling Yujiao was also present, but Ling Huaiyu chose not to inquire further. Regardless of her academic performance, he had no intention of financing her education. In this day and age, university tuition was no longer subsidized, and he saw no reason to fund the Chun family's university student. Ling Huaiyu turned his attention to Ma Damao. "And this lady is..." Zhao Xiahua promptly pulled Ling Huaiyu aside. "Old Ling, I feel something is amiss in our household. We may have been robbed, or I might have been harmed. Hence I wanted to consult someone. This Ma Damao is quite formidable. Over a decade ago, when a certain provincial secretary faced a major purge, he narrowly escaped prison thanks to her guidance. It is said that her assistance altered his fate, yet it took a toll on her health." Ling Huaiyu found himself intrigued by her words, but his professional upbringing made him wary of such notions. "You, a teacher, believe in these superstitions? Do you wish for my colleagues to think I consult the supernatural?" Having been married for years, Zhao Xiahua understood her husband's mindset. It was merely stubbornness. She needed to present a compelling argument. "Old Ling, she is here now. Let her take a look. There is no harm in it, is there?" After much persuasion, Ling Huaiyu reluctantly consented. Ma Damao studied Ling Huaiyu's features. "You are blessed, but this fortune comes from your daughter. You are fortunate to have such a daughter." "Really? How could that be?" Both of them exclaimed, bewildered. Ignoring their astonishment, Ma Damao turned her gaze to Ling Yujiao and frowned. "This face." Chapter 44. Is Ling Huaiyu destined for greatness? Zhao Xiahua felt a surge of excitement. "Ma Damao, this child was born during a torrential downpour that lasted several days. When she arrived, the rain ceased and a rainbow appeared. Please, tell me about her destiny." Ma Damao appeared troubled, scrutinizing Ling Yujiao for a long time before she slowly declared, "She brings misfortune to her parents and siblings. In the future, strive to perform good deeds." Ling Yujiao bristled with anger. "You old crone, what do you mean by that?" Ling Huaiyu was deemed fortunate, yet when it came to her, Ma Damao urged her to do good deeds. What was the implication? Having lived a long life, Ma Damao had seen much and chose not to quarrel with the teenager. However, her son lacked such restraint and pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Yujiao. "Who are you cursing? I brought my mother here to help you." But you refuse to hear the truth. Do you only want to hear flattering words? That's merely deception. Mother, let us leave. We want to assist them any further. Ling Huaiyu hurriedly apologized to Aunt Ma. Aunt, my dear friends, do not concern yourselves with a mere child like her. Whatever matters arise in my household, be they good or ill, feel free to speak openly. There is no need for concealment. Rest assured, I can confidently guarantee that regardless of what you say, once you leave this door, no one will dare to trouble you. He signaled to Zhao Xiuhua to fetch some money, just as Aunt Ma's son had said. If this were truly a cunning fraudster, one would only need to flatter her and play tricks without offending the hosts. Moreover, Ling Huaiyu cast a glance at Ling Yujiao, who indeed bore a heavy fate. Zhao Xiuhua felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that Yujiao's fate was truly dire? The money was brought forth and placed on the table. Ling Huaiyu personally poured water for Aunt Ma, inviting Ling Huaiyu to sit beside her. Aunt, please take a look at my daughter. Aunt Ma scrutinized Ling Huaiyu's features for a long while before shaking her head. She possesses the fate of a phoenix, born into wealth, yet alas, has suffered setbacks and a tumultuous destiny, diminishing her fortune. Your fates are intertwined. When the daughter thrives, so does the father, and vice versa. Regrettably, however, malevolence has intervened, causing the phoenix to fall into a chicken coop. This fate has been altered, and it will not be easy to rectify in the future. Ling Huaiyu was taken aback, then recalled that when Ling Huaiyu was born, he had been promoted from a grassroots officer to the city bureau, and within a few years, he had risen to department head. During that time, Zhao Xiuhua received numerous accolades as an outstanding teacher, culminating in her promotion to head of grade, overseeing a key class. Many children aspired to join her class, requiring connections and gifts to gain entry, for her class was a conduit for students headed to prestigious high schools. The couple enjoyed a flourishing life, and aside from lacking a son, who could envy their household, at that time, he did not perceive that Pei Guancheng was significantly better off than himself. After all, Pei's son was commendable, yet his daughter-in-law was quite the opposite. Later, Ling Huaiyu was sent back to the countryside, and Chen Hongjun and his siblings came to live with the Ling family, causing their circumstances to decline year by year. Not only did their living standards drop, but Zhao Xiuhua also lost her job, ending up teaching at a central elementary school where she struggled to maintain her class's reputation. Now, upon hearing her name, people would turn their noses up and avoid her. Meanwhile, Ling Huaiyu remained in his position as department head for nearly a decade without any movement. With an increased family size and dwindling income, Chen Hongjun wore a perpetual scowl, making it seem as though someone owed him. The couple frequently quarreled, leaving no peace at home. Reflecting on it now, it was clear that their fortunes began to wane after Ling Huaiyu's departure. Zhao Xiuhua attempted to interject, wondering why Aunt Ma, whom they had invited, was not siding with her. Aunt Ma, surely you wouldn't. Silence. Ling Huaiyu interrupted Zhao Xiuhua, addressing the children in the room. All of you, return to your rooms at once. Do not come out unless I instruct you. He then called to Ling Huaiyu. Stay behind. Ling Yujiao stormed into the room, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Zhao Xiaozue remained in a daze, pondering Ling Huaiyu's phoenix fate. What about her own? Ling Huaiyu turned to Zhao Xiuhua. Go prepare some dishes. Aunt Ma has traveled quite a distance. Let her have a meal before heading back. The chaos of those years had caused many capable individuals to be dealt with, leaving behind charlatans. Individuals like Aunt Ma, possessing genuine talent, were indeed rare finds. Aunt Ma waved her hand. I won't stay for a meal. You have enough matters to attend to. Deal with them promptly. Ling Huaiyu felt increasingly convinced of Aunt Ma's wisdom. Aunt, please consider my future. Aunt Ma scrutinized him carefully, counting on her fingers. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, there will be good news. In life, one cannot rely solely on fate. Certain things are inherent, yet if one acts without restraint, they may lose it. Conversely, those lacking in fortune can alter their destiny through good deeds and virtue. Thus, fate is not immutable. Ling Huaiyu was overjoyed. Did this imply a potential promotion after the Mid-Autumn Festival? Zhao Xiuhua shared in his excitement and hurriedly brought forth their youngest son, Ling Yulong. Aunt, could you please take a look at this little one? What is his future like? Aunt Ma observed the impudent Ling Yulong and shook her head repeatedly. Compared to Ling Huaiyu, Ling Huaiyu was more concerned about his son. After all, a daughter's good fortune belonged to another family, while a son was truly one's own. Aunt, please, what does his fate entail? If it is unfavorable, Is there a way to remedy it? Aunt Ma continued to shake her head. My words may not be pleasant to hear, and I fear they may offend. You will not find comfort in them. Let us leave today's matters as they are. Ling Huaiyu and Zhao Xiaohua were momentarily stunned. What did unpleasing words mean? Aunt Ma, leaning on her cane, began to rise. It is getting late. I must take my leave. After today, do not come seeking me again. The complexities of your family's karma are beyond my capacity to resolve. Ling Huaiyu was taken aback. Their family's complexities? How intricate could it be? Upon reflection, with Zhao Xiaohua's 2 children at home, Ling Huaiyu banished to the countryside, and the addition of Ling Yulong, along with the arrival of Zhao Xiaocui from the Yu family. It was apparent that increased numbers could lead to complications. This simply would not do. He must ensure to send outsiders away, lest they obstruct his fortune. Sometimes, those entrenched within the political realm were the most superstitious. Zhao Xiaohua, eager to persuade Aunt Ma to examine Ling Yujiao, found that Aunt Ma had seemingly made a firm decision and would not stay regardless of her pleas. Frustrated, Zhao Xiaohua felt aggrieved. Their intent in summoning Aunt Ma was to send Ling Huaiyu away, yet now they were told Yujiao's fate was unfavorable. Ling Huaiyu, seeing Aunt Ma's insistence to depart, dared not prolong her stay and respectfully escorted her downstairs. Before the door could open, Zhao Xiaote suddenly rushed forward, kneeling before Aunt Ma. Grandma, you are formidable. Please, could you look into my fate? What does my life hold? Chapter 45. Ling Yujiao's fate is a burden to her family. Little did they know, upon seeing Zhao Xiaocui, Aunt Ma recoiled as though confronted with refuse, retreating several steps and brandishing her cane. Stay back. Do not obstruct my path. Ling Huaiyu, witnessing this, scolded, Why don't you go away? Zhao Xiaocui felt increasingly insecure. Could it be that Aunt Ma could see her impurities and thus held her in disdain? Aunt Ma hurried out of the family building with her son, as if fleeing for her life. Fong Posi, returning with her grandson, happened upon Ling Huaiyu escorting the mother and child out, and she turned to visit old Lady Lu. Sister, who might those relatives be visiting today? Having eavesdropped on gossip all morning, old Lady Lu was eager to share her findings, and the two settled by the stove at her doorstep. Old Lady Lu leaned in closer to Fong Posi, eyes darting around. I suspect they sought a fortune-teller to divine their fate. Yet it seems Ling Kejong is all smiles while teacher Zhao looks as if she has lost a child. Perhaps her nephew's fate is not promising. Fong Posi's gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the Ling household, whispering, That fortune-teller seems to possess true skill. She could tell at a glance that their son is not a good sort. Let me tell you, I once saw their son lurking by the public restroom, spying on a woman bathing. Old Lady Lu slapped her thigh. Goodness, I thought I was the only one who noticed. I feared being accused of gossip, so I kept it to myself. Fong Posi's eyes sparkled, appearing as though she had uncovered a conspiracy. And that girl, Yu Jiao, I have seen her several times walking with men, playfully pushing and pinching each other. Had it been a few years ago, she would have been publicly shamed. As the two elderly women excitedly exchanged tales, Ling Huaiyu returned, and they quickly fell silent, exchanging furtive glances. Ling Huaiyu, in high spirits, was oblivious to their mockery. Upon returning home, he frowned. Zhao Xiaohua, send Chen Yujiao back to her family's home. I have raised their child for 10 years, and that is sufficient. Zhao Xiaohua, consumed by anger, exploded upon hearing the words. Ling Huaiyu, are you out of your mind? You believe a few words from con artist? Yu Jiao has been with us for 10 years without any issues. Yet since her return a mere few days ago, chaos ensues daily. Don't you find that peculiar? Ling Huaiyu shot her a glance. Isn't it you who brought the con artist back? Zhao Xiaohua was left speechless. What was the matter with that old hag? She had paid to bring her here only to have her spout nonsense? Phoenix fate? Ridiculous. If she truly had a phoenix's fate, how could she have been bullied back home like that? Madame Ma and her son endured a bumpy bus ride before finally reaching the countryside. After disembarking, they walked home along a mountain path. Her son, Ma Lu, asked, Mother, is that girl really fated to be a phoenix? When they entered the city, an old woman had stopped them, knowing not only whom they were visiting, but also their purpose. Just follow my instructions, and you will receive the money owed to you. If you dare to speak out of line, secrets from your husband's past will resurface. Those were the old woman's ominous words. Ma Lu had never met his father, who had died before his birth, and knew nothing of his father's misdeeds. Madame Ma's expression turned grave. Why do you ask such things? Don't pry into matters that don't concern you. From now on, we cannot get involved in these affairs anymore. I have already compromised my life to protect yours. If you desire money, you must be willing to sacrifice your life for it. Think carefully. Do you want money or your life? Ma Lu dared not speak further. He desired wealth, but what good was it without his life? Madame Ma sighed, realizing that calling upon former benefactors for help was futile. Living here had become unsettling. Due to Madame Ma's words, the family's spirit soured. Ling Huaiyu glared at Ling Huaiyu, her eyes filled with malice. Ever since this troublemaker returned, her previously stable life had been upended. Although her father was not particularly fond of her, he never voiced discontent. Now, with money stolen, her brother in detention, and her mother beaten, their household was in disarray. Was that old woman blind? To claim she was cursed to bring misfortune upon her parents? Nonsense. Such superstitions were archaic. Ling Wenhai also harbored disdain for Ling Huaiyu, for shortly after her birth, her father had died, and her aunt Zhao Xuehua had passed away when she was 10. Wasn't that a curse upon her parents? If anything, Zhao Xuehua had not saved Zhao Xuehua. She had been cursed by her own daughter. Furthermore, Chen Hongjun, that troublemaker, clearly lacked virtue. Zhao Xuehua dismissed Madame Ma's claims, asserting that how could her daughter bring misfortune to her parents? Zhao Xiaocui, in despair, pondered her own worth. Was her life truly worthless? Each family member held disparate thoughts, while only Ling Huaiyu remained steadfast in her actions. Believing in spirits, she was no stranger to them. Knowing their fates was within her grasp. After all, their lives were determined by her. Ling Wenhai instructed Ling Huaiyu and Zhao Xiaocui to tidy the house, ensuring it was presentable. Xiao Lu, take this money and buy 2 decent outfits. In a few days, your father will host a dinner at home. Don't embarrass us. He handed her 50 yuan. Zhao Xuehua was displeased. Old Ling, the family is out of money. She has clothes to wear. Why give her more? Ling Wenhai retorted. Out of money? You must have lost track of our finances. I've come to a realization. Rather than give money to strangers, it is better spent on my own daughter. At least it results in some sound. Zhao Xuehua pushed Ling Yulong, who rushed into Ling Wenhai's embrace. Dad, I want money too. Ling Wenhai retrieved 5 yuan for his son, for he favored his youngest son the most. However, recalling Madame Ma's words, he felt uneasy. Could it be that this child was ill-fated? Sighing, he resolved to treat Xiao Lu better. Having a sister blessed with phoenix fate, how bad could his fortune truly be? Ling Yulong sulked with his 5 yuan. Dad, you gave that useless girl 50. Why only 5 for me? Before Ling Wenhai could reprimand his son, Ling Huaiyu quickly offered her money. Long, don't be upset. I'll give you my money. Ling Yulong reached for it, but Ling Wenhai swatted his hand away. That as for your sister. What are you grabbing at? Ling Yulong burst into tears. Mom, Dad hit me. Zhao Xiehua rushed to protect her son, glaring at Ling Huaiyu. Ling Wenhai, he's still young. Why can't you speak to him properly without resorting to violence? Long, be good. Mom will give you money. Ling Huaiyu gazed at the money in her hand, puzzled by Ling Wenhai's sudden kindness. What was his intention? Chapter 46. Ling Wenhai and Chen Hongjun clashed that night. Ling Wenhai was on duty at work. Zhao Xiehua went to the police station to sign a letter of understanding, bringing Chen Hongjun back. Upon arrival, Chen Hongjun saw that Ling Huaiyu had taken over his room and immediately lost his temper. Why did you bring me back? Is there any space left for me here? Zhao Xiehua, do you want me to sleep in the hallway or outside? Speak up. Don't go back to Ling Wenhai. Playing good cop while I'm left in the lurch. It's not entertaining. Zhao Xiehua, infuriated, felt a pang in her chest. For whom was she enduring this daily torment? What nonsense are you spouting? This room is yours. She turned to Ling Huaiyu. Jiao, sleep in your own room. Ling Huaiyu stood still, Mom. If she sleeps in my bed, where do I go? Zhao Xiehua retorted. Isn't their sofa? The next day, before dawn, Ling Wenhai returned home and collapsed onto the sofa. Just as he sat down, he realized he had landed on someone, startling him. Turning on the light, he discovered it was Ling Huaiyu. Exhausted and furious, he asked, Why are you sleeping on the sofa instead of a proper bed? Ling Huaiyu rubbed her eyes. Hongjun is back, and Yu Jiao is in my bed, so I just slept on the sofa. Ling Wenhai could no longer contain his anger. It was Ling Huaiyu's return to the shabby countryside dwelling that had kept him from moving on for so long. The fortune teller claimed his daughter had a phoenix's fate, yet Zhao Xiehua continued to torment her. Was she trying to sabotage his future? Ling Wenhai kicked open Chen Hongjun's door and dragged him from the bed, delivering a few kicks to his body. Ling Huaiyu screamed from the doorway. Dad, stop. Don't hit him. It doesn't even matter where I sleep. You can't beat my cousin. Now with money in hand and emboldened, Chen Hongjun was not one to be easily overpowered. He quickly retaliated, throwing a punch at Ling Huaiyu that struck him near the eye, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Hongjun, you can't hit my dad. Mom, come quick. Hongjun is attacking my dad. Zhao Xiuhua had just awakened when Ling Huaiyu kicked the door. The events escalated swiftly, and in less than 3 minutes, the two were embroiled in a fierce brawl. Hongjun, stop. Zhao Xiuhua, too furious to scold Ling Huaiyu, attempted to intervene but tripped and fell onto Ling Huaiyu. As she pressed him down, Chen Hongjun took the opportunity to kick Ling Huaiyu in the waist. Zhao Xiuhua, caught in the fray, received a couple of kicks as well. Dad, Mom, Ling Huaiyu cried, witnessing the chaos and rushing out to call for help from the neighbors. At this early hour, those up to prepare breakfast and send children off to work were busy with their routines. Upon learning of the fight at the Ling household, several eager young men rushed over to separate Ling Huaiyu and Chen Hongjun. Once they were finally apart, everyone gasped in shock. Ling Huaiyu sported a black eye, his shirt torn at the shoulder, hanging in tatters, and several claw marks marred his neck, with blood and swelling at the corner of his mouth. This is too ruthless. Looking at Zhao Xiuhua, her previously pig-like face, still swollen, has now acquired new injuries. Much of her hair has been torn out, and her clothes are stained with blood. Chen Hongjun, still youthful, bears only a slight redness on his face, with no noticeable injuries on his body. Grandma Wang admonishes Chen Hongjun, child, regardless of your second aunt and uncle's faults, they have raised you all these years. How can you strike an elder? Chen Hongjun defiantly retorts, did I ask him to raise me? I don't care for his support. My family is not without someone to look after me. Why should I rely on that surname Ling? He clearly covets my mother's assets, lacking a son of his own, and wants me to bear his child, which is why he brought me to the city. He continues, what a shameless wretch. He has money now, a son too, and still claims to be supporting me. Ling Huaiyu, you old scoundrel. How can you work at the police station, spending your sister-in-law's money, and not feel guilty? In the rural context, bearing a child often refers to couples who have been married for years without children, opting to adopt from others. Upon hearing this, Ling Huaiyu, in pain, nearly explodes with rage. Who needs you to bear a child for me? I have no daughter. Why would I need you to? He continues, you dare mention your mother's money? The little she earns, I wonder how it came about. It barely suffices for your upbringing, and I don't even know how much I've lent you. You still have the audacity to speak to me like this. Ling Huaiyu is aware that Zhao Xiuhua, a businesswoman, borrowed money from Zhao Xiuhua multiple times, although he is uncertain if she ever made a profit. Initially, Zhao Xiuhua kept meticulous records of their transactions, distinguishing between familial affection and monetary dealings. Zhao Xiuhua borrowed nearly 1,000 yuan without ever repaying it, even in her most prosperous years. When she claimed to be earning a fortune, she never returned a single cent, always deferring repayment. Now that she is gone, the debt is uncollectible, and he is left to support her children. If it were not for his younger son, Ling Huaiyu would have already exploded with fury. Chen Hongjun clenches his fists, veins bulging at his temples, eyes wide with rage, saliva flying as he shouts, you old fool. With my mother gone, there's no one to testify against you. So you can say whatever you please, right? My mother earned so much money. How could she have borrowed from you? Do you have no shame? Taking my mother's money and now accusing her of borrowing from you? I'll report you to the police for eating the dead's money. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Ling Huaiyu attempts to kick him, but is restrained by Old Feng and Xiaochun. Old Ling, at your age, why argue with a young man? Ling Huaiyu, unable to reach him, gasps in anger, shouting at Zhao Xiuhua. Zhao Xiuhua, you tell him, did his mother borrow money from you? Zhao Xiuhua, crying, strikes Chen Hongjun, you little brat. After raising you for so many years, how can you spout such nonsense? Your mother's money was spent on you long ago. Bah! Chen Hongjun spits on Zhao Xiuhua's face. You claim to treat me like a son, but how do you treat Ling Yulong? If you truly regarded me as your son, give me my mother's money she left behind, and this house as well. Ling Yujiao is taken aback by this scene. Brother, stop talking. If the Ling family doesn't want them, are they supposed to return to the Qin family? Amidst the chaos, Ling Huaiyu slips away to the vegetable market, seeking a vendor. Aunt Yao, I'm Ling Huaiyu's little green. Please send a message home. Something has happened. Chapter 47. Ling Huaiyu is on the brink of madness. Get out. Go back to your Chun family. He pushes Chun Hongjun toward the door. Zhao Xiuhua clings to Ling Wenhai, weeping, "Old Ling, you can't be so ruthless. Hongjun's father passed away early, and Xiuhua died saving me. He*s right. We owe him. You can't just drive him away." When Ling Huaiyu returns, the family is still in uproar. Those who should be at work have left. There's no one to mediate the Ling family's issues, as they are not earning anything. Only a few elderly individuals remain, trying to counsel the family. "Old Ling, the child has lost his mother. You've raised him for so many years. What's an additional year or two? Once he finds a partner and starts a family, he'll lead his own life. As an uncle, you've done your part." "Yes, Old Ling, the boy is about to take his college entrance exams. Any matters can wait until afterward. Don't make hasty decisions now. Hongjun, quickly apologize to your uncle. We are family, and he has supported you and your sister for many years. It hasn't been easy for him. Look, he hasn't even been able to care for his own daughter. Yet he has done so much for you and your sister. We mustn't speak such heartless words." Ling Huaiyu also steps forward. "Dad, Aunt died saving Mom. We can't just ignore our cousins. I don't mind suffering a little, as long as we can live in harmony as a family. Cousins can stay wherever they like. I'm fine with any arrangement. Once I find a job, our home won't feel so cramped." The surrounding neighbors murmur, "Little Green is so sensible. What a good child. Why doesn't her mother appreciate her?" They compare her to Ling Yujiao, who, when her aunt was beaten in the restroom, refused to help due to the mess, ultimately leaving it to Little Green to clean up. Old Lu and Old Fong gossip. Those two from their family are ungrateful. I don't know what teacher Zhao sees in them. If it's for reputation, giving money would suffice. You'll see. This nurturing will eventually lead to enmity. Old Fong, reveling in the Ling family's turmoil, agrees with Old Lu. They say a child's character shows from a young age. Ever since those two arrived, I've felt uneasy. You're right. Their family will eventually fall apart because of them. Inside, Chun Hongjun kicks Ling Wenhai on the leg and seizes the moment of pain to slip away. He had spent 2 days in the police station, enduring terrible conditions. He makes his way to the bike shed, taking Ling Wenhai's bicycle to go to Yao Tsuolan's house. "Goodness, how could they be so brutal? Beating you like this?" Yao Tsuolan, both sympathetic and concerned, cleans him up. "Initially, I thought you were wrong for taking their money, but with such cruelty, they deserve to be stripped of everything." Yao Tsuolan's words resonate deeply with Chun Hongjun. "You are right. They owe my mother. If they emptied their house, it would be deserved. Just for a few thousand yuan, they sent me to the police station and Haven Tea. Stop harassing me." Chun Hongjun resolves to take something more, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He may have escaped, but Ling Wenhai, due to the kick, can hardly stand. By noon, his leg is swollen significantly. Ling Huaiyu helps him to the clinic, where it's confirmed that while his bones are unbroken, the muscle is swollen and will take days to heal. Upon returning, he still intends to go to work, as he is scheduled for duty that night. When he checks the bike shed, however, he discovers the bicycle is missing. Ling Huaiyu suspects what happened but says, "Dad, it's likely that Mom took it to work." A nearby child playing says, "Uncle Ling, it was Hongjun who rode your bike away. We all saw it." Having worked late, returning home only to encounter a thief and enduring a beating, now his bike is gone. Ling Wenhai's anger is uncontainable as he limps upstairs and delivers 2 resounding slaps to Zhao Xiuhua. She cries out, "Ling Wenhai, have you lost your mind?" "Yes, I've gone mad, sending my own daughter to the countryside to raise 2 ungrateful wretches." Ling Wenhai's roar reverberates through the house. Ling Huaiyu quietly tidied up the broken coal briquettes from the morning scuffle in the corridor, selecting a few intact pieces to apologize to Aunt Feng next door. "Aunt Feng, I'm truly sorry for stepping on your coal this morning. Here are a few to compensate you, and I'll bring the rest next time, if that's acceptable." Aunt Feng sighed. "It's kind of you to remember this, dear." Earlier that morning, Ling Wenhai and Chun Hongjun had been engaged in a fierce brawl, which not only shattered coal, but also scattered pots and pans all over the entrance, resulting in 2 broken bowls. Aunt Feng was furious. Her family relied solely on Old Feng's income, unlike the dual-income household next door. She considered speaking to Zhao Xiuhua about it, but was stopped by Old Feng. "Let it be. They're already in a heated argument. Your interference would only escalate matters." After compensating for the coal, Ling Huaiyu took a broom and continued her silent cleanup in the corridor. The corridor housed 10 families, and due to space constraints, many had their belongings at the entrance, making it barely navigable. Some even cooked in the corridor. In future times, such a living arrangement would certainly fail any fire safety inspection, but at this moment, it was a matter of necessity. The chaos from the fight left many residents feeling irritable, yet they hesitated to voice their grievances due to neighborly ties. Upon returning home, Ling Huaiyu found Ling Wenhai sprawled on the sofa. Ling Yujiao remained hidden inside, while Zhao Xiaocui pretended to busy herself in the kitchen. Zhao Xiaohua lay in the inner room, crying and cursing. What kind of life is this? When I married you, Ling Wenhai, you were just a petty police officer, earning less than half of what I did. That meager salary had to support your family and buy medicine for your mother. What have I said? All these years, I bore your children, and you still dare to strike me. You heartless wretch. Ling Wenhai smoked furiously, his brow furrowed tightly. Ling Huaiyu softly asked, Dad, is there anything you'd like to eat? I can make something for you. Ling Wenhai remained silent. Zhao Xiaohua resumed her tirade. My sister lost her life for me, and I'm raising her son. What is wrong with that? I give him a little money, but you send money to your elder brother and sister without a second thought. Ling Wenhai, you're just like your deceased mother. Bang! The door, previously damaged, was kicked open once more. An elderly woman stood fuming at the entrance, hands on her hips, shouting, Zhao Xiaohua, what is the matter with Ling Wenhai's mother? Mother, what brings you here? Ling Wenhai exclaimed, nearly rising to his feet, but quickly realizing the pain in his leg. The elderly lady, noticing her son's discomfort, dropped her bundle and rushed over. Son, what happened to you? Ling Huaiyu muttered softly. It was an accident caused by Hong Jun. Ling's mother had overheard Zhao Xiaohua berating her family, and, now realizing her son was hurt by Zhao Xiaohua's nephew, could hardly contain her anger. Grabbing a spatula nearby, she stormed into the inner room, delivering a flurry of blows to Zhao Xiaohua. You shameless harlot, raising those two troublemaking nephews while harming my son. Do you think my children are taking advantage of you like your two ungrateful ones? Despite her fierce demeanor, Zhao Xiaohua dared not confront Ling's mother. Ling Yujiao, who had always been favored by her, cowered in the room, covering her ears, fearing her grandmother's wrath. She couldn't fathom how their once harmonious life had turned so tumultuous. The uncle she had called dad for nearly 10 years had suddenly transformed into a stranger, showing disdain for her and her brother. Unnoticed, the spatula lay on the coffee table, but Zhao Xiaocui clearly saw it. She realized it was Ling Huaiyu who had brought it while asking Ling Wenhai what he wanted to eat. A question nagged at Zhao Xiaocui. Had the woman in red informed Ling Huaiyu of her grandmother's impending visit? Ling Huaiyu supported Ling Wenhai, imploring, Dad, please talk to Grandma. Tell her to stop before someone gets seriously hurt. We can't afford any hospital bills. Her voice was barely above a whisper, but Ling's mother caught it. Wielding the spatula, she pointed at Zhao Xiaohua. No money at home? What do you mean by that? Zhao Xiaohua, sobbing, dared not respond. Ling Huaiyu quietly added, Our money has been stolen. Ling's mother turned to her son, glaring, You a police bureau chief. Let thieves invade your home? Have you caught them? Ling Wenhai, unwilling to dwell on the matter, felt overwhelmed. Ling's mother then turned her gaze back to Ling Huaiyu, demanding, Did you catch the thief? Ling Huaiyu shrank back, hiding behind her father. We caught him, but the money is unrecoverable. Why not? Ling's mother, a woman who had endured wars and famines, regarded every penny as precious. She could not accept the idea of irretrievable losses. Ling Huaiyu hesitated, unsure how to articulate the situation. Zhao Xiaocui, without thinking, interjected. It was Chun Hong Jun who stole it. He gave it all to his girlfriend. Even if uncle goes to confront the Chun family, it won't change anything. Ling's mother felt a surge of blood rising in her chest. How much did he take? 5,200. Zhao Xiaocui blurted out, immediately sensing something was amiss. She caught the fierce glare from her second aunt and realized her mistake. Her aunt surely wanted to keep this matter from their grandmother. Ling's mother staggered, nearly losing her balance, but Ling Huaiyu quickly caught her. Grandma, are you all right? Ling Wenhai, alarmed, exclaimed, Mother, don't scare me. Ling Huaiyu soothed her grandmother, providing water until she finally calmed down. After a moment, Ling's mother slapped Ling Wenhai across the face. Last month, your second brother was gored by a bull and suffered for weeks without spending a dime on medicine. Your elder sister, wanting you to attend college, watched her own son suffer without affording the cost of a single injection. I walked from our hometown to the county carrying corn, refusing to spend that 30 cents on a bus fare just to provide you with white rice. And now, 5,200. What could your elder brother, second brother, and sisters' families have done with it over the years. It could sustain them for years. Ling's mother pounded her chest, weeping uncontrollably, enumerating Ling Huai's transgressions. Your father died young, and you were able to grow and study thanks to your elder sibling support. Those years, your sisters-in-law bore no complaints. I kept them in line. Now that you've become successful, you're willing to spend money on outsiders while neglecting your own family. How could your heart be so cruel? Ling Huai felt a pang of guilt. In the early years of marriage, Zhao Xiuhua had maintained good relations with her in-laws. Although his mother had reservations about her family's modest means, she never voiced them too harshly, merely wishing for them to have another son. Yet, Zhao Xiuhua had adamantly refused to have another child, and later, when she did have a son, her attitude toward Ling's family changed. She became increasingly stingy, avoiding family gatherings during holidays, leading to a growing distance from his brothers and sister. No, he had to retrieve that money. Even if it meant confronting the Chun family directly, he must reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Ling's mother glared fiercely at Zhao Xiuhua, determined not to leave until the money was returned. Zhao Xiuhua, enduring her pain, dared not utter a word in front of the elderly woman, instead turning her ire toward Ling Huaiyu. Why aren't you cooking? Is the whole family going to starve? Ling Huaiyu rose to prepare a meal, but was halted by Ling's mother. Not so fast. Is there no one left in this family? Why should my granddaughter cook for those two good-for-nothings? What has my family ever owed them? You, and that little minx, come out and cook for me. She pointed at Zhao Xiaozue and scolded her. Ling Huil felt a sense of trepidation. Grandma, perhaps I should handle this instead. Sister Yu Jiao has never done such laborious tasks. Ling Laotai scoffed. What a rarity. The Qin family comes into the Ling household and suddenly becomes a pampered young lady who doesn't lift a finger. Ling Wenhai felt a pang of discomfort. After all, Aunt Ma had said that his daughter was destined for greatness, but having fallen into a henhouse, she had squandered his fortune over the past few years. Xiaozue, go call Qin Yujiao to help you with the cooking. The mere thought of Ling Yujiao sharing his surname made him feel nauseated, akin to swallowing a fly. Zhao Xiuhua expressed her dissatisfaction. Old Ling, Jiao Jiao, is about to take her college entrance examination. Don't involve her in adult matters. This year, Ling Laotai seized a water bowl beside her and hurled it. Exams, exams, exams. You've eaten and drunk for my Ling family for all these years, and you expect me to support you through college? Dream on. She was filled with resentment over this issue, believing that her family's younger generation had not reaped any benefits. So why should two outsiders be favored? Ling Huil rubbed her chest. Grandma, please don't get angry. Your health isn't good. Just stay home and rest for a while. Later, Dad and I will accompany you to the hospital for a checkup. Upon hearing that the old lady intended to stay, Zhao Xiuhua immediately objected. No way. Chapter 49. Ling Laotai's family disciplined. Ling Laotai looked at her son with a cold smile. Old four, your wife's nephew can stay, but I cannot? Ling Wenhai hastily replied, Mom, what are you saying? You are my own mother. Whether for a day or a lifetime, it is only right for you to stay. Zhao Xiuhua felt wronged. Old Ling, our house is only a few rooms, and it's already cramped enough. Where will we put another old lady? Ling Huil attended to Ling Laotai. It's all right. Grandma can sleep in my bed. I'll sleep in the living room. In truth, the Ling family's residence was the largest in the corridor. Other households barely had space to walk, let alone a living room. This house originally belonged to Pei Guancheng, but after his promotion and relocation, Zhao Xiuhua and Ling Wenhai pooled some money to purchase it. There were 3 rooms in total. The master bedroom was the largest, and Ling Wenhai had partitioned a small space for Ling Yulong, facilitating the couple's care for their son. The remaining 2 rooms had been occupied by Ling Yujiao and Chen Hongjun, siblings, each having their own quarters. Ling Laotai patted Ling Huil's hand. You don't need to sleep in the living room. If anyone sleeps there, it will be them. Zhao Xiaozue can share a bed with that illegitimate child. You will sleep with Grandma. Ling Laotai was protective of her own, favoring her son and grandson, showing little affection for her granddaughter Ling Huil. However, Ling Huil had been sweet-tongued and endearing as a child, and being the youngest granddaughter, she had garnered a modicum of affection from the old lady. That tiny bit of affection now seemed all the more precious in the presence of 2 outsiders. Ling Huil hurried to settle Ling Laotai when a piercing scream erupted from the kitchen. Turning around, she saw flames erupting from the frying pan. Had it not been for Zhao Xiaozue's quick actions, the entire kitchen would have been ablaze. Zhao Xiuhua, disregarding her own disarray, rushed into the kitchen. Jiao Jiao, are you all right? Ling Laotai pointed at Ling Yujiao and asked her son, has this young lady, raised in your household, never cooked a meal? Ling Wenhai felt embarrassed and at a loss for words. Every time he tried to have Chen Hongjun and Ling Yujiao do some work, Zhao Xiuhua would interject, arguing that the children were still young and had already been living under someone else's roof. He shouldn't be too harsh on them, lest they feel burdened. Over time, Ling Wenhai grew weary of the discussion. After all, if Ling Yujiao and her brother refused to help, Zhao Xiuhua would simply do the work herself. If she was willing to do it, why should he? Ling Yujiao sobbed in the kitchen. Wah, I want to go back. I don't want to stay here anymore. This is too much bullying. Zhao Xiaotsue thought to herself. Is being asked to make a meal really considered bullying? Ling Laotai instructed Ling Huaiyu, go, open the door for her. I want to see if this mangy dog will actually leave. Don't try to threaten Zhao Xiuhua with your tactics. Do it for me to see. Zhao Xiuhua, if you dare to stop her, you can go to the Chen family with her. Didn't you say you owe your sister? Her hometown has 2 mud brick houses. I've heard that the Chen family has turned them into pigsties. If you wish to go help raise their children, I'll pay to redeem those 2 pigsties for you. You need not worry about the house being unattended. With me and Zylv here, we want to let it fall into disarray, and we can cook for those 2. Ling Yujiao stood there crying, not moving an inch. Chen Hongjun dared to leave because he knew he had an escape route. But what did she have? The Chen family doted on their grandson, but had little regard for her, their granddaughter. If she sought refuge with her uncles, it would be akin to being sold for a bride price. Zhao Xiuhua wiped her tears. Old lady, have a conscience. I've been married into your Ling family for 20 years, bearing a son and a daughter, and I have my own salary. I've never failed to show you respect. How can you say such heart-wrenching things? Ling Laotai was unmoved, casting a sidelong glance. You've made it clear that was in the past. You were dutiful to me then, and I treated you well in return. Other families' mothers-in-law frequently seek trouble, unable to bear seeing their daughters-in-law live comfortably. Ask yourself, how many times have I visited your home since you married Wenhai? When you had Zylv, I wanted a grandson. You didn't want to give me one. Did I ever cause trouble over it? Later, when you took your sister's child to raise in our home, I thought our Ling family could not owe anyone a favor. So I advised Wenhai to endure this matter. The only thing I cannot tolerate is that you, for the sake of someone else's child, cast my granddaughter into the countryside. What, should my Ling family's daughter make way for a Chun family daughter? Ling Laotai had never been pleased with this arrangement. No matter how much she disliked her granddaughter, she could not simply allow an outsider's child to take precedence over her own. Everything must have its rightful order. Why should the Ling name yield to the Chen name? However, at that time, Ling Wenhai had just welcomed his son, feeling elated, and persuaded his mother to let Zhao Xiuhua have her way. Yet as the years passed, Zhao Xiuhua grew increasingly unreasonable, causing the Ling siblings to distance themselves from Ling Wenhai. This was what Ling Laotai could not endure. Therefore, upon hearing of her son's troubles at home, she hurriedly packed a few clothes and rushed to the city without changing her attire. Zhao Xiuhua sobbed, but my sister died for me. I owe her that. Shouldn't I treat her 2 children well? Ling Laotai slammed her thigh in anger. That is your debt, not ours. If you wish to repay it, do so yourself. Do not use my son and granddaughter to settle your debt. She had recently heard that her granddaughter was living in the Zhao family's countryside, eating pig slop and living in a chicken coop, being treated like a servant by the Zhao family. When she heard this, she felt utterly ashamed. How could it be so humiliating? The daughter of an esteemed public security chief eating pig slop. What kind of a position was her son in? Ling Wenhai had not anticipated that the old lady would be aware of these matters. He glared at Ling Huaiyu. Why did you tell your grandma about this? Ling Laotai huffed. Why are you scolding her? She didn't say it. Those things the Zhao family did, do they truly believe no one knows? Your sister-in-law has a cousin who married into their village and knows precisely what goes on in that household. Ling Wenhai, if you ever dare to send my granddaughter to serve others again, I will dig up your father's grave and ask him how he raised his son. Ling Wenhai immediately cowered. With Ling Laotai presiding, Zhao Xiuhua and Ling Yujiao dared not cause any more trouble, and even Ling Yulong became much more obedient. For a time, the household seemed to regain its former tranquility. As for Chen Hongjun, apart from Zhao Xiuhua, no one paid him any mind. Ling Wenhai reflected that it was indeed necessary for an elder to maintain order in the household. Ling Huaiyu tended to Ling Laotai with utmost care, and the old lady grew increasingly fond of this granddaughter. Your father was also in a difficult position back then. Hold no grudges against anyone but him. Ling Laotai confided to Ling Huaiyu. Ling Huaiyu lowered her gaze and nodded. Grandma, I understand. As Zhao Xiuhua's bruises faded and Ling Wenhai's leg gradually healed, life in the household moved forward. He brought back an elderly lady of similar age to old lady Ling Mom. This is Aunt Sue from next door. Do you remember her? Old lady Ling stretched her tone. Are you that little Pei's mother? With her graying hair, but a demeanor that appeared younger than old lady Ling, the elegant and poised Aunt Sue smiled. Sister, your memory is remarkable. We've only met a few times, yet you still remember me. Old lady Ling affectionately grasped Aunt Sue's hand. Oh, dear sister, I may forget others. But how could I forget you? You were the belle of our courtyard back in the day. After all these years, look at me. I've aged so much, yet you remain just as youthful. It must be because your children are doing well. You look so vibrant, unlike me, who has to worry about the ungrateful ones. Gulme, sit down, dear sister. Xiao Lu, quickly pour tea for Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue gracefully took a seat, subtly observing the room's decor. This house once belonged to her son. Ling Huaiyu brought tea to Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue, please enjoy your tea. So this is Xiao Lu. Aunt Sue set down her teacup and took Ling Huaiyu's hand, examining her. Oh my, it's been a while. Our Xiao Lu has grown into a fine young lady. Zhao Xiuhua pulled Ling Yujiao over. Indeed, it's been several years since we last saw you. I heard you live over in Haicheng and seldom return here. Aunt Sue, let me introduce you. This is my niece, Ling Yujiao. Jiao Jiao, greet her. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaocui, busy at the side, felt quite disgruntled. One had a beloved grandmother, and the other had a doting aunt, while she was just a pitiful little maid. Old lady Ling shot a sidelong glance at Zhao Xiuhua, but maintained a smile. Well, my daughter-in-law's niece is quite diligent. Yu Jiao, go help your aunt. We haven't seen each other in ages, and ought to catch up. Ling Yujiao remained seated, having suffered a burn on her hand the previous night, and it still pained her. Ling Huaiyu noticed and offered, Grandma, I'll go instead. My cooking skills are quite good. Just ask my dad. Ling Wenhai chuckled. Xiao Lu's culinary talents are indeed impressive. She cooks even better than her mother. Zhao Xiuhua conversed with Aunt Sue. Xiao Lu is quite the chef, unlike Yu Jiao, whose mind is solely on her studies and pays little attention to kitchen duties. I'll come to terms with it. After all, no one is perfect. Xiao Lu may not excel in academics, but she is skilled at household chores, making her a desirable match in the future. Old lady Ling glared at Zhao Xiuhua. She had never seen someone belittle their own daughter to elevate a niece. Aunt Sue's eyes brightened as she turned to Ling Yujiao. Do you enjoy studying? Huh, not particularly. Ling Yujiao shyly replied. Well, my mother says that girls should study more to contribute to the nation. Though I'm a girl, I don't intend to spend my life revolving around the kitchen. Women can also hold half the sky. As a woman of the new era, I aspire to reach greater heights. So, I must study hard. Indeed, that is a valid point. Aunt Sue's gaze dimmed slightly. Girls should study more. The times have changed, and women can do what men can. Zhao Xiaocui approached with washed peaches. Aunt Sue, please have some peaches. Aunt Sue had been focused on Ling Huaiyu and Ling Yujiao, and had not noticed Zhao Xiaocui until now. Old lady Ling's expression was one of sly amusement. Oh, the one who just called me mother-in-law is her niece, and this one is my daughter-in-law's niece. Look at my household. It's almost become a realm of daughters. Aunt Sue laughed. These young girls, each one more delicate than the last, gathered around you, dear sister. How wonderful. I envy your fortune, but alas, my granddaughter is few and far between, and they have all gone to distant places. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaocui also found an excuse to remain seated. Thus, the family surrounded Aunt Sue in conversation, while Ling Huaiyu busied herself in the kitchen. In the kitchen, Ling Huaiyu quietly chopped vegetables, pondering Aunt Sue's intentions. Aunt Sue was Pei Guancheng's mother. Her visit warranted the highest hospitality from the Ling family. Yet, Ling Wenhai's earlier demeanor suggested a tacit understanding with this elderly lady. What were they planning? She mused while deftly preparing 4 dishes and a soup, alongside 2 cold dishes. Filling the table, Aunt Sue sampled a bite of tomato scrambled eggs and praised, Your Xiao Lu's cooking skills rival those of the chefs at state-run restaurants. Old Lady Ling's face beamed with joy. This child is indeed talented and resourceful, though she could be a bit awkward with words. Ling Wenhai chimed in. My mother speaks true. You know the circumstances, aunt. A few years back, as you are aware, we had many children and the burden was heavy. So we sent her to the countryside. Her temperament became honest and kind, but her speech grew a bit clumsy. Zhao Xiuhua smiled awkwardly. Well, girls should either study or be adept at household skills. Ling Yujiao abruptly set down her chopsticks. Mom, you all take your time. I'm full. With that, she stood and walked away, leaving no face for the Ling family. Ling Wenhai squeezed his chopsticks tightly, suppressing his anger. Although she was a niece, she bore my surname and was raised like a daughter. This child, alas, has become a bit willful. He glared at Ling Yujiao's retreating figure, then glanced at Zhao Xiaocui, who was earnestly devouring her meal. Indeed, she was not family, and none of them pleased his eyes. Zhao Xiaocui, bewildered, looked up, wondering why her uncle was glaring at her and why Ling Yujiao had stopped eating. The dishes were delicious. Oh well, if she wasn't eating, that meant she could have more. Aunt Su engaged Ling Huaiyu in conversation. Xiao Lu, what do you enjoy doing in your spare time? Ling Huaiyu replied obediently. Nothing in particular. I just want to find a job so my parents can have an easier life and not struggle so much. That's commendable. Being dutiful to one's elders is a virtue. Aunt Su nodded repeatedly and then inquired further. Have you thought about what kind of partner you'd like in the future? Ling Huaiyu was taken aback and blushed, lowering her head shyly, naturally. I would listen to my parents. Thus, Aunt Su's enthusiasm was revealed. However, it seemed the Pei family did not require the elderly lady to personally arrange matches for her grandchildren. Ling Wenhai quickly interjected, this child is just shy. Aunt Su's gaze on Ling Huaiyu grew increasingly approving. Ling Wenhai exchanged glances with old lady Ling Zhao Xiuhua, witnessing the silent communication between mother and son, felt indignant. Such significant matters were discussed without her knowledge. At that moment, a young girl knocked and entered. Grandma, my mother sent me to bring you back. Upon seeing the girl, old lady Ling waved her over. This is my granddaughter Lu Jinping. Jinping, greet Aunt Su. Lu Jinping stared at Aunt Su, her face suddenly paling as if startled by something. Jinping, old lady Ling called out, displeased, prompting her to snap back to reality. Su. Aunt Su, hello. Sister, it's time for dinner. Ling Huaiyu brought bowls and chopsticks for Lu Jinping, sensing that her cousin appeared somewhat strange. She had little interaction with Lu Jinping in her past life, leaving her with a vague impression of this cousin. Aunt Su teased old lady Ling. You truly are fortunate to have so many granddaughters. You will surely be well taken care of. Old lady Ling cherished Lu Jinping, inviting her to sit beside her. Yes, this child is dutiful and considerate. She often comes to keep me company, and she organizes my clothes and shoes. Aunt Su nodded. She is indeed a good girl. In the face of the two elderly ladies' compliments, Lu Jinping appeared somewhat distracted. Ling Huaigreen found this curious. In her scant memories, this cousin had always relied on the favor of her maternal uncle, Ling Wenhai, and was known for her penchant for bickering with Ling Yujiao. It was unusual to see her so quiet, as she was typically assertive and competitive. Ling Laotai did not notice Lu Jinping's unusual demeanor and continued to chat with Su Laotai. I have 4 grandchildren in total. You see, I tend to favor my eldest daughter's daughter, Jinping, and my youngest son's girl, Xiaolu. Jinping had a difficult childhood, and I wanted to compensate her more. Xiaolu is different. She takes after her father, being clever and sweet-tongued, but her mother is rather thoughtless, leaving the child in the countryside. You know how hard it is for country folk to make ends meet, let alone teach their children. Fortunately, this child is good-natured. Despite spending so many years in the countryside, she hasn't picked up any bad habits and has become quite diligent since returning. Su Laotai gestured towards the table laden with dishes. Old sister, I must say this child has turned adversity into fortune. If it weren't for those years in the countryside, she wouldn't have been able to prepare such a feast, would she? People must endure some trials to truly appreciate the hardships of life. Remember how difficult life was for us back in the day? Now, we find happiness in this new society. Mark my words, this child has a bright future ahead. Ling Laotai laughed heartily. Sister, you always have such agreeable words. Oh, how I cherish our conversations. Please forgive me. I speak plainly, as a country person tends to do. Old sister, you resonate with my temperament. We are indeed alike. Su Laotai shared stories about Haiqing. I never wanted to stay there. But you know my second and third children work there, and the grandchildren are still young. The daughters-in-law have jobs, and if I don't help look after the children, Let me be done. They say old age is for enjoying life with many descendants. But is that really enjoyment? It's more like being a nanny. Ling Huaiyu quickly reassured her. You shouldn't say that. Your second and third children are capable people. If they wanted a nanny, they could surely afford one. They just want to keep you company. Su Huaiyu appreciated this sentiment. You know, I do love children. Back when your Xiaolu had just learned to run, she would often come to my house asking, Grandma Su, aren't you making fried dough twist today? Oh, such a tiny little thing, wanted to eat, but not saying so directly, insisting on helping me with chores. I found her adorable. Not just me, but my little Guan adored her too. He even asked me, Grandma, can we ask Uncle Ling to let Xiaolu come live with us and have Aunt Zhao have another child? The two elderly ladies laughed together. Ling Huaiyu reminisced about amusing stories from his daughter's childhood, and for a moment, Ling Huaiyu became the center of their conversation. Zhao Xiaohua felt displeased but had to maintain a facade. Zhao Xiaosui's expression darkened. She realized that this old lady was attempting to arrange a match for Ling Huaiyu. Given the old lady's stature, the suitor could hardly be of lesser quality. Why could the second aunt arrange a match for Ling Huaiyu, yet not for her? She was older by a year and should be the one anxious to marry. Su Huaiyu inquired again. Xiaolu, do you remember your brother Guan? Ling Huaiyu blinked her large, watery eyes and shyly replied, Grandma Su, I was very young then, and brother Guan was studying, so I don't remember much. Su Huaiyu seemed somewhat disappointed. It's natural to forget. Alas, 10 years have flown by. After much conversation and a delightful meal, Su Huaiyu rose to take her leave. Ling Huaiyu took Ling Huaiyu's hand to see her off. Su Huaiyu rummaged through her handbag and produced a velvet box, opening it to reveal a gold bracelet adorned with cloisonne enamel, presenting it to Ling Huaiyu. Here, Xiaolu, since I saw you happy today, you mustn't refuse this little trinket. At the back of the group, Lu Jinping's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the bracelet. This was Zhao Xiaosui's jealousy made her eyes redden. Su Huaiyu's generosity hinted that her family must be wealthy. She resolved to persuade her second aunt to introduce her to a good family as well. Meanwhile, the irritable Ling Yujiao, who had stormed into the house, was still eavesdropping by the door. Upon hearing about the gift for Ling Huaiyu, she pretended to come out for water, secretly glancing at the scene. Her curiosity piqued. What kind of family was so generous? Ling Huaiyu. Why did she deserve such fortune? Ling Huaiyu looked at the bracelet, instinctively wanting to refuse, but Ling Huaiyu seized the opportunity, slipping it onto her wrist. Oh, it fits perfectly and looks lovely. It seems my choice was quite fitting. Su Huaiyu exclaimed with delight. Ling Huaiyu gently nudged Ling Huaiyu's back. Xiaolu, hurry and thank Grandma Su. Su Huaiyu waved her hand, smiling, what thanks? We are family. No need for such formalities. The family escorted Su Huaiyu away, and upon returning, Ling Huaiyu whispered to Ling Huaiyu, this matter is likely settled. She knew Su Huaiyu well, for her son had given her a heads up a few days prior. Zhao Xiaohua followed closely behind the mother and son, seething with resentment that such significant news had not been shared with her, the mother. Ling Huaiyu felt the warmth of the bracelet on her wrist, realizing the intentions of Ling Huaiyu and her son. Were they trying to sell her off to someone? How benevolent they were, making such decisions without consulting her. Suddenly, Lu Jinping, with a grim expression, pulled Ling Huaiyu aside. Ling Huaiyu turned to her. Lu Jinping tilted her head, a glint of schadenfreude in her eyes. Do you know who you're going to marry? A man who is paralyzed, unable to stand for life. Chapter 52, Disaster. The paralyzed man with a peculiar temper, a paralyzed man, unable to stand for life. A paralyzed man? It was Su Huaiyu's own grandson, Pei Guancheng. Ling Huaiyu felt a flash of confusion on her face, while her heart raced with realization. She finally understood Lu Jinping's odd behavior upon meeting Su Huaiyu. In her previous life, she had been sullied and returned to the city late, thus marrying the paralyzed man, Lu Jinping. Sister Jinping, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Who is getting married? And who is this paralyzed person? Ling Huaiyu feigned ignorance, trying to draw Lu Jinping into further conversation. Lu Jinping, seeing her genuine confusion, felt even more triumphant. It was better that Ling Huaiyu remained oblivious. Soon enough, she would find out. Well, since we are sisters, let me warn you, that paralyzed man isn't great. And he has a particularly odd temper. He throws things when he gets angry and makes quite a mess, Don't come crying to your family when that happens. Ling Huaiyu was clearly frightened and shrank back. Sister Jinping, don't scare me. I'm not getting married. Sisters Yujiao and Xiao Zui are older than me. If anyone is to marry, it should be them. I certainly want to be taking care of a paralyzed man. No wonder Ling Huaiyu was eager to bring her back. It seemed there was a premeditated plan. Pei Guancheng was the eldest son of Pei Guancheng, 3 years her senior. Their families had been neighbors in childhood, and Ling Huaiyu often trailed behind him while playing, so she was no stranger to him. Pei Guancheng was a legend in the courtyard, the quintessential other people's child in his parents' eyes. From the age of 4 in kindergarten, he displayed remarkable academic talent, skipping grades, and at 15, he participated in the college entrance examination. His father worked at the police station, his mother was an artist, and his maternal grandfather was rumored to be a founding general. Notably, his maternal grandfather was also related to Yan Jin, making them cousins. With a prestigious background, he was handsome and academically gifted, a child hailed as a prodigy. Even Zhao Xiuhua, who doted on Ling Huaiyu, couldn't help but feel envious, for Pei Guancheng's brilliance was blinding. Everyone said his future was limitless, and no one could predict how far he would go in life. There's a saying that goes, "Heaven envies the talented," which seems to encapsulate the story of Pei Guancheng. On the second day of his college entrance examination, he was unexpectedly abducted, his legs brutally broken by the assailant, who had no intention of taking his life, nor did he intend to grant Pei Guancheng a future. The severity of his injuries was such that it was rumored the attacker even contemplated severing his limbs with an axe. It was only after Pei Guancheng had not arrived for an extended period that his teacher became concerned and went searching for him. Despite the efforts of his family and maternal grandfather to intervene, they could only save his legs, which would never allow him to stand again. The once illustrious prodigy thus fell from grace. Following the tragic event, Pei Guancheng succumbed to despair and melancholy. Not long after, Pei Guancheng divorced his wife, and both subsequently remarried and had children of their own. The pride that once lifted them to great heights was now buried in the mire. Rejected by both sets of parents, leaving Pei Guancheng abandoned and alone. In a previous life, Ling Huaiyu, who had been on the run for many years, had encountered Pei Guancheng once. At that time, worn by hardships and nearing the end of her life, she met a now gray-haired Pei Guancheng, who was over 40 but appeared much older. They reminisced about the past, both filled with poignant reflections. Lu Jinping, observing Ling Huaiyu's lack of reaction, devoid of the fear and trepidation she had anticipated, felt a twinge of discomfort. She wished to speak further, but feared it might provoke Ling Huaiyu. After all, if Ling Huaiyu refused to marry, she might end up having to marry that madman herself. A few days prior, Lu Jinping had a dream in which Ling Huaiyu did not return home, but her grandmother cheerfully discussed a marriage arrangement. She learned that the prospective groom's father was the director of the Public Security Bureau, which delighted her, so she agreed to the marriage without question. It was only after the wedding that she discovered her husband was incapable of self-care, relying entirely on her, leading to a stagnant existence devoid of any marital affection or joy. She felt as though she had married a recluse, trapped in a small world for over a decade, nearly driving her to madness. The dream was fleeting, filled only with the oppressive monotony of her life with that man. Upon waking, she heard that her grandmother had come to the city, prompting her to visit. Indeed, she encountered the old woman. In her dreams, the grandmother had either mocked her or scolded her for failing to care for her grandson, expressing regret over having her as a granddaughter-in-law. Now Lu Jinping mused, she need not marry that useless man. Instead, she was curious to see how her cousin would fare in life. Lu Jinping's gaze fell upon Ling Huaiyu's wrist, pondering why the old woman had not given her the golden bracelet in her dreams, yet had now bestowed it upon Ling Huaiyu. Ling Huaiyu, too, contemplated the significance of the bracelet. She had no desire to marry, as the shadows of her past experiences with men loomed large, leaving her uninterested in any union. This life she wished to dedicate to vengeance and to carve out a life of her own. The question lingered, who was deserving of the bracelet? Zhao Xiaozui, with her lack of insight, would surely be dismissed by the Pei family. As for Ling Yuyao, Ling Huaiyu was uncertain of Zhao Xiuhua's thoughts. But one thing was clear, the bracelet had to be discarded. Upon arriving home, Zhao Xiuhua reached for the bracelet, insisting, "You are still young. Wearing such an expensive piece is inappropriate. Hand it over, and I shall keep it for you." Ling Huaiyu quickly retorted, "I believe it is too extravagant for me. Please give it to Sister Jiao Jiao instead. She is fairer, and it suits her better. Zhao Xiuhua shot her a sidelong glance. What are you dreaming about? Do you expect me to marry Jiao Jiao off to that disabled man? Ling Huaiyu paused, her eyes widening in disbelief. Mother, what did you just say? You want me to marry a cripple? Is that true? Father, is this bracelet meant for an engagement? Are you really intending to marry me off to a disabled man? Calculating the timeline, Pei Guancheng's misfortune had occurred 2 years after she had gone to the countryside, during which she had not returned nor been informed of the events surrounding Pei Guancheng. Therefore, it was impossible for her to know the truth about his injuries. Tears brimmed in Ling Huaiyu's eyes as she pleaded, Father, how could you make such a decision without consulting me about marriage? Ling Yuyao smirked, relishing the misfortune. No wonder that old woman was so keen on Ling Huaiyu. It turns out she was matchmaking for a cripple. She deserves it. I can't wait to see that little wretch's life turn into a living hell. Ling Wenhai scolded Zhao Xiuhua, at your age. You should know better than to speak so carelessly. In her haste, Ling Huaiyu removed the bracelet from her wrist and handed it back to Zhao Xiuhua. I no longer want this bracelet. Please return it to Grandma Su. Chapter 53. The decision of two grandmothers. Zhao Xiuhua grasped the bracelet, astonished that the Pei family possessed such a valuable item. Alas, with Pei Guancheng's condition, she lamented that she could not insist on marrying Ling Yuyao into their family. The marriage itself was unassailable, for Ling Wenhai had long dreamed of an alliance with the Pei family. However, the bracelet, Ling Huaiyu was certainly unworthy of it. Old Lady Ling snatched the bracelet from Zhao Xiuhua's grasp, declaring, This belongs to Xiaolu. No one shall take it away. If you wish to give it to your niece, fine, let her marry someone else. Ling Yuyao muttered, I have no desire to marry a cripple. Old Lady Ling then placed the bracelet back on Ling Huaiyu's wrist, leading her into a room and shutting the door. With a serious tone, she said, Xiaolu dear, I am doing this for your own good. Though you have not been at home these past years, I have always cared for you. I spoke truthfully earlier. Of all my children, I hold your father in the highest regard, and he, in turn, has only you and Yulong. How could I not cherish you? But consider this, since your mother gave birth to Yulong, her heart has shifted. In her eyes, you are worth less than her 2 nephews. A woman like her will not find you a suitable match. Ling Huaiyu's eyes reddened as tears fell on her hands. Old Lady Ling wiped her tears with her sleeve and continued, Look at how she dotes on those 2 from the Chen family. What kind of mother neglect her own daughter for a decade, while lavishing affection on her niece? With a mother like that, it is a blessing that she has not sold you off by the pound. Let me be frank with you. You are your father's true daughter and also a cherished granddaughter of mine. How could I not wish for your happiness? Pei Guancheng may be disabled, but if he were whole, a family like his would never consider us. I have seen that boy when he was younger. He was a handsome child. Despite his leg injury, he was still a good person. His family will not abandon him. And marrying into the Pei family means you will live without worry for food and drink, free from the chaos of in-laws and relatives. Would that not be a comfortable life? Ling Huaiyu burst into tears. Grandma, I am afraid. After so many years of being crippled, his temper must be terrible. What if he resorts to violence? Old Lady Ling sighed in relief. While she and her son had the final say, it was crucial for her granddaughter's happiness that she not marry into animosity. She stroked Ling Huaiyu's hair. Silly child. With his upbringing, he would never resort to violence. Besides, you have been back for a while now. You should understand the family dynamics. You are a pitiful child, lacking a mother's love, with little standing in this household. Marrying into the Pei family means you need only care for young Master Pei, while here you must serve everyone, receiving no gratitude in return. Is this life truly bearable for you? I can protect you, but my age prevents me from staying by your side forever. You must learn to navigate this life on your own. Trust me, dear, his heart is made of flesh. If you treat him well, he will see your worth in time. Ling Huaiyu remained silent, sobbing in her grandmother's embrace. The 2 women, without a sound, had determined her future, each playing their part in a delicate balancing act, presenting her with the facade of a bright and promising marriage. Old Lady Ling comforted her as one would a child, saying, Do not fear, my dear. I am here for you. Should you ever feel wronged, I shall seek justice on your behalf. Thus, the marriage of Ling Huaiyu was settled. Ling Wenhai warned Zhao Xiuhua in front of the family during this time, Do not allow Xiaolu to work. Look at her hands, all covered in cuts. Mother, please take care of her, provide her with good food and drink, and ensure she does not embarrass us when she goes out. Despite his family's humble status, he argued, even if her family is not distinguished, she is exceptionally remarkable. That cripple, Pei Guancheng, is fortunate to marry someone so beautiful. It is certainly not a loss for him. Meanwhile, the Ling family finalized the engagement for Ling Huaiyu. While old lady Su continued discussing the marriage with her son, Pei Guancheng, dissatisfied, put down his teacup and said, "Mother, why did you decide on Guancheng's marriage without consulting me? Of all the girls, you chose the daughter of the Ling family. How am I supposed to face him at work? It is quite the embarrassment for a lovely girl to marry a cripple like Guancheng." Old lady Su slammed her teacup onto the glass table, producing a sharp sound. "You feel embarrassed? Why should you? That girl may be beautiful, but my grandson is no less worthy. If not for his injury, the Ling family would not even dare to look his way. Yet, I find that girl lacking in education, unworthy of my brilliant grandson. Given Guancheng's current disposition, being quiet and withdrawn, I merely wish to find him a charming girl who can bring some joy into his life." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. My grandson, so intelligent and handsome. Why did he have to suffer such misfortune, all because of his own father? Over the years, old lady Su could not help but blame her son. If he had not acted so recklessly, their grandson would not have been affected so gravely. No, no. Pei Guancheng waved his hand. Xiaolu is a fine girl. She cannot be held back by Guancheng for a lifetime. Old lady Su shot her son a glare. What do you mean by held back? My grandson is the one who is truly hindered. The Ling girl is not suitable. Who else could possibly be? Some rough country girl? I tell you, Pei Guancheng, Guancheng is my grandson. You may not care for him, but as his grandmother, I must cherish him. He deserves the best. Whether you agree or not, this marriage is settled. Think about it. When your son marries, what will you contribute? I will speak with Guancheng." Wiping her tears, old lady Su departed. Pei Guancheng, frustrated, ran his fingers through his hair. He had upset his mother again. Every time the topic of his son came up, her tears flowed freely, causing him great distress. So, it seemed he had not seen his child in over 6 months. He did not dare to visit, for seeing him would only remind him of the past, leading to sleepless nights filled with nightmares. Life was exceedingly difficult. Old lady Su spoke of her son and then hurried to persuade her grandson. "Guancheng, you are 21 now. Your uncle was already married at your age, and your sister was 3. The girl I found for you is truly wonderful. You will surely like her when you meet her. Please, I beg you, agree to meet her." Chapter 54. Zhao Xiuhua's interest in the betrothal gifts. The midday sun streamed through the living room window, casting a slanting light that seemed to divide the youth in two. Perhaps due to years of avoiding sunlight, his skin appeared almost translucent. His slightly curled hair revealed a smooth forehead, with prominent brow ridges and deep-set, bottomless eyes. His high nose and thin lips added to his striking features, which seemed sculpted in the dim light of the room, leading anyone who beheld him to remark on the handsome child of the Pei family. Alas, he was destined to spend his life confined to a wheelchair. Seeing him silent, old lady Su held her grandson's hand. "Guancheng, this girl is truly good. She is Ling Huaiyu, the one you once held as a child. Do you remember? You wish your mother had given you a sister and asked if she could be your sister instead. Now she has grown up, more beautiful than any star on television. I'm not deceiving you. You will definitely like her." Despite her heartfelt pleas, Pei Guancheng remained as still as a statue, not even blinking, merely sitting there quietly. His breathing was so faint that old lady Su sometimes wondered if he were even alive. After weeping for a long time, she wiped her tears and declared, "In a few days, I will bring that girl to you. Since you are silent, I shall assume you agree, and thus it is settled." Wu Dama, who had been taking care of Pei Guancheng, came out. "Old lady, is Guancheng's marriage really settled?" Old lady Su shot her a glance. "Indeed." Wu Dama rubbed her hands together with a smile. "Old lady, which family does the girl belong to? I must tell you, my niece from my family is truly—" Old lady Su interrupted, arms crossed, eyes fixed on Wu Dama. "Old Wu, I am getting on in years, and am counting on Guancheng to bless me with a great-grandchild. Once they are married, having another person in the house may not be convenient, don't you think?" Wu Dama's expression stiffened. "Yes, indeed, old lady. I almost forgot. My daughter-in-law is due next month, and I must return home to help her through her confinement. With Guancheng getting married, I can rest easy knowing he will have someone to care for him. That old hag, she completely disregards her niece's worth. What is wrong with her niece? Although she has been married before, she has not borne any children, and her husband is no longer around. She is capable and diligent. Wouldn't it be perfect for her to care for a disabled man? This marriage is just a way to find a free caretaker for my grandson. However, with a betrothal gift of only 300, it all seemed futile. Old lady Su returned to Ling Huaiyu and, through a matchmaker, sent 500 as a betrothal gift, thus sealing the marriage between the two families. Zhao Xiuhua wished to claim the money, but Ling Huaiyu remained silent. Old lady Ling snatched the money away with a cold laugh. You are not selling your daughter. You are marrying into the Pei family. If you do not want to appear lesser in front of Director Pei in the future, this money must be given to Xiaolu. After all these years, my son has truly regressed. Does he not understand the importance of money and connections? If Xiaolu enters the Pei family with not a single cent, how will she manage? How can she live with herself if her own family keeps the money? Zhao Xiuhua protested. Old lady, the Pei family only offered a small sum. The main bride price has yet to be presented. Once the bride price is received, it can go to Xiaolu. After raising her for all these years, she ought to have a dowry. Is it not too much to ask for a little more? Ling Huaiyu, however, was indifferent. Regardless, if this money goes to my parents, it will return to me anyway. Grandmother, just give it to my parents. Our family is struggling financially, and it would be helpful. Nonsense. Old lady Ling scolded. Your mother has coddled outsiders and never taught you these principles. I shall teach you slowly. You keep this money. No one is to take it away. Ling Huaiyu also felt that, compared to the future, this money was insignificant. If it belonged to Xiaolu, then let her have it. This decision sparked jealousy not only in Zhao Xiaocui, but even in Ling Yujiao, who could not contain her envy. After all, they were only engaged, and 500 was not much compared to the thousands that would come later. However, considering that Ling Huaiyu was to marry a cripple, their spirits lifted somewhat. Ling Huaiyu decided to give the money to Ling Huaiyu. Go choose a few nice outfits. Do not skimp on the expense, and do not buy any cheap, unwearable items. We are becoming in-laws with Director Pei. It is a joyous occasion, and our daughter must not embarrass us. All right, I will listen to Dad. Ling Huaiyu took the money and went to the mall to buy 2 outfits, also purchasing clothes for Ling Huaiyu and Old Lady Ling lastly. She bought some eggs and sugar for Old Ji and helped him tidy up a bit. Old Ji found it hard to understand this girl. I say, no matter how much you do, if you sell scraps later, I will not pay you more. Another matter arises. I am merely an old man, so do not expect to gain anything from me. Ling Huaiyu removed her gloves and gazed at the clouds drifting across the horizon. Old Ji, do you believe in past lives? In my previous existence, you saved my life on several occasions, and thus, in this life, it is my turn to repay your kindness. After speaking, she disregarded Old Ji's thoughts and turned to leave the scrap station. Old Ji was momentarily stunned, then shivered. Could it be that this young girl from the Ling family, having been away from the countryside for so long, had lost her mind? Never mind. It would be best to avoid provoking someone whose mind was unclear. Who knows when she might have another episode? Let her do as she pleases. The affairs of the Ling family had stirred quite a commotion. As the guardian of the scrap station, Old Ji had encountered many people daily and had naturally heard of Ling Huaiyu's circumstances. After exiting the scrap station, Ling Huaiyu sauntered to Yao Chuilan's house, concealed herself by the window, and listened to Yao Chuilan and Chen Hongjun flirt. Brother Jun, once we have money, let's find a place where no one can locate us. I shall bear you several children, and we can live a good life together. What do you think? Tian Hongyun kissed Tik. Just wait. I will retrieve my mother's money from her, and then you can have any house you desire. I will also buy you a 3-turning sound system, complete with a golden chain and earrings. Whatever other wives have, my wife shall have as well. Yao Chuilan twisted her body, wrapping her arms around Chen Hongjun's neck. Brother Jun, you are truly wonderful. I want to bear you a son. All right, let us have one now. Ling Huaiyu in the space felt a pang of sympathy. It was truly for the sake of money that one could endure anything. Yao Chuilan could even tolerate Chen Hongjun's greasy face without retching. Such resilience was indeed remarkable. She infused her concocted sleeping powder into the atmosphere, and soon, the two on the bed fell into a deep slumber. Ling Huaiyu wrapped herself tightly and donned her gloves, rummaging through the house. Unfortunately, Chen Hongjun had stolen 200, and she could only find 3,000. Where had the remaining 2,000 gone? The following day, Yao Chuilan sent Chen Hongjun, who was mingling with his unruly friends, away and cheerfully went to search for her money beneath the bed. She moved a few bricks and unearthed a small box. but upon opening it, she was left utterly bewildered. Where's the money? Where's my money? That night, Ling Huaiyu lay in bed, closing her eyes to count her riches in the space. The small betrothal gift was 500, plus the 3,000 retrieved from Yao Chuilon, and an additional 2,000 she pilfered from Zhao Xiuhua's pocket, alongside the funds acquired from the Zhao family, totaling an astonishing 8,300. After spending some money since coming to the city, she still had 8,250 left in hand. With money in her possession, she felt a sense of security, enjoying a particularly sweet slumber. In contrast, Zhao Xiuhua found it impossible to sleep, contemplating marrying a wife for Chen Hongjun, the university expenses for Ling Yujiao, and the financial needs of Ling Yulong. With the various social obligations requiring expenditures, the household was left with only her and Ling Wenhai's meager wages. Old Ling, since the betrothal gift has been given to Huaihua, let us keep the future betrothal gifts for the Ling family. In this day and age, who doesn't let their parents manage the betrothal gifts? Ling Wenhai was reluctant to engage in the conversation. What do we need them for? Zhao Xiuhua sat up abruptly. Old Ling, how can you speak like that? I agreed to bring Hongjun and his sister here, and now you keep bringing it up. How can one be so fickle? Ling Wenhai also sat up, pulling the electric light switch cord. Yes, at that time, your sister passed away, and you were upset about giving birth to Yulong. You said to bring them over, and I agreed. But you never mentioned that we were to support them for life or help Chen Hongjun get married and start a family. Zhao Xiuhua, I have raised them for 10 years already. It is enough. You cannot expect more. Zhao Xiuhua hurriedly explained. No, Old Ling, listen to me. We are out of money now. Yulong is still young. He will need to study, go to university, get married, and have children. This all requires funds. Huaihua has been in the countryside for so many years. She must have grievances against us. Once married, she will surely neglect her family. If we do not collect some betrothal money now, what can we expect in the future? Ling Wenhai leaned back against his pillow, wavering on a previously decided matter. Then it is settled. You will collect the betrothal money, but the gifts for Xiao LV cannot be too shabby. Pei Guancheng is a director, and he is also a section chief. He is not from small household, marrying into a prominent family. If it appears too shabby, it would be a laughingstock. The couple agreed upon this matter, and Zhao Xiuhua sighed in relief, finally able to sleep soundly. If this betrothal money did not come through, she feared she would die of frustration. The next day, upon seeing Zhao Xiuhua in high spirits, Ling Huaiyu knew she must have gained some advantage, which surely came at her own expense. Zhao Xiuhua's good mood vanished upon encountering Ling Huaiyu. What are you staring at? Up so early without cooking? Waiting for me to do it for you? Ling Huaiyu remained silent, intending to head to the kitchen, but was halted by Old Lady Ling. What's the rush? The young lady has gotten out of bed yet? Old Lady Ling seized Ling Huaiyu and turned to knock on Ling Yujiao's door. What time is it? Still sleeping? Do you really think you are a revered princess? Alas, this old woman from the countryside has little experience and does not understand how daughters are raised in the city, expecting to be fed by their elders in the morning. Zhao Xiaocui quickly got out of bed, while Ling Yujiao remained motionless, detesting Zhao Xiaocui's presence, which carried an unpleasant odor, making it hard for her to breathe at night, filled with nightmares. After a sleepless night, just as dawn broke, she sought a moment of rest, only to be awakened by the noise, her anger boiling over. What a racket, like a funeral dirge, she murmured under her breath, pulling the blanket over her head to continue sleeping. Although her voice was soft, Old Lady Ling's keen ears caught it. Get up. A funeral dirge? Tell me, who has died in this family? My granddaughter is at the Zhao family, rising before dawn, while you, pampered in the city, have lost all sense of propriety. Zhao Xiuhua quickly interjected, Mother, Yu Jiao is still young. Be quiet. Old Lady Ling retorted irately. Young? Is my granddaughter not grown? If I recall correctly, this spoiled girl was born in the first month, and my Xiao LV was born in May. Am I, as her grandmother, mistaken, or have you, her mother, forgotten? Should my Xiao LV continue to accommodate her? Ling Huaiyu interjected, Grandma, let it go. Do not hold a grudge against Yu Jiao. She is only half a month until the college entrance examination. She must not be influenced now. Hearing the mention of the examination made Old Lady Ling even angrier. Examine her? Her brother repeated 4 years, and she repeated 2 years. The funds of the Ling family have been drained by the Chun family for this education. Old four, in front of your mother. Tell me, if your brother's son cannot pass this year, Will you provide funds for him to repeat? Zhao Xiuhua tossed the rag in her hand. Mother, what are you saying? My brother's family has parents to care for him. Why should old Ling, his fourth uncle, help? The Hongjun siblings lack parental care, and my sister lost her life to save me. If I do not help them, should I merely watch the children perish? Old Lady Ling slapped her across the face. Are you throwing things? Who do you think you are to act so disrespectfully? For all these years, with me absent, have you truly begun to think much of yourself? Ling Huaiyu felt a headache coming on. It was early in the morning, and the commotion was audible to the neighbors. All right, Mother, I depended on my two older brothers and sister for my education. If they face difficulties, I will certainly help. Old Lady Ling huffed. At least you have a shred of conscience. Seeing that Ling Huaiyu was not defending her, Zhao Xiuhua sobbed and retreated to her room. Old Lady Ling would not let her off lightly. Come out. At your age, do you still think you are a teenage girl? Who are you crying for? Do you still think my son's family is not burdened enough? As the young and spirited Ling Yulong rose from slumber, he noticed the elderly matron bullying his mother. Like a raging bull, he charged forward and forcefully shoved Ling Laotai aside. You old hag, how dare you bully my mother? I'll make you pay. Ling Huaiyu, sharp-eyed, swiftly stepped in to support Ling Laotai, inquiring, Grandma, are you all right? Ling Laotai, struggling to articulate her words, pointed at Ling Yulong and stammered. Is this how your mother raised you? Originally intending to stay only a few days, Ling Laotai decided to remain longer to impart some lessons in propriety to Zhao Xiuhua. Meanwhile, Su Laotai had conferred with her son and, together with Ling Laotai, took Ling Huaiyu to have their wedding photos taken. In this rebirth, it was Ling Huaiyu's first encounter with Pei Guancheng. Su Laotai, holding Ling Huaiyu's hand, cheerfully introduced her to Pei Guancheng, saying, Little Guancheng, do you remember? This is your Uncle Ling's little green. Our families used to live next door. Ling Laotai nudged Ling Huaiyu, urging her to speak up. Ling Huaiyu gazed at the young man, whose demeanor was as lifeless as a still pond, and her heart ached, yet her voice remained trapped within. Both were individuals forsaken by their families. Su Laotai rambled on for quite some time, with Pei Guancheng offering no acknowledgement, not even a glance. Eventually, perhaps feeling fatigued, Aunt Wu brought in tea. Dear matriarch, please enjoy some tea. Oh, this must be little Guancheng's bride. She's truly lovely. But our little Guancheng is rather taciturn, so, dear girl, you must be patient. Su Laotai's expression soured. It was not Aunt Wu's place to comment on her grandson's disposition. Feigning shyness, Ling Huaiyu remained silent. The photographer entered, marking the first time he had come to take wedding photos. His assistants unfurled a large red cloth. Su Laotai gestured for them to position Pei Guancheng in front of the red cloth and beckoned Ling Huaiyu to sit beside him. Ling Huaiyu stood still, her heart heavy with desolation. Though they were two living individuals, at that moment, they felt like marionettes being pulled together to form a couple, with no one inquiring whether they wished for such a union or if Pei Guancheng held any affections. Little Green, come here, Su Laotai called with a warm smile. Ling Laotai discreetly pinched Ling Huaiyu, maintaining a facade of cheerfulness. The photographer, sensing the awkwardness, remarked, Come on, the groom should smile, and the bride should lean in a little closer. Yes, just a bit more. As Ling Huaiyu was pushed closer, her face nearly brushed against Pei Guancheng's shoulder, where she caught a faint whiff of lemon-scented soap. Little Green, the sun isn't too harsh now. Why don't you take little Guancheng outside under the peach tree for some fresh air? Staying indoors isn't the best, Su Laotai instructed. Pei Guancheng resided in the former old municipal officials' compound, a house said to have been left to his mother by his grandfather. After his parents' divorce, the property came into Pei Guancheng's possession. This compound differed vastly from the chaotic courtyard where the Ling family lived. It housed prominent families, each with their own small bungalows and private gardens, encircled by a larger courtyard. In the center, there were pavilions and flower beds, but during the years of great hardship, the original recreational facilities were dismantled and flowers uprooted, leading to the creation of small vegetable plots for each family. Now that times had improved, some continued to cultivate vegetables while others planted various flowers in their patches. Upon entering, one might mistakenly believe they had wandered into a rural garden. Ling Huaiyu gently pushed Pei Guancheng outside to the peach tree, then quietly stood by without speaking. This was a fuzzy peach tree. By mid-June, the fuzz had faded, revealing hints of red. These peaches would not turn fully red. A touch of color indicated ripeness. Suddenly, Ling Huaiyu felt an urge to pick peaches. standing silently behind Pei Guancheng, contemplating that if their marriage were merely to care for him, allowing them to coexist without interference, it could indeed be quite pleasant. Just then, a caterpillar fell from the tree, and Ling Huaiyu deftly swatted it away, returning to her reverie. From within, Su Laotai, speaking with Ling Laotai, glimpsed the two standing together through the window and thought to herself that the quiet girl seemed to suit her grandson rather well. She indeed preferred the cultured Ling Huaiyu, as her grandson had once been a paragon of excellence. But alas, that girl possessed a fiery temperament and often displayed her displeasure. If that girl were to enter their family, her grandson would surely suffer. As for Zhao Xiaocui, Su Laotai dismissed the thought. Her grandson was not someone to be paired with just anyone. Dear sister, look at this couple. They seem well-matched in talent and beauty. Perhaps we should set a wedding date soon. Su Laotai expressed her eagerness to return to Haicheng, where her numerous grandchildren awaited her. Ling Laotai also desired to finalize the matter quickly, remarking, I know few people. Perhaps you could suggest suitable candidates? We should have the couple's horoscopes matched and select an auspicious date. Aunt Wu, overhearing, scoffed, they've already taken wedding photos, and now you think about matching horoscopes? Who are you trying to impress? Alas, it seems that my niece holds no hope now. Su Laotai's insistence on pairing her son with such a beautiful bride was bewildering. Given his reticent nature, she worried that he might not be able to keep her. Suddenly, Su Laotai spoke up, Aunt Wu, please prepare a couple of dishes. I want to keep our kin here for a meal before heading back. Aunt Wu rolled her eyes, realizing her role was being sidelined. Once she departed, Su Laotai turned to Ling Laotai, stating, Sister, as for the dowry, feel free to suggest an amount, but for the wedding, my son and I prefer a simple family gathering. Little Guancheng doesn't like large crowds and may become agitated. This might seem somewhat unfair to Little Green, but rest assured, Guancheng is my most cherished grandson. I will treat Little Green as my own granddaughter, and she will want for nothing. The absence of a grand wedding troubled Ling Laotai, who had anticipated a toast from the director and hoped the ceremony would help her son expand his social circle. Yet, Pei Guancheng's demeanor made a traditional wedding impractical. His expressionless face would cast a shadow over the festivities. After a moment's silence, she conceded, We are not unreasonable. If it is indeed inconvenient for Guancheng, we shall forego the grand wedding. Yet what is due to my Little Green cannot be lessened. Furthermore, after their marriage, with Guancheng unemployed, Little Green will need to care for him and may not be able to work. If children come along, how will they manage? Su Laotai quickly reassured her sister. Rest easy. Guancheng's father saves 1/3 of his salary each month for him. This money is safeguarded in my hands and will never reach anyone else. As for the wedding, I will provide additional support privately, ensuring neither child goes hungry. Ling Laotai sighed in relief, comforted by her words. Outside, Ling Huaiyu noticed Su Laotai beckoning her. She softly replied, Shall we return? Pei Guancheng lowered his gaze, where a black-spotted white butterfly had alighted on his knee. The peaches had ripened, and he seemed to catch a whiff of their sweet fragrance. Zhao Xiaohua had anticipated a substantial dowry from the Ling family, but she was taken aback by the sum of 666 yuan. In these times, dowries typically range from 300 to 500. Wealthier families might offer 888 or even 999, which was already considered quite generous. Su Laotai chuckled, Little Guancheng, you have squandered a bright future at such a young age. I expect nothing from you but a smooth path in marriage and family. The sum of 6 sixes was laid out on the Ling family's table, piled high, nearly forming a small mountain, causing the eyes of those present to sting painfully. Ling Huaiyu suddenly felt a surge of indignation. Why should she, who was marrying an unremarkable paralytic, receive such an extravagant betrothal gift? Did she truly deserve it? Zhao Xiaocui, feeling equally aggrieved, was on the verge of tears. The 3 donkeys, who once treated her kindly, could be bought for a mere $50, yet the Pei family was offering such a princely sum to wed Ling Huaiyu. How could the disparity between people be so stark? Zhao Xiaohua also believed that the Pei family was placing an excessive value on Ling Huaiyu. Was their wealth made of paper? After years of diligent saving, she had scarcely accumulated a few thousand, while the Pei family effortlessly produced such a substantial amount. Wasn't Pei Guancheng being a tad greedy? In truth, he was not. The Pei family's ancestors had amassed considerable wealth, and during the national crisis, they had actively responded. Thus, after liberation, rather than facing confiscation, they managed to preserve most of their ancestral estate. Old Madame Su, concerned for her grandson, knew that if they were not to hold a wedding, then Pei Guancheng's uncles and aunts would surely not remain indifferent. Since they could not present the money at the wedding feast, they privately arranged for it to be given as a betrothal gift. In essence, they hoped Ling Huaiyu would treat Pei Guancheng with care, considering the monetary offering. In the room, Ling Huaiyu was the most pleased. Ever since the marriage was settled, Pei Guancheng had been more cordial in his greetings, though he had not made it public that their children were to be in-laws. Nevertheless, he could genuinely feel the warmth of Pei Guancheng's attention. He pulled Ling Huaiyu close, saying, "Xiao Lu, make sure to live well with your fiancé." Ling Huaiyu replied softly. Zhao Xiuhua quickly interjected, "Old Ling, this sum is too much. Let me save it for now. Xiao Lu is still young. We can give her this money gradually." Ling Wenhai, having had a drink, slurred, "You're the head of the family. Do as you see fit." Old Madame Ling shot a cold glance at Zhao Xiuhua, scoffing, "Count out 1,000. Zhao Xiuhua, confused, asked, "Mother, what are you doing?" Old Madame Ling retrieved 1,000 yuan herself, exclaiming, "How shameless of you. Don't need to explain why. This money is for Xiao Lu. I won't concern myself with the rest." Zhao Xiuhua's face darkened, yet she did not dare reclaim the 1,000. Ling Yujiao, feeling uncomfortable, stood up, exclaiming, "I'm going to do homework at a friend's house." Zhao Xiuhua reminded her, "Remember to come back for dinner." Ling Huaiyu also stood, saying, "Grandma Su asked me to deliver some snacks to Xiao Guancheng." "Grandma, will you accompany me?" Old Madame Ling waved her hand. "I have too much to attend to. You know the way. Go by yourself." Old Madame Su wished for the two youngsters to spend more time together. As an elderly woman, she had no need to tag along. Once Ling Huaiyu left, she did not head to the old municipal compound, but instead followed Ling Yujiao. Indeed, Ling Yujiao made her way to Yao Zuelan's home. Chen Hongjun blocked the entrance, asking, "What are you doing here?" The siblings, having grown up in the Ling household, shared a rather strained relationship. Ling Yujiao whispered, "Brother, I have something important to discuss." Yao Zuelan approached. "Ah, little sister has come. Hongjun, let her in. Blocking the door is unseemly." Ling Yujiao entered the yard, and after glancing around, Yao Zuelan shut the door. Ling Huaiyu stealthily slipped to the back window of their house and overheard Ling Yujiao discussing the betrothal gifts with Chen Hongjun. 6,000. A full 6,000. How could the Pei family be so generous? Ling Yujiao's excited yet envious voice drifted through the wall. Ling Huaiyu felt as though she had drunk from a well of enlightenment. Her hearing had sharpened remarkably, allowing her to discern even the sudden quickening of Chen Hongjun and Yao Zuelan's breaths. "How much? 6,006? Good heavens, the Pei family truly is of high standing," Yao Zuelan remarked. Chen Hongjun then inquired, "What does mother intend to do with this money?" Ling Yujiao replied softly, "The old matriarch of the Ling family demanded 1,000 for Ling Huaihua, leaving over 5,000. Mother intends to save it in the bank. Brother, rest assured, once this money is in mother's hands, it will be ours." "Mother, mother, mother," Chen Hongjun retorted sharply. "You've called her mother for so long. Do you truly consider her your own?" Ling Yujiao, remember, our real mother is Zhao Xiuhua, not Zhao Xiuhua. Ling Yujiao expressed her discontent. "Brother, how can you say that?" "True, the second aunt is not our biological mother, but she resembles our mother closely and has treated us as her own for all these years." Ling Huaihua pales in comparison. "Why bring this up? If mother hears it, it will only sadden her." Chen Hongjun's expression darkened significantly. "Call her what you wish, but I shall never address Zhao Xiuhua as mother again." Ling Yujiao, you were too young to understand when our mother passed, but I am all too aware. During those years, our mother earned a great deal, adorned with gold chains and rings, generously providing for the Zhao family. For all those years in business, she never faced trouble, yet the moment Zhao Xiuhua was involved, our mother lost her life. Tell me, how did our mother truly die? Only she and Zhao Xiuhua know the truth. It is said that when money is involved, even kinship can be disregarded. Who knows if her mother died saving Zhao Xiuhua, or if Zhao Xiuhua was the one who caused her demise? Ling Yujiao had never contemplated such matters before. Her brother's words left her stunned. This cannot be. The second aunt has always had a good relationship with mother. They have never had a quarrel. She would never harm our mother. Outside the back window, Ling Huaiyu pondered the same questions, just as Chen Hongjun had articulated. Only the two sisters could truly know the reality. Was there a possibility she had overlooked? She continued to eavesdrop on their conversation, intrigued by one particular matter. Having already pilfered the money from Yao Tzulan, why did Chen Hongjun still maintain such a good rapport with her? What had Yao Tzulan said to him? After Ling Huaiyu departed, Ling Huaiyu listened for a while longer before purchasing 2 boxes of mung bean cakes and heading to Pei Guancheng's place, gently placing the cakes down before leaving. Aunt Wu, holding the mung bean cakes, remarked sarcastically, not even married yet, and already trying to curry favor. Xiaogu, if you don't enjoy sweets, I want tea. Before she could finish, she met Pei Guancheng's indifferent gaze, causing her to awkwardly retract her hand. The following morning, Zhao Xiuhua, carrying the money, made her way to the nearest bank. Just as she turned the corner, she encountered a group of young cyclists. Chapter 58. The betrothal money is stolen. Zhao Xiuhua clutched her bag close, feeling uneasy as she attempted to avoid the cyclists. Unbeknownst to her, despite her efforts, the group whistled and suddenly sped past her, snatching the bag in an instant. Momentarily stunned, she quickly regained her senses, shouting, "Robbery!" In the 1980s, public safety was not at its best, with theft and robbery occurring frequently. Around 10 in the morning, the streets were relatively empty. Her shout attracted only a few young people who chased after the robbers, but soon lost sight of them. The youth who had stolen her bag whistled and pedaled furiously down an alley. Just as he turned the corner, a blow struck him, knocking him to the ground. Blood gushed from his forehead, staining his vision crimson, rendering him unable to see. He seemed to glimpse a red figure snatching the bag from his hands, swiftly vanishing from his view. The police received another report. The Ling family had been robbed, and the stolen item was the betrothal money given to them by her uncle. It was somewhat embarrassing, and they could not afford to mishandle the situation. When Ling Wenhai returned from work and heard that 6,000 had been stolen, he nearly fainted. Of course, old Madame Ling had already fainted once. 6,000. Their entire family could not gather such a sum. Upon regaining consciousness, the first thing old Madame Ling asked was, "Old four, is it possible your wife plotted to keep this money for herself and is spreading rumors? Otherwise, how could anyone be so audacious as to rob the wife of a public security chief?" Ling Wenhai suppressed his anger. "Mother, the money is gone. Xiuhua is already distraught enough. Please refrain from making such accusations. The notion of surveillance is utterly implausible." However, there were indeed several eyewitnesses present at the scene who distinctly observed Zhao Xiuhua's bag being snatched by a group of young men. An elderly gentleman, practicing Tai Chi, emphatically recounted, "I witnessed it clearly. There were 5 young men on bicycles. 3 approached from the south and 2 from the north, effectively cornering the lady in between. They moved with astonishing speed. In no more than a minute, or perhaps even 10 seconds, they had taken her bag." Another young man, who attempted to pursue the assailants, corroborated, "The old man is right. I sensed something was amiss with those individuals from the start, so I kept a watchful eye. As soon as I saw them snatch the bag, I rushed after them. Unfortunately, they pedaled away too swiftly for me to catch up." A vendor nearby added, "I noticed that group. They must be the ones extorting protection money in the southern part of the city. They're nothing but ruffians. Officers, you must ensure they are apprehended. When running a business, these freeloaders demanding money are the bane of our existence. It's been only a few years since the crackdown, and already they're back to causing trouble." After the prohibition on gathering evidence, efforts to locate the culprits commenced. A young man, raised in a nurturing environment and a firm believer in scientific progress, began to question the fortune of the Ling family, especially concerning his cousin's impending marriage to Ling Wenhai's daughter. He pondered whether their luck had truly run dry. Zhao Xiuhua spent the day weeping at home, and none dared to disturb her, not even Ling Yulong, who had become considerably more restrained. Ling Laotai fell ill, complaining of chest pains while lying in bed. Ling Huaiyu comforted her, saying, "Grandma, don't worry. The money will surely be recovered. Officer Yin is quite formidable." Ling Laotai sniffled, unwilling to dwell on the matter, yet feeling a profound sense of distress. She attempted to divert her thoughts, asking, "Did you deliver the ribs you bought this morning to Xiaopei?" Ling Huaiyu affirmed, "I did. Initially, I intended to make yam stew with the ribs, but Aunt Wu was wary of me and didn't want me to interfere, so I merely dropped off the ribs and returned." Ling Laotai nodded. "Don't regard that old woman too highly. She's just reluctant to part with her monthly housekeeping fee. Listen, dear, once a woman is married, she must rely on her family to stand strong. Always remember, If your family thrives, so shall you. Ling Huaiyu replied, Yes, Grandma, I understand. I intend to save that 1,000 yuan for my parents. You needn't worry. Ling Laodai chastised her gently. Child, what nonsense. That is the betrothal gift from the Pei family. You cannot simply take it back. Once you marry, if Xiao Pei is a quiet type and doesn't he give you money, how will you manage? You must have some funds of your own. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Ling Laotai thought long-term. Once her son ascended, financial troubles would be a thing of the past. However, if she left Ling Huaiyu with nothing and the Pei family discovered it, it would be a source of ridicule. Officer Yin acted swiftly, apprehending the entire gang that very evening. When Zhao Xiuhua recognized Chen Hongjun among the captured thieves, she was immediately incensed. Comrade Yin, could there be a mistake? That is my nephew. Yin, with utmost seriousness, replied, Teacher Zhao, we have evidence. There is no error. Your nephew orchestrated this robbery. Zhao Xiuhua staggered, unable to accept this truth. No, that is impossible. How could Hongjun rob me? Officer Yin, even if you wish to resolve this case quickly, there is no need to frame my nephew. Ling Wenhai, unable to contain himself, struck her across the face. The evidence is clear before you, yet you refuse to believe it, insisting your nephew is innocent and that everyone is conspiring against him. No, old Ling, listen to me. Zhao Xiuhua, disregarding the swelling on her face, grasped Ling Wenhai's arm. Consider this. Hongjun has been away from home for nearly 20 days. He has gone to school and knows nothing of our betrothal to the Pei family or the money involved. How could he possibly know when I deposited the money? Ling Wenhai shared her confusion. Officer Yin clarified, the information was relayed by your niece, Ling Yujiao, to her brother. Those thugs had previously played tricks with Yao Zuolan. After the crackdown years ago, they lay low, but upon learning of your wealth, Chen Hongjun initially intended to steal from you at home. Given the security measures in your compound, he devised this robbery instead. Ling Laodai could no longer contain her anger. She lunged at Zhao Xiuhua, pulling her hair and scratching her. Wretched woman, I knew it was your doing. Your entire family, from the eldest to the youngest, is no good. How clever of you. Your sister alerts them, and your brother organizes a robbery. How organized and calculated. Perhaps you, this wretched harlot, are in cahoots with them. In Chapter 59, did the rapist commit the robbery? Ling Laotai hadn't intended to visit the police station, but was persuaded by Ling Huaiyu. Grandma, they say a heart ailment needs a remedy from the heart. Lying at home won't help. It's better to accompany my father and the others to see what unfolds. Perhaps if the money is recovered, your ailment will also improve. Ling Laotai found merit in this reasoning. Without seeing the money returned, sleep would elude her. Thankfully, she decided to come, for otherwise, Zhao Xiuhua might have shielded her nephew once more. Zhao Xiuhua vehemently shook her head. Impossible. This cannot be. Yu Jiao would never do such a thing. Hongjun, speak clearly. Don't be afraid. Your second aunt is here. No one dares harm you. Just tell us the truth of what transpired. Ling Wenhai felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, wondering why Zhao Xiuhua held such blind trust in Chen Hongjun. The gang members had already confessed that the robbery was orchestrated by him, while they merely acted as hired hands. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Officer Yin, has the money been recovered? Yin shook his head. According to Chen Hongjun, their original plan was for Zhang Xiaofei to grab the money and hand it over to him after turning the corner. However, Zhang Xiaofei never arrived. They grew impatient and only then discovered that he had been knocked unconscious. Ling Wenhai felt a wave of dizziness. Could it be that they would be unable to recover the money, just as before? And where is Zhang Xiaofei? Yan's expression turned grave as he replied. He was riding his bicycle at great speed when he was suddenly struck on the head and severely injured. He remains in the hospital, unconscious. We have collected evidence of the weapon used and the footprints at the scene, but the weapon has yet to be located. Given that the area is adjacent to a public restroom with heavy foot traffic, it has proven difficult to extract useful information from the scattered footprints. Ling Wenhai felt a chilling sense of despair. As someone with a background in law enforcement, he could not help but wonder if Chen Hongjun had leaked information, inviting a more formidable criminal element. This fool, a master of ineptitude, had either orchestrated a scheme or had fallen into a trap. Ling Wenhai's thoughts began to spiral. Perhaps these funds were never meant for Ling Huaiyu, and, by withholding them, their family would be unable to retain their fortune. The case was straightforward. Ling Yujiao, displeased with the dowry, had approached Chen Hongjun to vent her frustrations prompting him and Yao Suolan to devise a plan for the robbery at the bank Zhao Xiuhua frequented. The following morning, Zhang Xiaofei, who had been unconscious in the hospital, awoke to recall it was a tall man in a red coat. How tall? Perhaps a head and a half taller than me. Zhang Xiaofei stood at a height of 172 centimeters, while the man towering over him was at least 178 centimeters, nearly reaching 180 centimeters. Indeed, a formidable figure. Yan Jin instructed his subordinates to analyze the situation. Boss, this man resembles the perpetrator from the rape case that occurred near Guanyin Bridge. The description at that time also mentioned a man in a red shirt. Could this be the same individual? Based on Zhang Xiaofei's account, the robber bore a striking resemblance to the rapist from Guanyin Bridge. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Jin decided, let us first monitor the rapist from Guanyin Bridge. Nearby, Huang Jiqiang, wielding a hoe, greeted a young woman from his village with a simple smile. Old Wu's daughter-in-law, have you already started working in the fields after just getting married? The young woman felt uncomfortable under his gaze, despite the elders claiming him to be honest. She found his eyes unsettling, but felt it inappropriate to voice her discomfort as a newcomer in the village. Lowering her head, she hurried home. Huang Jiqiang squinted at her retreating figure, licking his cracked lips, and almost collided with the village secretary. What are you staring at? The secretary barked, riding his bicycle. Huang Jiqiang's smile widened. Old uncle, where are you coming from in such a hurry? The secretary abruptly braked, causing the bicycle chain to slip. As he bent to fix it, he casually remarked, there's a rapist lurking near Guanyin Bridge. The authorities have instructed us to organize the village militia for patrols and report any suspicious individuals immediately. Damn it, who is the fool that has drawn the attention of high-ranking officials? This guy can't control himself. He has in for it now. Huang Jiqiang froze momentarily. Old uncle, how did the rapist attract the attention of the authorities? The secretary, oblivious to Huang's peculiar tone, continued fiddling with the bicycle. How would I know? Those in power have their ways. By the way, your boy is still young. Make sure he comes to the village for the patrol tonight. That evening, the secretary gathered the villagers, but Huang Jiqiang did not show up, which he dismissed as inconsequential, considering the man's family had many members and little labor. The next day, the secretary was summoned to the township, where he received a severe reprimand from his superiors. What have you done? The directive from above emphasized confidentiality. And your first action was to warn the rapist? Now he has fled. Huang Yozhong, the village secretary, was utterly bewildered. Secretary, what do you mean? Who is the rapist? Why have I seen him? The township party secretary retorted sharply. It's your own Huang Jiqiang. The police sketched his likeness this morning, but he had already vanished after hearing your warning last night. Huang Yozhong stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Secretary, are you sure? Jiqiang is such an honest person. How could he possibly be a rapist? The secretary scoffed. Do you think I don't know the people in this village? Huang Jiqiang is a habitual offender. He has harmed many women, both from outside and within your village. Several elderly women have been victimized, including his own daughter. You should investigate this privately. Huang Jiqiang, who appeared honest and unassuming, had preyed on timid women who valued their reputations, managing to deceive everyone. During the crackdown years, he had remained undetected. It was only after this incident involving the robbery of a city police official's daughter-in-law that Huang Jiqiang caught the attention of law enforcement. With his escape, the trail went cold once more. Where had the money gone? Chapter 60. Who is the harbinger of misfortune? The atmosphere in the Ling household was unusually somber. For the first time, Ling Huaiyu had been struck by Ling Huaiyu, covering her face in silence, tears streaming down her cheeks as she retreated to her room. Outside, the elder Ling scolded. Even a dog knows to guard the home. Yet, the people we raise have become ungrateful wretches. What sins have the Ling ancestors committed to deserve such treachery? We cannot recover what was stolen, and now it has turned to robbery. If we do not provide money, will they resort to murder? Zhao Xiuhua could not bear it any longer. Elder, do not be too harsh. Yu Jiao is still a child. She is not to blame for this. Must you speak in veiled terms, as if you fear outsiders overhearing? The elder's anger flared. So what if I scold her? I will not only scold her, but also you. You, accursed creature, insisted on keeping that money for yourself instead of giving it to Xiao Lu. Now look, it has all gone to others. Zhao, are you in cahoots with those ruffians, seeking to plunder the Ling family's wealth to support your own family and nephew? Zhao Xiuhua, overwhelmed by the elder's accusations, tossed her chopsticks down. Ling Huaiyu, do you delight in watching that old woman bully me to death? Ling Huaiyu had lost his temper as well. If you can't stand it, just leave. I see now that as long as there are Chun family members in this house, there will never be a peaceful day. Zhao Xiaocui silently continued eating, not daring to breathe. The usually domineering Ling Yulong had also been subdued by the elder and refrained from causing trouble. The elder's intentions were clear. She cherished her grandson, but had no use for a disloyal one who favored his mother. There were plenty of grandsons to spare. Inside, Ling Yujiao leaned against the door, covering her face and weeping. Ever since Ling Huaiyu's return, life had been steadily declining. Yes, all of this turmoil began with Ling Huaiyu's arrival. Since she came back, arguments erupted frequently, money was stolen, and now it had been robbed. Everything was because of Ling Huaiyu. Realizing this, Ling Yujiao suddenly flung the door open. Mom, Dad, don't you think the recent events are too strange? Everyone was taken aback. After receiving such harsh scolding from the elder, she still dared to emerge. Ling Yujiao pointed at Ling Huaiyu. Dad, ever since she returned, you and Mom have been arguing constantly, money has been stolen, and now robbed. Don't you think all of this is due to Ling Huaiyu? Zhao Xiuhua immediately seized the opportunity, pointing at Ling Huaiyu and berating her. I said she is a harbinger of misfortune. Life was peaceful until she returned. Now, there hasn't been a single day of tranquility in this house. Old Ling, Hongjun, and Jiao Jiao grew up under your watch, never causing trouble. Why is it that once she returns, chaos ensues? Don't you find that odd? Ling Wenhai also felt something was amiss. Indeed, since Ling Huaiyu's return, the household had become chaotic, whereas it had previously been peaceful. Ling Huaiyu said nothing, her eyes reddening as she retreated to her room. Zhao Xiuhua continued her tirade. Old Ling, speak honestly. When she was gone, when did Hongjun ever steal money from this house? Why is it that as soon as she returns, he becomes a thief and a robber, as if he were a different person? Ling Yujiao boldly asserted, Exactly, Dad. Think carefully. She's been away for 10 years, living in the countryside. Surely she harbors resentment towards you and Mom. This must be her doing, deliberately harming my brother. Before the elder could respond, Ling Huaiyu had already packed a small bundle and bowed to her parents. Dad, Mom, I understand that since I am not raised by your side, you may not feel any affection for me. Sometimes, I cannot comprehend why my biological mother favors my cousins over me. Perhaps it is because my bond with you is too shallow. You are correct. Since I returned, the family has been in disarray, and I'm the cause of Hongjun stealing money. I encouraged him to rob the house and instigated him to strike you. I am responsible for all of this. I shall go to Captain Yin and confess. Ling Yujiao triumphantly exclaimed, Dad, did you hear that? It was her doing, and she has admitted it. Ling Wenhai, in a fit of rage, seized a plate from the table and hurled it at Ling Yujiao, splattering soup all over her. Zhao Xiuhua gasped in shock. Old Ling, are you out of your mind? Ling Wenhai clutched his chest, pointing at the two women. Am I insane? Have your brains been gnawed by dogs? Ling Lao, fuming, grabbed a feather duster nearby and aimed it at Zhao Xiuhua. I'll slap you for being so foolish. You call yourself a teacher? You can't even manage your own life, yet you want to teach others? Is there anyone as foolish as you? You're both stupid and malicious. Forcing Ling Huaiyu to confess to absolve her nephew. What will Yin Jin think? If Yin Jin learns of this, it means the Pei family will know too. Will this marriage still proceed? In a flurry, the room descended into chaos, with even Ling Yujiao receiving several slaps, causing her to jump in pain. Ling Huaiyu insisted on leaving. Dad, I see now that you do not care for me at all. Whenever something goes wrong, it falls on me. As long as I am home, I bear the brunt of all misfortunes. I am too frail to carry this weight, so I shall depart. Regarding the Pei family's marriage, there are plenty of young women at home. Sister Yujiao, Sister Xiaocui, and even Sister Jinping from my aunt's family. I shall not be a burden to you. Ling Wenhai scolded. What is wrong with you at this time? If Ling Yujiao is foolish, must you be as well? You are my flesh and blood. How can I not trust you? Your mother may be confused, but she is still your mother. As a daughter, you cannot hold everything against her. What family is without quarrels? If everything must be accounted for, are we still a family? Ling Huaiyu covered her mouth and cried, but Dad, no other mother would call her daughter a thief or a robber. Ling Wenhai, panting, glared at Zhao Xiuhua, feeling that his wife was regressing further. Ling Lao hurriedly took Ling Huaiyu into a room, comforting her. Silly girl, your mother may not understand, but your grandmother and father love you dearly. Do not be afraid. Child, soon you will marry into the Pei family, and you will live well with young Pei, driving that wretched Chun family mad. Ling Huaiyu leaned against her grandmother, weeping inconsolably. The injustice was too much to bear. That night, she entered her space, securely storing the 6,000 yuan, then ignited the red jacket, reducing it to ashes. Dreaming of a peaceful life? What a fantasy! She, Ling Huaiyu, was the disruptor, unafraid of shattering the family. She felt no remorse for the ill fortune Zhao Xiuhua had bestowed upon her. Yan Jin was troubled. The affairs of the Ling family were bizarre and tinged with an eerie quality. Chapter 61. A Match Made in Heaven. After much effort, Huang Jiqiang had finally been tracked down. As he attempted to escape, he dashed across the tracks, only to be obliterated by an oncoming train, limbs scattering everywhere, his head crushed to pieces. Huang Jiqiang's final thought as his soul departed was that the fortune teller had been eerily accurate, warning him of the danger in the city and advising him to flee north to survive. She had also mentioned that he must not look at women along the way, lest he attract calamity. He should not have looked back, but that girl was too beautiful, smiling at him from afar, and in that moment of distraction, pursuers closed in. Without thinking, he stepped onto the tracks. How fortuitous that the train arrived just then. Once the news spread, many applauded, even sending banners to Yanjin Station, praising them as the people's guardians. Yanjin held the banner with a forced smile. Huang Jiqiang was merely a suspect, and it remained uncertain whether the money truly belonged to him. The Huang family was destitute, and his wife and children regarded him with disdain, far from the villagers' high praise. They wished to avoid any mention of him, their faces cold and indifferent. Upon learning of Huang Jiqiang's death, they even wept with joy. Yan Jin felt his career was at stake. If he could not handle minor cases, how would he tackle major ones in the future? I have seen your wife. She is a delicate beauty, but alas, unloved by her grandmother and uncle. Her parents treat her as invisible, more pitiable than a stepchild. Regarding the marriage, if you are unwilling, the old lady will still arrange it. That young girl cannot make her own decisions. In the end, do not wear a perpetual frown, or you will frighten her away. Yan Jin sat in Pei Guancheng's courtyard, rambling about Ling Huaiyu. Pei Guancheng, with a hard-covered notebook filled with symbols and letters, was reportedly studying advanced mathematics. Yan Jin was not an avid reader. After leaving the army, he joined the police force, and this was all foreign to him. Is there something amiss with the Ling family's fortune? Yan Jin mused, plucking a peach from a tree, wiping it on his clothing, and biting into it. Ever since that girl returned, calamities have befallen the family one after another. Even a staunch believer in science like myself is beginning to believe in the supernatural. He devoured the peach swiftly, reaching for another, only to be halted by Pei Guancheng's voice. No more peaches for you. Eating too many can harm you. Yan Jin looked at him in surprise. Brother, are you actually concerned for me? He tilted his head to the sky. It's not raining red, nor is the sun setting in the west. Why have you suddenly started caring for me? No worries, my stomach is ironclad. I could eat 10 without feeling ill. But this peach is quite delicious, crisp, sweet, and juicy. Pei Guancheng narrowed his lovely eyes. You are not permitted to eat anymore. Yan Jin felt quite disheartened. You were just concerned for me. You don't want me to eat your peaches? Just one. No, just 2 peaches. Is it really necessary to be so stingy? Besides, these peaches fall every year. If you don't eat them, why not let others enjoy them? Don't you think that's wasteful? Pei Guancheng fell silent, continuing his calculations. Yan Jin sat beside him, resembling a petulant wife. Speak to me. Don't ignore me. Little Guan, it's not that I'm criticizing you. A gloomy disposition like yours won't attract any girls. You should learn to smile at everyone, like I do, to brighten their moods. Regardless of Yan Jin's persistence, Pei Guancheng remained immersed in his thoughts, treating him as if he were air, offering no response. Disheartened, Yan Jin stood up. You stingy wretch. Not even a peach to share. Don't expect me to engage in conversation with you anymore. As he turned to leave, Pei Guancheng handed him a small note containing the books and materials he requested. Yan Jin grinned widely. See? You still need me to assist you. So, can I have a peach? Pei Guancheng's pen scratched against the paper. Yan Jin, now exasperated, glanced at the greenish-red peaches on the tree. I'll wait for you to let all these peaches rot on the ground, with flies and worms buzzing about. When that time comes, don't expect my help in cleaning up. He angrily tucked the note into his pocket, extending his long legs and cycling away. Pei Guancheng looked up. the sun filtering through the lush leaves, casting dappled shadows on his face. He squinted against the sunlight, clearly seeing the fine fuzz on the peaches. How many harvests had there been? This peach tree had been planted by his grandfather the year his leg was broken. 6 years had passed. The tree had grown from a sapling to a towering presence, transforming from spring blossoms to a summer bounty. In 6 years, his father's youngest son from his remarriage was already 4 years old, and his sister from his mother's side was said to be 5. Even that once timid little girl from the Ling family had blossomed into an elegant young woman. Everything was changing, yet he remained the same. Still a useless individual incapable of anything. Old Sue still dotes on her grandson, having gone to great lengths to find a fortune teller to match horoscopes. After the destruction of the 4 olds, capable practitioners were reluctant to venture out. Unless introduced by acquaintances, they would not even acknowledge you. Mr. Zhai, known as Old Zhai, had built his reputation on feng shui and face reading before liberation. Fortunately, he had hidden well, otherwise he would have lost his life. He operated the sewing machine rhythmically, mending garments for others while proclaiming, "This birth chart is exceptionally auspicious, a perfect celestial match. Male metal and female water. The day pillar is thriving. In the future, he shall surely occupy a high position, accumulating wealth and flourishing prosperity. Furthermore, the offspring palace is also vibrant, with descendants excelling in both literature and martial arts. All under a fortunate star. On the 5th day of the 7th lunar month, with the auspicious gold cabinet in effect, it is a propitious time for marriages. Alas, I am merely a poor tailor, mending clothes for others. Dear lady, please refrain from spreading feudal superstitions." Old Lady Sue was overjoyed, astonished that the birth charts of her 2 grandchildren were so favorable. What delighted her most was the flourishing offspring palace. "Oh my heavens! All I desire is for my grandson to have child." Her granddaughter, who had accompanied her, scoffed, "Grandma, you ought to disregard that old man's nonsense. Speaking of prosperous offspring, we are currently under family planning policies, only allowed to have 1 child. Even if 5th brother is exceptionally capable, he cannot violate national regulations." Old Lady Sue gave her granddaughter a sharp tap on the arm. "Do not speak foolishly. Old Zhai is formidable. If he predicts children, it must be so." The granddaughter pouted. "No matter how skilled a fortune teller is, can he override national policies?" Old Lady Sue felt content with her granddaughter Ling Huaiyu and sought someone to measure her for clothes, arranging several transactions with Old Zhai, grateful for his assistance in matching the birth charts. Although no banquet was held, the Pei family ensured that all necessary items were delivered to the Ling family. Zhao Xihua, who had been ill for some time, felt her eyes welling up again. Chapter 62. Old Lady Ling confronts Zhao Xihua. It was said that Pei Guancheng's courtyard was inherited from his maternal grandfather. A modest courtyard with 3 rooms and a living room, complete with a separate bathroom, far more spacious than their current residence. The little yard could accommodate flowers and vegetables. And opening the courtyard door revealed a larger communal yard with a small vegetable garden belonging to the Pei family, likely to incite envy in the densely populated city. Not to mention, the previous household already boasted a television, washing machine, and refrigerator. What made Zhao Xihua green with envy now was that the Pei family not only provided Ling Huaiyu with a necklace, earrings, and a ring, but also gifted her a brand new green Fige brand bicycle. The glimmering handlebars nearly dazzled her eyes. The Butterfly brand sewing machine, a large floor fan, a tape player, and a stylish wardrobe and furniture set were all new. The bedding was entirely fresh, likely sufficient for 2 people for the next decade without needing replacements. Even the pots, bowls, and brooms were all replaced, demonstrating the Pei family's regard for Ling Huaiyu. In Old Lady Sue's words, when a new bride enters the family, everything in the courtyard must be renewed to ensure her grandson has a fresh start. Old Ling Huaiyu must take care of young Pei. It won't be convenient for her to ride out. Why not leave the bicycle behind? Yulong has grown. He can ride it himself when he goes out. Furthermore, she thought there was an excess of bedding. These young folks are careless with possessions. In a couple of years, one tea at just Old Lady Ling handed the gift list to Ling Huaiyu. "I cannot read. You are educated. Take a look and see what we can keep without the Pei family noticing. Let us try to retain as much as possible. This way, when Ling Yulong gets married, or even Ling Yujiao, we one team need to arrange additional dowries." Zhao Xihua felt a surge of joy. Finally, Old Lady Ling spoke sense. Ling Huaiyu scrutinized the list and turned to glare fiercely at Zhao Xiaohua. They're acting as a stepmother while you, the biological mother, insist on making them think you are a stepmother, don't you? Zhao Xiaohua was taken aback, puzzled by his sudden hostility. Old Ling, you old lady, Ling mockingly remarked. You truly know how to scheme. The Pei family has already arranged their belongings meticulously. Once these items are relocated, every position is preordained. When both families come together, if items are missing, will it be a disgrace to Xiao LV or to her father? The Pei family, a prominent household, conducted their affairs with great precision. Every purchase was documented clearly. They claimed that should anything go awry, it would be easy to trace origins, but in truth, it might be a precaution against the maternal family reaching for their possessions. Zhao Xiaohua, unwilling to relent, argued, we cannot touch the large items. But surely we can keep some gold and silver jewelry? Old Lady Ling felt an urge to strike her. You truly have lofty aspirations. Upon her entry, the new bride offers tea to her family, and she cannot be bare-necked and earless. Do you think the Pei family believes this new bride dislikes the gifts they bestowed? Or is it your misguided guidance? Ling Huaiyu took a deep breath, secured the gift list, and fixed a stern gaze on Zhao Xiaohua. These items belong to Xiao LV. If you dare to make her look bad, don't expect to continue living here. You'll be sent back where you came from. Ling Huaiyu was consumed by jealousy. Why should that be? Ling Huaiyu is merely a country bumpkin. Why does she deserve such attention from the Pei family? Throughout my life, I have attended countless weddings, never encountering a dowry as lavish as hers. The Pei family's offer, despite Pei Guancheng's disability, is beyond reproach, too extravagant to incite envy. While the dowry was substantial, it could not be devoid of accompanying gifts, or else how would they be perceived? Ling Huaiyu turned to Zhao Xiaohua. How do you plan to provide Xiao LV with her dowry? Zhao Xiaohua's face fell instantly. Old Ling, we have no money left. The little savings we had, I intended to consolidate and deposit in a bank. Now, we must wait for your salary, even for basic necessities. Where will I find funds for a dowry? Moreover, the Pei family has given so much. What does it matter whether we hold a ceremony or not? Since the Pei family has been so generous, you intend to contribute nothing, perhaps even pocketing some for your nephew and niece? Ling Huaiyu suddenly clenched his fists and stood up, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to erupt. Ling Huaiyu quickly intervened. Dad, please don't be angry. It doesn't matter to me. You must not upset yourself or make things difficult for my little brother. I'll forego the 1,000 yuan. Let it remain in the family. Whatever bedding and utensils you deem necessary can stay. There is plenty to go around. As for the dowry, I shall not require it. I can manage with simple fare in the countryside. What kind of life can't be lived? Things are already good enough now. Ling Huaiyu felt a pang of sorrow. Yet the situation was as it stood. The family was indeed short on funds. Old Lady Ling grasped Ling Huaiyu's hand. Good child, your grandmother appreciates your understanding. Rest assured, when times improve, your father will make it up to you. Should he refuse, your grandmother will seek justice for you. Indeed, as long as the family is well, I am indifferent. Ling Huaiyu's wisdom left even the often critical Zhao Xiaohua speechless. Ling Huaiyu immediately affirmed, Xiao LV, do not worry. Your father will ensure you are not wronged in the future. Ling Huaiyu nodded. Money could not be reclaimed, but life must continue. Perhaps the Pei family had granted the Ling family enough face, easing Ling Huaiyu's spirits, so that he indulged in a couple of drinks that evening. Zhao Xiaohua also felt cheerful. She had already decided to keep Ling Huaiyu's 2 satin quilt covers for Ling Huaiyu. With the gloom of past days lifted, the family soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Ling Huaiyu lay in bed, listening to her grandmother chatting aimlessly below. LV, your father truly cares for you. In these financially strained times, he's trying to gather money for your dowry, even borrowing from your uncle and aunt. You know, they're simple country folk with little savings. That pink shirt and sandals were gifted by your aunt. Your uncle did not provide clothing, but entrusted me with 100 yuan to give you. Xiao LV, this is a matter of familial kindness. Remember the goodness of your uncle and aunt. Ling Huaiyu kept her eyes open, her gaze cold and dismissive. Grandma, I remember indeed. My memory is quite sharp. I will never forget those who have treated me well, including my parents, my uncle, and my aunt, until the day I die. How could she forget those relatives who weighed her worth and calculated their every gesture? She could never overlook. Remembering is sufficient. Old Madame Ling could not quite catch the words following Ling Huaiyu's statement. She merely felt her eyelids grow heavy and, murmuring softly, succumbed to sleep. Before dawn the next day, she was stirred awake by the piercing scream of Zhao Xiahua. What on earth is happening now? Old Madame Ling replied with exasperation. Chapter 63. Zhao Xiahua encounters a ghostly shaving upon seeing Zhao Xiahua. Old Madame Ling was taken aback. Have you encountered a ghost? Zhao Xiaohua's hair had inexplicably thinned, not in a uniform manner, but rather in patches, as if it had been hastily shorn. It had not all fallen out, but appeared in disarray, akin to a scalp afflicted by disease, a sight most repulsive. Ling Huaiyu was equally startled, having recently begun to believe in supernatural occurrences. He pondered whether this constituted a form of ghostly shaving. Zhao Xiaocui nearly dropped the basin in her hands, trembling as she glanced at Ling Huaiyu. Convinced this was the work of the woman in red, her intention to request some money from Ling Huaiyu evaporated before she could voice it. As she quietly slipped away, "Call the police. Old Ling, we must report this." Zhao Xiahua insisted, gripping Ling Huaiyu's arm. He shrugged her off with irritation. "What police? Are you not embarrassed enough at home? Either claim you have sores on your head and shave it all off, or wear a hat tightly. Don't bring further disgrace upon us." Zhao Xiahua sobbed, ready to unleash her wrath upon Ling Huaiyu. Ling Huaiyu shrank back behind old Madame Ling and murmured softly, "You can't blame me. I was asleep. If anything had stirred, you would have known, wouldn't you?" Old Madame Ling patted Ling Huaiyu's hand reassuringly, then turned to glare at Zhao Xiahua. "Little Lu has only recently wed. If you dare to slander her, tarnishing her reputation, I cannot say whether my son would dare to divorce you, but I shall certainly rid myself of you, you calamity." Zhao Xiahua could not contain her wailing. Though Ling Huaiyu's wedding had not been celebrated with a banquet, both the Pei and Ling families had gathered for a meal. Now, without her hair, how could she face anyone in this sweltering heat while wearing a hat? Across the street, old Mrs. Feng overheard the commotion and brought in some porridge and bread. I remember how spirited Zhao Xiahua used to be. Why is she arguing daily now? Old Mr. Feng sipped his porridge and picked up a piece of pickled vegetable. They say ever since the new regime. We should not dwell on the past. Yet I can't shake the feeling that their misfortunes began when they had that little boy. My dear, do you think Yulong is cursed, ruining the luck of the Ling family? Upon hearing this, old Mrs. Feng shifted closer to her husband, fanning him while she whispered, "Last month, didn't a lady come to visit Ling Huai유's family? Zhao Xiahua even claimed she was a relative from the countryside. Later, I heard from Aunt Lu that she was actually a renowned fortune teller." Zhao Xiahua believed little Lu was fated for misfortune and sought the fortune teller's insight. To her surprise, the fortune teller declared little Lu was destined for greatness, while it was Zhao Xiaohua's own daughter who bore the heavy burden of fate. When she suggested looking into Yulong, the fortune teller advised against it, saying her words were better left unspoken. What do you think that means? Half a piece of bread in hand, Feng Xiaohong squeezed herself between her parents. "I know about this. It said that Ling Yujiao is a celestial disaster, while Sister Lu is a phoenix. That's why Zhao Xiahua is so distressed. Mother, you should remember well when Sister Lu was born. Is she truly Zhao Xiaohua's daughter?" Old Mrs. Feng smacked her daughter lightly. "Hurry and eat your breakfast before school. Why do you waste your thoughts on such nonsense?" Feng Xiaohong muttered, "I'm not the one saying it. It was Zhao Xiaocui who mentioned it." Old Mr. Feng pondered aloud. "It's true. Little Lu must have good fortune. Otherwise, how could she marry the son of Director Pei?" "Good fortune indeed," exclaimed old Mrs. Feng, cradling her grandchild while discussing the matter with her daughter-in-law. "Can you believe that family? They married their daughter to a cripple for the sake of a man's future? What kind of parents do that?" Her son, draped in a towel, approached wearing only shorts. "Mother, stop talking about that. Zhao Xiahua keeps saying you sold your daughter. If you keep this up, people will bring up my second sister's situation again." Hearing this, old Mrs. Feng grew incensed and thrust the child into her daughter-in-law's arms. "That Zhao family always babbles nonsense. Do you remember the winter when they abandoned their daughter at our doorstep? She cried all night, and your father couldn't bear it. So we took her back and raised her alongside your third sister. I never liked her, yet I never denied her anything. She had as much as your third sister, and I never stopped her from studying. Yet, she squandered her education for a rogue like Sun Yudong, a worthless fellow everyone knows. I raised her for all those years, only to be accused of breaking up a couple. What is wrong with me taking a bride price? I raised her for 18 years. It's not unreasonable to receive something in return. From now on, she is not welcome at our doorstep. When I am too old to move, I certainly want to beg her. Old Mrs. Fong was often incensed by this memory. She favored her son, who was the only boy after bearing 2 daughters. Even so, she had not neglected her daughters' needs. They had all been well fed and educated. She had cherished her second daughter the most. But to her dismay, after graduating from middle school, she chose to bear a child out of wedlock with an ne'er-do-well, bringing disgrace upon the family. After demanding a hefty bride price, she severed ties with her second daughter. Seeing old Mrs. Fong's eyes brimming with anger, her daughter hurried to console her. "Mother, don't let it bother you. That man simply doesn't know how to speak. We know your heart is in the right place." Eldest sister and third sister understand too. Just yesterday, eldest sister called to say she would bring the little one home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Old Mrs. Fong wiped her eyes, retrieving a prepared bag. "You're alone at school. Juggling classes and cooking is inconvenient. I prepared some 5-spice pickled vegetables for you. You can mix them into your rice. This jar contains meat sauce. Use it sparingly, as it's quite precious. Eat the eggs on your journey. Don't be stingy, for they do not keep well." The daughter-in-law kissed her child and accepted the packed bag from old Mrs. Fong. "Thank you, mother. I'm leaving now. Be well. Little treasure. Say goodbye to Mama." Old Mrs. Fong embraced her grandchild as she sent her daughter-in-law off. Turning back, she spotted Zhao Xiuhua, wearing a woolen hat. Old Mrs. Fong elongated her tone. "Oh, Teacher Zhao, off to work?" Zhao Xiuhua had no mind for pleasantries, without a summer hat. She was waiting for the department store to open so she could purchase one, fearing others might deem her mad. Ignoring the urge to return home and tidy up, she hurried into old Mrs. Lu's house. "Old Lu, do you think Zhao Xiuhua's head is in trouble?" Chapter 64. Gossip abounds in the morning. "Did you see Teacher Zhao wearing a hat? What's wrong? Her head is sore. Oh, a scalp condition. What? Is Teacher Zhao's scalp condition contagious? Is it a contagious disease? Should we sprinkle lime?" In no time, news of Zhao Xiuhua's supposed contagion spread throughout the entire building, with everyone except the Ling family being aware. When Ling Huaiyu stepped outside, others covered their noses, wary of getting too close. Ling Huaiyu observed the neighbor's demeanor. She recalled a similar incident in her previous life. Only this time, it was not Zhao Xiuhua who was rumored to have a contagious disease, but her. The rumors had originally stemmed from Zhao Xiuhua herself, claiming she had been cavorting with men and had contracted a filthy ailment. Though Ling Huaiyu was indeed her biological daughter, she had grown into an independent woman, and in the countryside had fallen into some undesirable habits. Without a man, she seemed unable to live. Day after day, she mingled with dubious characters, heedless of warnings. What could a mother like her do? In addition to providing financial support for her medical treatment, what else could be done? Perhaps sending her to prison? Ultimately, she is flesh and blood, and regardless of her disobedience, one cannot simply sever ties. Zhao Xiuhua often lamented to anyone who would listen about the difficulties of being a mother, gradually driving Ling Huaiyu to a desperate situation. Eventually, while walking down the street, thugs would directly confront her, saying, "Your mother claims you have an addiction and can't live without a man. How about me? I can offer you a free experience that will leave you satisfied." Ling Huaiyu later confronted Zhao Xiuhua, subjecting her to thorough torment, as she had suffered immensely at the hands of that woman in her previous life. During this time, Zhao Xiuhua's erratic behavior in class had garnered dissatisfaction from the school administration. She had no choice but to wait until the department store opened, hurriedly purchasing a summer sun hat before heading to school. Ironically, during class, she was seething with anger and took it out on a boy. It is worth noting that during this era, there was no standardized age for schooling. In the same first grade, some children were 6 or 7 years old, while others were 8 or 9, and occasionally one would encounter a 12 or 13-year-old. After all, education had been stagnant for several years, and parents had little understanding of its importance. Sometimes village leaders and women's federation officials would promote education, and suddenly, some parents would decide to send their older children to school. In Zhao Xiuhua's third-grade class, there was a boy who was already 13 years old. It was said that one day, while his father was delivering grain, he suddenly calculated the total weight, astonishing the staff. When his father returned home and shared the story with his mother, they concluded that their son might be a genius and decided to send him to school. The boy was academically inclined, yet quite mischievous. When he saw Zhao Xiuhua wearing a hat to work, he felt curious and couldn't resist the impulse to snatch it off her head while she was busy grading assignments. Alas, this act sparked a major issue. The boy could not keep his mouth shut, and word spread rapidly. Before the class bell rang, the entire school knew about Zhao Xiuhua's embarrassing situation. Mischievous children ran to Ling Yulong's class, shouting, "Ling Yulong, your mother is a big leper, and you are just a little one." This left Ling Yulong in tears, sobbing over his desk. By evening, not only did the children as parents know about the incident, but the neighbors had also caught wind of it. Ling Huaiyu scolded Zhao Xiuhua. "Can't you be more mindful? Little Green is about to get married, and you go and create such a scandal. What if the Pei family finds out? Will the wedding still go ahead?" He was constantly worried that Ling Huaiyu would cause a scene and embarrass the Pei family. Unexpectedly, it was Zhao Xiuhua who repeatedly brought shame, which was truly infuriating. As the wedding date approached, Pei Guancheng, the prospective father-in-law, finally invited the Ling family to a meal, marking the official meeting of the two families. "Old Ling, you know how busy we are at work. We should have had a meal together long ago, but..." Pei Guancheng apologized to Ling Huaiyu, holding a glass of wine. He felt somewhat guilty for his son, who was disabled and had married a beautiful daughter from the Ling family, making it hard for him to face Ling Huaiyu directly. Seeing that the wedding date was near, it seemed inappropriate for the two families to continue delaying a proper discussion, so he mustered the courage to sit down with Ling Huaiyu. Ling Huaiyu felt uneasy, suspecting that the Pei family looked down on him, which was why they had been hesitant to formally discuss matters. "Director Pei, you shouldn't say that. We work in the same unit. I know how busy you are." Pei Guancheng felt even more awkward, as if he were forcing an employee to marry his daughter. "Old Ling, now we are family. Let us not stick to formalities. Just call me Old Pei." The meeting between the two families was quite harmonious, and they quickly settled the wedding details. As they parted, Pei Guancheng sincerely said to Ling Huaiyu, "Little Green, I apologize for the inconvenience. It's not that your uncle doesn't want to give you a grand wedding. It's just that don't worry. When you have grandchildren in the future, you must ensure the wedding celebrations are in order." Ling Huaiyu felt elated, knowing that Pei Guancheng valued reputation and would keep his promises. After returning home, Zhao Xiuhua inquired of Ling Huaiyu, "Even if we aren't having a banquet, shouldn't my family send someone?" Ling Huaiyu scoffed, "If your family comes, then don't our relatives have to show up as well? What if the Pei and Su families also come? Do you think we can fit 10 tables? If Pei Guancheng gets upset and flips the table, whose face do you think will be lost?" He dared not provoke Pei Guancheng, knowing that the young man had a temper and would even dare to confront his own father. Ling Huaiyu always believed that ever since Pei Guancheng had injured his leg, his mental state had deteriorated, but the Pei family, for the sake of reputation, could not let others know that they had a madman in their midst. When the wedding day arrived, not only did the Ling family's relatives not come, but even the Pei family's uncles and aunts were absent, including Pei Guancheng's mother. Old Lady Su claimed it was because Pei Guancheng disliked crowds, but in reality, it was Pei Guancheng's mother, Su Lijun, who was unwilling to attend. "This marriage was arranged by you. Whether Xiaogu likes it or not, I certainly do not. Let us just go along with it for now. We can make up for it later when there are children." Old Lady Su thought that given the substantial betrothal gifts from the Pei family, even without a banquet, it was still fair to Ling Huaiyu, so she did not take it to heart. On the day of the wedding, Ling Huaiyu's uncles arrived, while her eldest aunt was represented by Lu Jinping. When she saw the long line of betrothal gifts, she was utterly astonished. Chapter 65, The Wedding the Pei Family. When did they become so generous? In her dreams, they had only given her 2 outfits along with 1,000 yuan in cash, 3 pieces of jewelry, and 2 sets of bedding. In her dreams, she had seemed so excited and happy, but compared to what lay before her, what was that? She looked at Ling Huaiyu, whose face radiated joy. Could it be that because she was his biological daughter, he had boldly asked for so many items from the Pei family? Indeed, a biological daughter is treated differently. They always say that her mother has done great favors for her uncle, treating her as if she were her own daughter. Ling Huaiyu's dress was custom-made, a vibrant red gown that reached her ankles, with sleeves in the trendy half-bubble style. Others appeared robust in such attire, yet Ling Huaiyu, being slender, had only grown fairer during her time at the Ling family home. Her figure had not filled out, as there had not been enough time. A black leather belt cinched her waist, accentuating her hourglass figure. Grandma Ling wanted someone to do her makeup, But Ling Huaiyu, seeing the ghastly pale look of current trends, firmly refused. Fortunately, the hairstylist had excellent skills, styling her hair into an elegant updo adorned with red plastic bridal flowers. The youthful girl, adorned in a striking red dress, stood before Pei Guancheng like a delicate flower blooming unexpectedly in a bleak winter. On the groom's side, the one presiding over the ceremony was Pei Guancheng's second aunt, Fang Shumi. Unlike Ling Huaiyu, Pei Guancheng had served in the military during his youth, participating in several battles, which delayed his marriage, making him the last to wed in his family. After marriage, Su Lijun's health was poor, and it took several years of recuperation before Pei Guancheng was born. Therefore, although Pei Guancheng was the eldest son of the Pei family, his son was the youngest. Fang Shumi had a round face, radiating warmth and charm when she smiled. She held Ling Huaiyu's hand and said, "Earlier, I heard your grandmother mention that the bride chosen for Xiao Wu was extraordinarily beautiful, resembling a fairy from a traditional painting. I thought she was joking, but now that I see you, I know she spoke the truth. You are genuinely stunning." Old Lady Su introduced Ling Huaiyu. "This is your second aunt. Your third aunt is abroad and couldn't attend the wedding, but she sent someone to deliver gifts." The wedding was not elaborately arranged. Aunt Wu and Fang Shumi prepared a feast, and the two families gathered to share a meal, marking the commencement of the newlyweds' journey together. Ling Huaiyu sat beside Pei Guancheng, feeling a chill in the sweltering heat. Pei Guancheng donned a white shirt paired with military green trousers, a thin blanket draped over his legs obscuring his condition. He neither ate nor drank, quietly observing the laughter and joy surrounding the table with a cold demeanor. Pei Guancheng, slightly flushed from a couple of drinks, pointed at Ling Huaiyu and said, "Xiao Guan, this is your father-in-law. You should raise a toast to him." Pei Guancheng did not even spare him a glance. Ling Huaiyu remained indifferent, but Pei Guancheng and Ling Huaiyu appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Xiao Guan." Elder Su pulled her son down into his seat. "Have you had too much to drink? It's a joyous day for the two children. What are you making a fuss about? Family, enjoy the meal. Don't be shy. From now on, we are all family." Ling Huaiyu hurried to ease the tension. "Indeed, Lao Pei, we have plenty of time ahead of us. We are all family now. Let us not dwell on such matters. Come, let us drink." Zhao Xiuhua served a chicken leg to Ling Yujiao, glancing at Ling Huaiyu from the corner of her eye. No matter how lavish the dowry, what good would it do to be wed to a man so cold and unresponsive? Ling Yujiao could not help but steal a glance at Pei Guancheng. He was undeniably handsome, more so than Song Chaohui. Alas, he was a cripple. Had he not been disabled, she would have seized this marriage opportunity without hesitation. Zhao Xiaocui snatched a chicken wing into her bowl, munching on ribs while pondering that, given the meal, Ling Huaiyu marrying a cripple was not a loss. Marrying a man meant food and clothing. As long as there was wealth and sustenance, what did it matter if he was disabled? Moreover, such a man, unable to retaliate, meant no woman would suffer abuse. Life could hardly be worse. Lu Jinping, who had come along today, observed, thinking, yes, this was the icy Pei Guancheng from her dreams. Sometimes, she questioned whether it was a dream or a reality. If it were a dream, everything felt so tangible. Yet if it were real, she had only ever dreamt of Pei Guancheng, never anyone else. It could not be that she had fallen for him at first sight, for she had never laid eyes on him before. Pei Guancheng, after downing a few drinks, grew melancholic. "Xiao Xiao Guan. This life will be tough for Xiao Guan. You must be more understanding in the future. If he loses his temper." Pei Guancheng, having exhausted his patience, turned his wheelchair and returned to his room. Ling Huaiyu hurried after him, concerned for his well-being. Elder Su observed with satisfaction. Although the girl lacked sophistication, she was perceptive, understanding her duties as a wife, which was sufficient. Ling Huaiyu escorted Pei Guancheng to the living room, but did not enter his room, lingering outside until she saw he could manage to get into bed before she turned to leave. Elder Su grasped Ling Huayu's hand. He dislikes noise and people touching his belongings. Always knock before entering his room. When cleaning, ensure everything is returned to its original place. He eats lightly, takes medication regularly, has little taste, so please be attentive when cooking. On rainy days, his legs. There was so much to convey. Aunt Wu, overhearing, scoffed. Even she, who had served him for years, found Pei Guancheng's demands excessive. It was uncertain how long this young girl could endure. It would be quite amusing if she decided to leave one day. Lu Jinping shared this sentiment. In her dreams, she could not tolerate Pei Guancheng's indifference, leading her to seek affection elsewhere. Could she be blamed? After all, what normal woman would not desire a man's love? Once Elder Su finished her instructions, Elder Ling discreetly pulled Ling Huilv aside to advise his legs are weak and he is physically disabled, which may affect that aspect as well. Do not rush. Such matters cannot be hurried. Take your time. Do you understand? Ling Huilv nodded, noting Elder Su's instructions carefully. After tidying up, she noticed Pei Guancheng had no further requests and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Heaven knows, it had been over a month since she could enjoy a proper bath. Upon returning to her spacious room, with its vibrant red bedding and new carved wardrobe, Ling Huilv felt that perhaps this marriage was not so bad after all. Chapter 66. The neighbor who loves to take advantage early the next morning. Ling Huilv rose to prepare mung bean porridge, cooked 2 egg pancakes, and set out a small dish of pickles. In the bathroom, she prepared water and towels for Pei Guancheng before retreating to her room. When Pei Guancheng emerged, he found the table set with food solely for him. The bathroom was ready with warm water, and the towel and soap were within reach. He washed quietly, the presence of another person in the house not causing any discomfort. The atmosphere remaining tranquil. He ate outside, while Ling Huilv dined in her room, perusing the 6th grade textbook given to her by Feng Xiaoan. Her lack of education made tasks quite challenging. Much like her previous life when she learned about pharmacy, it had been exceedingly arduous. Given a second chance, she sought revenge but did not intend to end up in prison. Acquiring knowledge was always beneficial. After finishing her meal, she found Pei Guancheng had already retreated to his room. After cleaning up, washing her clothes, she brewed a pot of honey water and placed it on the table. Knowing that those who sit for long periods often suffer from constipation, she wrote a small note for Pei Guancheng. Dirty clothes may be placed in the bamboo basket by the door. If you need anything or if the food does not suit your taste, please leave a message on the table. After leaving the note, she ventured into the courtyard to tend to the Pei family's vegetable garden. With autumn approaching, it was time to plant some cabbage and radishes along with scallions, garlic, and chives to avoid having to buy everything. Zhang Yufang approached carrying a basket. You must be the young bride of Pei, right? With such delicate skin, what do you know about growing vegetables? If you want something to eat, just go to your sister-in-law's house and pick it yourself. Such work is not meant for young folks like you. The Pei family's small vegetable garden was only about 3 or 4 square meters. Previously, it had been tended by Zhang Yufang. When Elder Su brought Ling Huilv over last time, she mentioned that they would reclaim the garden for her granddaughter-in-law to cultivate. Although the market offered everything, nothing could compare to the freshness of homegrown produce. Moreover, Elder Su wanted Ling Huilv to have something to occupy her time. Otherwise, too much idleness could lead to discord with her grandson. Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to work for my own sustenance, Ling Huilv replied, wielding a sickle and continuing to pull out the dried bean vines. She then set the vines ablaze, turning them to ash for fertilizer. Zhang Yufang, realizing Ling Huilv had not grasped her meaning, grew displeased. Young bride, this land is mine. Everyone in the countryside knows that this should be cultivated for a year. After all, I fertilized it in spring, and now that autumn has arrived, how can you just take over? At your young age, how can you be so inconsiderate? Ling Huilv straightened up. Since you mentioned fertilizer, you have been tending to this garden for nearly 10 years, right? It's common knowledge that land can become exhausted, and the soil grows increasingly barren, making it difficult to cultivate crops. Sister Zhang, you understand this principle, don't you? After nearly a decade of tending to my family's garden, how do you plan to compensate me? Zhang Yufang initially thought to bully Ling Huilv, taking advantage of her perceived naivety and inexperience to retain control of the garden, as her family of 5 depended on the vegetables grown in the 2 small gardens and the small courtyard. However, she did not expect Ling Huilv to be so unyielding. The Pei family was considered a prominent household. How could they marry someone so petty who would not hesitate to stand her ground? Ling Huilv kept her head down. If you can take others' property as your own, what do I have to be ashamed of? Please step aside and do not obstruct me from clearing the weeds. I would not want the flames to catch your hair while you accuse me of intending harm. Zhang Yufang, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot and turned sharply into her courtyard, slamming the gate with a resounding crash. An elderly woman approached from the other side, assisting Ling Huaiyu in clearing the weeds. Do you know why she looks at you with such disdain? Ling Huaiyu casually replied. Isn't it simply because she has taken advantage for too long and now finds herself deprived? Not quite. The elderly woman chuckled. That Aunt Wu from your family is her distant cousin. By taking care of your little Pei, she has been able to procure quite a few delicacies for herself. Now that you are here, not only does the vegetable garden have an owner, but her cousin's position is also lost. If her family wishes to savor meat broth, they have no opportunity now. Ling Huaiyu was perplexed. Although the old municipal housing estate had fallen into disrepair and many respectable officials had moved away, it was not a place just anyone could reside in. The elderly woman seemed to sense Ling Huaiyu's confusion. Her father-in-law used to be the mayor's driver, and through connections, they secured this house. After the old mayor was reassigned, her father-in-law passed away, and her husband now drives for a cement factory, having lost all former glory. This woman is one who seeks to exploit every advantage, and she is not well regarded in this courtyard. Ling Huaiyu felt grateful for the elderly woman's insights into the local gossip. You are. The elderly woman pointed to the left courtyard. You can call me Old Shui. She lives to your right, and I live to your left. My son works at the food factory. My grandson is grown now, still studying and unmarried, living at school. So, I am home alone. Oh, bored and seeking conversation, I see. Thank you, Grandma Shui. After tidying up the vegetable garden, Ling Huaiyu returned to her own small yard and cleared a section under the peach tree, planning to plant some cabbage later. She looked up at the bountiful peaches, suppressing the urge to reach out. Upon entering her home, she noticed that the note on the table was gone, and no new note had appeared. However, there were dirty clothes in the bamboo basket at Pei Guancheng's door. Ling Huaiyu sighed in relief. It was good enough that he was willing to communicate. Ling Huaiyu prepared lunch for Pei Guancheng, tidied up the house, and seeing that he had no further requests, she left a note informing him she would be gone for an hour as she headed to Old G's scrap station. That old man. How dare he cheat me on the scales, earning ill-gotten gains. No wonder he resorts to being self-employed. I shall report this unscrupulous merchant. Upon arriving, she found 3 young men pinning Old G to the ground, while others attempted to rummage through the scrap station. Old G, grimy and bloodied, struggled beneath them. Ling Huaiyu seized a nearby shovel and shouted, "You ruffians, how shameless! Picking on an elderly man. Do you truly believe there is no law?" The young men turned at the sound of her voice, suddenly amused. "Oh, Old G, you have such a pretty young lady. Could it be that you fathered child with someone?" One of them whistled and approached Ling Huaiyu, asking, "Little sister, do you have a boyfriend?" Ling Huaiyu, with a stern expression, replied, "Not only do I have a boyfriend, but his cousin works at the nearby police station. And my father is also the chief of public security. You little rascals, if you dare to bully me, be prepared to face consequences." The young men dismissed her bravado, thinking she was merely boasting. "Oh, look at you, so young and yet so full of hot air. Why not claim that the head of the police is your father-in-law?" Suddenly, Ling Huaiyu shouted, "Cousin, someone is bullying me here." Yan Jin, who had just resolved a domestic dispute nearby, turned towards the sound. "Isn't that my newly married cousin-in-law?" He entered the scrap station with his apprentice. "What's going on here?" Ling Huaiyu pointed at the 3 ruffians. "Captain Yen, these thugs are bullying an elderly man and trying to steal his things." The thugs, realizing help had arrived, stammered, "We were just selling." "Selling some scrap?" Yan Jin scrutinized them. "Zhang Damao, you haven't changed a bit. You've barely been out for a few days, and you're already at it again." Old G slowly got up, throwing items back at Zhang Damao and the others. "Captain Yen, I suspect these wires are stolen property." Zhang Damao cursed, "You old fool. How dare you slander? Take them away." Yan Jin waved his hand, producing silver handcuffs to restrain the 3. He turned to Ling Huaiyu and said, "Cousin-in-law, do not fear. If anyone dares to bully you again, just invoke my name." The ruffians felt utterly humiliated, realizing they had indeed encountered someone with connections. "Thank you, cousin." Ling Huaiyu sweetly expressed her gratitude. She helped Old G to his feet and assisted him in tidying the yard. Old G rubbed his leg. "You really married the Pei family's cripple?" Ling Huaiyu replied affirmatively, repacking scattered cardboard and noticing Old G's dried beans had spilled everywhere. She took a dustpan and began to gather them up. Old G applied medicinal alcohol to his leg. "That Pei boy will never stand again in this lifetime. You'll have a rough time ahead." Ling Huaiyu dismissed his concerns. Pei Guancheng needed a wife, and she sought a place to belong. At the very least, her household registration had been transferred. She and Pei Guancheng now shared the same household registration. Alone, just the 2 of them, she could do as she pleased without being constrained by others. Freedom, after all, is relative. Many believed that marrying Pei Guancheng would condemn her to a life of loneliness. But little did they know that having endured the tribulations of her past life, she instinctively recoiled from men, harboring a deep-seated aversion to sharing a bed with one. The detached coexistence she shared with Pei Guancheng suited her just fine. Ling Huaiyu left some wedding candies for old Ji, glanced at her watch, and noted that nearly an hour had passed. She bid farewell to old Ji and left. Old Ji popped a candy into his mouth, remarking very sweet, "Perhaps this girl and I truly have a connection from a past life." As Ling Huaiyu entered the house, Pei Guancheng checked his watch, noting it had been exactly 1 hour. 3 days later, he would return to her family home, but Pei Guancheng remained silent. Ling Huaiyu had no intention of bringing him along. As usual, she prepared breakfast and tidied the room, getting ready to depart. After changing her clothes, she noticed an additional note on the table. "Too many peaches?" Ling Huaiyu pondered the meaning. Was it an invitation to take some peaches home? The Ling family was unworthy of such delicacies. Ling Huaiyu left for the department store, purchasing the cheapest pastries and a bag of eggs, along with a can of malted milk to take back to the Ling family. It was the weekend, and both Ling Wenhai and his wife were home, waiting for Ling Huaiyu's visit. Zhao Xiaohua noticed the items in Ling Huaiyu's hands. "Your new husband isn't accompanying you home. And this is what you bring as a return gift?" Ling Huaiyu blinked innocently. "Mom, if you feel it's insufficient, I can mention it to Pei Guancheng's father and bring more next time." She said this with a face full of innocence, showing no hint of sarcasm. Zhao Xiaohua was furious. "Old Ling, look at her. As soon as she leaves, she has grown wings and dares to talk back." Ling Wenhai was equally displeased by Ling Huaiyu's words, interpreting them as if he were coveting his daughter's meager offerings. "What kind of talk is that?" He scolded sternly. "Now that you're married, you should speak with some decorum." Ling Huaiyu feigned innocence. "Isn't this my home? Can't I speak the truth?" "Dad, don't worry. It's almost the end of the month, and Pei Guancheng's father will pay on time. I'll have the money in hand. When the time comes, I could buy you cigarettes, or even get Mom some meat or clothing." Old Feng, who had come over to borrow a screwdriver, quickly retreated upon hearing this. Ling Wenhai's face twitched in anger. It was clear she had received no proper upbringing, speaking so freely that it could tarnish his reputation. How could he depend on his daughter to bring back goods from her in-laws for their living? Ling Laotai tugged at her son's sleeve, whispering, "Xiao Lu is just a bit naive. You can teach her slowly. She is married now, and you shouldn't reprimand her in front of others. Your approach does not merely discipline your own daughter. It brings shame upon the Pei family. It is precisely for this reason that Ling Wenhai has endured so much." Grandma Ling then addressed Ling Huaiyu. "Your parents do not expect you to bring back an abundance of gifts. Rather, they wish for you to return to your maternal home with a semblance of dignity, so as to avoid gossip that you are ill-treated in your in-laws' household." Returning home in a state of poverty, Ling Huaiyu looked at the items on the table. "Grandma, this is hardly impoverished. When country folk visit their families, they typically bring back half a basket of rice or wheat, or at the very least, 2 bags of sugar along with a dozen eggs. Grandma, what I have here is significantly more substantial than what they typically bring. I am quite sensible." Grandma Ling found herself at a loss for words. These gifts, while not light in the countryside, would certainly not be deemed insufficient in the city. Yet, it is the Pei family that is connected to the Ling family by marriage. Originally, they had elevated themselves by marrying into the Ling family. Thus, meager gifts would invite ridicule. The Ling family has invested in a daughter as beautiful as a flower. Yet the Pei family does not seem to regard her with any esteem. Alas, in the end, it all comes down to Zhao Xiaohua, the daughter-in-law, who has left Ling Huaiyu in the countryside for so many years, instilling in her a sense of parochialism, lacking the grandeur of spirit. Who else can be blamed? Ling Huaiyu, feeling the weight of the conversation, discreetly pulled Grandma Ling aside and produced a charming little iron box. "I heard this was brought back from abroad by Pei Guancheng's third aunt. It's called chocolate. I noticed no one was eating it, and since I had never seen it before, I quietly brought it back for you, Grandma. And this towel is brand new. Remember to take it home and use it." For a moment, Grandma Ling was at a loss for words. Could it be that this girl does not cherish her maternal family? She even resorts to stealthily bringing back a towel. And while one might consider her thoughtful, what kind of deed is this? If the Pei family were to find out, they would surely scorn the Ling family as a destitute entity. Just as Grandma Ling was about to speak to her granddaughter, Aunt Fong, holding a child, approached. "Dear sister, I've heard that the college entrance examination results are out. How do you Jiao do?" Chapter 68. The examination results. A hush fell over the family. having been so preoccupied with Ling Huaiyu's marriage that they had forgotten about the examination. However, it made sense. This was Ling Yujiao's third attempt at the examination, and the initial anxiety and seriousness had long dissipated. Ling Wenhai had even forgotten about her examination altogether. Just then, Ling Yujiao returned, standing behind Aunt Fong. Zhao Xiuhua promptly inquired, "Jiao Jiao, how did you perform?" The entire family momentarily forgot about the return gifts, their attention fixed on Ling Yujiao. In this day and age, the college entrance examination is of utmost importance. High school students are not commonly seen, let alone university students. Under the scrutiny of her family, Ling Yujiao suddenly erupted. "I failed. I didn't even qualify for a junior college. Ling Huaiyu, this is all your fault for returning and causing a ruckus every day, which disrupted my mindset and led to my poor performance in the exam. Now, I have completely lost the chance to attend university. Are you satisfied?" Ling Huaiyu instinctively ducked behind Grandma Ling, muttering softly, "Blame me for ruining Jiao Jiao's examination? Sister, keep up the good work. I'm sure you could do well next year." Aunt Fong scoffed. "Last year, little Green was not around, and not only was she absent, but we even had to ask your second aunt to walk softly in the hallway. Even my little grandson was scolded for crying a few times because of your family. By the way, Jiao Jiao, I recall you scored 250 points last year. Surely you did not do worse this year?" Last year, Ling Yujiao scored a total of 250 points, while Chun Hongjun scored a mere 100, becoming the subject of laughter for the entire building. 250? Ling Huaiyu replied innocently, "Grandma Fong, that score is quite impressive. The children in my village often score only in the teens, and a few even lower. For my sister to achieve such a score is truly remarkable." Aunt Fong laughed even harder. Indeed, indeed. If a pig in the countryside scored 250, it would fetch a good price." Ling Huaiyu. Ling Yujiao burst into tears. "You have gone too far." Zhao Xiuhua, unable to comfort Ling Yujiao, seized a broom and aimed to strike Ling Huaiyu. "I'll teach you a lesson, you heartless child. You haven't even graduated from elementary school, yet you dare mock Jiao Jiao, a high school student. How dare you laugh at her?" Ling Huaiyu ran away, calling out, "Mom, I was wrong. I truly did not mock Sister Jiao Jiao. I genuinely think 250 is a lot. Grandma, my mother does not love me. I will visit you in the countryside another day. Please remember to eat well, especially meat. If you run out of money, just tell me, and I will bring some." Grandma Ling sighed. What is happening here? If only they had not sent Ling Huaiyu to the countryside back then. If she had studied a few more years, would she be so lacking in decorum? After Ling Huaiyu left the courtyard, she slowed her pace, ambling towards the market to buy a few crucian carp to prepare soup for Pei Guancheng, and stopped by the agricultural store to purchase vegetable seeds. After the wedding, fearing she might not have enough money, Grandma Su had given her 200 yuan, insisting that she should not skimp on food. Ling Huaiyu understood Grandma Su's concern, worried that she had grown up in the countryside and developed a miserly habit, leading her to prepare meals for her grandson with a lack of care. In truth, Ling Huaiyu had no intention of depriving herself. In her previous life, she had suffered greatly, remaining frail and short, plagued by various ailments like gastroenteritis. And despite receiving medication from old G, she had never had the chance to recuperate. In this life, she resolved never to neglect her health. Now, at about 156 centimeters, already 18, she wondered if eating well might help her grow a bit taller. Upon returning home, she firmly instructed Pei Guancheng not to speak with her in the yard. "The materials you requested. There are 2 books that we do not have here. I have asked a friend in the capital to find them for you." "Oh, Cousin S' wife has returned." Ling Huaiyu raised the fish in her hand. "Cousin, will you stay for dinner?" When she asked this, her gaze was directed at Pei Guancheng. She did not position herself as the host, but rather as a guest, hoping not to disturb the tranquility of the host. Pei Guancheng nodded slightly. Seeing him acknowledge her, Ling Huaiyu turned and entered the kitchen to prepare the meal. Yin Jin, unable to resist, picked a peach and sat beside Pei Guancheng. "Brother, although you are not married and have no partner, I perceive a certain awkwardness between you and the newlywed couple. The atmosphere between you two feels stiff and unfamiliar. It resembles more of a landlord and tenant relationship rather than that of a married couple, marked by distance and politeness. You should not maintain such a cold demeanor. That young girl has had a difficult life. Her parents, it truly is hard to express. I heard she was sent to the countryside at just 10 years old, and the chores at her grandmother's home fell entirely on her. She even slept in a chicken coop and ate pig feed. How disheartening, Yan Jin lamented, pondering how Ling Huaiyu and his wife favored sons over daughters. Yet Zhao Xiuhua's niece was still being cared for at home. Moreover, one could argue that they could not afford the expenses of multiple children. Yet many families today manage to support 7 or 8 members on a single income. Pei Guancheng remained engrossed in his book, hardly lifting his head. Yan Jin, feeling bored, remarked, "Conversing with someone like you is truly uninteresting. You are as silent as a block of wood, offering no responses at all." At dinner, Ling Huaiyu prepared crucian carp soup, stir-fried garlic sprouts with pork, and a vegetable stir-fry with loofah. As autumn approached, loofah spoils quickly, and they had to be consumed promptly, lest they end up washing dishes instead. Yan Jin could not help but praise. "Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are truly commendable. This meal is no less delightful than that of a state-run restaurant." Ling Huaiyu smiled, but said nothing. With guests in the house, the young couple did not eat separately. They shared the same table, and aside from Yan Jin's chatter, the only sound were the gentle clinking of chopsticks and spoons. After dinner, as Yan Jin was leaving, Ling Huaiyu walked him out and casually inquired, "Cousin, may I ask about Chenhongjun?" Yan Jin pushed his bicycle out, looking at Ling Huaiyu with a hint of sympathy. "Your mother bailed him out." Ling Huaiyu nodded. She had suspected as much. After all, Chenhongjun had not been directly involved in the robbery, and with Zhao Xiuhua not pursuing the matter, Yan Jin couldn't possibly keep him detained indefinitely. As Yan Jin prepared to ride away, he paused, seemingly lost in thought, then turned to Ling Huaiyu. "Lil Green, do you harbor resentment towards your parents?" Ling Huaiyu shook her head, an expression of bewilderment crossing her face. "My parents have had their share of hardships. Compared to the children abandoned in the mountains to be fed to wild dogs or those who drowned in urine buckets at birth, I am truly fortunate. Moreover, my father treats me well. It's just that my mother tends to show favoritism. Happiness is relative, and it's best not to speak without thought." After seeing him off, she turned to close the gate, leaning against it as her gaze turned cold and piercing. Chenhongjun was indeed fortunate, having managed to come out unscathed on several occasions. At that moment, Chenhongjun was seething with rage. He kicked a chair aside, confronting Yao Zuilan. "Last time, I handed you 5,000 yuan, and now you tell me the money is gone? Yao Zuilan, where has my money gone?" Startled by his sudden outburst, Yao Zuilan began to sob uncontrollably. "I didn't want to say anything, but your expression was so threatening." I. Her tears flowed freely, her distress palpable. Chenhongjun, however, had no intention of comforting her. "Yao Zuilan, you had better confess where the money has gone. Otherwise, where else could it go?" Yao Zuilan snapped back. "It was taken by your mother. What could I do? She is the wife of the police chief. And when she came over with her people, she threatened that if I didn't hand over the money, she would accuse me of engaging in illicit relationships and have me imprisoned. Brother Jun, you know I'm just a helpless woman. How could I dare to provoke her? How outrageous!" Chenhongjun's fury grew. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Yao Zuilan cried, even harder. "During those days, you were locked up. She said if I didn't give her the money, you wouldn't be released. I was worried about you, and in my moment of weakness, I just gave it to her. 3,000 yuan was lost, while the remaining 2,000 had already been hidden away by her elsewhere. Now, this incident could only be blamed on Zhao Xiuhua." Chenhongjun, aflame with anger, turned to find Zhao Xiuhua, only to be stopped by Yao Zuilan, who clung to him. "Brother Jun, what are you planning to do? That money originally came from her, and now she wants it back. Ling Huaiyu is displeased with you. If you go over there and he gets angry, what will happen to you? Brother Jun, I cannot lose you. Please, let this matter rest. From the start, I never intended to take your money. We can live simply without the Ling family. Can't we survive without them?" Chenhongjun was incensed. "She has gone too far. She claims to be doing this to keep me out, yet she turns around and extracts money from you. Zhao Xiuhua is utterly despicable." Yao Zuilan, still crying, tried to soothe him. "Let it go, Brother Jun, regardless of everything. She raised you. You must acknowledge that debt of gratitude. Besides, our sister is still with her. You cannot only think of yourself and disregard your sister." Furious, Chenhongjun ultimately acquiesced to Yao Zuilan's pleas. He sensed a shift in the Ling family's dynamics. Many matters were beyond Zhao Xiuhua's control now. Once his anger had subsided, Yao Zuilan gently suggested, "Brother Jun, why not stop retaking the exams and ask your uncle for a job? If you find work too constraining, perhaps you could ask him to help me find a position. That way, we would have to live so frugally. Chen Hongjun scoffed. Why would I need him to find me a job? Can't I do it myself? You think too highly of Ling Huaiyu. I, Chen Hongjun, will live my life without relying on him. Yao Tsulan's eyes flickered with disdain, yet she smiled, of course. My brother Jun is the best. Ling Huaiyu had turned over the vegetable plot and sown seeds when the phone rang inside the house. Pei Guancheng, unable to walk well, had his family invest heavily in a phone for timely communication in case of emergencies. Grandma, it's a call from old lady Su. Xiao LV, how is Xiao Guan doing lately? The kindly voice of old lady Su inquired. Ling Huaiyu glanced at the slightly ajar door to Pei Guancheng's room. He asked the same as before. He hasn't mentioned any pain in his leg. Old lady Su remained unconvinced. Is he eating well? Here. Pei Guancheng emerged unnoticed and took the phone from Ling Huaiyu. Grandma, it's me. Hearing her grandson's voice brought a smile to old lady Su's face. Xiao Guan, how do you find the meals that Xiao LV prepares? Pei Guancheng replied. Old lady Su sighed, knowing her grandson well. If he could respond affirmatively, it indicated the meals were satisfactory. They had gone through numerous caretakers before finding Aunt Wu, who was experienced. Yet Pei Guancheng remained dissatisfied with her due to her lack of boundaries. After conversing for a couple of minutes, the dialogue dwindled, primarily consisting of old lady Su speaking while Pei Guancheng occasionally acknowledged her. Speaking with such a person could render even the most loquacious individuals taciturn. Sensing her grandson's impatience, old lady Su cautiously asked, Xiao Guan, does the young lady sleeping disturb you? No, Pei Guancheng replied quietly. Before old lady Su could relax, Pei Guancheng added, there are 3 rooms in the house. If she were to disturb me, I would simply have to clear the study for her to stay. Finally, old lady Su's worries subsided. She knew her aloof and proud grandson was not easily swayed. She had assumed all men would be susceptible to beauty. But how many men could resist a girl as lovely as Xiao LV? Yet her grandson was not among them. Xiao Guanyu, Pei Guancheng interrupted his grandmother. Long-distance calls are expensive. He hung up and turned to see the young woman standing at a distance. Xiao Guan, you sit outside for a while. I'll change your bedsheets. Pei Guancheng wheeled himself into the yard. Ling Huaiyu changed the sheets and meticulously cleaned the room, making an effort not to disturb his belongings. It was evident that despite his mobility issues, he was fastidious, with everything in order, hinting at a slight obsession with cleanliness. Xiao Guan, all done, Ling Huaiyu announced as she stepped outside, only to find Pei Guancheng sitting under the peach tree, reading. His fingers, long and slender, turned the pages, reminiscent of a pianist's hands. This suddenly brought back a memory for Ling Huaiyu. She recalled accompanying Pei Guancheng to piano lessons when she was very young. She had been too restless to sit still and had eventually cried to go home. Pei Guancheng had calmed her with a lollipop, saying, Xiao LV, be good, don't cry. Brother will take you home soon. Pei Guancheng was quite adept at playing the piano, painting, and even basketball. His talents were numerous, which is why he was often referenced as the exemplary child by parents. What a pity. Just as Ling Huaiyu was lost in her thoughts, Pei Guancheng suddenly declared, the peaches are ripe. Huh? Ling Huaiyu was taken aback for a moment before realizing he was indicating that the peaches on the tree were ready to be picked. But why had he forbidden her from picking them the day before? Perhaps, after all, patients have peculiar temperaments. Having once worked as a caretaker for 2 rather eccentric elderly ladies, Ling Huaiyu understood this well. She glanced at Pei Guancheng, then at the laden peach tree, and finally noticed a small hand reaching out from behind the wall. Hey, is someone trying to steal peaches? Ling Huaiyu decided not to hold back. She stealthily moved a nearby stool closer, climbing up to find herself locking eyes with a little thief on the other side. They both froze, each surprised. The little thief appeared to be around 11 or 12, wearing a red vest, his thin frame revealing prominent ribs. Suddenly locking eyes with Ling Huaiyu, he forced a smile and turned to flee. Don't you dare run, Ling Huaiyu called out to him. If you attempt to escape, I shall raise an alarm, and your stepmother will surely flay you alive. The little thief's expression shifted instantly as he gritted his teeth in resentment. Despicable. Ignoring him, Ling Huaiyu continued. You've graduated from elementary school. Haven't you? I presume you still possess your textbooks and workbooks. Since you need them for junior high, hand them over. and I shall procure some food for you." The little thief paused. "Really? All right, just wait." Ling Huaiyu leaped off the stool and went to the kitchen, retrieving several buns and some leftovers from lunch. With only the two of them at home, she usually cooked just the right amount, but today, for some unknown reason, Pei Guancheng seemed to have a poor appetite, leaving some dishes untouched. Ling Huaiyu climbed back onto the wall. "Fetch a bowl for yourself." Zhang Yufeng was exceedingly stingy. If she discovered that Ling Huaiyu was feeding this boy, not only would there be no words of gratitude, but she would likely unleash a torrent of abuse. Even confiscating the plate, the boy was quick-witted. He not only brought a plate over, but also offered a basket. "Put the buns in here. Here are your textbooks. If you want any other books, I have plenty at home." Grateful, the boy had not eaten the previous night and had been starving for over half a day. Zhang Yufeng, that venomous woman, had locked all the cabinets before returning to her family home. Desperate from hunger, he had thought of stealing peaches from next door. No need for that. All she wanted the textbooks. She has the money to buy other books herself. The boy accepted the food, his eyes sorrowfully fixed on a laden peach tree. "If I don't eat soon, they'll just rot." The peaches outside had already been harvested. Yet this house remained untouched, their fragrance wafting far and wide, tantalizing the neighboring children. Ling Huaiyu solemnly declared, "That's not permissible. It belongs to Brother Pei." The peach tree was Pei Guancheng's property. She could always replenish the food with some money later, ensuring she did not take advantage of him. The boy was baffled. "Aren't you all family?" He had heard that the paralyzed man next door had married, but he did not expect the wife to be beautiful and kind-hearted, albeit a bit stingy, preferring to let the peaches rot rather than share. Ling Huaiyu tucked away the textbooks. Even family must distinguish between what belongs to whom. One cannot indiscriminately take from others. Pei Guancheng allowed her to eat, but never said she could decide to offer favors. After their transaction, both descended from the wall. Pei Guancheng's window faced the peach tree, and he overheard every word of their exchange. Did she desire to read? Returning to her own room, Ling Huaiyu mused that having her own personal space was quite nice, free from the anxiety of someone rummaging through her belongings, suspecting her of hoarding money. She opened her books, only to be met with disdain. Wang Zhao, that scoundrel. Indeed, the little thief Wang Zhao was someone she recognized. In her past life, when she first met Wang Zhao, he was already 15, and they had crossed paths in a pickpocketing gang. "Sister, when I strike it rich, I will treat you to meat until you're so stuffed you can't eat another bite." Such were Wang Zhao's grand ambitions. "Well, if I come into wealth, I shall treat you to roasted chicken and duck until you can't eat anymore," she had casually replied, indifferent to life and death. However, as she constantly fled thereafter, she could never fulfill her promise. Wang Zhao, being young, was taken away to the south early on, and what became of him thereafter was a mystery. Wang Zhao was unfortunate. His mother had passed when he was 3, and after his father remarried Zhang Yufeng, he endured the same hardships as she did. Meals were scarce, his studies fragmented, and beatings were a daily occurrence. Wang Guoqiang had a volatile temper. Any little frustration outside would lead to him returning home to smash things and curse at his wife and children. Zhang Yufeng, fearful of confronting him, would vent her frustrations on Wang Zhao. Ling Huaiyu recalled Wang Zhao from her past life, a wave of inexplicable sadness washing over her. Having been reincarnated, she hoped that Wang Zhao would not tread the same path, falling once again into the clutches of a thieving gang. Wang Zhao surely did not study diligently. His textbooks were filthy, while his workbooks were pristine, clearly untouched. She worked on some exercises and sipped her chrysanthemum tea. Suddenly, a thought struck her about the well in the cave of paradise. Having drunk its water, she felt remarkably alert and clear-headed. Why had she not thought to give some to Pei Guancheng? And that peach tree seemed to bear a resemblance to the one in the courtyard. With that thought, Ling Huaiyu plucked a few peaches from the courtyard and, while washing them in the kitchen, exchanged them for those from the cave. She knocked on Pei Guancheng's door, presenting him with the peaches. "You should eat some fruit," she said dryly, placing the peaches on his desk before swiftly exiting. Pei Guancheng's gaze fell upon the peaches. She seemed to fear him, or perhaps held disdain. Though he was not particularly fond of peaches, he did not wish to waste them. These peaches appeared quite different from those in the courtyard. When Ling Huaiyu prepared dinner, she put great care into it, using water and vegetables sourced from the cave of paradise. Thus, under her double infusion of ingredients, that very night, Pei Guancheng found himself in a state of distress, alternating between vomiting and purging, leaving him in a woeful predicament, especially as he was too weak to manage it all himself, relying entirely on Ling Huaiyu for assistance. By the time she had changed his sheets and cleaned his room, dawn had already broken. Pei Guancheng, having gone a night without sleep, was utterly exhausted and succumbed to slumber. Unsettled after tidying everything, Ling Huaiyu rushed to seek Old Ji's help. Complaining as he walked, Old Ji muttered, "I must have owed you in a past life. For a few eggs, you've bribed me. Let me tell you, I'm just a rag picker, not a doctor." He was unsure why he was so averse to others mentioning his former identity as a doctor. Yet when this girl pleaded, he found himself inexplicably agreeing. Frustrated, Old Ji nonetheless carried his medical kit over. Although he did not wish to practice medicine anymore, he could not bring himself to part with the kit. And whenever he encountered rare herbs, he could not resist collecting them. Pei Guancheng was soundly asleep. Ling Huaiyu, unable to resist, gently nudged him awake. "Little Guancheng, may I have my friend take a look at you?" Pei Guancheng jolted awake, bewildered at how deeply he had slept and how low his alertness had become. A friend? He glanced at Old Ji, whose hair was disheveled and whose clothes were hardly clean, and could not help but frown. Her friend? Was this old curmudgeon? Chapter 71. Little Green's resolve. Old Ji noticed his disdain. "Kid, don't look so disgusted. If it weren't for this little girl crying and begging me. Do you think I do want to be here?" Pei Guancheng scrutinized him for a moment, and then closed his eyes, nodding slightly. Ling Huaiyu, receiving his consent, carefully rolled up his pant leg. As she did so, she nearly gasped in shock. From a knee down, his leg was marred by grotesque, twisted scars, as if the wounds of yesteryear were vividly displayed. Even Old Ji, who had seen much in his time, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. This was indeed a brutal injury. He pressed his hand against Pei Guancheng's knee. Pei Guancheng's brow twitched, and he instinctively opened his eyes, looking at Old Ji. Old Ji opened his medical kit and took out some silver needles. "With autumn upon us, your leg must be starting to ache, right? I'll give you a couple of needles. While it won't completely resolve your issues, it should alleviate some discomfort. Kid, are you willing?" Ling Huaiyu turned her gaze towards Pei Guancheng, unaware that her eyes held a glimmer of pleading. Pei Guancheng was reluctant to receive the needles, but upon meeting Ling Huaiyu's hopeful gaze, he unconsciously nodded. "Old Ji, please proceed with the needles." Ling Huaiyu exclaimed with delight. Old Ji, while administering the needles, chattered on, "I haven't done this in over 10 years. My skills may be a bit rusty, so bear with the pain. However, if you can feel pain, that is a good sign. If you feel nothing at all, your leg is truly doomed. Don't move. Let me check your overall health." Having come this far, Old Ji, who was soft-hearted, completed the needlework and then checked Pei Guancheng's pulse and overall health. Being young has its advantages. Your condition is still quite good." Ling Huaiyu, filled with concern, asked, "Why did he experience both diarrhea and vomiting last night?" Old Ji cast her a sidelong glance, replying, "His body is fine. It must be your cooking that is unclean." Ling Huaiyu wanted to protest, questioning how her cooking could be deemed unclean. However, she recalled giving 3 peaches to Pei Guancheng, all of which he consumed, along with the water. Perhaps she had used too much, and he was unable to adjust. Oddly, she had eaten and drunk the same things without any adverse effects. She forgot that her meals had taken place in a blessed realm, where she had sweated profusely, thinking it was merely fatigue and dismissing it. After Old Ji finished his acupuncture, he added, "Even if you can't stand, you must massage your legs regularly. Look at how atrophied they have become. If this continues, your muscles will waste away. Even if medical science advances in the future, your legs will be of no use." He then offered to prepare some medicated plasters for him, reminding her that there would be a charge. "Charge? Count me in. Charge whatever you deem appropriate." Ling Huaiyu had no doubt about Old Ji's expertise, as his ancestors had once served as royal physicians. As she saw him out, she quietly inquired, "Old Ji, what about his legs?" "Don't even think about it." He interrupted. "Those tendons were never reattached back then, and they cannot be now unless technology advances to the point of reconnecting them." While he was indeed a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he had also studied abroad and performed surgeries, so he possessed sound judgment. Ling Huaiyu felt a pang of regret. Would Pei Guancheng never be able to stand again? She handed Old Ji 300 yuan, insisting, "Use the best herbs available. If it's inconvenient for you to buy them, I can go myself. Please take care of the plasters." "Why should I do that?" Old Ji retorted, providing her with a prescription. "You should buy the herbs and make them yourself." Ling Huaiyu hesitated, "But you just..." Old Ji scoffed, "Have you seen my place? It's filthy and chaotic. Would you trust me to make plasters for him? The most pressing concern was that he feared being watched by others, which could lead to trouble. Ling Huaiyu held a prescription, but I can't. If you can't, you still have your grandfather. Old Ji left her with the prescription and took the money. Thus, Ling Huaiyu purchased the herbs and, following Old Ji's instructions, spent 2 days crafting 30 plasters. If used only during changes in weather, they should suffice for the winter. Excited about her handiwork, she asked Pei Guancheng, "Brother, may I apply one for you?" Pei Guancheng eyed the dark substance in her hands, hesitating to accept it. Yet, upon meeting her sparkling gaze, he silently nodded. With great enthusiasm, Ling Huaiyu applied the plaster she made herself. Later that night, unable to resist, she inquired, "Brother, do you feel anything?" Pei Guancheng merely grunted in response. What would he possibly feel? His legs had been useless for 6 years. Could they truly recover suddenly? Ling Huaiyu returned to her room, disappointed that he felt nothing. Old Ji was incredibly skilled, especially with plasters and acupuncture. After his reputation was restored in his previous life, countless people sought his expertise, yet he had remained reclusive. In the middle of the night, Pei Guancheng realized he had spoken too soon. His knee was ablaze, as if scorched by fire, with warmth radiating down to his calves and thighs. The discomfort became unbearable, but after about an hour, the burning sensation subsided, replaced by a soothing warmth that enveloped him, lulling him into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Ling Huaiyu called him for breakfast, he discovered he had overslept and was drenched in sweat. "Help me. Fill the basin with water." For the first time, Pei Guancheng felt a tinge of embarrassment in front of Ling Huaiyu. He wasn't typically a heavy sweater. Why had he suddenly been sweating so profusely these past few days? Ling Huaiyu dismissed it. "Go to the bathroom to fill a large basin with water." "Brother, I'm just outside. Call me if you need anything." Ling Huaiyu busied herself all morning, tending to Pei Guancheng until her mother, Zhao Xiuhua, arrived. Chapter 72. Pei Guancheng shows disrespect to Zhao Xiuhua. Zhao Xiuhua surveyed the various appliances in the house, feeling a pang of envy. In ordinary households, having a washing machine or television was a sign of affluence. The Pei family, however, had outfitted their son with a television, washing machine, and phone long ago. And upon his marriage, they had added a fan and refrigerator. "Your grandmother has been feeling. Little Green, I need some water." Pei Guancheng unexpectedly wheeled himself into the room. Ling Huaiyu, too preoccupied to listen to Zhao Xiuhua, hurried to fetch honey water. Zhao Xiuhua scoffed, finding it typical of a wealthy family to drink honey water. She licked her lips, feeling sweaty from the oppressive heat. With the refrigerator, surely there are ice pops. Why hasn't she offered me one? Even if there are no ice pops, honey water would suffice. One inconsiderate fool. Your grandmother's heart seems. Before Zhao Xiuhua could finish, Pei Guancheng called out again, "Lil Green, my eyes hurt today. Read to me from Red Crag." The melodious sound of her voice filled the room, as sweet as a mountain spring, soothing and refreshing. Pei Guancheng leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, seemingly captivated by her reading. While Zhao Xiuhua suspected he was feigning interest, she also looked down on Ling Huaiyu for her servitude. Fetching water and reading was akin to being a servant in the old society. The Pei family appeared prosperous, but in reality, they treated their daughter-in-law as a maid. This thought brought her some satisfaction. She patiently waited for Ling Huaiyu to finish reading so she could discuss the Zhao family's matters. Zhao Laotai's leg had not fully healed, and recently, she had been complaining of chest pains. Zhao Wenjin, pressed by her demands, had no choice but to take her to the clinic. The clinic found nothing wrong, but the elderly woman continued to wail about her discomfort, insisting on seeing a doctor in the provincial capital, prompting Zhao Wenjin to call for assistance. Zhao Xiuhua had no desire to take the call or see Zhao Laotai. She contemplated that since Pei Guancheng's house was spacious, perhaps they should let Zhao Laotai stay there, allowing Ling Huaiyu to care for her. As she plotted, her patience waned. If Pei Guancheng valued her even slightly, he wouldn't neglect his mother-in-law so. After what felt like an eternity, Ling Huaiyu's lips grew parched from reading. Just when both women thought Pei Guancheng had fallen asleep, he suddenly opened his eyes and directed his gaze at Zhao Xiuhua. "Why are you still here?" Zhao Xiuhua felt embarrassed. Was this boy devoid of manners? "Little Green," she attempted to signal Ling Huaiyu to interject. Pei Guancheng turned back to Ling Huaiyu. "Are you inviting outsiders to dine?" Ling Huaiyu quickly shook her head. "No, I won't." Pei Guancheng turned to Zhao Xiuhua, the implication unmistakable. They had no intention of inviting her to dinner, so why was she still lingering? Zhao Xiuhua's composure faltered. She wasn't devoid of shame, and it was rather unbecoming to impose on others' hospitality. With a stiff expression, she rose, saying, "Well, you all carry on. I shall take my leave. Xiaolu, do visit your family when you have the chance." As she spoke, she signaled to Ling Huaiyu to accompany her outside. Ling Huaiyu, left with no choice, obliged and escorted her to the door. Upon reaching the threshold, Zhao Xiuhua leaned in to whisper to Ling Huaiyu, "Your grandmother is unwell. Your uncle intends to." Ling Huaiyu. Inside, Pei Guancheng began calling for assistance again. Ling Huaiyu quickly replied, "Mother, his temper is quite foul. I must end our conversation here." With that, she abandoned Zhao Xiuhua and hurried back indoors. Frustrated, Zhao Xiuhua stamped her foot, catching a glimpse of peaches hanging from the tree. Infuriated, she thought, how dare that ungrateful girl banish her without even offering a glass of water? Unable to restrain herself, she reached for a few peaches to bring back to Ling Yujiao and Ling Yulong. Just then, a head popped over the wall, calling into the house Sister Xiaolu. "Brother Pei, someone is stealing your peaches." Zhao Xiuhua retracted her hand, feeling embarrassed to remain any longer, and hurriedly exited the yard. Inside, Ling Huaiyu cautiously inquired of Pei Guancheng, "Brother, are you feeling unwell?" Pei Guancheng gestured toward the study. "Study more. Today, you mispronounced several words." Having said this, he wheeled himself back into the room. Ling Huaiyu felt her cheeks heat up. Her education was indeed lacking, and she had stumbled over several words. It appeared she needed to dedicate herself to her studies. Wait a moment, did Pei Guancheng just imply she could enter the study to read? Suppressing her elation, she dashed to Pei Guancheng's door, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Brother, thank you." Pei Guancheng, engrossed in his writing, did not respond. Ling Huaiyu lost track of time in the study, only realizing it was dark outside when the light dimmed, prompting her to rise and prepare dinner. From next door, Wang Zhao's heart-wrenching cries echoed, "I didn't take it, I swear I didn't." Followed by Wang Guiqiang's thunderous voice, "There are only a few of us at home. Your siblings are well-behaved. If you didn't steal it, then who? Me or your mother? You little rascal. If you don't return the money today, I'll beat you to a pulp." A cacophony of wails ensued, intermingled with Zhang Yufang's scolding. "You ungrateful brat. You've had your fill here. Yet you've developed sticky fingers? Your father and I toil endlessly outside, and you can't give us a moment's peace. Mischief was one thing, but now you resort to theft." "I didn't," Wang Zhao cried, his pleas ringing throughout the courtyard. Grandma Chui's son, old Chui, could no longer hold back. He stepped out, bowl in hand, and shouted from the courtyard, "Oh Wang, enough already. That's still a child. Be gentle, or you might do him serious harm." At this hour, families were gathered for dinner, and whispers circulated. They say a stepmother brings a stepfather. Wang Zhao was so obedient as a child, yet since this stepmother arrived, he faces daily beatings. Indeed, whether Wang Zhao stole or not, I can't say, but Wang Lei stole tomatoes from my garden. Who knows who the real thief is? Zhang Yufang shouted from outside, hands on her hips. "When have you ever seen me strike child? That boy is worthless. If he won't behave, he deserves a good thrashing." I warned against taking on the role of stepmother. Whether one does well or poorly, there's always gossip. "Oh dear, you have cursed this unfortunate soul." Ling Huaiyu, distressed by Wang Zhao's cries for mercy, quietly set aside some food, planning to deliver it later when the night grew still. Zhao Xiuhua had visited today, specifically mentioning old lady Zhao. One could only wonder about the Zhao family's current intentions. Chapter 73. The old lady is sick and no one cares. Old lady Zhao lay in bed, clutching her chest and moaning incessantly, disturbing the Zhao family, who could not find rest that night. Zhang Guifan angrily hurled her basin, scolding, "That old hag, lying in bed, eating and needing attention, and she only gave birth to Zhao Wenjian? Your good son and daughter are enjoying life in the city. Why don't you go wail at their door? The family relies solely on me. Sooner or later, I'll be the one worn out." "Enough." Zhao Wenjian, sulking on the steps with a cigarette, shouted, "Have you finished your tirade? She is my mother, my own flesh and blood. I to discard her?" Zhao Maodian could not restrain himself and said, "Father, Grandma isn't just our elder. Since her leg was broken, our second aunt has given her 200 yuan and not a word more. Our fourth uncle is in the city and hasn't even called. Shouldn't they, as her children, contribute?" He disapproved of his father, who shouldered everything alone. too embarrassed to trouble others, while insisting that his mother and wife do all the labor. It seemed that the good fortune always fell to him while he did not lift a finger. Zhao Wenjin finished his last puff and extinguished his cigarette, realizing he needed to consult with the second and fourth brothers. The fifth, Zhao Wenbing, was unmarried and a bit of an idlewell. It was unreasonable to expect Zhao Xiuhua and Zhao Wengui, the city dwellers, to shoulder all responsibilities. Zhao Wengui's phone was answered by his sister-in-law, Wang Yuxiu. Eldest brother, you know our situation. Both Wengui and I have to work, and it's hard to get time off. Xiaoli and Xiaowei are still in school, and we don't have enough hands to care for Grandma. Besides, you know very well Grandma has always looked down on me, saying I failed to give the Zhao family a son. Why should I bring her here to only see her with 2 daughters? Can you bear the burden? Eldest brother, you have more sons. You should take on more responsibility. Isn't raising sons meant to ensure there is someone to support the elderly? Wang Yuxiu rambled on, essentially conveying one message. They needed money, not people, and since they had daughters, they could not expect her to care for the old lady. What does she think? When she gave birth to 2 daughters, Grandma didn't even come to help with the postpartum care, yet she meddled in forcing Zhao Wengui to divorce, leaving me to cook and wash diapers, resulting in chronic back pain. Back then, I lacked the confidence to speak up. Who told me I didn't give birth to a son? That postpartum grudge. I will remember her for a lifetime. She should never expect me to serve her in her old age, nor should my son. Zhao Wengin's face darkened as he listened to the busy signal on the phone, furious enough to smash it. Was his mother only his alone? The fourth brother was the most educated, had a decent job, and lived in the city. Why couldn't he care for the old lady? Every year during the new year, he would take home all sorts of preserved meats and vegetables. Yet when it came time to care for their mother, he started whining about being poor. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Wenjin called Zhao Xiuhua again, second sister. The way things are with mother, I fear she truly has health issues. You cannot turn a blind eye. On the other end, Zhao Xiuhua laughed coldly. Does your mother have no sons or grandsons? I managed to get through school on my own. What did you say back then? Daughters belong to other families. Even if I beg, I won't come back to your family. I've already contributed quite a bit over the years. Why should I, a married daughter, bear the burden alone while you 3 sons feel entitled? She had exhausted her patience with old lady Zhao. Zhao Wenjin pressed down his fury. Mother says if you refuse to help, don't blame her for severing ties. There are some matters you wouldn't want your brother-in-law to know, would you? On the other end, Zhao Xiuhua gripped the phone line, her expression darkening. That old hag, she truly has a hold over me. Zhao Wenjin, hearing her rapid breathing, could not fathom what leverage their mother had over his sister, who was usually so formidable that she couldn't even find her voice. I will send money, mother, but you must take care of her. I truly cannot manage. Zhao Xiuhua hastily ended the call after speaking, leaving Zhao Wenjin exasperated. He dialed Ling Huaiyu again, saying, Little Green, although your grandmother often scolds you, it is for your own good. After all, you grew up in our family. Your grandmother is unwell and needs to go to a large hospital. You cannot neglect her. Ling Huaiyu's eyes glinted with sarcasm, yet her words were blunt. Uncle, your call is futile. I am married now, and my dowry and bridal gifts are in my mother's hands. My husband's family provided over 6,000 in bridal money, all of which my mother holds. Later, she claimed that the money was stolen. What can I do? Besides enduring in front of my husband and relying on him for sustenance, I currently have not a penny to my name. By the way, uncle, the harvest this year is good. When you come to the city, could you bring some rice and flour for me? After all, my husband and I cannot work, and we rely solely on my father-in-law's meager monthly support. It is insufficient for our expenses. Zhao Wenjin hung up in anger, feeling that he had wasted 2 yuan on the call without achieving anything. Everyone seemed to be avoiding the situation, fearing that his mother's visit would bring bad luck. Was it expected for him, as the eldest son, to care for the elderly for a lifetime? Enough was enough. He had served his time diligently. It was time for his younger siblings to contribute. Upon returning home, he discussed with his eldest son, Zhao Maotian, the need to tidy up their grandmother and send her to his second uncle's house. Meanwhile, Ling Huaiyu hung up and turned to meet Pei Guancheng's puzzled gaze. Her dowry had been taken by her family, and she had to devise ways to provide him with nourishment. The money her grandmother had given her was likely running low. Should she reveal that she still had? Ling Huaiyu felt embarrassed, wanting to bang her head against the wall. She had just referred to her husband repeatedly over the phone. painting a picture of a strict in-law, resembling the constrained wives of the old society. Would Pei Guancheng be upset? Blushing, she explained, My maternal relatives lack propriety. If I do not refuse them outright, they will take advantage of me. My mother came over that day, thinking about my grandmother's hospital visit, and they sent her here for me to take care of. Pei Guancheng's expression darkened. He was not fond of outsiders. Ling Huaiyu continued to reassure him, Do not worry. I will not give her this opportunity. Though Pei Guancheng did not allow Zhao Xiuhua to speak, Ling Huaiyu, well aware of Zhao Xiuhua's intentions, understood the situation all too well. Pei Guancheng pressed his lips together. You need not worry about money. I have it. Ling Huaiyu interrupted. Grandma, Su has given me a substantial amount. I'm not concerned about food and drink. She refused to play into Zhao Xiuhua's calculations. However, she could not abandon Grandma Zhao, nor could she continue to send money as before. What she did not expect was that Grandma Zhao would be directly cast aside by Zhao Wangui and his wife. Chapter 74. Sibling squabbles. Sister, look, your family is in the provincial city, and Little Green is married now. Hong Jun and Zhao Zhao are idle and not studying. And with Xiao Cui helping at home, they can completely care for the elderly. Wang Yuxiu initiated the conversation, organizing everything neatly. Oh, Little Green is back. Come sit by your aunt. I always thought you were a blessed girl. And look, I was right, marrying the son of the police chief. Your days of comfort are surely ahead. Zhao Wangui sipped his tea with a smile. Little Green, are you adapting well at Pei's house? Your father-in-law is a government official, so he must be quite particular. Coming from the countryside, you should learn the ways of city folk to avoid embarrassing our Zhao family. Ling Wenhai felt discomfort at his words. What did he mean by embarrassing their family? Little Green was his daughter. She had served the Zhao family for years, yet they treated her as if she belonged solely to them. And what of this old mother-in-law? Unable to walk or stand straight. What right did they have to bring her to his family? Ling Huaiyu settled next to her father. Uncle, do I really need your guidance? I'm doing quite well at Pei's house. At the very least, I have a roof over my head and food on my plate. Unlike living in a chicken coop and eating pig slop. Zhao Wangui was taken aback. The Little Green he remembered was timid and afraid to speak up. Sister-in-law, look at your good daughter. She has only been married a few days, and her tone has changed. Before Ling Wenhai could respond, Ling Huaiyu huffed defiantly. My grandmother said that I am now a daughter-in-law of the Pei family. My words and actions cannot be the same as before. Even if it is a facade, I must present myself properly to avoid belittling the Pei family. That said, Uncle, it is not my place to criticize, but after seeing how you cared for Grandma, one might think your family was experiencing a famine. Grandma Zhao scolded, You insolent girl. How dare you speak to your uncle like that? You think you can act up now that you are back in the city? Second brother, this girl needs a good talking to. You must discipline her. Zhao Xiuhua was equally displeased. Now that you are married, you think you can challenge your elders? I see you're getting too bold. Ling Huaiyu hid behind Ling Wenhai. Father, this is all my grandmother's teaching. Grandma has said that if the elderly lack virtue, the children need not feel guilty for neglect. Grandma has treated me well, and I will honor her and my father. But you, a landowner who treats me like a servant, have no right to expect my filial piety. Ling Wenhai was pleased with her words. After all, she was his daughter, clear about familial bonds. Reflecting on his yearly 200 yuan support and the customary gifts during festivals, he felt a simmering anger at how the Zhao family treated his daughter like a free servant. Clearing his throat, he declared, Little Green is right. This elderly woman needs proper medical attention. Traditionally, children should show respect. However, our mother has not one but two sons, and now that they are married, it is unreasonable to expect our family to bear the burden alone. Ling Huaiyu chimed in. Exactly, uncle. My father is correct. There are sons and grandsons in the family. If you expect my father to take care of her, do you not fear the gossip that would arise, suggesting that Grandma Xiao has no sons? How about this? If you think no one can care for her, why not send Yu Jiao and Xiao Cui over instead? One can manage the household, while the other looks after the elderly in the hospital. My parents will cover medical expenses, and Uncle can bring some rice, flour, and eggs. We can all contribute, ensuring that Grandma is well taken care of. Ling Wenhai clapped his hands on the armrest. Little Green makes an excellent point. We will proceed as she suggests. Yu Jiao and Xiao Cui are old enough to pitch in. Mother, do not worry. Although I'm a son-in-law, I will certainly contribute to the medical expenses. We live in a new society, We no longer adhere to the old ways where the elderly rely solely on their sons. Xiuhua, you go and get the 2 children ready. They should catch the afternoon bus to the county. Let's not delay. It was high time to send away the 2 girls, Ling Huaiyu and Zhao Xiaocui, whom Ling Huaiyu found increasingly unsatisfactory. They were nothing but a burden, consuming resources without contributing. Ling Huaiyu protested loudly. Mother, I do not want to go to my uncle's house. I will not feel comfortable there. Zhao Xiuhua felt a pang of sympathy. Do not worry, my dear. I would never send you away to a stranger's home. This is your home. Why I brought you back? I promise that wherever I am, that is home, and no one can drive you away. Ling Huaiyu, how could you be so cruel? Yu Jiao has already suffered enough from her poor college entrance exam results, and now you dare to pour salt on her wounds? Zhao Wengui and Wang Yuxiu looked on in disbelief. They had seen favoritism before, but never to this extent. Wang Yuxiu exchanged glances with Zhao Wengui, thinking, has your sister lost her mind? Zhao Wengui felt similarly, thinking that while he preferred sons, he was certainly closer to his daughters than to his brother's children. Despite any grievances about others, one could not compare to one's own flesh and blood. Ling Huaiyu, in her naivety, boldly confronted Zhao Xiuhua. Mother, what are you saying? At the tender age of 10, I was cast aside by your family. Who dares to claim you are heartless? Furthermore, Sister Jiao Jiao went to our second uncle's home, not to some distant relative's abode. With her own uncle and aunt present, how could they possibly harm her? Given their advanced age, shouldn't we convene and discuss the matter together? Father, observe how mother is reluctant to let Sister Jiao Jiao visit her uncle. Surely there must be another way. Alas, I am but a married woman. My words hold little weight here. It would be better for me to return home. As Ling Huaiyu spoke, she rose to leave. Now that her household registration had been transferred and she had financial means, there was no longer a need for her to feign helplessness. Wang Yuxiu grasped her arm. Child, why leave just because your mother reprimanded you? Your grandmother's situation remains unresolved. Let us sit together and deliberate. The Pei family is formidable. A single phone call from them can resolve numerous issues. Ling Huaiyu, as a daughter-in-law of the Pei family, cannot simply depart. She was also displeased by Zhao Xiuhua's remarks, not wishing to invite Zhao Laotai to her home. Nor did she want Ling Huaiyu and Zhao Xiaocui to visit. But listen to Zhao Xiuhua's words. It's as if they run a disreputable establishment, eager to consume Ling Huaiyu as if she were prey. How absurd. Zhao Xiuhua coldly declared, Jiao Jiao is in a foul mood lately. She cannot attend to anyone. You must find another solution. Zhao Wengui grew irate. Second sister, your words are excessive. Suddenly, Zhao Laotai slammed her hand on the table, pointing at Zhao Xiuhua. Old too. If you neglect your mother, do not expect me to care for your daughter either. Some matters. Chapter 75. Today as Xiao Lu is Niu Hu Lun mother. Zhao Xiuhua hurriedly interrupted, elongating her tone. Enough. You simply do not wish to burden your son and want me to look after you instead. Fine, I will send you to the hospital tomorrow. Ling Huaiyu, you will care for your grandmother at the hospital. Unlike Jiao Jiao and the others, you are married now and considered an adult. You should contribute to the medical expenses. No time. Ling Huaiyu replied without hesitation. I must care for Pei Guancheng. As for the medical fees, she glanced at the others. I'm fine with contributing whatever amount, but I have no money on me. Father, please ask my father-in-law for it. It's getting late. I must return home. There's a patient who cannot be left alone. I hope you, esteemed elders, can understand. With that, she turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, she noticed the cookies brought by Zhao Wengui and his wife. Oh, these cookies look delightful. Thank you, second uncle. Seeing her take the cookies and leave, Zhao Xiuhua was infuriated to the brink of a heart attack. Old Ling, look at your good daughter. Ling Huaiyu glared at her. Why should I concern myself with her? The unit has been busy lately, and if you all need to go to the hospital, then handle it yourselves. I have no time for that. It was only natural for a son to care for his own ailing mother. His mother-in-law had her own children and grandchildren. Why should he bear the brunt of it? Dream on. He was fed up with the Zhao family. Whoever wished to care for them could do so. He certainly would not be spending both time and money. Zhao Wengui and his wife hastily stood up. Second sister, you seem quite occupied. We won't disturb you further. There are 2 children at home. We must return. Mother, take care of your health. We will visit again when time permits. Zhao Xiuhua quickly interjected. Hey Wengui, wait. Sister, no need to see us off. Zhao Wengui and his wife called out as they walked away. We are all family. Just head home. Old Fong and Grandma Lu whispered. A brother visits. Yet no meal is offered. TSK, TSK. What kind of person is this? Grandma Lu nodded in agreement, shaking her head. Zhao's way of dealing with people seems to be regressing. Zhao Wengui and his wife hurried after Ling Huaiyu, catching up to her quickly. Xiao Lu, you got married without even a word to us. Look, neither I nor your second uncle knew anything. Wang Yuxiu clutched Ling Huaiyu's hand, rambling on. The Pei family has extensive connections. Ling Wenhai is indeed impressive for associating with such a family. Zhao Wengui felt a pang of jealousy. If only his daughters were as beautiful as Ling Huaiyu, what would he have to worry about? Ling Huaiyu halted. Second uncle, second aunt. Do you intend to offer me a wedding gift? It's all right. My mother does not mind. You can give it directly to me. Zhao Wengui and his wife had been living in the county town, and in her past life, Ling Huaiyu had little interaction with them. Later, when she had been cornered by a butcher, she had sought help from Zhao Wengui, but he had refused to let her in. Hua. Your actions have tarnished the reputation of your two cousins. I won't hold it against you, but do not bring your troubles to our family. You have parents. Do not run here to your second uncle. In this life, she bore no affection for Zhao Wengui and his wife. Should she need assistance, it would not be from them, nor would they take advantage of her. Wang Yuxiu's expression stiffened. You truly do not understand. You have been married for a month. It is unreasonable to still expect a gift. Moreover, your parents have not treated us relatives with much regard. Xiao Lu, she continued, the day has grown late. Your second uncle and I may not catch the last bus. How about? Ling Huaiyu glanced at the sky. Indeed, it is getting late. Second aunt, why not find a guest house near the bus station and stay the night? I must return to care for my husband. Second uncle, second aunt, travel safely. I shall not see you off. With that, she turned and walked away, not allowing them a chance to respond. Wang Yuxiu was nearly laughing in frustration. Your niece is incredibly capable. Having married into a cadre family, she seems to look down on her own uncle. Bah, just like her mother, willing to do anything to stay in the city. Was there to be proud of marrying a man who cannot walk? Zhao Wengui's face was equally grim. Be quiet and hurry along. If we linger, we will truly miss the bus. Do you expect to pay for a guest house? Upon returning to the compound, she reached the entrance and spotted Wang Zhao squatting under the shade of a tree, poking an ant nest with a twig. Upon seeing Ling Huaiyu, his eyes lit up. Xiao Lu Jia. Ling Huaiyu offered him the 2 bags of cookies. Did Zhang Yufeng kick you out again? Wang Zhao rubbed his hands together, somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Lu Jia, this is a bit much. At 12, the boy still understood the essence of dignity. He had already exchanged a few dirty textbooks for 2 days' worth of food from Ling Huaiyu and felt quite ashamed to ask for more. Cookies were a luxury. Who would buy them for no reason? Ling Huaiyu insisted. Did you skip breakfast and lunch today? Take these. Eat something before your stepmother sees you. Xiao Zhao. Hardships are temporary. We will overcome them together. We must not engage in unlawful activities. While they may offer fleeting pleasure, they are not sustainable. Understand? Wang Zhao clutched the cookies, his nose tinged with emotion. Sister, rest assured, I will not steal. Xiao Lu Jia is truly kind, concerned he might steal out of hunger. Ling Huaiyu sighed. In her past life, while she had avenged herself, she had also violated the law, living in constant fear, like a rat hiding in the sewers. That experience was unbearable. Given a second chance, she hoped that wrongdoers would face consequences and the good would be rewarded, avoiding the mistakes of her previous life. Ling Huaiyu routinely brought Pei Guancheng some peaches from her space, then ventured out to inspect her vegetable garden. The baby bok choy and carrots had sprouted, trembling gently with their tender green leaves, looking utterly adorable. She noticed Grandma Chui tugging at the loofah of vines hanging from the eaves and hurried over to his sister. Grandma Chui, rubbing her waist, clipped the loofah of vines into small sections, stacking them at the wall's base for winter kindling. The individual has aged and is no longer of much use. Once they toiled in the fields, planting rice and harvesting wheat and corn, yet now, in the comfort of better days, even pulling a loofah of vine feels quite taxing. Ling Huaiyu assisted her with the chores and casually inquired, Grandma Chui, may I ask you something? I wish to return to my studies. How might I find a school to enroll in? Grandma Kui paused. Are you thinking of attending night school? This left Ling Huaiyu momentarily stunned. Night school? Is that permissible for me? Indeed. Grandma Chui continued to twist the bean vine. You simply need to find an organization to issue a certificate or someone to vouch for you. These matters should not pose a challenge for your family. Prepare your middle school graduation certificate, and I shall inquire on your behalf. Ling Huaiyu's face reflected embarrassment. Grand makui, I haven't even graduated from elementary school. Grand makui lukt incredulos. Did you not mention that your father is a police chief and your mother once taught at the second middle school? How could this be? The girl certainly did not resemble one who would neglect her studies. Ling Huaiyu's eyes dimmed with disappointment. When I was in the 5th grade, my aunt had an accident, and my mother sent me to live in the countryside to care for my cousin. In the eyes of country folk, it is enough for a girl to simply exist. How could they possibly allow me to pursue an education? Upon hearing this, Grandma Chui fell into a momentary silence, her frustration rising towards the parents. Ling Huaiyu, do not rush. I'll help you figure this out. Thank you so much. Returning home, Ling Huaiyu retrieved the graduation test papers she had previously purchased from the bookstore and attempted to solve them, finding her performance satisfactory. However, having been away from books for so long, she was uncertain of her accuracy. Holding the papers, she pondered whom to ask for assistance. The sound of bubbling from the clay pot on the coal stove reminded her of the pork ribs she was stewing. It was time to add the winter melon. Hastily tossing the test papers onto the table, she dashed to the yard to check on the rib soup. In that era, without range hoods, the smell of cooking would permeate the house, so cooking was often done outdoors until winter would compel them inside. After adding the winter melon to the pot and replacing a coal block in the stove, she returned indoors, only to find Pei Guancheng examining her test papers, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. Pen. Pei Guancheng frowned slightly and extended his hand. Oh, Ling Huaiyu momentarily froze, realizing he desired a red pen to grade her work, and hurriedly handed it to him. Pei Guancheng graded swiftly, soon marking her score. 92. You didn't attend 6th grade? He inquired, only then noticing how far away she stood from him. His brow furrowed as he recalled that since Ling Huaiyu had entered their home, she had always kept her distance. Seemingly afraid to approach him, feeling a sudden wave of discontent, he found himself unwilling to continue grading. Ling Huaiyu sensed his discomfort and stammered, I only attended the 1st semester of 5th grade. I didn't go back for the 2nd. I learned these from Wang Zhao's textbooks. Seeing her biting her lip, anxiety written all over her face, Pei Guancheng wondered if perhaps he had been too stern and frightened her. Well, to achieve this score through self-study is quite commendable. Ling Huaiyu's eyes sparkled. Really? It felt as if, for the first time in her life, someone was praising her. Pei Guancheng gazed into her beautiful, watery eyes, which suddenly shone brightly, making it difficult for him to express his true thoughts. To him, these were things one could grasp with a mere glance. Even if one followed a textbook, such mistakes should not occur. Yes, very good, he said reluctantly, continuing to point at the test paper. You have issues with the format on 2 questions, 1 calculation error, and on this one, the steps are incorrect. Though the answer is right. If you encounter a strict teacher in an entrance exam, you would lose points for this, so be a bit harsher on yourself. He had never shown such patience to anyone before, perhaps feeling guilty for having made her busy caring for him during his recent illness. When she had also prepared medicinal plasters, Ling Huaiyu leaned in closer. Let me see. Oh, I knew something was off when I was writing. Now I see where the problem lies. Brother, you are amazing. Her face lit up with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, revealing a subtle dimple, reminiscent of the bright autumn sun, dazzlingly radiant. Pei Guancheng rolled his wheelchair back a step. With a bit more practice, you'll be ready for middle school material. After saying this, he retreated to his room. Ling Huaiyu remained oblivious to his unusual demeanor, lost in thoughts of her test paper. Could it be that she might graduate from elementary school? How delightful. That evening, Ling Huaiyu quietly called Wang Zhao outside. You start school in 2 days, right? Wang Zhao, with her mouth full of the pork rib soup mixed with rice, spoke with her mouth full as they hid beneath the loofah vines in the yard. Do you still need books? Ling Huaiyu nodded. Yes, I want a complete set of books for junior high. Leave it to me, Wang Zhao replied with a mouthful. Heaven help. The pork ribs cooked by Ling Huaiyu were simply delectable, the meat tender and the winter melon soft, the broth bursting with flavor. Wang Zhao found himself on the verge of tears, having forgotten how long it had been since he had tasted such a dish. In that instant, he felt that Ling Huaiyu was like a sister to him, the kind that one feels a deep familial bond with. In the next room, Zhang Yufang sniffed and remarked to Wang Guochang, just listen to that family next door. It's either chicken or pork ribs simmering all day, or fish soup. They really act as if they are the lord of the manor. If this were during the years of communal dining, they'd be thoroughly criticized. Wang Guoqiang replied tersely. They have money. Why should it concern you what they eat or drink? If I had that money, I do want to eat meat every day too. Ever since the old man passed away, their family had been increasingly struggling. Currently, it was solely Wang Guoqiang's salary that supported the household. Zhang Yufang, lacking the skills of a good housewife, made it so that the family had to rely on factory welfare to enjoy a meal of meat. Wang Zhao, having licked the bowl clean, was urged by Ling Huaiyu, "Come, let us rinse your mouth at my place before you head home. Don't let your stepmother catch a whiff." Wang Zhao felt reluctant. Having just enjoyed a meal of pork ribs, he wished to savor it a bit longer. Ling Huaiyu whispered, "Do you want to get beaten?" Wang Zhao shivered and obediently followed her into the yard to rinse his mouth, cleaning himself thoroughly and taking a few deep breaths to ensure his mouth was devoid of any scent before heading out. On his way, he snatched a leaf of green vegetable to chew on before returning home. Zhang Yufang scolded, "Where have you been running off to at this hour?" Wang Zhao huffed, "You cooked dumplings for your 2 kids, afraid I de-smell it, and now you're asking me where I went?" Wang Guoqiang, washing his feet, glared at Zhang Yufang. "Did you not leave him anything to eat?" Zhang Yufang began to berate him. "Do you know how busy I've been all day? He is old enough to help out a bit. What do you expect me to do?" Ling Huaiyu, cleaning up the dishes, listened to the bickering next door and contemplated visiting old lady Zhao. She needed to uncover what leverage old lady Zhao held over Zhao Xiuhua. In the hospital, old lady Zhao was boasting to someone, "My daughter is a teacher, my son-in-law works at the police department, my son at the grain bureau, and my daughter-in-law also worked for the government. My granddaughter is married to the son of the police chief. They all have great jobs, though they're too busy to even spare a moment to visit their old mother." The elderly woman in the adjacent hospital bed listened with envy. "You're truly fortunate, having all your children in the city, and even a big son in the countryside to farm. You have the perfect balance of workers and peasants." Ling Huaiyu entered the ward with a can of food. "Grandma, how are you feeling today? Is your leg still hurting?" Upon seeing her, old lady Zhao's expression soured instantly. "You came here just to bring this? Could you not have made me some bone soup instead?" Ling Huaiyu smiled gently without a hint of anger, saying, "Grandma, you never mentioned that you want a bone soup. I heard that you have been feeling unwell, and the doctor advised you to eat lighter meals. At your age, with your health declining, we must heed the doctor's advice. If you truly desire it, once you recover, I shall prepare it for you daily." The neighbor lady looked on enviously, remarking, "Old lady, your granddaughter is truly filial." "Filial my foot," Zhao Laotai retorted, ungratefully dismissing the compliment. "If she were genuinely filial, she would take me to live in her spacious home instead of cramming me into her mother's place." Ling Huaiyu felt embarrassed. "Grandma, I just got married." At that moment, the neighbor lady's son arrived, prompting her to converse with him, leaving Zhao Laotai behind. It was evident that she regarded Zhao Laotai as an unsophisticated country woman who foolishly desired to stay at her granddaughter's house without considering her granddaughter's in-laws' feelings. Zhao Xiaozui returned with water and, upon seeing Ling Huaiyu, felt a surge of joy. "Huaihua, watch over Grandma for a moment. I need to step out." Ling Huaiyu cast her a sidelong glance and whispered, "What are you up to? A date or a movie?" Zhao Xiaozui's expression changed abruptly, and she nearly dropped the water jug. What nonsense are you talking about? Where would I go for a date?" Ling Huaiyu let out a soft snort. "The son of the grocery store owner, Zhang Huajun. Are you certain you haven't been seeing him?" Zhao Xiaozui's face turned pale. She had been discreet in her dealings with Zhang Huajun, their interactions always clandestine. How did Ling Huaiyu find out? Could it be that the woman in red had informed her? Zhao Xiaozui firmly believed in the woman in red's powers. Otherwise, how could the Ling family have suddenly encountered so many troubles? She pulled Ling Huaiyu into the corridor. "Don't tell anyone about this, and I will share a secret with you." "What secret?" Ling Huaiyu thought it unlikely that Zhao Xiaozui knew any significant secrets. Zhao Xiaozui glanced around and whispered, "Ling Yujiao has a boyfriend. Her mother is the director of a department store, reputedly quite wealthy. However, it's unrequited love. He doesn't even notice her. So, she constantly seeks opportunities to get close to his sister to catch his attention." Ling Huaiyu suddenly recalled the love letter she had come across. "The person you're speaking of, it wouldn't be Song Chaohui, would it?" Zhao Xiaozui gasped. "How did you know?" Then, realization dawned on her. Ling Huaiyu must have been tipped off by the woman in red. This was terrifying. She could command a ghost to do her bidding. Surely nothing could be concealed from her. Little did Ling Huaiyu know of Zhao Xiaocui's fear. She had learned of Zhao Xiaocui's situation from old Ji. The girl you came with to sell scrap is your relative, right? I saw her fooling around with old Zhang's son at the grocery store. That boy is not a good character. He relies on his looks to deceive young girls. Many have followed him to work in distant places for quick money, and they never returned. You should warn your relative to be cautious. After learning this, Ling Huaiyu deliberately visited the grocery store to buy something and indeed encountered Zhang Huajun. Miss, these little trinkets aren't worth anything. I'll gift them to you. Zhang Huajun insisted on giving her the sewing kit she had intended to buy. He was of average height, handsome, and possessed the charm of a film star. Always dressed in clean white shirts and black trousers, he appeared warm and charming, locking his gaze onto her when he spoke, rendering any unsophisticated girl defenseless against his advances. It was no wonder Zhao Xiaocui had fallen for him. How could those entranced by his charm know that he was, in fact, a bait for a human trafficking ring? Ling Huaiyu had no intention of warning Zhao Xiaocui. Even if she did, Zhao Xiaocui would likely dismiss it, thinking she resented her happiness. Huaihua, Zhao Xiaocui pleaded. I did bully you back in the countryside, but that is all in the past. Your life seems to be going well now. Although you married a paralyzed man, you're not lacking in food or clothing and have a spacious yard. That's wonderful. I have finally met someone who doesn't mind my past and treats me well. Could you please not tell my family about this? Ling Huaiyu couldn't help but reply. Zhao Xiaocui, one must possess self-awareness. Zhang Huajun is good-looking and comes from a good family. Why would he be interested in a rural girl like you? Have you considered this? Zhao Xiaocui's expression darkened immediately. Ling Huaihua, I knew you wouldn't want to see me happy. What is wrong with Zhang Dage liking me? Just because you think I'm an unattractive country girl, you look down on me? But Zhang Dage is different. He says men who focus on appearances are shallow. He appreciates inner qualities. He likes my simplicity and the natural wildness of a country girl. He says I lack the pretentiousness and vanity of city girls. Disappointed, are you? You think I'm unloved, yet Zhang Dage likes me just as I am. Unlike you, who married a man who can't even stand, living the life of a widow. After Ling Huaiyu's engagement, Zhao Xiaohua had quarreled with Ling Wenhai, questioning why such a good match was not considered for Ling Yujiao. Ling Wenhai scoffed, a lifetime of not being able to stand, and still not humane enough. Would you want that? After hearing this, Zhao Xiaocui's jealousy toward Ling Huaiyu morphed into pity. Ling Huaiyu looked at her and thought, well, one in deep infatuation cannot be awakened. She had no obligation to rouse her. She turned and entered the hospital room. Come, help me push Grandma outside for a walk. Zhao Laotai lay there silently, feeling uncomfortable and desiring fresh air. Ling Huaiyu pushed her wheelchair outside the hospital for a stroll, eventually arriving at a sloped riverbank. Lost in thought, she inadvertently let the wheelchair roll down the slope. Zhao Laotai screamed in panic, help! Save me! Chapter 78. Grandma, do you want to die? The cool breeze signaled autumn's arrival, and it was midday with few people near the river. Ling Huaiyu had chosen a secluded spot shaded by trees, nearly invisible to onlookers as Zhao Laotai's wheelchair slid down. Help! Help! Zhao Laotai's heart raced in terror. Ling Huaiyu hurried forward and seized the wheelchair, just in time, halting it on a gentle slope of grass. The river's breeze rustled through the treetops and grass, bringing a chilling sensation. Trembling with fear, Zhao Laotai scolded, you better push me back quickly. Do you want to kill me? Ling Huaiyu lowered her head and replied softly, Grandma, it's not that I intended to harm you. It's just that I lack the strength right now. You see, I'm just a frail young girl. If I suddenly can't control the wheelchair and it veers off with both of us falling into the river, it would be quite normal for me to grasp at the wild grass by the riverbank to await rescue. But for you, an elderly woman with immobile legs, falling into the river and being swept away by the current would be rather expected, wouldn't it? Only then did Zhao Laotai comprehend that this girl had not merely slipped. She had genuinely wished for her demise. A wave of fear washed over her. Huaihua, you cannot treat me this way. I am your grandmother, your dear grandmother. Yes, dear grandmother. Ling Huaiyu's eyes burned with hatred as she gritted her teeth. But tell me, when you saw Zhao Maokai groping me, what did you do? You scolded me for seducing men at such a young age. Yet you never condemned your grandson for being a beast. While living with the Zhao family, I could hardly manage 2 baths a year. Each time I did, Zhao Wenbing and Zhao Maokai would find ways to spy on me. My filthy hair became matted and infested with lice, and I endured the itching and discomfort without daring to wash. Do you have any idea how excruciating that life was? Zhao Laotai clutched the armrests of her wheelchair tightly. Weeping, can you really blame them? They are old and without a woman around. Of course, they will have thoughts. To blame, one can only fault your captivating allure. Had you not possessed such enchanting features, how could men ever take notice of you? Ling Huaiyu's temper flared, and she cast aside the wheelchair. She knew full well that this stubborn old woman would remain obstinate even in death. There could be no error on her part, nor on the part of her descendants. The only one at fault must be Ling Huaiyu, the pitiful soul neglected by all. Old Lady Zhao was terrified, exclaiming, Huaihua, Huaihua, I do not wish to die. In that moment, Ling Huaiyu genuinely wished for her demise. Yet inexplicably, she recalled a scene from her previous life just before death. Enough. She could no longer transgress the law. She must live honorably. Old woman, you now have but one chance at life, and it is up to you to seize it. Ling Huaiyu leaned closer, whispering in her ear, Tell me, what has Zhao Xiuhua done to remain clutched in your grasp? Old Lady Zhao, trembling and weeping, replied, I do not know. I will tell you, Ling Huaiyu ominously warned. If you continue to be obstinate, I will cast you into the river. Finally, Old Lady Zhao succumbed to fear. I will speak. When your mother was studying, a young man from Wangjia village fancied her, but his family was too impoverished, and I disapproved. Later, your mother continued her studies with his support, gaining a position as a teacher in the city. That year, after your aunt passed away, your mother returned you to the countryside, and I caught her with that Wang boy in a haystack. At that moment, Ling Huaiyu felt as if her very blood had frozen. Her mother, Zhao Xiuhua, committed infidelity? How could this be? There were certain things she could never comprehend, such as the Zhao Xiuhua she remembered, cultured, gentle, and cherishing her with an unwavering warmth. Moreover, why did the later Zhao Xiuhua seem like a completely different person, cold and calculating? Now, Old Lady Zhao claimed that Zhao Xiuhua had been unfaithful. Ling Huaiyu felt as though her mind had endured a seismic upheaval, rendering all things bizarre. She had been reborn. Zhao Xiuhua. Could it be that she had been possessed? Ling Huaiyu's thoughts spiraled chaotically, and after a long while, she heard her own voice. Have they maintained contact? If it were merely a singular event, Zhao Xiuhua could have easily denied it, and Old Lady Zhao would have had no leverage over her, unless she had been in continuous contact with that Wang man. Old Lady Zhao shook her head. I do not know. Wang Quanghua had long been running a business in Yangcheng, and I heard he made a fortune. Your aunt was able to engage in business due to his connections. After that incident, your mother pleaded with me not to disclose it to anyone. Later, Wang Quanghua returned to Yangcheng, and after that, he vanished without a trace. I do not know where he went. Ling Huaiyu sensed that Zhao Xiuhua still had ties to Wang Quanghua. Otherwise, she would not be so apprehensive, allowing Old Lady Zhao to manipulate her. She recalled another matter. Why did my mother, who once adored me, become displeased with me after my aunt's incident? Old Lady Zhao and Zhao Xiuhua were, after all, mother and daughter, and she still held a secret over Zhao Xiuhua. Ling Huaiyu could not believe that Old Lady Zhao had never harbored doubts regarding Zhao Xiuhua's transformation. Old Lady Zhao wiped her tears. After your aunt's incident, your mother consulted a fortune teller who claimed that you bore a curse that would bring misfortune to her, which is why she came to dislike you. Ling Huaiyu did not accept this notion. Upon her rebirth, she would not put stock in fate. If her life were truly unfortunate, she was more inclined to believe that Zhao Xiuhua had been possessed. Was she to seek out Aunt Ma? She pushed Old Lady Zhao back, and as they reached the ground floor of the hospital, they encountered Zhao Xiuhua. Zhao Xiuhua wore a stern expression. Why have you taken your grandmother out at this hour? Ling Huaiyu pressed her hand on Old Lady Zhao's shoulder. Grandma said the ward was stifling. She wished to get some fresh air, so I brought her for a stroll by the river. Mother, why did you not bring her any treats? Zhao Xiuhua glared at her. It's chilly today, and the wind by the river is strong. Why on earth would you take her there? Stop dawdling, and hurry up and push her back inside. Ling Huaiyu flung aside the wheelchair. You can push her yourself. I shall return to attend to Xiao Pei. You. Zhao Xiuhua was taken aback, unable to accept Ling Huaiyu's boldness. Ling Huaihua, your audacity has grown. How dare you speak to me like that? Ling Huaiyu chuckled lightly. What would you prefer? Should I kneel and bow to you? Zhao Xiuhua, you are still alive, yet you expect me to prostrate myself before you. You, Zhao Xiuhua, trembled with rage, astonished that a mere marriage had transformed Ling Huaiyu into someone who dared to speak back. I will beat you to death. Xiuhua, I am weary. The shaken old lady, Zhao, called out to her. Ling Huaiyu scoffed and turned to leave, but after taking just a few steps, she was called back. Huaihua, have you forgotten about your uncle? Chapter 79. He must depart. Ling Huaiyu's heart jolted, and she spun around to see Zhao Wenbing standing in the corridor with a cheeky grin. Zhao Wenbing. Zhang Yulian let him off so easily? Zhao Wenbing approached her. Uncle heard you got married? Huaihua, how could you be so thoughtless? Marrying without telling your uncle? Ling Huaiyu gazed at him silently. What brings you to the city, uncle? Zhao Wenbing's eyes gleamed with greed as he reached out to touch Ling Huaiyu's face. Didn't you say you married a wealthy man? Yet your face seems to have lost some weight. Ling Huaiyu swiftly swatted his hand away. Uncle, after a summer apart, your skin has thickened considerably. Zhao Wenbing clearly sensed that the Ling Huaiyu before him was no longer the same. In just over 2 months, she appeared fairer, more beautiful, and even taller, with a temperament that had evidently hardened. Huh! Did she think that marrying a capable man would allow her to escape his grasp? Huaihua. Zhao Wenbing leaned in closer, whispering, I heard that your husband is a paralytic. How is he in that regard? If he is lacking, I am still here for you, uncle. You have seen my capabilities. You must be obedient, or I might just let the entire Pei family know what our relationship is. Zhao Wenbing's blatant threat revolted Ling Huaiyu. In her previous life, Zhao Wenbing and Zhao Maokai had tormented her, taking advantage of her vulnerability, turning her brief existence into a living hell. In this life, merely imprisoning Zhao Wenbing would be far too lenient. Ling Huaiyu smiled. How could I possibly disobey? After all, uncle is family. I cannot forget you. Her family must remain intact, without a single member missing. Zhao Wenbing grinned broadly. Now that is more like it, Huaihua. Your uncle has come to the city and has nowhere to stay or work. Why not ask your esteemed father-in-law for a simple job? Certainly. Ling Huaiyu responded casually. Staying at my house is not feasible for now. My husband keeps a close watch. You might consider lodging at my mother's place. As for work, I will speak to my father-in-law today and provide you with a prompt reply. Zhao Wenbing, believing he had the upper hand, smiled insincerely. Huaihua, do not attempt to deceive your uncle. Ling Huaiyu lowered her gaze, concealing the hatred in her eyes. How could I dare? Zhao Wenbing was pleased with Ling Huaiyu's compliant demeanor. I will give you 3 days. I want to stay at your home and have a job. If either is lacking, Director Pei will find out what kind of person his daughter-in-law is. The more powerful the family, the more they valued their reputation. He did not believe Ling Huaiyu would dare expose this matter to the Pei family. Ling Huaiyu suppressed her burgeoning resentment as she returned home, only to discover unexpected guests. A young man in his 20s looked at her with surprise. Xiaoguan, I must take my leave. The young man politely nodded at Ling Huaiyu, notebook in hand. As he exited, Pei Guancheng watched the young man leave without offering any explanation to Ling Huaiyu about his identity. Ling Huaiyu, preoccupied with her own thoughts, paid little heed to the situation. She intended to prepare some dumplings to store in the refrigerator. As she took the meat and began chopping the filling, her knife danced rhythmically, while her mind was haunted by the memories of past humiliations. What should Zhao Wenbing face? Should he go to prison or meet his demise? And what about that scoundrel Chen Hongjun? Though he did not directly harm her, he shattered her last glimmer of hope. In her previous life, seizing the opportunity when the butcher was drunk, she had intended to escape with some money, but encountered Chen Hongjun at the station instead. She begged him not to tell anyone, and while he pretended to agree, he extorted all her money from her under the threat of revealing her plight, ultimately returning her to the butcher's grasp. That night, the butcher whipped her with a belt, burned her with cigarette butts, and even jabbed her in sensitive areas with scissors. You wretched girl, if you think you can flee, I will show you what true power is, and then you will think twice before attempting to escape again. Ling Huaiyu's resentment grew with every chop of the filling, the sound of the knife striking the meat echoing ominously. Pei Guancheng, glancing through the partially open window, could see the young girl fiercely preparing the meat, an air of menace surrounding her that darkened the autumn hues. He maneuvered his wheelchair slowly to her side. I heard your uncle is in the provincial city. Ling Huaiyu's hand paused mid-chop, her breath momentarily caught. Yes, her hands trembled slightly as she turned to grab some chives, accidentally knocking over the basket and scattering them across the floor. It was likely that the young man who visited earlier had informed him. Are you going to stay at home? Pei Guancheng inquired again. Ling Huaiyu's grip on the chives tightened so much that she was unaware of the juices escaping from them. No need. Pei Guancheng cast a glance at her and fell silent. What he did not disclose was that Zhao Wenbing had visited the family compound and had a message relayed by the guard. I have a secret about your wife. Do you wish to hear it? Pei Guancheng found Ling Huaiyu to be a suitable housemate and had no intention of changing that arrangement. As for Zhao Wenbing's secret, he held little interest in it. As he turned his wheelchair away, he could not resist glancing back to ask, Is there anything you need help with? No need. Ling Huaiyu replied without looking up. Pei Guancheng had taken her in, providing her with her own independent household registration, for which she was immensely grateful. As for her revenge, she would find a way to achieve it herself. Pei Guancheng sensed that something was amiss with the young girl tonight. She usually dedicated her evenings to studying and completing assignments for him to review. However, tonight, an unusual silence enveloped her. Ling Huaiyu lay in bed, her eyes wide open in the dark, afraid to close them, for doing so would lead her into the nightmarish scenes of her past life, scenes too horrific to revisit. Others who found sleep elusive included Zhao Xiaocui and Ling Huaiyu. Zhao Xiaocui was taken aback by the fact that Zhao Wenbing had come to stay at their home. The moment she saw him, memories of that fateful night in the grove flooded back, leaving her feeling helpless and desperate. Uncle, does he know? Does he know that it was her? Now that he had come to the provincial city, what about Sanlu? Would he also follow? If Zhang Huajun discovered her entanglement with Sanlu, how would he perceive her? Would he still see her as the unassuming rural girl she once was? Ling Huaiyu also struggled to sleep, sensing something was off with Zhao Xiaohua. The latter had been quarreling incessantly with Ling Wenhai, her mood increasingly volatile. Unemployed and unable to continue her studies, Ling Wenhai's irritation with her grew. And what about Song Chaohui? Did he have even a shred of affection for her? Another sleepless soul was Yao Tsuilon. This afternoon, she had received a letter from someone asking, Do you wish to know who took the money you lost? Chapter 80. A boyfriend who cares. Ling Huaiyu quickly secured the job Zhao Wenbing desired. He would not have to do much, just manage documents in the office, run errands for the leadership, and spend the remaining time sipping tea and reading the newspaper. Zhao Wenbing was astonished that he could find such a favorable position. Indeed, when one has connections, everything falls into place. What about the salary? How much does it pay per month? Ling Huaiyu produced a small card for him. The monthly salary is 153, plus an additional 20 for meals, and at the year's end, there are allowances and bonuses, totaling nearly 200, higher than my mother's salary. However, this job is not easily obtained. You will need to undergo an interview with a female supervisor. I must inform you in advance that this leader has some peculiar preferences. As Ling Huaiyu lowered her voice to explain the supervisor's eccentricities, Zhao Wenbing's eyes widened in disbelief. People from the city have such peculiar tastes? No problem. I'll handle that, he assured, thumping his chest. Huaihua, have no worries. Once this job is secured, Uncle will not forget you when it comes to enjoying the good life. He winked at Ling Huaiyu, provoking a wave of revulsion within her. All right, I'll arrange this privately under my father-in-law's name, but it must remain confidential. Be cautious when meeting the supervisor. These high-ranking officials are most wary of having their secrets exposed. Ensure you present yourself neatly and leave a good impression. Zhao Wenbing ran a hand through his hair. Huaihua, Uncle is short on cash. Do you have any? I don't have any either. Ling Huaiyu replied bluntly. I spent all my money to help you with this connection. You'll have to ask your grandmother for funds. For the sake of the job, Zhao Wenbing temporarily let Ling Huaiyu off the hook and turned to seek money from old lady Zhao. Zhao Xiaocui, attending to her grandmother at the hospital, kept her distance upon seeing Zhao Wenbing. Huaihua, Zhao Xiaocui tugged at Ling Huaiyu, nearly in tears. Can I stay at your place for a few days? I can't bear to see him every day. I feel like I'm going insane. Initially, she had some lingering feelings for Sanlu. But what of Zhao Wenbing? He was her uncle, and the thought of it made her feel utterly nauseated. Ling Huaiyu scrutinized her. You, are you involved with Zhang Huajun? Her words were laden with double meaning, but Zhao Xiaocui understood. A hint of shyness tinged her panic. Yes. Ling Huaiyu inhaled sharply. Does Zhang Huajun not mind your past? Zhao Xiaocui's expression shifted dramatically. What do you take Zhang Ge for? He told me that a woman's chastity is never defined by her skirt. He said he never blamed me for those past events. If blame is to be placed, it is on those vile scoundrels. Brother Zhang, he is very compassionate, understanding my past and promising to treat me well in the future, allowing me to forget all that painful history. Ling Huaiyu couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Zhang Huajun had managed to deceive for so many years without repercussions. He was quite the smooth talker. Your Zhang Ge is handsome and eloquent. Surely many girls are fond of him, right? Zhao Xiaocui spoke with pride, but then her expression turned wary. Ling Huaihua, you would have taken a liking to my Zhang Ge, would you? Remember, you are a married woman, distinct from us unmarried girls. Ling Huaiyu dismissed her concerns. Yes, you are a young girl. Keep an eye on your Zhang Ge, considering how exceptional he is. There must be many girls vying for his attention. If a fool wishes to court disaster, no one can stop him. Zhao Xiaocui, sensing that Ling Huaiyu genuinely had no such intentions, felt somewhat reassured. Your old flame, Zhao Tiankai, has come to the provincial city. Zhao Tiankai has come to the city? Ling Huaiyu was taken aback, wondering why he hadn't called her beforehand. Don't speak nonsense. What old flame are you talking about? Zhao Xiaocui clearly did not believe her. If he wasn't your old flame, why would he rush to bring his sister to the city upon hearing you got married? Don't tell me he hasn't come to find you. Ling Huaiyu was too weary to argue. Did Zhao Tiankai come with your uncle? Where are they staying? How would I know? Zhao Xiaocui tossed her braids. I only heard Zhao Wenbing mention it. As Ling Huaiyu emerged from the hospital, a sense of unease settled within her. Zhao Tiansai's family must have encountered some misfortune, otherwise he would not have brought his sister along. The child, too, should have sought him out upon their departure. Tiao Yi inquired of her brother. Brother, shall we look for Sister Xiaolu? They had spent the night in the park only to be chased away, and had to sleep in a public restroom, where she nearly fell victim to abduction had it not been for her brother's vigilance. Tiao Yi felt her initial idealism about the provincial capital dissipate, leaving only anxiety and trepidation. Zhao Tiankai comforted his sister, saying, Do not fear, brother will protect you. As for Sister Xiaolu, she is just married and likely faces her own hardships. We must not add to her troubles. His stepmother's heart was exceedingly cruel, contemplating selling 10-year-old Tiao Yi to a family as a child bride, merely to swap her for her elder brother's wife. In this day and age, such thoughts were utterly unfathomable, especially with his father's acquiescence. Zhao Tiankai, left with no other option, fled with his sister. She was his only family in this world, and he could not allow anything to happen to her. Zhao Tiankai, he turned in disbelief to see Ling Huaiyu standing beneath a towering osmanthus tree, smiling warmly at the siblings. Zhao Tiansai's eyes suddenly brimmed with emotion. How did you find us? Ling Huaiyu did not respond, but handed a bun to Tiao Yi, urging, hurry and eat. Tiao Yi swallowed hard, glancing at her brother. Zhao Tiankai, feeling a pang in his heart, gently patted his sister's head. Go on, eat. Ling Huaiyu then asked Zhao Tiankai, what are your plans? He fell silent. He had no plans, having only escaped with his sister in a moment of desperation. As for the future, he was uncertain. Ling Huaiyu took out 200 yuan and offered it to him. Since you have no plans and are unsure what to do, why not work with me? Zhao Tiansai's eyes reddened. How can I accept your money? Ling Huaiyu replied earnestly, it's not a gift. You will repay it once you earn. With that reassurance, Zhao Tiankai accepted the money Zhao Wenbing. It's fine. Ling Huaiyu comforted him. He has his own path. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenbing has agreed. Met the female leader at a residential house. Sister, have you been waiting long? The woman's expression darkened. You called me here just to speak such nonsense? Zhao Wenbing was momentarily taken aback, but recalled Ling Huaiyu's warning about the woman's peculiarities, realizing her impatience. He promptly discarded what he was holding, loosened his collar, and moved closer to her, wrapping his arms around her. Hey, let go of me. The woman, initially stunned, began to struggle violently. Zhao Wenbing coldly scoffed. The portrayal in films had proven true. The city women were indeed different from their rural counterparts, who would merely shy away. It was no wonder that the scenes depicted in films were so thrilling. It seemed they were based on genuine experiences. As Zhao Wenbing seized the moment, he recalled Ling Huaiyu mentioning the leader's high demands, prompting him to procure some stimulating substances beforehand. Now, with no turning back, he was unafraid of whether this enchantress would be satisfied. Initially, he had expected an elderly woman, only to be pleasantly surprised by her youthful allure. In her 20s and quite charming, Zhao Wenbing vowed to provide her with excellent service, hoping to ensnare her affections so thoroughly that she would yearn for him nightly. Before long, he had pinned the woman to the bed and poured alcohol over her. Despite her attempts to fight back, the disparity in strength rendered her struggles trivial, more akin to playful banter. "Sister, I will show you my sincerity," he declared, reveling in the thrill of the moment. Just as they were getting engrossed, the door was suddenly kicked open. "You shameless scoundrels! How dare you betray me?" Chen Hongjun, upon seeing the two entangled, rushed forward and yanked Zhao Wenbing off Yao Tzulan, delivering brutal kicks to his vulnerable areas. Zhao Wenbing, clutching himself in shock, initially mistook him for the leader's man. To his surprise, it was his own nephew, Chen Hongjun. "How dare you strike your uncle?" Zhao Wenbing shouted, realizing that Chen Hongjun, driven mad by jealousy, was intent on violence. With no time to don his clothes, Zhao Wenbing engaged in a brawl with Chen Hongjun. The latter, relying on his imposing stature, found it effortless to overpower Zhao Wenbing, who was left at a disadvantage without even a shirt. Yao Tzulan lay on the bed, helplessly witnessing the chaos, her body weak and her mind foggy, questioning how this had become her reality. She had come to confront the one who had stolen from her, only to find herself ensnared in such a predicament. Outside, Ling Huaiyu meticulously gathered the scattered powder from the brick wall. Inside, Zhao Wenbing, fueled by rage, seized a brick and struck Chen Hongjun on the head. Blood gushed forth as Chen Hongjun staggered and collapsed. Yao Tzulan, regaining some strength, let out a piercing scream. "You've killed him." Zhao Wenbing glanced at the bloodied brick in hand, then at the unconscious Chen Hongjun on the ground, and finally at the panicking Yao Tzulan. As he contemplated delivering another blow to Yao Tzulan, a voice from outside called, "The police are coming." Startled, he dropped the brick and, without time to even dress, fled, disappearing into the alley. "What? Hongjun has been injured?" Zhao Xiuhua was taken aback upon receiving the news. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hastened towards the operating room, disregarding the elderly Zhao matriarch still groaning in pain. At the operating room entrance, Ling Huaiyu cried, "Mom, my brother was covered in blood when he was brought in. Do you think he will?" Though she held little affection for him, losing Chen Hongjun would mean losing a family member. Zhao Xiuhua, unsure if she was comforting her daughter or herself, repeatedly assured, "He will be fine. He will be fine. Hongjun must not come to harm." "What on earth happened?" Ling Huaiyu asked, still confused after receiving a call from the police station. "I heard it was over a woman, leading to a fight." Zhao Xiuhua seethed. "I warned him about that woman. He wouldn't listen. That woman is clearly not one to be confined to domesticity. How could she be simple? And what that scoundrel?" Uncertain, the surgery lasted nearly 3 hours before the doctor emerged, looking exhausted. "He has sustained damage to the brain's nerves. While it is not life-threatening, there may be lasting repercussions. You must prepare yourselves mentally." Grateful tears streamed down Zhao Xiuhua's face. Thank heavens. The prospect of any aftereffects seemed trivial compared to the fact that Chen Hongjun had survived. She remained by his side throughout the night, only emerging at dawn to inquire about the assailant at the police station. "What did you say?" Zhao Xiuhua's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is impossible. Wenbing is his uncle. How could he possibly harm his own nephew?" Yan Jin replied earnestly, "Teacher Zhao, this matter is indeed true." Chen Hongjun's partner, Yao Tzulan, witnessed the altercation and the ensuing violence between the two. "Yao Tzulan," Zhao Xiuhua clenched her fists. "I want to see that woman." "No," Yan Jin firmly refused. "This case still has many uncertainties. We need to conduct further questioning of Yao Tzulan." Filled with rage, Zhao Xiuhua stormed out of the police station. Unable to see Yao Tzulan, she sought out old lady Zhao to inquire about Zhao Wenbing's whereabouts. "Don't think I'm unaware of the money you've been secretly giving Zhao Wenbing. Tell me, where has he gone?" Old lady Zhao cried out in protest. "I truly do not know. I have been lying in the hospital every day. How could I know where he has run off to?" Meanwhile, Zhao Wenbing, believing he had killed someone, sat in a dilapidated van, utterly despondent. Beside him, a kind-hearted old man offered him a cigarette. "Here, young man, have a smoke." Chapter 82. Zhao Wenbing on the run in a daze. Zhao Wenbing accepted the cigarette without a second thought and took a deep drag, the smoke swirling around him. As he exhaled slowly, a sense of relief washed over him. Leaning back against the seat, He closed his eyes and gradually succumbed to slumber. The next day, Ling Huaiyu visited the hospital and found old lady Zhao looking dejected. "Grandmother, what happened?" Old lady Zhao lamented. "Your mother insists that I have hidden Wenbing. How could I possibly do that? No matter what I say, she doesn't believe me. She only cares about Chen Hongjun. In her eyes, am I not as important as that nephew of hers?" For reasons unknown, Ling Huaiyu felt a sudden jolt of realization. Had she overlooked something? Was there a perspective she had yet to consider? Exiting old lady Zhao's ward, she proceeded to Chen Hongjun's room. "Mom, is Hongjun still unconscious?" Upon seeing her, Zhao Xiuhua erupted with rage. "What are you doing here? Are you deliberately trying to see if Hongjun is alive or dead?" "Ling Huaiyu, how can you be so heartless? Your brother's life hangs in the balance, and you still want to witness his misfortune? I regret ever giving birth to you, ever since your return. This family has known no peace. Do you wish to bring ruin upon us all?" Ling Huaiyu took a step back. "Mom, please calm down. Hongjun's quarrel with someone was not instigated by me. Why do you blame me instead of the man who fought with him? Why should I not blame you?" Zhao Xiuhua shouted hysterically. "If it weren't for your return and your insistence on causing a scene at home, Hongjun would not have performed poorly on his college entrance exam and failed. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have fought with your father and left home in anger. Had he not left, I would have been watching over him, and nothing would have happened. Ling Huaiyu, you are a harbinger of misfortune, a calamity. You have caused your aunt's death, and now you wish to bring about your cousin's demise. You wretched girl, you cannot stand to see me enjoy a single moment of happiness. Enough." A nurse, coming to change the four, could no longer tolerate the scene and interjected, "Do you think this is a marketplace? If you wish to shout, do so elsewhere. If you care for your patient, please show some respect for the other patients here. How can they recover in peace amid your clamor?" Zhao Xiuhua's outburst drew attention, and several family members from nearby rooms emerged to witness the commotion. An inquisitive elderly lady approached Ling Huaiyu and asked, "My dear, what is happening here?" Tears streaming down her face, Ling Huaiyu replied, "I don't know. I heard that my cousin was injured while fighting over a woman. I came this morning to check on him, and my mother berated me. I don't understand what I did wrong. My wedding dowry was saved for my cousin, and my room is occupied by my sister. Even for their sake, I was cast aside in the countryside for 10 years. My cousin and sister could repeat their studies for 4 or 5 years, while I was denied even a primary education. I don't understand why my mother treats me this way." Someone in the crowd remarked, "There's likely more to this than meets the eye. It's human nature to care for one's own flesh and blood, yet she treats her own daughter as an enemy. There must be some hidden affair or grudges involved." Another woman whispered, "Perhaps that cousin and sister are actually the offspring of her mother and her brother-in-law." "How could that be? He is her brother-in-law. Why not?" Someone adamantly stated. "In my village, there was a sister who had a child and sent her sister to care for her postpartum. Guess what happened? The sister not only cared for the baby, but also ended up with the brother-in-law. By the time the sister returned to her home, her sister had already run away with her husband, turning their family into a laughingstock." As the crowd engaged in hushed gossip, Zhao Xiuhua's contemptuous glare intensified. "Indeed, it must be just like that." Ling Huaiyu, the unfortunate girl neglected by her own mother, walked away from the gossiping crowd, leaving the nurses with plenty of material to discuss. Once outside the hospital, she wiped her tears and headed to the market to buy meat and vegetables before making her way to Zhao Tiansai's rental apartment, right next to Lao Ji's place. The room was small, about 10 square meters, where the siblings shared a bunk bed, which fit them just right. Fortunately, the courtyard belonged to Lao Ji, allowing them to cook outdoors without taking up space inside. "Come, let me teach you how to make buns. You can go sell them at the entrance of the nearby 3rd middle school every morning." Zhao Tiankai seemed apprehensive. "Do you think they will sell?" "Of course," Ling Huaiyu replied confidently. She had worked in a bun shop in her previous life, and the filling she prepared had earned her the owner's praise, who even wanted her to open a branch. Regrettably, due to her clandestine identity, she had to forego that opportunity. Zhao Tiankai kneaded the dough while Ling Huaiyu prepared the filling, washing vegetables with a garden hose. As children from the countryside, they were accustomed to cooking, washing clothes, feeding pigs, and herding chickens. Together, they quickly produced their first batch of buns. Taye, with her mouth watering, exclaimed, "Brother, these scallion and pork buns smell amazing." In their home, they only had buns with cured meat during festivals, and regrettably, they never got to enjoy them. Ling Huaiyu opened the steamer and took the steaming buns to Lao Ji. As he ate, he said, It's not unreasonable for me to eat a few of your buns. Considering how much you've done for my little Pei, from making plasters to administering injections, and now taking in people. I wonder, girl, why does trouble seem to follow you? Ling Huaiyu smiled beside him. Are these buns too hot? Lao Ji said nothing, his mouth full of buns. They were simply delicious, far better than the famed Gua Buli buns from his childhood. When Ling Huaiyu returned with the empty basin, she noticed that Zhao Tiankai and his sister were still cleaning up, and the steamer was untouched. Why aren't you eating? Tai replied obediently, Sister Xiaolu. We were waiting for you to come back, so we could eat together. She was so eager to eat, but had been told by her brother that these buns were bought with Xiaolu's money. So they had to wait for her to give the green light. Go ahead and eat, Ling Huaiyu said tenderly. Today, let's enjoy these buns to our heart's content. Eat as much as you like. Yes. Tai beamed with joy, ignoring the heat of the buns as she clumsily blew on them, taking bites. Sister Xiaolu, these are so delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes squinting with satisfaction. I've never had buns this good. Zhao Tiankai was too busy enjoying the buns to speak. He also believed this was the best bun he had ever tasted. Ling Huaiyu returned to the family compound, cooked millet congee with greens, and served it alongside the buns for dinner. Pei Guancheng looked at the buns on the table and asked, should we invite your uncle over for a meal? Chapter 83. Balancing studies and business no need. I heard he's already returned to his hometown. Ling Huaiyu set down the steamed buns and turned to stoke the fire, intending to prepare a simple egg and vegetable soup to accompany the buns for dinner. Pei Guancheng observed the lightness in her demeanor, a stark contrast to the previous tension and hostility. Surely, the troublesome matter had been resolved. Brother, how do these buns taste? Ling Huaiyu steamed the buns again, and they now emitted an enticing aroma. Pei Guancheng nodded, very good. Ling Huaiyu's eyes sparkled with delight. She had known her culinary skills would not disappoint. I made them, she added. Pei Guancheng replied, indeed, very good. Her spirits lifted. Ling Huaiyu hummed a tune as she stepped outside to gather the remaining 5 buns, planning to find an opportunity to give them to Wang Zhao. She wondered if he had managed to gather the textbooks he sought for her. Pei Guancheng watched her busy silhouette through the window, and a distant memory inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Brother, do you think my drawing is beautiful? A little girl with 2 playful pigtails, dressed in blue overalls, looked up at him with rosy cheeks. Ling Wenhai, a police officer, often worked overtime. Zhao Xiuhua, at times overwhelmed, would send Ling Huaiyu to their home for him to watch over her. Pei Guancheng was not fond of children, yet this particular girl was different. Her beauty was striking, reminiscent of a child from a traditional painting holding a carp. Her voice was sweet and innocent, a far cry from the snotty children in the courtyard. He took her drawing, which depicted 2 large stick figures holding a small black dot, and though he could not discern its merit, he reluctantly said, very good. The little girl beamed with joy, singing as she spun in circles around the yard. Those carefree, joyous days now felt as distant as a century, fading from memory until her presence gradually brought them back into focus. That evening, the sound of 2 cuckoo calls echoed from outside the yard. Pei Guancheng smiled slightly, pondering when cuckoos had appeared in the city. Ling Huaiyu, hearing the sound, quietly opened the door. Wang Zhao handed her a stack of books. Here, I brought the practice workbooks and exercise books. Ling Huaiyu discovered under the moonlight that many of the books were brand new, likely just distributed. Where did you get these? She asked. Wang Zhao, I wanted books, but you can't steal from others. Wang Zhao, munching on a bun, decided not to argue with her given its deliciousness. What are you thinking? I traded for them. Traded for what? She inquired. Slingshots, cards, marbles, cigarette boxes, and other assorted items. Don't worry, Sister Green. Those people have no intention of studying. The books are merely decorations. It's fine to trade them for something useful. They might even claim they lost the books and never read them again. Ling Huaiyu fell silent. In this era, few families could afford education, and there were those who had experienced the hardships of ignorance, desperately wishing for their children to learn more for a brighter future. Regrettably, those who wished to study often could not, while others were coerced into it. With these thoughts, she could not help but speak earnestly. Wang Zhao, it may not matter to others whether they study or not, but you must not neglect your education. You must understand that, like your sister, you have no fallback. Education is your only chance to alter your destiny. Only through learning can you aspire to greater heights and ensure you are not at the mercy of your stepmother. Wang Zhao, distracted, replied, yes, I'll try my best. Ling Huaiyu sighed with relief. You're in middle school now. I can consult you for help in the future. Wang Zhao felt a jolt. Did Sister Green just say she would seek his guidance? Suddenly, the bun in his mouth lost its flavor. The next day, Wang Zhao surprisingly focused in class, staying awake and garnering the attention of several teachers. A classmate poked him in the back. Wang Zhao, I have the latest issue of Story Collection. Want to take a look? Wang Zhao suppressed the urge to respond. No. Sister Green was already so much older and married, yet she was still determined to study. What if she asked him a question later and he couldn't answer? That would be so embarrassing. The 13-year-old boy felt a flicker of masculine pride for the first time. Brother, I need to go out for 2 hours every morning, but I promise to tidy up the house and return in time to make lunch. Is that all right? Ling Huaiyu asked Pei Guancheng, feeling a bit guilty. She was living in his house, enjoying his hospitality. Was it too presumptuous to think about her own affairs so soon? Pei Guancheng replied, not looking up. Ling Huaiyu felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Brother, thank you. Zhao Tiankai had just begun selling buns. Ling Huaiyu was not entirely at ease with either the preparation or the sales, so she felt compelled to supervise. Not long after she left, the young man she had encountered earlier appeared again. Your little wife seems quite busy. I saw her at the entrance of the 3rd middle school selling buns with a pair of siblings. Li Bing and Pei Guancheng Anutabuk. Last month, we made a killing selling that batch of fruits brought over from Yin province. After deducting transportation and labor costs, we netted 5,000. Little Pei, there's potential in this business. Tao wants to continue sourcing from Yin province and bring back some goods to sell. They have tobacco. Absolutely not. Pei Guancheng interrupted, setting the ledger down. Tobacco is not something everyone can dabble in. If we can earn a living through legitimate means, why risk it all on dangerous endeavors? Your trip back from Yin province wasn't exactly smooth, was it? Did Qintao get hurt? Li Weiping averted his gaze. Yes. On the way back, we encountered villagers from 2 different areas who tried to rob us. Fortunately, brother who is seasoned and brought a strong crew, equipped with steel pipes and axes. Most importantly, brother who had a gun. Li Weiping's last words were spoken in a hushed tone as the presence of the driver, Old Hu, and his gun had successfully deterred the villagers and protected their cargo. Pei Guancheng nodded. Old Hu is a decent man, loyal enough not to turn on you halfway through. In the future, it will be prudent to work with him. Let him know that inspections are getting stricter. He should keep everything secure. He had heard that in some areas, disputes over water sources had escalated to gunfights, and the situation was becoming increasingly unstable. However, the government's regulations on firearms were tightening, and a complete ban was only a matter of time. Yet, for drivers like Old Hu traversed dangerous routes, not having a means of protection could be fatal. After discussing business matters for a while, Li Weiping suddenly brought up Zhao Wenbing. Do you remember that guy who came looking for your wife? Chapter 84. Sold to a brick kiln. Pei Guancheng raised his gaze to Li Weiping. He spoke in a low voice. About that, I'm only speculating. I can't say for sure. Your wife's uncle got into a fight with her cousin over a woman. The house where they fought belonged to the mistress of her cousin, left behind by Yao Chuilan's previous partner. That day, I saw your wife heading in that direction, and later, I heard they nearly killed each other. Ling Huaiyu had not noticed anyone else as she passed that day, but Li Weiping had certainly recognized her. After all, little Pei's wife was strikingly beautiful. Even with her headscarf and plain attire, he had instantly recognized her. Pei Guancheng's grip on the armrest tightened slightly. Then he spoke softly. You should pretend you didn't see anything. I sent her there to buy some things. Li Weiping shrugged it off. Having not actually seen Ling Huaiyu at the scene, but he felt a tinge of curiosity. Pei Guancheng recalled the murderous aura Ling Huaiyu radiated when Zhao Wenbing was mentioned. Where had that Zhao Wenbing gone? Li Bei being chocolate. He is probably being targeted by Old Gu. I doubt he'll have a favorable outcome. Old Gu? What kind of decent person could he be? Old Gu squinted his eyes, revealing a set of large yellowed teeth, and patted Zhao Wenbing on the shoulder. Young man, have we arrived? Huh? Have we arrived? Zhao Wenbing awoke in a daze, confusion etched on his face. Where have we arrived? He had injured Chen Hongjun and, fearing he had caused a death, had fled in panic upon hearing someone shout that the police were coming. He had climbed into a passing van without a second thought, oblivious to its destination. After getting in, still shaken, he accepted a cigarette from the old man and fell asleep. Upon waking, he heard someone mention they had arrived. Where exactly had he arrived? Of course it's a good place. Old Gus slapped Zhao Wenbing on the head. You fool, get out. Zhao Wenbing was perplexed as to why he was being called a fool. Only after disembarking did he realize he seemed to be in a valley, with a landscape of yellow earth, neatly stacked bricks, and in the distance, a tall chimney belching thick black smoke. It dawned on him that he was at a brick kiln. "Old man, why have you brought me here?" A sense of unease crept in, and he turned to flee, only to discover that 4 or 5 burly men wielding wooden clubs had appeared beside the van, glaring menacingly at him. "Old man, what do you want?" Zhao Wenbing retreated a couple of steps, trembling with fear. Old Gu chuckled, his face still bearing an innocent expression, yet his eyes hardened. "Young man, now that you're here, you might as well settle in. After all, we do pay wages here in a few years. You'd best behave, if not." Though he appeared as a simple farmer, his words sent chills down Zhao Wenbing's spine. Instinctively, he wanted to run, realizing he had been sold into a dark brick kiln. Such places were notorious for trapping individuals until death. Just as he took 2 steps, he was knocked to the ground by a vicious blow. Old Gu, smoking a cigarette. "Caution, don't hit the hands or legs. If he gets injured, it'll be hard to work. We have too few hands right now, and there's no time for him to recuperate." In recent years, it seemed that everyone had money to spare. Villagers wanted to build houses, and urban areas required bricks for renovations, leading to a surge in demand that the kiln could hardly keep up with. Zhao Wenbing barely understood his surroundings before being dragged off to work. By nightfall, having never really labored before, he was exhausted, his muscles sore, and his shoulders raw. When he went to get food, he was disappointed to find only a bowl of watery gruel and 2 stale flatbreads. "I worked all day for this." Before he could voice his complaint, someone snatched the flatbreads from his hands. The man serving food sneered, "You don't want it? Plenty of others do." Hungry and having only consumed half a bowl of gruel, Zhao Wenbing arrived at the sleeping quarters, nearly retching from the foul stench of foot odor and sweat that filled the air. The workers around him lay lifelessly, their eyes dull, as they crawled into their grimy bedding without washing. Within a minute, the room was filled with loud snoring. Zhao Wenbing, without a blanket or mattress, resorted to using a handful of straw for comfort, all while enduring the pungent odors wafting around him. He cursed Ling Huaiyu in his heart. Did he not realize by now? Both he and Chun Hongjun had been betrayed by that wretched girl. That vile creature dared to scheme against him. Once he got out, he would ensure she suffered beyond measure, for he could not quell his rage otherwise. Meanwhile, Ling Huaiyu was blissfully unaware of Zhao Wenbing's resentment as she stood at the entrance of the 3rd middle school, hawking steamed buns. Hot, freshly baked meat buns. The school, primarily attended by high school and middle school students, was a prestigious institution in the city. Many of its students came from well-off families or were exceptionally talented academically. Ling Huaiyu stood there like a blooming magnolia in autumn, drawing the attention of several boys. Feng Xiaohong approached with 2 classmates. "Xiaolu, why are you selling buns?" She had heard Ling Huaiyu married Pei Guancheng, someone she had known since childhood, but had lost touch after Pei's leg injury. Her mother lamented. "Xiaoguo was a good child, but alas, his leg is broken. His parents divorced, and both have new families now. They'll give him a bit of money to manage until his siblings grow up. Parents always favor those who are present." Ling Huaiyu, helping customers, replied, "My relatives came to the city to do business and have been overwhelmed lately, so I came to lend a hand." Feng Xiaohong's classmate licked her lips. "How much for a bun? It smells so good." The aroma was so enticing that they felt they couldn't focus on their classes if they didn't eat. Meat buns were 15 cents each, while vegetable buns were 10 cents. The 2 girls were tempted, each opting for one of each. As the youngest in her family, Feng Xiaohong had some pocket money. "Give me a meat bun too." Though she asked for just one, Ling Huaiyu slyly included a vegetable bun, winking at her. Chapter 85. Trouble arrives. Feng Xiaohong felt elated. "Xiaolu, don't worry. I'll make sure to bring people to help your relatives with their business." "Thank you." In the mornings, business was brisk, with many children buying food at the school gate since their parents were busy with work. Suddenly, the 3 found themselves overwhelmed. Zhao Tiankai, wiping his sweat with a towel, noticed someone trying to sneak a hand toward Ling Huaiyu's waist amid the chaos. He seized the thief. "What are you doing?" The thief, far from frightened, wore a defiant expression. "What I said to you? I just wanted to see if your buns are made with good meat or with dead pigs." Upon hearing this, the surrounding patrons hesitated, their desire to buy buns waning. Ling Huaiyu pretended not to notice and called out to someone in the distance. "Cousin, are you off work? Have you had breakfast? Come get a bun." The local police station was nearby, and a constable, having just finished a night shift, was passing by when he was called over. Dressed in uniform, he quickly intimidated the thief. Ling Huaiyu filled 4 buns for him. Cousin, rest assured, I only use fresh meat from the market, and the green onions are also sourced from there. In business, quality is paramount. I wouldn't dare serve anything subpar. The weary constable scanned the area, his expression serious. Locking eyes with the thief, he scoffed. Looking for trouble in front of the police station? The thief, caught off guard, stammered, misunderstanding. I was just here to buy buns. Give me 5 meat and vegetable buns. Ling Huaiyu maintained her cheerful demeanor. Sure, let me get this gentleman 5 buns. As she spoke, she filled a few more for the constable. Cousin, your colleagues probably haven't eaten yet. Take some back for them. I'll be cooking chicken for lunch. Come by when you wake up. The constable understood her intentions to use his authority to deter troublemakers, but feigned ignorance, nodding as he took the buns and left. Seeing that her cousin worked at the police station, the crowd felt reassured that she wouldn't be selling substandard meat. Business soon picked up again. Nearby, the noodle vendor sighed and quietly remarked to his wife, "She's just selling buns and doesn't even have drinks. She won't take much of our business. With connections like hers, we should stay out of her way." His wife, irritated, slammed the bowl down. "Oomph." The little fox spirit, relying on her beauty to entice others, declared, "Just wait, it's only buns. Tomorrow, I shall sell buns too." After 3 people finished selling buns, they returned home at 10:30. Ling Huaiyu emptied a bag of change onto the ground, sitting with Tiao Yi to count the money together. Each stack amounted to 10 yuan, neatly bound with rubber bands. Tiao Yi exclaimed joyfully, "Sister Xiaolu, we made 32. 55 yuan. This is quite a lot." Her cheeks flushed with excitement, and she felt the urge to scream. Throughout her life, she had never seen so much money. In her childhood, when her parents were earning well, they would only give her 50 cents at most. Zhao Tiankai interjected, jokingly inserting his hands into his apron. "Unfortunately, we have too few steamers. Xiaolu, do you think we should buy more?" Ling Huaiyu shook her head. "No need. Selling buns is not a sustainable plan." Zhao Tiankai, perplexed, responded, "But the money comes so quickly. Why can't it be long-lasting? Many workers at the bottom earn only 20 to 50 yuan a month." And he had made nearly a month's wage in just one morning. In the past, such a thought was beyond his imagination. What more could he desire? Ling Huaiyu meticulously organized the money before meeting Zhao Tiankai's gaze. "This is too exhausting. You won't be able to endure it." Running a business is not as easy as it seems, especially as she had personally taught him how to prepare the filling. However, she could not assist in wrapping the buns, as her primary duty was to serve Pei Guancheng. She couldn't afford to neglect her responsibilities for her small business. Zhao Tiankai had to wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning to start steaming buns, with the first few batches sold to nearby residents. The process involved continuous steaming and wrapping until dawn, after which he would push the cart to the school gate to sell. By the time he returned to clean up, it was already noon, and he still had to go to the market to buy vegetables and sell meat, ensuring everything was cleaned and the filling prepared before he could sleep. Fortunately, with autumn approaching, the ingredients wouldn't spoil after a few hours. After a day filled with such labor, Zhao Tiankai and his sister barely managed to get a few hours of sleep before rising to prepare the dough. However, in hot weather, advanced preparation was impossible. Zhao Tiankai shrugged off the exhaustion, saying, "What does it matter? Xiaolu, having grown up in the countryside, you should understand that we rural folk fear poverty more than toil. As long as we can earn money, the labor is worth it." Ling Huaiyu replied softly, "Tiankai, is your mother's situation worth it? Besides, you have Tiao Yi. What if one day you fall ill from exhaustion? What will happen to her?" Zhao Tiankai fell silent. Ling Huaiyu reassured him, "This is just the beginning. You are still figuring out how to run a business. Don't rush it. Take it step by step, and when we save enough money, we can rent a shop and avoid being sabotaged like today." Zhao Tiankai was taken aback. "You think he intended to sabotage us? I thought he was just a thief." Ling Huaiyu chuckled, "Tiankai, our business is thriving, which obstructs others' paths. Therefore, don't attempt to take on too much at once. Stick to our usual routine." Zhao Tiankai felt a wave of fear, imagining how things could have turned out without Ling Huaiyu's cousin. "All right, I'll listen to you." Old Ji approached with the steamer basket. "Wait a moment. Winter is approaching. I'll switch out that medicated plaster for Xiaopei. Later, you go fetch the medicine, and I'll supervise you while you prepare it." Since Zhao Tiankai and his sister rented the vacant room next to him, They had been providing him with 3 meals a day. The siblings were diligent, often helping to tidy up, transforming his previously chaotic yard into a clean space. Old G understood that this was all Ling Huaiyu's kindness, and he couldn't feign ignorance. Ling Huaiyu was surprised. "I've made it myself before. Why do you need to supervise me?" Old G glared at her. "I've said this time is different. The requirements are a bit complicated. If you don't do it well, your man may cause trouble for me later." "Fine," Ling Huaiyu said, falling silent. She first went to the bookstore, intending to purchase some study materials. While waiting in line to check out, a girl around her age suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, my money is missing." After saying this, she turned and grabbed Ling Huaiyu's arm. "You were standing close to me while reading earlier, and now you're behind me in line. Did you steal my money?" Chapter 86. The malice of Ling Huaiyu was utterly baffled. Only intending to buy some materials, she never expected to encounter such an incident. "Miss, one can eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. I've been standing in line properly. Why would you accuse me of being a thief without cause?" Immediately, people began to murmur. Who would have thought this girl, looking so fair and elegant, would actually be a thief? In recent years, theft had become rampant, and no one wore a label indicating they were thieves. The more beautiful someone was, the more likely they could exploit their appearance to lower others' guard. Indeed, among those executed publicly in recent years, which of the women wasn't beautiful? An indignant older lady with glasses added, "Such people should be imprisoned, young and doing nothing, resorting to thievery. The peace of the people is compromised by these vermin." The girl, hearing the crowd's discussion, grew increasingly smug. "Thief, you can't escape." A young man behind Ling Huaiyu blushed and spoke up, "Please don't speak recklessly. Just now, the two of us were at the same shelf, and she hasn't been near you." Ling Huaiyu was so striking that the young man had lost focus on his reading upon her entrance, unable to miss the fact that she hadn't stolen anything. Yet the girl stubbornly pointed at her. "It must be you. You look like a country bumpkin. If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" Ling Huaiyu maintained a stern expression. "Miss, where does your superiority complex come from, to insult rural folk? Your rice and flour are grown from the sweat of farmers. Now that life is good, you've forgotten the hardships of past years, and you dare to look down on the countryside. Your family can't be part of the elite class or a landlord, could they, to hold such disdain for others?" These days, class checks weren't as strict as in the past, but no one dared to boast about being wealthy, as it could attract unwanted attention. The girl was momentarily at a loss for words, stamping her foot in frustration. "It's definitely you. I'm sure of it. If you don't believe me, let me search you." Ling Huaiyu would not grant her such a favor. "You think you can search me just because you say so? Who do you think you are? The police? You want to falsely accuse someone and then search them? You can't be a cadre's child, trying to use power to bully the common people." The girl's arrogance suggested she came from a well-off family, her spoiled demeanor evident. Most people still held strong senses of justice in these times. Consequently, some began to cast skeptical glances at her. "You can't be the daughter of some official, can you, to make such baseless accusations?" "Exactly. Earlier, people said the girl was far away from her, meaning she couldn't have stolen her money. Is she just jealous of her beauty? That must be it. Just look at how fair and pretty that girl is compared to her." "Shut up," the girl with the round face shouted, furious. "You're all definitely in league with her." Now, even the previously outspoken older lady with glasses fell silent. Ling Huaiyu addressed the bookstore clerk. "Comrade, everyone is quite busy. Since she is causing such unnecessary trouble, why not let us step aside and report this? It would save everyone time." The young man behind her added, "Don't worry, comrade. I was watching her the whole time, and even if the police come, I can testify for you." Ling Huaiyu smiled and thanked the young man. "Thank you very much." The young man's face flushed crimson, reaching the tips of his ears, as he lowered his head and murmured, "It's only right." The salesperson, initially annoyed by the commotion, suddenly found the girl to be quite reasonable. He instructed someone to summon the manager while asking the others to stand in line and wait. Ling Huaiyu broke away from the crowd, shaking off the girl's hand, exclaiming, "You poor thing, don't touch me. You're just a money-hungry fool, trying to extort people with a heart as dark as your expression." After waiting for a long time at the entrance without seeing anyone come out and hearing the ruckus inside, Ling Huaiyu could no longer contain herself. Upon entering, she overheard Ling Huaiyu scolding Song Yujun, calling her a poor wretch, which almost made her laugh in disbelief. How audacious for someone from the countryside to insult Song Yujun. Ling Huaiyu, you really are a naive country bumpkin to dare call her poor. Are you even aware of her family's background? Seeing Ling Huaiyu appear, Ling Huaiyu instantly realized that this was a deliberate provocation. Now I understand, she thought. How could I encounter such a wretched and unattractive person? Turns out she is your accomplice. No wonder. Song Yujun pointed at Ling Huaiyu, rebuking her. You indeed are just as Jiao Jiao described. Relying on your modest beauty to seduce that crippled fellow, thinking you've achieved something great by entering the Pei family. Just wait, I will make you pay for this. At that moment, the person in charge of the library stepped out. What's going on here? Ling Huaiyu seized the opportunity to speak first. This woman is my cousin, and we've never gotten along. She brought someone to falsely accuse me of stealing her money, trying to ruin my reputation. Ling Huaiyu quickly interjected, no, it's true. She did steal the money. She has always been a thief. Ling Huaiyu glared at her. You claim I stole it, but did you witness it? Ling Huaiyu hesitated for a moment before asserting, yes, I saw her take Jiao's money. Ling Huaiyu laughed mockingly. Do you have any shame? You weren't even in the store when the transaction happened. I arrived here with her, and only after we arrived did you come in. How could you possibly claim to have seen anything? Did you have a divine vision? The young man who had been observing quickly chimed in. Yes. You clearly weren't at that row of bookshelves. After this comrade entered, you sneaked off, leaving only this girl behind. He had been watching Ling Huaiyu suspiciously, initially thinking they were friends playing a prank, only to realize now that she intended to frame someone. This was outrageous. The librarian eyed the two of them with skepticism. So, you cousins are causing a scene on purpose in the library? That is not it. Song Yujun shouted. I don't know if they are cousins or not, but my money is definitely missing. She was right behind me. If she didn't steal it, then who did? Ling Huaiyu glanced at the time. It was nearly noon, and she needed to return to cook for Pei Guancheng. She had no time to entertain the antics of these two. Then let us call the police. Suddenly, Song Yujun shouted toward the distance. Brother, someone has stolen my money and refuses to admit it. Upon seeing the young man approach, the librarian's demeanor changed as well. Little girl, if you are innocent, you have nothing to fear from being wrongfully accused. Let them check you. Ling Huaiyu felt a surge of anger. She placed her hands in her pockets and immediately sensed something was amiss. Normally, she kept her pockets empty, but now she felt something inside. Was it cash? Ling Huaiju's expression softened as she saw the young man enter. Brother Jiaohui, you've come just in time. She stole Jiao's money and 1T admitted. Let us take her to the police station. Ling Huaiyu understood everything in an instant. I'll say it again, I didn't steal anything. If you search me without cause, you are infringing upon my personal freedom. Ling Huaiyu snorted. You must be guilty if you're afraid to be searched. The librarian, growing impatient, added, Madam, this is a library, not a marketplace. If you're truly innocent, we will apologize to you. But right now, those two believe you are the thief, and to prove your innocence, please allow us to search you. Ling Huaiyu stood her ground. They claim I stole. So if they want to search me, I say I didn't steal. This gentleman can vouch for my innocence. Why do you only favor them? The young man firmly asserted. Yes, I can assure you, she didn't steal. Ling Huaiyu smiled at this stranger, surprised that someone she had never met would stand up for her so gallantly. Song Jiaohui frowned. Comrade, I know my sister well. She wouldn't falsely accuse someone without reason. Here's the deal. If you are innocent, I will certainly apologize to you. Ling Huaiyu chuckled. I 1T accept your apology. A light-hearted statement doesn't ensure the perpetrator recognizes their wrongdoing. If you want to search me, you must make certain promises, just like the bookstore. The bookstore manager was reluctant. Why should she be involved? Song Yujun quickly agreed, fine. I lost 52 yuan. If it was to you who stole it, I will compensate you double. Double 1T due. Ling Huaiyu raised her index finger and shook her head. It must be triple. My dignity has been harmed. This isn't something money can truly compensate for, but it can serve as a slight recompense. All right. Song Yujun looked at her with disdain. Ling Huaiyu turned to the bookstore manager. What do you say, madam? The bookstore manager was hesitant, sensing that this girl was not to be trifled with. However, seeing the confident expressions of the Song siblings, she felt it would be unwise to offend them. After all, Song Jiaohui's mother, Lin Fengping, was the head of the procurement department at the neighboring department store, and his father, Song Daijun, was the factory manager of a hardware company. It would not do to ignore their family. The bookstore manager reluctantly stated, all right, I promise. If you are wrongfully accused, all materials today will be free. Ling Huaiyu glanced at the materials in her hand, estimating their worth at only 7 or 8 yuan. That one tea suffice. You are all in cahoots. I have suffered such great injustice that a mere few yuan cannot resolve it. You may not know, but my father-in-law is the police chief. If news spreads that the daughter-in-law of the Pei family is a thief, how will he face others? The manager's expression changed as she realized that this seemingly helpless girl had connections to the Pei family. Ling Huaiyu's companion felt a pang of disappointment. She was already married at such a young age. Song Jiahui looked astonished. You are Pei Guancheng's wife? He was familiar with Pei Guancheng, who had once been a legend at Sanzhong, having accelerated through grades since elementary school. 2 years older than him. Song Jiahui had been fortunate enough to sit next to Pei Guancheng in elementary school. Song Jiahui had always been an outstanding student, consistently praised for his achievements. However, in 6th grade, Pei Guancheng emerged and overshadowed him. He had tried to compete with Pei Guancheng, but before he could make his move, Pei Guancheng had already skipped to middle school. After persuading his parents, he too advanced a grade, but found middle school to be challenging. Meanwhile, Pei Guancheng had skipped to high school. When he finally entered high school, he heard that Pei Guancheng had suffered an injury and had never recovered. Song Jiahui couldn't help but feel a twinge of relief, as if a great burden had finally been lifted from his shoulders. He had just graduated from university and was assigned to the market supervision department, yet Pei Guancheng was already married. After considering for a moment, the librarian said, "How about this? I'll take charge today. Anything within 15 yuan will be free of charge. What do you think?" After all, she didn't want to offend Pei Guancheng's wife, as it could lead to complications in the future. Ling Huaiyu did not respond to Song Jiahui's words. Instead, she spread her arms. "Search me." Witnessing her boldness, the head clerk hesitated. Song Yujian urged, "Hurry up and search. I am certain she is the thief." With the arrival of autumn, Ling Huaiyu wore a yellow knitted jacket over a blue floral shirt, which had no pockets at all. The head clerk and another saleswoman thoroughly searched Ling Huaiyu, only to find 10 yuan, comprised of 2 old 5 yuan notes that clearly did not match Song Yujian's description of the money. She had stated that she brought 3 brand new 50 yuan notes and a collection of smaller denominations. "Impossible," Song Yujian exclaimed. "You must not have searched thoroughly. My money has truly been stolen. Besides her, there could be no other culprit behind me. Search again. Perhaps she has hidden it in her underwear." In this conservative era, such words were exceedingly inappropriate. Song Jiahui could not refrain from interjecting. "Xiao Wan, think carefully. Could it be that you lost it elsewhere?" "Impossible." Song Yujian insisted again. "I checked my pockets when I entered the bookstore, and it was still there." Ling Yujiao chimed in. "She must have stolen it. Brother Song, you do not know. She has always been a thief. My mother sent her back to the countryside because of her theft." The two clamored for a full-body search. "All right," Ling Huaiyu sneered. "You may search, but this time it is no longer about the money. If you find nothing, you too will kneel and apologize. What do you think, Brother Song?" Seeing Ling Huaiyu's assertiveness, Song Jiahui began to suspect that his sister might have wrongly accused her. "Xiaowan, let it go." Song Yujian was relentless. "If kneeling is necessary, then so be it. We must search." "Yes." Ling Yujiao was resolute. Today, Ling Huaiyu would not escape unscathed. Ling Huaiyu coldly retorted, "Words without proof are meaningless. Let's write a statement." Chapter 88. Do you wish to create enmity between our families? The bookstore clerk began to fear. "Comrade Song, perhaps we should let this go. The Song family may be formidable, but is the Pei family any less so? A written statement is just fine. Who is afraid?" Ling Yujiao spoke before Song Yujian could. Song Yujian was equally unyielding. "Exactly. You shall not escape today." It was infuriating. Not only had she stolen her money, but she also dared to flaunt her beauty while mocking her appearance. With such unscrupulous behavior, it was no wonder teacher Zhao adamantly refused to allow this daughter to live at home. It was evident how detestable this little vixen was in private. Ling Huaiyu pointed at Song Jiahui. "I cannot trust their character. You write the statement." Song Jiahui felt a headache coming on. Was it really worth causing such a ruckus over 50 yuan? He thought Ling Huaiyu did not strike him as the type to stubbornly deny wrongdoing. And he continued to persuade his sister. "Xiao Wan, listen with brother, are you still my brother?" Song Yujian retorted angrily. "You aren't siding with this person just because she is pretty, are you? You write it. We must search her. Add a clause that if the money is found, not only must she compensate me double, but she must also walk the streets with a sign declaring her a thief." Upon exiting the library, they walked along Dongdom and Fuyuan Street, and past South Creek Street. The city police station was located on South Creek Street, and Song Yujian's additional conditions were undeniably vicious. She proposed this not only to humiliate Ling Huaiyu, but also to embarrass the Pei family, given how Pei Guancheng had overshadowed her brother for so many years. After all, someone once said only Pei Guancheng was worthy of being her boyfriend. Ling Huaiyu's face turned frosty. If Miss Song is so domineering, then please proceed with your writing. Unable to withstand his sister's insistence, Song Chao Hui reluctantly drafted the statement himself. 4 copies were made, with the parties involved and witnesses signing and fingerprinting. Having frequented the police station in her previous life, Ling Huaiyu was quite familiar with such procedures. The bookstore clerk and a young man who testified, along with Song Chao Hui, all signed. After both parties collected their statements, Song Yujian smugly declared, "We have adhered to your rules. Now we can search, right? Search away." The bookstore clerk, accompanied by a saleswoman, led Song Yujian and Ling Huaiyu into a small storeroom, thoroughly searching Ling Huaiyu from head to toe, even inspecting her hair and the soles of her shoes. Song Yujian was utterly astonished. "How can this be? I truly lost my money." The bookstore clerk looked guilty. "I am so sorry, comrade Wei." Ling Huaiyu interrupted. "How you choose to repay kindness is your affair. I have fulfilled my obligation. Now, you must honor your agreement. Apologize. Compensate. Kneel." Song Yujian muttered, "But my money is truly gone." She was still studying and had no job, and her parents' allowance was meager. Saving 50 yuan was indeed a difficult task. Song Chao Hui could not bear to watch his sister humiliated. "Comrade, I will speak for my sister." Ling Huaiyu turned to him. "I have heard you are a university graduate, and you just wrote the statement yourself. How is it that you would write it and then act as if nothing happened? Perhaps your family possesses some influence, so, as the children of officials, you can bully others so casually?" Song Chao Hui's face flushed. He realized he had misjudged her. The girl, who appeared delicate, was indeed assertive. Ling Yujiao continued to struggle. "It has to be you. You must have hidden it elsewhere. They did not search thoroughly. Brother Song, you must believe me. Let's take her." Smack! Ling Huaiyu suddenly seized Ling Yujiao by the hair and slapped her twice. "You take my parents, you take my home. Do you think that after so long, I would be easy to bully?" She had long wished to hit Ling Yujiao, striking with ample force. The strength honed from years of farm work, making the blows particularly painful. Ling Yujiao's face immediately swelled. She could hardly believe Ling Huaiyu dared to hit her. "Ling Huaiyu, you wild child. You dare strike me? I will tell Mom, and let her deal with you." Ling Huaiyu landed another slap on her face. "Go ahead, go right now. Do you think I will be afraid? Do you think I am still that pitiful country girl from before? Ling Yujiao, you have grown taller and fatter. But have you not gained any sense? Do you think I still fear Zhao Shihua?" After several slaps, Ling Yujiao felt her teeth loosen, her jaw colliding with her cheek, and she tasted blood in her mouth. Song Yujian hid behind Song Chao Hui. "Brother, let us go. This person is a lunatic." She had been well protected by her parents her entire life and had never witnessed someone strike another person so violently. "Leave?" Ling Huaiyu tugged at Ling Yujiao. "Miss Song, have you forgotten? You owe me a kneel." Song Yujian shook her head. "You wish. I will never kneel to you." Whether or not she knelt, Ling Huaiyu was unable to do anything about it. Ling Huaiyu laughed coldly. "You seem to have forgotten the statement from earlier, if you do not kneel. I will ask my father-in-law whether he has offended anyone from the Song family. Since they dare not openly target him, they choose to bully me, the newlywed daughter-in-law, taking advantage of my youth and inexperience to slap the Pei family's face." This was no longer merely a matter of 50 yuan. It had elevated to a family feud. Song Chao Hui helplessly remarked, "Comrade Ling, this is likely just a misunderstanding. Why don't we?" Song Yujian was unafraid. "The statement?" She tore the evidence in her hand to shreds. "What statement? Do you think you can just write a few words and slander our Song family?" The bookstore clerk and a young witness were left dumbfounded by Song Yujian's actions. Had she forgotten? The 2 witnesses still had their copies of the statement. Song Chao Hui felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. How had his sister become so shameless? Song Yujian turned to the bookstore lady and asked, "Do you have any written proof?" The bookstore lady hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Ling Huil found her ignorance amusing. "Surely, you haven't forgotten that the item in question was written by your brother? The Public Security Bureau has experts who can authenticate handwriting. A mere glance would reveal whose writing it is. Furthermore, You even have fingerprints. Such evident evidence cannot be fabricated. Song Yujun's expression changed, and she said to Ling Yujiao, "Snatch the document." Ling Huaiyu remained unmoved, merely gazing at Song Chaohui. "Do you wish to provoke a feud between the Pei and Song families?" Unable to tolerate it any longer, Song Chaohui called out to his sister, Xiaojun. "Apologize to her." Song Yujun burst into tears. "Brother, she is bullying me. I will not kneel. I will not kneel." Chapter 89. Kneel and apologize. Ling Huaiyu turned to Song Chaohui. "You didn't tea by your university admission, did you? To bully a member of the Pei family, especially the newlywed wife of Pei Guancheng. Is this not a slap in the face?" Pei Guancheng was disabled, and Ling Huaiyu was his new bride. Song Yujun was clearly in the wrong. If this escalated to Pei Guancheng, he would feel compelled to defend his son and daughter-in-law. Moreover, while Song's parents held certain positions, their reputation in Linhuai City paled in comparison to the Pei family. They would not dare confront the Pei family. In that instant, Song Chaohui grasped the weight of Ling Huaiyu's threat. This young girl was far from the frail appearance she projected. Her thoughts were sharp, and her understanding of both families' backgrounds was profound. He inhaled deeply. "Xiaojun, apologize to Comrade Ling." "I won't apologize." Ling Huaiyu accepted triple compensation of 156 yuan, along with supplementary materials provided by the bookstore. Satisfied, she watched as Song Yujun and Ling Yujiao bowed and apologized. Before leisurely addressing Song Chaohui, "Comrade Song, I have always been one to appreciate kindness. Even though I feel a tinge of guilt for having struck my cousin today, allow me to share a piece of information as a form of compensation." Song Chaohui was baffled. What did compensating Ling Yujiao have to do with him? Ling Yujiao looked equally anxious. "Ling Huaiyu, what are you up to?" Ling Huaiyu patted her cheek. "Silly girl, love must be declared openly. If you don't voice it, how would he ever know?" "Comrade Song, my cousin has harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Otherwise, why would she lower herself to be your sister's servant? Considering her diligent service, you ought to reciprocate her deep affection. I wish you both a swift union of hearts." Song Chaohui was utterly mortified. How could he not know that Ling Yujiao had feelings for him? Yet, he simply did not find her type appealing. Meanwhile, Song Yujun, unaware of this revelation, glared at Ling Yujiao. "Your proximity to me is solely for my brother?" Her money was genuinely lost, and Ling Huaiyu had nothing on her. Could it be Ling Yujiao? She pointed accusingly at Ling Yujiao. "Brother, she has been by my side all along. If Ling Huaiyu did not steal it, then it must be her." "Enough." Song Chaohui interrupted his sister. "Are you not satisfied with the chaos? Come, we are going home. I want tea." Song Yujun was dragged away by Song Chaohui. Ling Yujiao stood up, glaring at Ling Huaiyu. "Ling Huaiyu, just you wait." Ling Huaiyu beamed brightly. "I extend the same sentiment to you, Chen Yujiao. You thief of my happiness, wait for me." Upon exiting the bookstore, Ling Huaiyu purchased a candied hawthorn, expressing gratitude to the young man who had spoken up. The young man, feeling bashful, replied, "I merely did what I ought to do. By the way, I noticed you bought review materials for middle school. Are they for your younger siblings?" "Not at all." Ling Huaiyu shook her head. "I bought them for myself. I had no opportunity to study before and wished to acquire more knowledge." The young man nodded. "Studying is always beneficial. By the way, I am Shun Jingyi." Ling Huaiyu chuckled. "I am Ling Huaiyu. Pleased to meet you, Comrade Jingyi. Truly a name befitting your character." Shun Jingyi had a square face radiating a sense of righteousness, complemented by black-rimmed glasses that inexplicably instilled comfort. Ling Huaiyu's comment made Shun Jingyi blush. "Keep the candied hawthorn. As a man, I really shouldn't tea." "Are men not allowed to eat?" Ling Huaiyu interjected. "Take it. I am unsure how to thank you. People like you, who dare to stand up for the weak, are rare. If you do not want it, you can take it home to your younger siblings." After speaking, Ling Huaiyu turned to leave, the golden sunlight casting a halo around her figure. Shun Jingyi held the candied hawthorn, his heart racing uncontrollably. At merely 18 or 19 years of age, how had she already married? Especially to the son of the police chief. Didn't they need to consider the legal age for marriage? Ling Huaiyu exited the bookstore, glanced at the time, and realized it was getting late. She needed to buy some herbs for Uncle G. "Uncle G, could you help me prepare these? I have something to attend to and must leave." She hastily dropped off the herbs and was about to depart when Qiao Yi opened her mouth to speak. "Sister Zilv, she is so busy." Uncle G grumbled. "People should not be too familiar. Once they are, they assume everything is your responsibility. Zhao Tiankai, upon hearing this, worked even harder in the yard, not wanting to cause Ling Huaiyu any trouble with Uncle Ji. Ling Huaiyu hurried home, realizing there was no time to stew a chicken. She cracked eggs, chopped chives, stir-fried them with eggs, and made 2 bowls of chive and egg noodles. While dining, she added a few coal balls to the stove and set the chicken to stew. She had promised to invite Yin Jin over for chicken. It couldn't be just empty words. In the afternoon, Yin Jin indeed arrived. If your relative wishes to go into business, the Zhangji Noodle House on the left side of the entrance to the 3rd middle school is closing down. You might want to ask if he is interested. Ling Huaiyu probed. Why is the Zhangji Noodle House closing? Yin Jin's expression was somewhat peculiar. Originally, it was run by 2 siblings together, but recently, the brother-in-law ran off with the sister-in-law. Now, the brother and sister are being ridiculed daily and have no inclination to continue their business. Ling Huaiyu's expression faltered. Was this really the conservative manner of the 1980s? Emboldened, she asked, "Cousin, do you know the asking price?" Yin Jin munched on an apple. That place belongs to old Zhang from the waterworks. His eldest son sacrificed himself 10 years ago while protecting the plant from enemy agents. Thus, this storefront was awarded to old Zhang's family as a state honor. They all have jobs at the unit, so this place is rented out to acquaintances. Outsiders cannot rent it. If you want it, I can inquire for you. Ling Huaiyu understood that in these times, renting was not as simple as it would be later. If the place was rented to enemies or spies, it would be problematic. Hence, most rentals were through personal connections. That would be troublesome. Cousin, please help me inquire. Grandma Chui called out to Ling Huaiyu at the door. Zilf, are you home? Ling Huaiyu put down her spoon and replied, I am here. Pei Guancheng preferred peace and did not welcome outsiders into the yard. Grandma Chui and the other old neighbors were well aware of this and typically did not visit uninvited. Ling Huaiyu stepped outside to converse with Grandma Chui. Yin Jin then remarked to Pei Guancheng, I think your wife might have been misjudged by your grandmother. Pei Guancheng, holding a book, remained expressionless. What do you mean? Leaning against a wrought-tan chair, Yin Jin casually tossed the apple core into the trash can. Xiaogu, for some reason, I feel your wife is not simple. Since she arrived in the city, numerous events have unfolded around the Ling family, each seemingly unrelated to her. Yet there is always a connection point back to her. Xiaogu, do you think this is mere coincidence? Chapter 90. Too many coincidences. Pei Guancheng's expression remained unchanged. His voice cool. If that is the case, it seems you're also connected to every case. Do you consider that a coincidence? Solemnly stated, Xiaoguan, I am not jesting, and you need not leverage my work against me. I speak solely to address the matter at hand. Pei Guancheng set down his book and gazed earnestly at Yin Jin. Brother, you are aware that her family cannot accept her. Otherwise, she would not be coerced into marrying me. To my mind, there are no mere coincidences. The incidents involve her relatives. And those so-called relatives are either morally flawed or petty thieves seeking trivial gains. Is it surprising that such people encounter misfortune? These matters have never been within her choice. Upon finishing his words, Pei Guancheng fell silent, his eyes fixed intently on Yin Jin. Pei Guancheng furrowed his brow. Why do you look at me like that? Surely, I am not implicated in these affairs. Yin Jin clicked his tongue twice. Brother, you have changed. You are no longer the same as before. In the past, you were sparing with words, fearful of uttering even one extra syllable. Yet just now you spoke extensively for that young lady. Pei Guancheng's expression turned cold. You may leave now. Yin Jin scoffed. Why would I leave? It was your cousin's wife who invited me over for chicken, and I lent her considerable assistance this morning. What assistance did you provide? Pei Guancheng could not help but inquire. Yin Jin languidly replied, I helped her resolve a troublesome matter. He recounted the events of the morning, and Pei Guancheng pressed his lips together. Is she in dire need of money? At that moment, Ling Huaiyu returned, holding a bundle of yarn. Yin Jin asked, Did Grandma Chui ask you to help knit a sweater? Ling Huaiyu affirmed, explaining that Grandma Chui's granddaughter had taken a liking to a sweater she had seen on Ling Huaiyu and had insisted on Grandma Chui advocating for her. With no alternative, Grandma Chui had given Ling Huaiyu 2 coins. Xiao Lu, I truly cannot refuse that stubborn girl. Consider helping your grandmother. Ling Huaiyu declined the money, reasoning that they were neighbors and she could not demand payment for everything. Moreover, Grandma Chui was a kind person who had even inquired about evening classes for her. Yin Jin raised an eyebrow. Xiao Lu, perhaps you could knit a sweater for your brother too. Just as Ling Huaiyu was about to agree, Pei Guancheng interjected. You wish to wear one? I shall knit it for you. Yan Jin quickly retorted. Forget it. It was merely a jest. Nonetheless, Ling Huaiyu still wished to knit a sweater for Yan Jin, as he had helped her on several occasions, including once at the old Ji courtyard, and again that morning. After all, should she open a store in the future, she would certainly need to trouble Yan Jin. Cousin, what color do you prefer? Pei Guancheng wheeled himself back into the room, abruptly departing. Ling Huaiyu remained oblivious, while Yan Jin recognized that his stingy younger brother was displeased. No, brother, you truly needn't. I wear a uniform daily, leaving little opportunity for other attire. The aroma of chicken wafted from the courtyard as Ling Huaiyu brought out a stewed chicken with yam and chestnuts. Yan Jin salivated. Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are wasted if you do not open a restaurant. Ling Huaiyu served Pei Guancheng a bowl of chicken soup and unexpectedly asked, Brother, do you know Song Chaohui? Pei Guancheng shook his head. However, Yan Jin took a sip of his soup. I know him. He is the son of Director Song from the hardware factory. Quite impressive, albeit slightly inferior to our Shaoguan. He was the first from our Linhuai city to gain admission to Peking University, but alas, our Shaoguan's health is poor otherwise. He abruptly halted, realizing he had spoken inappropriately, and swiftly shifted the topic. Why do you mention him? Ling Huaiyu shared chicken legs with both men. I have a cousin who has always admired him. My mother asked if I knew this person. Your cousin? Yan Jin recalled Ling Yujiao with disdain. Just based on her, she wishes to climb the Song family tree? Huh. Song Chaohui's mother cherished her son dearly. And were it not for Yan Jin's intent to deflate Ling Yujiao, she would not be deemed worthy in the eyes of the Song family. Meanwhile, Ling Yujiao, sporting a swollen face, wept before Zhao Xiuhua. Mother, she bullies me too much. She stole my money and denies it, even turning the tables, claiming I am envious of her good marriage and that I intentionally harmed her. I cannot help but chastise her, and she beat me to this state, sob. Zhao Xiuhua, already troubled by Chun Hongjuan's situation, felt her mood plummet further upon seeing Ling Yujiao in such distress. That wretched girl, how dare she strike you? This is outrageous. She could not spare a moment to comfort Ling Yujiao and hurried toward the Pei residence. Ling Huaiyu had not yet finished her meal when Zhao Xiuhua barged in. Ling Huaiyu, come out here. You have gained some audacity marrying a paralyzed man, thinking you have climbed the Pei family ladder. You dare to strike my Jiao. If I don't beat you to death today, I am not your mother. Ling Huaiyu rose and stood on the doorstep. You are not wrong. You're not my mother. Zhao Xiuhua's expression froze. Wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Ling Huaiyu looked at her with scorn. Have you come to demand an explanation without first asking your precious daughter why I struck her? She colluded with others to slander me as a thief, compelling me to disrobe in front of everyone. Do you truly believe I would let her off? Inside, Pei Guancheng abruptly set down his chopsticks and glanced at Yan Jin. Is the chicken truly delicious? Yan Jin was taken aback. What did he mean? The mother and daughter were quarreling. It was inappropriate for him to intervene, was it not? Nonetheless, it was certainly right for him to check on the situation. Officer Yin, what is happening here? Zhao Xiuhua had not anticipated Yan Jin's presence at the Pei residence, and immediately pointed at Ling Huaiyu. Officer Yin, my daughter Jiao would never lie. If she claims this wretched girl stole money, then she surely did. She is quite cunning. Just take her back and interrogate her, and you'll understand. Ling Huaiyu, feigning sadness, interjected, Mother, are you truly my biological mother? Why do you believe everything Ling Yujiao says while doubting my every word? You cast all blame upon me, as if you would rather see me imprisoned than believe I am innocent. Zhao Xiuhua retorted sharply, you were never a good child. If not, why upon your return have so many troubles arisen? Officer Yin, do you not find it peculiar that she has caused such a stir since her return? Ling Huaiyu produced a written statement from Song Chaohui. Officer Yin, look at this. It is personally penned by Song Chaohui, with signatures from him, his sister, the bookstore manager, another witness, and Ling Yujiao herself. Given this, do you still think I am slandering her? Zhao Xiuhua reached for the document, but Yan Jin snatched it away. Teacher Zhao, your bias is not justified. From what this document reveals, it is Xiao Lu who has been wronged. As her biological mother, should you not apologize to her? Chapter 91. The Song family's favoritism. Zhao Xiuhua burst into laughter. Apologize to her? In your dreams. She is my daughter, and from the day she was born, she has owed me. Even if I wished her dead, that would be her due as a daughter. Pei Guancheng suddenly appeared at the door. So, you believe you can bully us Pei family members? Zhao Xiuhua, realizing her misstep, felt a wave of fear wash over her. What had she just said? In her fury, she seemed to have insulted Ling Huaiyu for marrying a paralyzed man. Pei Guancheng continued, I will call my father-in-law and inquire why, if he looks down upon me. He would allow his daughter to marry me, and then come here to humiliate me. Zhao Xiuhua's bravado crumbled. No, Xiao Pei, please listen to me. I am merely. Pei Guancheng fixed her with a cold gaze. Apologize to my wife. In that moment, Zhao Xiuhua understood. Ling Huaiyu was no longer merely Ling's daughter. She had become Pei's daughter-in-law, the wife of Pei Guancheng. To insult Ling Huaiyu in front of Pei Guancheng was to tarnish the dignity of this disabled man. I'm sorry. Zhao Xiuhua, begrudgingly, lowered her head to apologize to Ling Huaiyu. With reddened eyes, Ling Huaiyu replied, Mother, if you wish to repay kindness, treat cousin and cousin well. I have never held any grudges against you. But could you occasionally remember that I am also a person, your daughter? Why must you treat me as an enemy? Why? Mom, Zhao Xiuhua muttered, her lips trembling slightly, her eyes still filled with resentment, yet she dared not speak further. She suppressed her anger and exited the Pei family's courtyard. Ling Huaiyu, with tears glistening in her eyes, turned to Yin Jin and said, I apologize for letting my cousin witness such a spectacle. Yin Jin suddenly felt a pang of guilt for having doubted Ling Huaiyu earlier. With a mother like this, how could one not be troubled? Even if one sat quietly at home and did nothing, trouble would still come knocking at the door. One could hardly blame the young girl. Pei Guancheng inquired, Was it the Song family who wronged you? Ling Huaiyu shook her head. It's nothing. It's all in the past. Pei Guancheng's fist clenched. Did she feel so helpless that she wouldn't confide in him about her grievances? The Song family. Song Chaohui. He took note of it. Lin Fengping, Song Chaohui's mother, expressed her dissatisfaction. What if she is the Pei family's daughter-in-law? Knowing she was wronged, is triple compensation not enough? Yet they even made our Jewer kneel and apologize to her. This is simply outrageous. I must speak with Pei Guancheng. Even if he is the police chief, he shouldn't bully people like this. Song Chaohui intervened. Mom, this isn't entirely the fault of the Song family. It's my younger sister and her friends who have gone too far, insisting that she stole. They weren't satisfied after searching her once. They even had her stripped for a second search. Lin Fengping, distressed for her daughter, retorted with so many people around. Why did only Jewer and Ling Yujiao accuse her of theft? There must be a reason. If she hasn't done anything wrong, why should she fear being searched? Since they are certain she stole, searching her again is justified. If nothing was found, it would prove her innocence. Forcing Juror to kneel reveals the malice in that woman's heart. And you, as Juror's older brother, to stand by and watch your sister endure such humiliation? Song Chaohui suddenly felt that his mother was being unreasonable. Mom, why should someone innocent be accused of theft? If you were wrongfully labeled a thief, would you be pleased? Lin Fengping erupted in anger. Am I comparable to her? Song Chaohui, have you lost your senses? How can you compare your mother to her? Enough. Song Daijun interrupted his wife's tirade. You shouldn't coddle Jewel too much. She is an adult. Is it mature to accuse others without evidence? Song Yujue cried again, Dad. How can you side with her? I truly lost my money. The only ones close to me were her and Ling Yujiao. If it wasn't her, who else could it be? Song Chaohui couldn't help but interject. You personally supervised the search from her hair to her shoes. If she had stolen, would she dare to make the money disappear before your eyes? Song Yujue sobbed, I don't know, but my money, it really is gone? It's so upsetting. Not only did I lose my own money, but I also had to pay 156 as compensation. It's infuriating. Suddenly, Song Daijun suggested, could it be your good friend Ling Yujiao who deliberately harmed her cousin? Song Yujue casually replied, that's impossible. Ling Yujiao likes my brother. She wouldn't help an outsider bully me. Lin Fengping felt uneasy at that moment. What? She likes your brother? I've heard people say she has a cursed fate. Even her own parents met unfortunate ends. And now her brother is in the hospital after a fight. Good heavens, that girl must be carrying some ill fortune. Chaohui, keep your distance from her. What nonsense. A homeless girl staying with the Ling family dares to covet my son. Lin Fengping looked at her son, determined to arrange a marriage for him immediately. Otherwise, if he fell for a little vixen, she would regret it forever. Song Chaohui was lost in thought about his sister's 52 yuan, which she claimed was missing. It was only those few people present at the bookstore. If Ling Huaiyu didn't steal, Could there have been another thief who slipped away while they were arguing? As this realization dawned on him, he felt a wave of guilt. He shouldn't have treated the girl so poorly. That night, Ling Huaiyu entered her refuge, sitting beneath the peach tree, caressing a few crisp new bills. Ling Huaiyu truly is relentless, even stealing Song Yuju's money to frame me. If it weren't for this unforeseen circumstance, no one would believe me today. For people only trust what they see. Ling Huaiyu resolved to change her strategy. After all, Yanjin and Pei Guancheng had already witnessed Zhao Xiuhua's shamelessness. Henceforth, as a daughter scorned by her own mother, should she confront her mother, it would be entirely justified. Zhao Xiuhua had the audacity to confront her in Dalian for Ling Huaiju's sake. If she didn't retaliate, it would be a disservice to a mother's love. Ling Huaiyu decided to visit her cousin Chen Hongjun in the hospital, hoping to discuss family matters with him. Zhao Xiuhua was in a foul mood today. Chen Hongjun had treated her coldly, and Ling Huaiyu had been bullied. When she returned home, her son Ling Yulong was drenched, his books soaked. What happened? Zhao Xiuhua's anger surged again. Ling Yulong sniffled. Mom, they bullied me, threw my backpack in the water. A bunch of little rascals. Zhao Xiuhua's heart ached for her younger son. Don't worry, Mom will go sort them out tomorrow and get you. Before she could finish, Ling Huaiyu entered with a stern expression, grabbing Zhao Xiuhua by her scant hair and slapping her. What the hell did you do today? Chapter 92. Little Green's provocation. Zhao Xiuhua screamed, clutching her hair in pain. Ling Huaiyu, have you lost your mind? Ling Huaiyu struck her several more times, pinning her on the sofa and delivering a barrage of blows. Seething, Zhao Xiuhua, you've been living too well. You spend your days doing nonsensical things. I worked hard to establish a connection with the Pei family, marrying off her daughter well. Instead of fostering good relations, you went to stir trouble. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Xiuhua cried out in anguish, shielding her face with her arms, too frightened to move. Ling Huaiyu hugged Ling Yulong, terrified to make a sound. She had never seen her uncle so enraged. Dad, my mom is... Don't call me Dad. Ling Huaiyu roared. I have no daughter like you. You belong to the Chen family, not the Ling family. Ling Huaiyu's pent-up resentment erupted at that moment. He glared fiercely at Ling Huaiyu. Did you accuse little Green of stealing? Ling Huaiyu stumbled back in fear. No, Dad. Uncle, it was a misunderstanding. Song Yuju's money went missing. She lowered her head, stammering, too afraid to elaborate. She had called Ling Huaiyu Dad for 10 years, yet he showed no affection, only concern for his biological children. Suddenly, Ling Yulong dashed out, kicking and punching Ling Huaiyu. Dad is a bad person. I hate you. I hate you. Ling Huaiyu, in his 30s, had only this son. How could he bear to raise a hand against him? He restrained his anger, holding the kicking and punching Ling Yulong. Yulong, everything Dad does is for you. If it weren't to pave the way for you, would I bother with the pace? Zhao Xiuhua wept. Ling Huaiyu, you're inhumane. After all these years of bearing your children and raising them, you return to blame me because of a few words from that wretched girl? You incited your biological father to beat your own mother. I regret giving birth to you. Shut up. Ling Huaiyu snapped, unable to contain his fury. If you hadn't acted so recklessly, would Pei Guancheng have called me? Pei Guancheng only asked him one thing. Is Ling Huaiyu the daughter of the Ling family or the daughter-in-law of the Pei family? Ling Huaiyu understood the implication. If one were a loving parent, then this daughter was a good daughter. But if one wished to continue as before, to scold and chastise, it was a different matter altogether. She was the Pei family's daughter-in-law. Any reprimand would be a slap in the face to the Pei family. Ling Huaiyu felt a pang of discomfort as he thought about Xiao Lu, who had been away from the countryside for far too long and had grown distant from them. No matter the shortcomings of her parents, they were still her biological parents. How could one hold a grudge against their own father and mother? Every child endures hardship. Why was it that she cannot bear it? Ling Huaiyu, however, was not in the mood to consider her father's feelings. The next day, she brought a few apples to the hospital to visit Chen Hongjun. Upon seeing Ling Huaiyu, Chen Hongjun wore a sullen expression. What brings you here? He asked. With a faint smile, Ling Huaiyu replied, Yesterday, your father hit your mother because of you. I said, cousin, why can't you make things easier for yourself and keep your parents from bickering all the time? That's your mother, not mine. What business is it of mine? Chen Hongjun snapped, his voice rising in anger, startling a nearby nurse who almost dropped her glass bottle. Keep your voice down. This isn't just your family. You're disturbing others' rest. The man in the adjacent bed echoed his displeasure. calling for his wife to help him to the restroom. An elderly lady, nimble on her feet, also wandered off, unwilling to witness the young man's perpetual scowl, especially with his head wrapped in bandages, looking fearsome as if he were criminal. Once the ward was devoid of others, Ling Huaiyu spoke softly. Cousin, why the anger? Regardless of how you feel, you've lived in my home for 10 years. One must remember kindness and not be ungrateful. If it weren't for the pain coursing through his body and the throbbing in his head, Chen Hongjun would have liked to strike out in fury. Remember kindness? He shouted. Your mother caused my mother's death and stole her money, while your family lives comfortably, expecting me to remember kindness? Dream on. Ling Huaiyu was taken aback. You speak nonsense. If my mother truly robbed yours, why would she send me to the countryside? Shouldn't she have treated me poorly and tried to toss you and Ling Yujiao into an orphanage instead? Chen Hongjun scoffed. Her actions are merely for show, to cover up the fact that she caused my mother's death. Ling Huaiyu vehemently disagreed. You mustn't be so excessive. If she didn't genuinely care for you, would she have supported your education for so many years? Although the family business will eventually go to Xiaolong, she seemed to realize she had misspoken and quickly added you shouldn't be upset. After all, Xiaolong is my father's biological son, and my mother dotes on him. It is only natural that the family business goes to him. But don't worry, cousin. My mother will certainly ensure you are well taken care of and will find a way to help you marry. Chen Hongjuan's expression darkened further. Zhao Xiuhua acted as if she cared for him, but deep down, her true affection lay with her biological son. Throwing a daughter to the countryside was nothing. She should try throwing her son there instead. Ling Huaiyu continued to persuade him. Cousin, sometimes you mustn't blame my mother. She has her difficulties. That Yao Tzuelan is not a good person. My mother forbidding her from being with you is also for your own good. In the future, let's marry someone more grounded. Chen Hongjun interjected. What did she do to Tzuelan? Of course, she was driven away. Ling Huaiyu began to speak, but quickly closed her mouth, her face stiffening. Cousin, don't ask. This matter is truly not my mother's fault. Who told Yao Tzuelan to insist on coming to the hospital to take care of you? You know how much my mother despises such behavior. Sigh. I haven't said anything at all. Chen Hongjuan's fists clenched, veins bulging, his teeth grinding together. He wondered how, during his days in the hospital, not once had he seen Yao Tzuelan. It turned out Zhao Xiuhua had sent her away. Zhao Xiuhua? Was she incapable of seeing him happy? Where had Tzuelan gone? I don't know. Ling Huaiyu exclaimed nervously. I haven't said anything. I know nothing. Cousin, you should focus on your recovery. I must take my leave. Her expression seemed to be a cover for Zhao Xiuhua, proving they were indeed mother and daughter. Once outside the ward, Ling Huaiyu's panic vanished, replaced by a growing smile in her eyes. Yao Tzuelan had clearly left on her own, after such a turn of events. How could she dare to stay? Ling Huaiyu intended to visit old lady Zhao, but unexpectedly spotted Zhao Xiuhua in a corridor, seemingly accompanied by someone. Who could that be? Chapter 93. Zhao Xiuhua's secret meeting with a man from a distance. Zhao Xiuhua spoke to the man beside her. Find a way to get Ling Huaiyu away from me. The man, in his 40s, donned a white shirt beneath a gray jacket, his polished shoes gleaming, hair slicked back with gel, exuding an imposing presence. Where do you want to take her? He inquired, brushing a leaf from Zhao Xiuhua's shoulder, his hand swiftly sliding to her waist. Ling Huaiyu could not hear their conversation clearly, but observed everything distinctly. The man's hand first rested on Zhao Xiuhua's shoulder, then smoothly encircled her waist, leaving her astonished that she did not shy away. A woman who does not reject intimate contact from a man other than her husband must either share a blood relation or be involved in an affair. Ling Huaiyu suddenly recalled the name Wang Quanghua, which old lady Zhao had mentioned. Could it be Wang Quanghua? Ling Huaiyu took a silk scarf from her bag, wrapping it around her face, then stuffed a small pillow into her loose sweater, making her abdomen protrude. Supporting her waist with one hand, she slowly approached the pair. Suddenly, Wang Quanghua halted, pulling Zhao Xiuhua behind a dense wall of ivy. Ling Huaiyu swiftly concealed herself beneath a banyan tree, hidden from their view. Zhao Xiuhua exclaimed in panic. What are you doing? This is a hospital. People are everywhere. If someone sees us... Wang Chuanghua's hand had already slipped beneath the hem of her shirt. What are you afraid of? It's cold today. There are fewer people around, so no one will see, he replied. Tell me, how long has it been since you last visited me? Zhao Xiuhua's eyes flashed with disgust, her expression displeased. Yet, under his caress, she gradually blushed, wrapping her arms around his neck, leaning languidly against him. Ever since that little vixen returned, I have not had a moment of peace. Last night, that scoundrel Ling Huaiyu even hit me for her. Boo-hoo. As Zhao Xiuhua spoke, her voice grew more plaintive, eventually collapsing against Wang Chuangua's shoulder in tears. He embraced her, soothing her. Oh, stop crying. Your tears make my heart ache. It's just a little girl. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. As he spoke, he lifted Zhao Xiuhua's shirt. We rarely get to meet. Let's not keep talking about your family troubles. Zhao Xiuhua grasped his hand. Wang Ge, we can't act recklessly. We're in public, too many people around. Let us find a quieter place next time, all right? Ling Huaiyu sensed that Zhao Xiuhua appeared somewhat afraid of Wang Quanghua. Why would she be afraid? Was he using their illicit affair to threaten her? Wang Quanghua then said, the day after tomorrow, no one will be home. Come to my place. Zhao Xiuhua hesitated, but I have class that day. Wang Quanghua chuckled. A chilling sound. Zhao Laosher, you've taken leave more than once. Why can't you do so this time? If you don't come to my house, I'll go to yours. You decide how to handle this. As he spoke, he pulled her shirt up and leaned down to bite her. Zhao Xiuhua gasped, don't bite there. If that jerk sees it, I want to be able to explain myself. The two, hidden by the ivy, indulged in their secretive rendezvous before finally composing themselves to head to old lady Zhao's hospital room. Ling Huaiyu observed their retreating figures, feeling an inexplicable nausea rise within her. At their age, they still could not contain their passions. How fervent they must be. She intended to gather information about Wang Quanghua, but found herself unable to break away. After much contemplation, she decided to enlist Wang Zhao's help. He had grown up in Linghuai City and knew every nook and cranny. Since he lingered outside until dark every day after school, he would be perfect for the task. It was the weekend, and Zhang Yufeng was not at home, having taken her 2 children to visit relatives. While her outing was understandable, she had also locked the courtyard gate, leaving Wang Zhao, clad in a thin autumn shirt, shivering and aimlessly wandering about, unsure of where to go. Ling Huaiyu, observing his discomfort, hesitated to offer him a coat, for fear that upon Zhang Yufeng's return, she would unleash her wrath upon them. Although Ling Huaiyu was indifferent to the situation, she did not wish to disturb Pei Guancheng's tranquility. Come with me. Ling Huaiyu set down her vegetables and led Wang Zhao to a small noodle shop at the street corner. Handing the proprietress 2 coins, she said, Sister, my brother has lost his keys and cannot get in. I will give you an extra 50 cents if he can stay here a bit longer. Had the recycling station not been so far, Ling Huaiyu would have considered taking Wang Zhao there. The proprietress, a kind-hearted woman, waved her hand dismissively. What are you saying? Aren't you the wife of the Pei family? I know Wang Zhao. He can sit as long as he likes. It's the weekend, after all, and there aren't too many customers this afternoon. The noodle shop was located just down the street from the family compound, and the proprietress was well aware of Zhang Yufeng's character. To Ling Huaiyu's surprise, the woman recognized Wang Zhao and even refused to take the money. Sister, please cook a bowl of noodles for the child and make sure he has enough to eat. The proprietress sized up Ling Huaiyu, thinking she was beautiful and kind-hearted, but wondered about her fate. Married into the Pei family, which appeared glamorous, but what would happen when Director Pei no longer cared for the son? While the proprietress was busy, Ling Huaiyu took the opportunity to mention her inquiry about Wang Quanghua. I just want to know where he lives, who his family members are, what they do, and what kind of person he is. Please be discreet. He seems rather troublesome, and I wouldn't want anyone to find out. Wang Zhao patted his chest, assuring her, Sister, you could trust me. I've watched the Underground Party films several times. I want to make a mistake. Ling Huaiyu handed him another 5 yuan, saying, You'll need some money while you're out. Take this. You can even treat your little brother to a snack. But sister, I can't accept this. Wang Zhao protested, tears welling in his eyes. Take it. Ling Huaiyu insisted, her expression firm. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Zhao wiped his tears, marveling at how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful sister. However, Ling Huaiyu extinguished his sentiment with her next question. Little Zhao, how do you say bus in English? Wang Zhao was left speechless. After ensuring Wang Zhao was settled, Ling Huaiyu hurried home to prepare lunch for Pei Guancheng, washed the white garments soaking in the basin, and tended the small vegetable garden. She busily thinned out the dense seedlings of bok choy and radish, transplanting some into the courtyard while saving the rest for later consumption. As she pulled some seedlings for dinner, she noticed a thin, dark-haired youth staring at her at the gate. Who are you? Ling Huaiyu asked, rising to her feet. The young man scratched his head, a sheepish expression on his face. You're Pei Ji's wife, right? I'm Chen Tao, here to deliver honeycomb coal for your family. Ling Huaiyu suddenly remembered that their supply of coal was running low. Come in, she invited, quickly tidying the area where the coal would be placed and picking up some of the broken pieces. Chen Tao unloaded the coal from his cart, and Ling Huaiyu attempted to help, but was stopped by Pei Guancheng's voice. Let him do it. Chen Tao nodded and grinned. My Pei Gu is right. I deliver coal all around East City. Sister, if you ever run out, just let me know. I live the end of the street near the alley. Ling Huaiyu felt a bit embarrassed by his address to her as sister, considering that she and Pei Guancheng were not truly married, though they did possess a marriage certificate. Flushing, she excused herself to fetch water for Chen Tao, retreating inside to gather her thoughts. Outside, Chen Tao remained oblivious to her discomfort, continuing his conversation with Pei Guancheng. Pei Gu, brother who suggested we should gather some coal ash before winter and make our own honeycomb coal. What do you think? That is not feasible. Pei Guancheng firmly rejected the idea. While honeycomb coal is essential for every household, some families receive it from their workplaces, and the profit margins are too slim. It's not worth the trouble. Have Wei Ping check with brother Hu. If he knows the routes well, I'll consider it. Chen Tao, though not as clever as Li Wei Ping, was obedient, taking Pei Guancheng's words to heart, grateful for the life he had been given by him. Ling Huaiyu returned with the water. Comrade Chen, here is some water for you. Chen Tao clapped his hands, cheerfully accepting the enamel cup. Sister, you're too polite. Ling Huaiyu felt her cheeks flush again. Pei Guancheng, noticing the rosy hue on her face, was inexplicably reminded of the bright red apples on the coffee table, which lightened his mood considerably. In the afternoon, Ling Huaiyu made her way to the recycling station. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of Zhao Tiankai, his face bruised and battered, and Qiao Yi, with red eyes, crying uncontrollably. What has happened? Zhao Tiankai lowered his head, not wanting her to see his injuries. It's nothing. I just fell when the cart tipped over. That is not true. Qiao Yi sobbed. Someone Wu Ti let us sell buns, beat up my brother, and even overturned our cart. That weekend, the siblings had decided to skip the area near the 3rd middle school and instead set up their stall at the vegetable market. However, their luck was poor. They had barely sold one steamer of buns when an elderly woman approached, looking for trouble. Who allowed you to set up shop here? Having accompanied Ling Huaiyu in business for some time, Zhao Tiankai had learned a bit of cunning. Seeing the old woman's aggressive demeanor, he quickly smiled and replied, Auntie, we are just. Before he could finish, the old woman shoved Qiao Yi. Get lost. This isn't a place for you to be. Beggars from the countryside shouldn't come to the market. Qiao Yi, already standing in an area where the old vegetables were discarded, stumbled and fell, her shoe breaking in the process. With autumn upon them, Qiao Yi had no proper footwear. The siblings had sneaked out, and she only possessed one pair of sandals. Zhao Tiankai had repeatedly repaired the broken shoe, but after this fall, it was beyond salvation. Qiao Yi scraped her elbow and, heartbroken over her ruined sandals, began to cry. Seeing his sister in tears, Zhao Tiankai could no longer contain his anger. Auntie, why are you like this? If you don't want us to sell, we won tea. But why do you have to push her? He reached out to pull his sister up, but the old woman shoved his cart instead, fearing she would topple the steamer. Zhao Tiankai instinctively raised his hand to block her. The old woman fell, crying out, Hey look, this young man is bullying an elderly woman. As she shouted, 2 men rushed over. One pinned Zhao Tiankai to the ground while the other kicked over the steamer. 5 steaming buns tumbled onto the ground, and many opportunistic bystanders rushed to snatch them up, indifferent to the plight of Zhao Tiankai and his sister. Qiao Yi felt a pang of heartbreak. Those buns represented hours of hard work, made with half a bag of flour and filled with meat. You can't take our buns? She cried, attempting to reclaim them, only to be shoved aside by a woman with a child. Pinned down, Zhao Tiankai had his face pressed into the mud, blood seeping from his gums as he helplessly watched the scene unfold. In that moment, he felt the full weight of humiliation, utterly powerless to defend himself. Once the looters had taken their fill, the siblings managed to right their cart only to find that 3 steamers had been stolen. Anger, sorrow, and a desire to scream overwhelmed them. But the ordeal was not over. Soon, neighborhood patrol officers arrived, questioning, Where did you come from? Is there an introduction letter? Dare to do business here? As he spoke, he attempted to take the siblings to the police station, but fortunately, Li Weiping intervened and rescued them. Tiao Yi sobbed in Ling Huaigreen's embrace. Sister Green, they are so bullying. They hit people, snatched buns, and even wanted to steal the steamer. It's just too much. The little girl harbored a fierce resentment, wishing to transform into a heroic figure from the movies to confront those bullies. Ling Huaigreen comforted her, saying it's all right. If the buns are gone, they're gone. We could buy a new steamer. With your sister here, nothing will happen. After soothing Tiao Yi, she asked Zhao Tiankai, last time, I noticed Tiao Yi's sandals were broken, and your shoes can't be worn anymore. I told you to take her to buy new ones. Why didn't you go? Zhao Tiankai attempted to smile, but the effort pulled at his wound, causing him to grimace painfully. At the recycling station, Uncle G discarded some old cloth scraps, which I washed and prepared to make shoes for her. I just haven't had the time. Ling Huaigreen glanced up and saw several cloth pieces drying in front of the sibling's small dwelling. Dogwa, buying a pair of shoes doesn't cost much. The time you save could earn you more money. Do you understand? Zhao Tiankai nodded, feeling a pang of sadness within. He longed to earn more to ensure the siblings had warm clothes for winter. Ling Huaigreen encouraged him, saying, just sell at the entrance of Sanzhong. It's strictly monitored there, so there won't be major issues. We can discuss the shop once I secure it. Zhao Tiankai was astonished. Can we really have our own shop? Chapter 95. Is he useless? The matter of the shop was strictly confidential. Ling Huaigreen stealthily observed Zhang Ji Noodle Shop at Sanzhong's entrance and noticed many people eyeing the location, indicating its desirability. If it weren't for the fact that most properties were owned by the state, and private landlords feared trouble and hesitated to rent, this shop would likely fetch a high price. Although the work at the public security office was busy and not as chaotic as before, various hostile elements and criminal forces still thrived. Therefore, the police station bore significant responsibilities. She thought it prudent not to rely solely on the authorities and to seek information herself. Even if the location she found was slightly inferior to Zhangji's, it could still provide some income for Zhao Tiankai. Keep this under wraps for now. Don't rush to set up a stall tomorrow. Take Tiao Yi to buy shoes and a couple of outfits. In this city, people judge by appearances. If you're dressed in patched clothes, they will dare to bully you. Zhao Tiankai glanced at his own patched clothing, realizing there were indeed too many. Ling Huaigreen continued her persuasion. This is the city, not the countryside. While frugality is commendable, people subconsciously look down on those who dress too poorly, often deeming them as easy targets. Besides, when doing business, you must at least present yourself neatly to instill confidence in your customers. Go on, don't hesitate to spend a little. Buy clothes for both yourself and Tiao Yi, and get some soap to tidy yourselves up. Zhao Tiankai glanced at his sister's frail figure, recalling the helplessness he felt when pinned down earlier, and he gritted his teeth, resolved to procure new clothes. After the siblings left, Uncle G leisurely approached Ling Huaigreen, just a fellow townsman, and you are quite kind. Ling Huaigreen took a broom and helped him tidy up the yard. We are all suffering souls. Every little help counts. That child has helped me before. Uncle Yi scoffed. You're so young, calling someone else a child. Ling Huaigreen sighed, feeling the weight of age pressing upon her. Though reborn with a youthful body, inside, she felt a desolate decay, as if an essence of old age lingered about her. Uncle G retrieved some medicated plaster, used this during the day, and apply this at night. It should be enough for the winter. Ling Huaigreen bit her lip. Uncle G, could you teach me how to acupuncture? I wish to help him feel better. She felt guilty towards Pei Guancheng, who provided her with shelter and food while she often ran around, causing him trouble. Uncle G grunted, you're getting ahead of yourself. You've eaten a few buns and helped me clean. Now you want to impose on him? Ling Huaigreen felt awkward and apologized. Uncle Yi, enough. Uncle G turned and went inside, tossing her a diagram. Take this home and memorize the acupoints. Figure out on your own. And if you want me to teach you, I'll need to see if you have the aptitude. Acupuncture is not like applying plaster. A mistake can lead to accidents. Ling Huaigreen expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle G. She resolved to make Uncle G a pair of cotton shoes and knit him a sweater. Yet, she still had not finished knitting the sweater for Grandma Chui's granddaughter and had sweaters for Pei Guancheng and Uncle G waiting in line. She couldn't fall behind in her studies either. She hadn't completed her first year yet, and if she didn't hurry, it would be ages before she could attend night school. Moreover, she wanted to investigate Zhao Xiuhua's case, find a shop for Zhao Tiankai, and consider what other foods could be sold alongside buns. To conduct business, She needed to inquire at the market supervision office about whether individual operators needed a business license. Ling Huaiyu felt overwhelmed with tasks and found her time insufficient. That night, her lamp burned late. Pei Guancheng emerged to refill water and heard her softly reciting Yangling Quan acupoint, located on the outer side of the knee, one finger below the edge of the tibia. Ah, here it is, Zufuli acupoint. While Ling Huaiyu was engrossed in studying the acupoint diagram, she heard a commotion outside and hurried out. Brother, do you want water? I'll pour it for you. Pei Guancheng replied coldly, I am not useless. He filled his thermos with hot water and wheeled himself back to his room. Ling Huaiyu sensed his displeasure. Did he feel she was treating him like a burden? Yet she felt her monthly allowance from Uncle Pei was inadequate if she did nothing herself. In the stillness of the night, the sudden call of a cuckoo echoed. Ling Huaiyu quickly donned her coat and slipped on her shoes, trying to minimize the noise as she stepped outside. Wang Zhao was indeed waiting at the door, glancing around before quickly handing her a note. I've written everything down. I'm heading back. He hurried off, leaving Ling Huaiyu without time to give him the prepared cake. Before she could close the yard door, she heard a heated argument between Wang Guoqiang and someone else. Where have you been at this late hour? I went to the public restroom. Isn't there a toilet at home? Your wife thinks my bowel movements stink and won't let me use our toilet. I can't just hold it in. Mind your language. That asks your mother. Show some respect. Ling Huaiyu lay on her bed, eyes closed, pondering how many hardships one must endure in life to reach the end. She opened the note from Wang Zhao, whose handwriting was barely legible, but she could still decipher it. 72 Wudong Alley, Nanxi Street. His wife, Huang Deifan, works at the soap factory. Nanxi Street? That street is filled with clothing and shoe shops. Did Wang Quanguo open a store there? Ling Huaiyu decided to investigate. Pei Guancheng noticed his little wife had been particularly busy, rising early to prepare his meals and leaving promptly after tidying up. Recently, she had even corrected his tests. When Li Weiping visited, he sensed Pei Guancheng's uncharacteristic gloom. Guancheng, brother who said he has a close relationship with two coal bosses from Meishi. That route should be fine, and he knows the area well, so it should be relatively safe. Pei Guancheng nodded and said, all right, you should go to the Qingsong cement factory and find Director Qian. He will grant you a note. Li Weiping was taken aback internally, although his expression remained composed. After all, his brother was quite remarkable. Without leaving his home, he was able to connect with so many individuals, truly impressive. Li Weiping recalled the incident at the market yesterday. I suspect those siblings were being watched, but I cannot ascertain by whom, nor do I understand the motive behind targeting a pair of rural siblings. Pei Guancheng's expression turned cold. The business was initiated by Ling Huaiyu, and it was uncertain who the actual target was. If you have the time, keep an eye out and see who is intent on causing them trouble. Li Weiping was astonished. Pei Guancheng typically avoided meddling in others' affairs. Why was he making an exception this time? All right, Ling Huaiyu, clad in a traditional blue floral jacket with a tightly wrapped mask and headscarf, still managed to sneak a small pillow under her clothing, presenting the guise of a pregnant woman as she appeared on Nanxi Street. Upon reaching Nanxi Street, she unexpectedly encountered Zhao Xiuhua, accompanied by Ling Yujiao. Jiao, listen to your mother. Your Uncle Wang's clothing store pays 30 yuan a month and provides lunch. Quite a good deal. Ling Huaiyu observed the two at a street-side wonton stall and decided to join them. The stall owner asked, Big sister, what would you like to eat? Ling Huaiyu replied, adopting the accent from the neighboring Rongxin market, I would like a small bowl of wontons. Zhao Xiuhua remained oblivious to her presence, fervently persuading Ling Yujiao, Jiao. Working from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., in a clean environment shielded from the elements. What's wrong with that? Ling Yujiao slammed her chopsticks down. What's good about it? 10-hour workdays from morning to night, bowing and scraping like a servant, and earning only 30 yuan a month. Ling Huaiyu, doing nothing, received 80 yuan from Director Pei each month, along with additional support from Haicheng, totaling at least 100 yuan monthly. She mused that even if she and that paralyzed man consumed a pig each month, they would not spend that much. The last time she saw Ling Yujiao, she had gained weight and appeared fairer, dressed differently from before. Mother, how can a country girl who hasn't even graduated from elementary school live better than me? A high school graduate? Ling Yujiao's jealousy festered since their last encounter, leading her to contemplate revenge on Ling Huaiyu. Yet, she did not expect that the little wretch would escape unscathed, causing her to fall out with Song Yujun as well. It was baffling. The money had originally come from her pocket, yet it had vanished. Ling Huaiyu had no idea of the depth of Ling Huaiju's resentment towards her. Jiao Jiao, Zhao Xiuhua implored. No matter how much money she has, Pei Guancheng's son is already 4 years old, and his mother has given birth to a daughter. They are still preoccupied with their son. When a younger one grows up and needs to study, work, and marry, expenses will arise, and the in-laws may not be pleased. Just wait and see if Pei Guancheng's money will still be so easily accessible then. At that point, Ling Huaiyu, who has served others her whole life, will have nothing to offer. No education, no skills. What can she do? If she tries to work, what will happen to that useless man at home? If they have children, the burdens will only multiply. Don't just look at her current facade. Consider her future struggles. Ling Huaiyu paused, gripping her chopsticks. She had pondered this issue. Pei Guancheng could not possibly support Pei Guancheng forever. The bond forged through guilt over his son's troubles would fade as the youngest grew older. She had never intended to rely on others. In this world, no one could be trusted. Self-reliance is paramount. Behind her, Ling Huaiju's mood improved somewhat. Then I don't want to sell clothes. Working for myself is too degrading. Mother, why not have Dad think of a way to get me a job at the police station? If not, becoming a primary school teacher would suffice. Running a personal business offers nothing. Having a stable job is far better. Benefits during the new year, housing, retirement, and education for children. Moreover, with a respectable job, she could hold her head high in front of Song Chao Wei. Zhao Xiuhua sighed. It's not that I haven't inquired. The job market is not as free as before, and it's getting increasingly strict. Those with jobs are waiting for retirement to hand over to their children, who would be willing to let go. Why don't you work for now, and I will see if I can find something suitable for you later. Ling Huaiyu remained dissatisfied. 30 yuan a month was hardly sufficient for her expenses. The department store had recently stocked many new cosmetics. Even Song Yujun, with her coarse features, looked much better after applying some makeup. Mother, his salary is too low. Can't you speak to him and ask for 50? Zhao Xiuhua, unable to refuse her daughter, replied. You start working, and I'll speak to your Uncle Wang. If he won't help, I will supplement you from here. Is that all right? Yes, Mother, you are so kind, Ling Huaiyu exclaimed, embracing Zhao Xiuhua affectionately. Even without turning around, Ling Huaiyu could feel the warmth between mother and daughter. And despite having witnessed such scenes countless times in her past life, her heart still felt a pang of discomfort. Zhao Xiuhua took Ling Huaiyu to Wang Quangu's clothing store, the Butterfly Beauty. After about half an hour, Wang Quangu emerged with Zhao Xiuhua, and the two headed home. Ling Huaiyu stealthily followed behind. Watching them enter the address Wang Zhao had mentioned, and she felt reassured before turning back to the street. Master, there's been a small incident at home. Could you assist me by going to the soap factory? Ling Huaiyu handed the three-wheeled driver 5 yuan as a tip before sending him off, then turned back to keep watch. She had to calculate the timing precisely. If Wang Quangu proved ineffective and could not last even half an hour, she would need to provide some excitement. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no one was watching, she swiftly climbed the elm tree outside Wang Quangu's home. Once inside her space, she vanished from sight, observing the movements of the two inside the courtyard. Once inside, they did not seem particularly rushed. Zhao Xiuhua tied on an apron to cook, while Wang Quangu retrieved a bottle of ergo-to liquor and a dish of peanuts. The dishes quickly made their way to the table, and the two began to drink. After a few cups, Wang Quangu, feeling tipsy, said, Xiuhua, you know, back when I was studying, I had my eye on you. Why don't you divorce Ling when high and be with me instead? Zhao Xiuhua, not intoxicated, swatted his hand away. What nonsense are you talking about? Our children are all grown up. Divorce? I would lose my job. Wang Quangu, wrapped in liquor's embrace, insisted. Xiuhua, do you look down on me? Of course not. How could I? You do. You see my work as inferior to Ling Wenhai's respectable job. That's not true. You've had too much to drink. I'm not drunk. I'll prove it to you. From her perch in the tree, Ling Huaiyu had a clear view through the small window, observing everything inside. The two, feeling safe now that those at work and school had left, let their voices rise in volume. In her space, Ling Huaiyu soaked cotton in alcohol, lit it, and shot it out with a slingshot, hitting the fire-starting newspaper prepared in Wang Quangu's home. The newspaper ignited, spreading flames along the walls to the cloth covering the cabbage, with smoke gradually filling the room, while the occupants remained blissfully unaware. It's on fire, Ling Huaiyu shouted loudly a couple of times before hastily retreating back in her space. Chapter 97. Huang Dafan is quite ruthless. Huang Dafan, noticing the flames from a distance in her yard, rushed in, frantic. Neighbors on both sides sensed something amiss and followed her inside. In the house, Wang Quangu and Zhao Xiuhua finally realized something was wrong and scrambled out of bed. Clothes hastily thrown on, fearing that Huang Dafan would barge in. You scoundrel, you dare to cheat." Then came the sounds of a fierce scuffle between the two. Several elderly women from the yard, hearing the commotion, could no longer contain themselves and rushed in. Wang Quangu, in a state of panic, managed to pull on a pair of pants, only to find they were women's, struggling to hoist them up, leaving them awkwardly around his knees. On the bed, Zhao Xiuhua trembled, wishing to rise, but in the throes of passion, their garments lay strewn about, and before she could gather them, a quick-handed old woman snatched them up and tossed them out the window, landing perfectly atop a pile of newspapers. The elderly women, seasoned by life's experiences, observed Wang Qiwangua's predicament without a hint of embarrassment, exchanging knowing glances with amusement. Oh dear, how could one engage in such conduct? Just 2 years prior, this would have led to disgrace. They clucked their tongues. How shameless. To seduce a man in broad daylight. How desperate one must be. And to think, he is quite the undesirable. Zhao Xiuhua felt as though her face had been torn to shreds, wishing to sink into the earth, yet finding no refuge. Wang Quanhua, cradling his head, pleaded for mercy. "Dafan, Funner, please forgive me. This isn't my fault. She seduced me, seeking to secure her daughter a job, and pull me into bed against my will. I swear I meant no harm." He knelt before Huang Dafan, slapping his own face in remorse. "I know you care for me. I would rather hurt myself than cause you pain. This is my fault alone. I was foolish enough to let myself be taken advantage of. I am truly sorry." Ling Huaiyu watched in astonishment as Wang Quanhua displayed such an audacious willingness to humiliate himself. Zhao Xiuhua, with her remaining tufts of hair, nearly had them torn from her head by Huang Dafan. "You shameless creature, to dare seduce my man. I shall make you pay dearly." What followed stunned not only Ling Huaiyu, but the entire courtyard. Huang Dafan rushed into the yard, seized the tongs from the stove, and pinned Zhao Xiuhua down, aiming the tongs at her. Zhao Xiuhua's shrill screams pierced the air, sending shockwaves through Ling Huaiyu's senses. Wang Quanhua, taken aback, quickly attempted to wrest the tongs from Huang Dafan. "Dafan, listen to me. You may be angry, but we cannot let this escalate to such extremes." Several bewildered elderly women sprang into action, some restraining Huang Dafan while others assisted Wang Quanhua in disarming her. Zhao Xiuhua, having cooked on their stove without closing the flue, allowed the coal to burn brightly, leaving the tongs unattended. Ling Huaiyu surmised that Zhao Xiuhua, with her petty and unscrupulous nature, had intended to waste Huang Dafan's coal. While the tongs now smoldered, their tips glowing like a branding iron, she shuddered at the thought of the pain that awaited. Inside, Zhao Xiuhua lay bare, clutching her legs in agony, writhing on the bed, overwhelmed by pain that felt like a soul-wrenching torment. Huang Dafan, having dealt with Zhao Xiuhua, turned her wrath upon Wang Quanhua, resembling an enraged lioness as she delivered several stinging slaps before sinking her teeth into his neck. Wang Quanhua, startled by the pain, shoved Huang Dafan away. "Have you lost your mind, Dafan?" With bloodied teeth and a ferocious grin, Huang Dafan retorted, "Yes, I am mad." "Wang Quanhua, do you know your worth? You were nothing but a beggar when my father took you in, financing your business. When you knelt before my father asking for my hand. What did you say then?" Huang Dafan, her formidable physique radiating strength, delivered another kick that nearly knocked the breath from Wang Quanhua. "Have you forgotten? This courtyard, these shops belong to my family. You have consumed my resources and dare to betray me? You must be courting death." Ling Huaiyu was astounded. She had never witnessed such fierce defiance in a woman. A sudden realization struck her. Had she possessed such tenacity in her past life, she would not have suffered so. Unbeknownst to her, Huang Dafan's fierce demeanor was not newly acquired. Her father and uncle had both served in the military. Her father sacrificed himself to save her brother, leaving her in the care of her uncle. He raised her as his own, doting on her fiercely, which instilled in her the bravery to stand up to her brothers. When Wang Quanhua pursued Huang Dafan, her family disapproved, as they deemed him unworthy. Yet Huang Dafan was resolute. "I am drawn to his visage. I will not settle for anyone else." Ultimately, her uncle relented, granting her the family business and a generous dowry. Thus, Huang Daifin's fierceness was not innate, but cultivated through the love and indulgence of her family. Wang Quanghua, brimming with frustration, implored, "Funner, you have struck and scolded enough. Let her dress and leave. We cannot allow this to become a spectacle." Before Huang Daifin could respond, the local police arrived, having been alerted to reports of unlawful confinement and assault. Chapter 98. This embarrassing scene. I cannot bear to witness. Huang Daifin showed no fear, ushering the officer inside. "Yes, I struck her. This wretched woman came here to steal my man." "Officer, if it were you, would you not react?" The young officer, still unmarried, blushed deeply upon seeing Zhao Xiuhua's disheveled state and retreated. "Sister Zhang, you handle this?" Officer Zhang entered, immediately recognizing Zhao Xiuhua, and turned to her colleague. "Quickly take her away. She has connections with the city bureau." Huang Daifin, however, was unwilling to let her go. "Wait. She is coming to my home. I deserve to know who she is." Amidst the crowd, a voice boomed. "Isn't she teacher Zhao from the Central Primary School?" Others chimed in. "Indeed. I was puzzled this morning when she didn't show up for class. Turns out she was here to betray her marriage. My grandson is in her class. How can she abandon her students for such scandalous behavior? I must report this." The earlier commotion had already drawn a crowd, and with the police's arrival, onlookers flocked closer, eager to witness the unfolding drama, especially upon learning that a teacher was involved. Ling Huaiyu, no longer hiding, whispered to those nearby, "Huang Daifin truly is formidable to wield tongs in such a manner. What will happen next?" Nearby, an elderly woman clucked her tongue. "Goodness, that place is ruined. She may have trouble even using the restroom in the future." "Indeed," Ling Huaiyu added, sharing sunflower seeds with the woman. "Tell me, how can Huang Daifin possibly continue her life after such chaos?" The old woman, enjoying their conversation, replied, "Why not? Life goes on. Her family is living quite well. Her uncle works in a municipal office, and her several brothers are quite capable. Otherwise, how could Huang Daifin, who lacks both looks and education, find a position as a warehouse manager in a soap factory? Yet, her partner is somewhat lacking, being a son-in-law who came over during a famine without a proper job, and still manages to engage in such affairs. Just wait, the Huang family will not let him off easily." The aunt spoke fervently, revealing the details of Huang Daifin and Wang Quangu's affair. Ling Huaiyu, munching on sunflower seeds, understood that Wang Quangu likely had no genuine affection for Zhao Xiuhua. He simply disliked Huang Daifin and wanted to cheat in secret. He harbored thievish intentions, but lacked the courage to pursue other young women, only daring to associate with Zhao Xiuhua, who, after all, did not require his commitment. "She must be sent to the hospital." The female officer frowned and asked, "What about her clothes?" The toothless old lady chuckled. "Her clothes are all burnt to ashes, officer. I don't think she feels any shame. Otherwise, she could just wrap herself in a blanket to go out." "How absurd," Huang Daifin retorted angrily. "That blanket belongs to my family. Even if it were burnt in a latrine, I would never give it to her." The policewoman, full of disgust, called out to Wang Quangu, "Find your clothes and let her put something on." Huang Daifin still wanted to make a scene, but was restrained by a neighborly aunt. "Funner, the police are doing their job. Don't hinder their work." Huang Daifin, though stubborn, was sensible enough to cease her protests. Zhao Xiuhua, having suffered burns and unable to wear pants, was wrapped in Wang Quangu's coat and carried off to the hospital. A young man nearby whistled. "Oh, it's no wonder old Wang likes her. Her skin is quite fair." An older woman smacked the young man, saying, "Shut your mouth. A few years ago, whistling at a woman like that would have earned you a handful of peanuts. Don't take it lightly." As Ling Huaiyu entered the office in the morning, many congratulated him. "Hey, Ling Ku, congratulations." "Ling Ku, there's good news. Don't forget to treat your brothers." Ling Huaiyu pretended not to see his colleague's sour face and greeted others with a smile. "What's there to congratulate? At my age, what's left to celebrate? I can't even hope to have another son." Yet deep down, he knew better. The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ling Huaiyu had mentioned encountering a gang involved in counterfeiting tickets, urging him to take credit for it. Upon learning this, Ling Huaiyu didn't inform his colleagues and went there himself, handcuffed. Fortune favors the bold. At his age, he had to seize opportunities. The gang had barely begun their operations when Ling Huaiyu caught them, coincidentally encountering a patrol from the Joint Defense Team, which made his capture relatively effortless. Several times, He had seen Pei Guancheng and wanted to inquire about the matter, but had never found the right moment. Today, it seemed the matter was settled. Indeed, as soon as he brewed some tea, Pei Guancheng summoned him. Last time, you achieved a great feat. The Bureau is going to commend you. Given your experience, the leadership has decided to transfer you to the logistics department to manage procurement. Although logistics can be complex, your rank will also rise, likely by the year's end. What do you think? Ling Huaiyu was elated. The logistics department was excellent. Who didn't he know that the logistics division handled all procurement for the entire unit? From seasonal uniforms and bedding to office supplies and various training equipment? At his age, he was not overly concerned with promotions. He simply wanted to save some money for his son's future. Old Pei, logistics is crucial for the Bureau's operations. At my age, I really don't want to be too idle. I'm willing to shine in the logistics role and support the frontline colleagues with a stable foundation. Pei Guancheng nodded. All right, don't announce this yet. We'll discuss it in next week's meeting. As Ling Huaiyu exited Pei Guancheng's office, he felt elated. He was about to rise in rank and fortune. Master Ma had been correct. His daughter truly was a phoenix, bringing him great surprises upon her return. Old Yu was jealous. But what could he do? After all, he was related to Director Pei. In high spirits, Ling Huaiyu returned to his office, rifled through some documents, and pretended to be busy while contemplating inviting both families over for dinner, as Ling Huaiyu had been married for 3 months. Suddenly, Old Yu knocked and entered. His expression peculiar. Minister Ling, the hospital called. Your wife has been admitted. Ling Huaiyu couldn't help but frown. What happened to Zhao Xiahua? Moreover, Old Yu's eyes held a hint of mockery. What did that mean? Chapter 99. Zhao Xiaohua's embarrassment. Ling Huaiyu made his way to the hospital slowly. Before even entering the ward, he overheard several people discussing. Did you see? The one just brought in by the police, without even wearing pants. Caught cheating. His wife caught him. And oh, she's fierce. She burnt him with a fire tool, and now he needs surgery to treat the burns. Doctor Jiang said they have to cut him open to apply medicine. Otherwise, it will block his urethra and lead to infection. TSK, how shameful. Now that he has stuck together, let us see how he continues his affairs. Ling Huaiyu's eyes reflected disdain. Serves him right. Such a woman, unfaithful to her vows, deserved this fate to maintain societal decorum. He approached the nurse's station and inquired, Excuse me, which room is Zhao Xiahua in? The nurse's expression changed dramatically, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked, May I ask, who are you to her? I'm her husband. Ling Huaiyu replied, slightly impatient. He had to perform diligently at work in the coming days. He couldn't afford to spend all his time at the hospital. The nurse's expression grew even more peculiar as she pointed diagonally across the hall. Room 303. Ling Huaiyu shot her a glance, thinking he would complain about the nurse's lack of enthusiasm later. As he approached room 303, he heard piercing screams from within, and the hallway was crowded with people. Apparently, the one screaming was the very person who needed surgery to treat her burns. Cut her. Does she still have the face to scream? I'd rather die than have to deal with her. Ling Huaiyu thought as he saw the curtain drawn in the room, and suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He wanted to turn and leave, but his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground. Inside, a female doctor was scolding. What are you screaming for? You didn't make a sound when you were with him. It serves you right to be in this state. It's truly unlucky to perform surgery on a woman like you. Don't expect good attitudes from doctors these days, without the regulations in place. How could Zhang Yulian from the countryside have been so arrogant? Ling Huaiyu watched from a distance, not approaching. Let Ling Huaiyu bear this embarrassment alone. Ling Huaiyu, with a dark expression, attempted to leave, but a nurse pushing a medication cart spotted him. Comrade, aren't you the patient's husband? You'll need to help wash and change her dressings. We're short-staffed. Upon hearing he was the patient's spouse, everyone in the hallway, strollers, water fetchers, caregivers, and cleaners, turned to give Ling Huaiyu a scrutinizing look. His face flushed with embarrassment. He wanted to leave, but the nurse wouldn't let him. Where do you think you're going? Can't you see how many people are here? As the family member of the patient, you must assist, regardless of how your spouse ended up. Take this. The nurse insisted, thrusting the medication tray into his hands. Ling Huaiyu gritted his teeth, took the tray, and strode into the room, pulling aside the curtain. The doctor was nearly finished with the procedure, stitching up the wounds. Upon seeing Ling Huaiyu enter, she frowned but didn't say anything. Engaging in such acts would infuriate any man, and one cannot blame them. Zhao Xiaohua instinctively attempted to pull the blanket over herself. But the doctor reprimanded her, saying, "Stay still. We have just 2 more injections to complete." Ling Huai유's gaze fell upon the stitches, where the burn scar was distressingly prominent. Anger surged within him, causing his rationality to slip away entirely. He hurled the medication tray at Zhao Xiaohua's head and struck her twice across the face. "Shameless wretch. Why don't you just die? How dare you show your face in the hospital, bringing disgrace to the Ling family?" Godi, Yusti. It was no wonder old Yu wore an odd expression. He was enjoying the spectacle. The joy of his recent promotion evaporated, leaving only a profound sense of humiliation. "What are you doing?" In the chaos, the doctor got caught up in Ling Huai유's frenzy, accidentally poking Zhao Xiaohua's wound deeper, causing her even more pain. The ward descended into turmoil, with people crowding at the entrance to witness this bizarre commotion. Ling Huaiyu, still panting with rage, kicked the hospital bed before storming out, not bothering to look back. By afternoon, he had not calmed down when the hospital called again, informing him that old Zhao was to be discharged and that Chun Hongjun needed to settle the medical expenses. "Let that old hag leave on her own. If not, go find her daughter. This is none of my concern." Ling Huaiyu kicked over a coffee table, nearly wanting to destroy the entire house. But a shred of lingering rationality reminded him that all these belongings were purchased with his own money. Unable to continue his rampage, he let out a primal roar. Ling Yujiao stood at the door, trembling and reluctant to enter. With the incident surrounding Zhao Xiaohua, her fortunes had not fared any better. While in the shop, she had eagerly tried on a beautiful new dress, admiring herself in the mirror, when Huang Dafan arrived, slapping her several times, scratching her face, and yanked down her pants to expose her, declaring that she was no better than her mother. If not for the intervention of a few elderly women, Ling Yujiao believed Huang Dafan would have stripped her bare. Her work had barely begun when it ended, and feeling wronged, she returned home only to hear Ling Huai유's angry shouts, leaving her hesitant to step inside. Ling Yulong returned home crying, "Dad, I don't want to go to school anymore. They say my mom is having an affair, sob, calling me the son of a harlot." The scandal surrounding Zhao Xiaohua had escalated significantly, and when the parents of other children learned of it, the principal promptly expelled her. Despite her pain, Zhao Xiaohua sought help from Professor Huang. "Godmother, please help me." Professor Huang's daughter-in-law disdainfully replied, "My mother is not home, and furthermore, you should not come here in the future. Do not spread rumors. Our families are related, but we have no connection to you." After shooing Zhao Xiaohua away and spitting, she returned inside. "Say, Mom, she is gone." Professor Huang sighed, alas. She was once such an ambitious young girl. How has she come to this? The daughter-in-law advised, "Mother, you have done much for her. Look at her actions. Who would behave in such a manner?" Some people, when they rise, become arrogant and forget their roots. Professor Huang remained silent, perhaps having misjudged her character after all. Ling Huaiyu, in high spirits after tidying up Zhao Xiaohua's affairs, planned to buy some ribs to stew with yam. Just as she weighed the ribs, she nearly collided with a man at the market. Bare-chested and smoking, he grinned widely. "Did I bump into you, little sister?" Ling Huaiyu instinctively recoiled, nearly bumping into a vegetable stall, lowering her head to conceal her fear. The vegetable vendor chided, "Zhu San, you scare the girl." Zhu San's lewd gaze roamed over Ling Huaiyu. "Is that so? Little sister, would you like me to cut you some meat to calm your nerves?" Ling Huaiyu hurried past him, exiting into the street, her heart still racing with fear. What was she afraid of? She had already killed Zhu San in her previous life, leaving him unrecognizable. Why did he still terrify her? Sitting on the curb, she hugged her arms, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. "Do not be afraid, Ling Huaiyu. Do not fear. If you can kill him once, you can kill him again. Zhao Maokai is already dead. Zhao Wenbing is currently missing. Chun Hongjun has been injured, and Zhao Xiaohua is finished. What else is there to fear? The days ahead will improve. Their suffering will eventually come to pass. As long as I am ruthless enough, I need not worry." "What's wrong?" A concerned voice interrupted her thoughts. Ling Huaiyu hastily wiped her tears and looked up to meet Song Jiaowei's worried gaze. "Are you all right?" Having just exited the market, he noticed a figure in light green sitting by the roadside. Initially indifferent, he soon recognized her as the young girl he had met previously at the bookstore. Ling Huaiyu, with tears still in her eyes and her nose slightly red, wore an expression of indescribable confusion and fragility. She brushed off the dust from her pants and stood to leave without a glance in his direction. Song Jiahui felt a peculiar discomfort as he watched her frail figure depart. What was wrong with this girl? He had done nothing to offend her, yet she treated him with such indifference. Returning to the courtyard, Ling Huaiyu saw Pei Guancheng basking in the sun and promptly said, "Brother, the sun is rather bright. Let me help you inside." Pei Guancheng nodded, and, as he looked up, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Ling Huaiyu's face. Has she been crying? After assisting him into the house, Ling Huaiyu began preparing a fire to wash the ribs and soak peanuts. Pei Guancheng softly remarked, "The hospital called. They said your grandmother is being discharged with no one to care for her." Ling Huaiyu, expressionless, replied, "The Zhao family and the Ling family are of no concern to me." After a moment's thought, she added, "Brother, if possible, please inform Uncle Pei not to pay special attention to Ling Huaiyu due to my marriage. I have no ties to that family or to any of them." She harbored a deep resentment for the Zhao family and equally despised the Ling family. They had never regarded her as family, only seeking to exploit her for their gain. Why should she allow that? Without offering anything in return, they wished to profit from her. Such a deal was far too advantageous. Pei Guancheng merely acknowledged her with a grunt, remaining silent as if unaware of Ling Huaiyu's disquiet. After Zhao Laotai was discharged to the Ling house, Ling Wenhai ignored her, and she wailed in the courtyard, cursing him for being heartless and unfeeling. Had he not been so cold, Zhao Xiuhua would not have sought solace elsewhere. Ling Wenhai, furious, dragged Zhao Laotai out, barking at Ling Yujiao, "Take her back to the countryside. If you don't return her, you needn't come back either." Ling Yujiao, devoid of her previous support, red-eyed, half-pulled, half-dragged Zhao Laotai outside. Just as they reached the gate, Zhao Xiuhua alighted from a tricycle. Ling Yujiao, feeling wronged, called out Mom. Zhao Xiuhua remained silent, and together they loaded Zhao Laotai onto the tricycle. From a distance, Zhao Laotai's curses could be heard. "What a disgrace! Why don't you just die? How can you still have the face to live?" A woman whispered to another, "What a disgrace! If I were her, I wouldn't have the face to live." Zhao Xiuhua's fall from grace somewhat alleviated the resentment felt by the townsfolk over her having taken away a daughter-in-law's job, yet added a touch of scorn. Her daughter was already married, yet she had an affair, and to make matters worse, she was caught. Another woman remarked, "Indeed, what was wrong with Ling Huaiyu? He had a respectable job. Why would he be outdone by some petty individual? Instead of enjoying a good life, she had to stir up trouble. Women are truly the harbingers of chaos." Old Lu approached. "I've heard she lost her job at the school. Recently, Ling Huaiyu has been busy transferring Ling Yulong. Grandma Wang harbors a dislike for Ling Yulong, often sneaking touches to pinch her grandson's face, muttering that it is no wonder he struggles with his studies, given the mother he has." Zhao Xiuhua and Ling Yujiao accompanied Grandma Zhao back to the countryside. Meanwhile, Chun Hongjun, neglecting the hospital bills he owes, sneaks away to return to the small courtyard he once shared with Yao Tsulan, only to discover it has been occupied by new tenants. Yao Tsulan has truly left. Clenching his fists, Chun Hongjun feels a severe headache. All of this is Zhao Xiuhua's doing. She caused his mother's demise, seized the wealth that rightfully belonged to the Chun family, and believes that a few minor favors will erase his hatred. Dream on. And Tsulan, the one who treated him so well, has also been driven away by Zhao Xiuhua. He wishes to banish everyone who shows him kindness, intent on rendering him utterly alone. Suelan, where have you gone?" Chun Hongjun wanders about with a bottle of liquor in hand. Meanwhile, Yao Tsulan supports an elderly man who is out of breath, assisting him upstairs and kindly loosening his belt as he leans against a chamber pot. The elderly man, trembling, says, "Tsulan, why don't you marry me?" Yao Tsulan, adjusting his trousers, replies, "Director Jiang, what are you saying? What is my status and what is yours? To be able to serve you is already a blessing. I cannot possibly aspire to marry you." The 70-something retired director of a cotton spinning factory, whose children are busy with work, has been provided with a caregiver. He holds Yao Tsulan's hand, insisting, "Tsulan, just say you are willing. If you are, nothing else matters." Yao Tsulan's eyes redden. "Director Jiang, your grandson is older than me. While you can protect me now, what about in a few years? I am a woman of misfortune, and I cannot live a life shrouded in ambiguity." The director, voice hoarse, reassures her, "Do not worry. My children and grandchildren are well off and will ensure you have a secure future." Yao Tsulan leans against him, saying, "Director Jiang, I truly desire nothing. I simply feel safe by your side. knowing I won't be taken back to the countryside to be married off. Just having a place to call home is enough for me. The elderly man pats her hand. Do not fear. I will make arrangements. Meanwhile, Yan Jin cautions not to inform Ling Huaiyu that the shop at the entrance of the third middle school has been secured. Let us find a time to meet the landlord. Ling Huaiyu is overjoyed. Is it confirmed? Yes. Yan Jin pauses. However, the rent is somewhat steep. At 500 yuan a year. Is that too much? The average worker's salary is less than 500 yuan a year, and Yan Jin worries that Ling Huaiyu may struggle with such rent. But Ling Huaiyu is elated. Thank you, Brother Yan. That location is worth 500. Even 1,000 would be excessive. Many people look down on individual businesses, while some with the means have been frightened off by previous speculation and dare not venture into commerce. Others are merely waiting for a clear opportunity before diving in. Otherwise, this shop wouldn't be available to me. Seeing her genuine happiness, Yan Jin suggests, since you believe it's fine, we can meet with old Zhang this weekend to sign the agreement. As for the rent, you need not worry. Pei Guancheng suddenly interjects, his expression seeming less than pleased. Ling Huaiyu senses his discontent. Brother, I have money. She wonders if Pei Guancheng is upset because he fears she might borrow money from Yan Jin, which would bring shame to the Pei family. Pei Guancheng turns away and enters the house. Ling Huaiyu is taken aback, pondering what she might have done wrong. Yan Jin, unable to watch any longer, advises ignore him. He is just like that, petty and quick to anger. Ling Huaiyu dismisses the matter lightly. After all, she relies on Pei Guancheng for her living arrangements, and tolerating his bad temper seems reasonable. Compared to her previous challenging employers, Pei Guancheng is a saint. Yet as they leave, Yan Jin pulls Ling Huaiyu aside at the door and whispers, Xiao Lu, please be a bit more forgiving when Xiao Guan loses his temper. He wasn't always like this. He used to be optimistic, cheerful, and eager to help others. Do you remember Chun Tao and Li Weiping, who often visited your home? They both survived thanks to Xiao Guan. Our Xiao Guan was once exceptional and warm-hearted, always helping elderly women with their carts and finding shelter for homeless children. Even when confronted with a child who stole, he treated them kindly. He is intelligent, resourceful, and has never caused us a moment's worry. Who wouldn't adore such a child? He is the pride of us all. However, the proud eagle soaring high has had its wings cruelly clipped. Xiao Lu, do you comprehend what that signifies? Ling Huaiyu's throat constricts as she chokes out, I understand. In her previous life, even as he suffered from illness, he maintained his innocence and offered her refuge during her times of hiding. Thus, in this life, when Ling Huaiyu insists she marry Pei Guancheng, she feels an anger born of manipulation, but also an innate willingness. She had no opportunity to repay him in her past life. In this life, she shall devote herself to caring for him until old age. Yan Jin's voice becomes thick with emotion. No, Xiao Lu, you do not understand. You will never grasp what has transpired with Xiao Guan. That disaster was one he could have avoided. On the day of the college entrance examination, his uncle was supposed to take him, but had an unexpected matter to attend to, leaving Xiao Guan to ride there alone. As he passed through a familiar alley, a child suddenly stumbled out and fell nearby. It was none of his business, yet he still intended to stop and check on the child. That single stop led to Ling Huaiyu's eyes widen in shock, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. She knows Pei Guancheng was deliberately harmed due to Pei Guancheng's reckless actions. But she had no idea of this additional layer. Those individuals not only sought to harm Pei Guancheng, but also to exploit his benevolence, condemning him to a life of regret for having paused to care for that child. A heartless act. They aimed to destroy not only Pei Guancheng's body, but also his mental fortitude, ensuring he would suffer in despair and remorse for the rest of his days. Pei Guancheng has not succumbed to madness. He is already remarkably strong. Thus, Xiao Lu, treat him kindly. You are different to him. Yan Jin gazes at Ling Huaiyu with a complex expression, which is also why he is so willing to assist her. For he sees in Pei Guancheng's eyes a reflection of her essence. Perhaps this girl could help him revive. After Yan Jin departs, Ling Huaiyu hides behind the courtyard wall, shedding silent tears before drying her eyes and entering. In the days that follow, her dedication to practicing acupuncture intensifies. Excellent. Old Ji assesses Ling Huaiyu's knowledge of the leg nerve acupuncture points and meticulously observes her technique and accuracy, nodding in approval. Very good. After another week of practice, you'll be ready. However, first, I must teach you how to massage his muscles. If you are to perform acupuncture, Awakening the muscles is essential for optimal results. Ling Huaiyu hesitates for a moment. Uncle, I should first discuss it with him. She understands she cannot make decisions regarding Pei Guancheng without consulting him. After concluding her conversation with Old Ji, Ling Huaiyu leads the Zhao siblings to the shop at the third middle school. This shop is approximately 50 square meters, neither particularly large nor small, but includes a small courtyard with 2 main rooms and an additional side room, making it quite convenient. Therefore, Ling Huaiyu pays an extra 200 yuan to rent the courtyard as well. Zhao Tiankai exclaims with excitement. Xiaolu, can we really do business here? Yes, we can. Ling Huaiyu affirmed. The agreement has been signed. Whenever you have time, bring Tiao Yi over to help with the cleaning. Once I obtained the business license, we shall commence our venture. Young Tiao Yi, now grasping the situation, inquired, so in the future, we want to have to push the cart selling buns everywhere? Indeed, no more. Ling Huaiyu gently patted Tiao Yi's head and turned to Zhao Tiankai, saying, once business is underway, you'll need to hire someone. Zhao Tiankai dismissed her concern. Little Lu, rest assured, I can manage alone. No, Ling Huaiyu interrupted. Do you wish for Tiao Yi to accompany you in your restless wanderings for a lifetime? She is still so young. Shouldn't she be studying to embrace a brighter future? Zhao Tiankai contemplated this, wanting to argue that children in the countryside, especially girls, often do not pursue education. Ling Huaiyu earnestly responded, money can be earned again later, but Tiao Yi's opportunity to learn is fleeting. Since you've brought her to the city, you must understand that educated girls are distinct from those who are not. Zhao Tiankai fell into deep thought. Later that evening, Ling Huaiyu cautiously broached the subject of acupuncture with Pei Guancheng. Brother, what do you think about this? She summoned her courage, feeling anxious after posing her question. She hoped to alleviate Pei Guancheng's suffering, but feared overstepping her bounds and inciting his displeasure. After a long silence, Pei Guancheng softly replied, let us give it a try. Ling Huaiyu, momentarily taken aback, responded with joy. Thank you, brother. You can rest assured, I will practice diligently. I have practiced well and will not cause any issues. After speaking, she hurried to prepare the necessary tools for the massage. Observing her excitement, Pei Guancheng felt a tangled mix of emotions. Despite her helping him, why did she carry a semblance of humble supplication? Little Lu, cried Cui Yingzi, the granddaughter of Granny Cui, approaching with a few review materials. My grandmother said, you're revising middle school subjects, so I organized my materials for you. Ling Huaiyu gratefully accepted the materials. Thank you so much. Cui Yingzi beamed. What is there to thank for, Little Lu? The sweater you knitted for me is beautiful. My classmates ask where I bought it, and some even inquire if you would knit for them for a fee. Ling Huaiyu pondered for a moment. Perhaps later. I'm quite busy now. A relative is preparing to open a new store, and I need to help him with the paperwork. Is that all right? That is fine. Cui Yingzi nodded enthusiastically. I'll let them know. Ling Huaiyu intended to prepare for Pei Guancheng's acupuncture and delivered the cotton shoes and sweater she had made for Old Ji. He grumbled, what is the point of bringing me these? I work all day and never have a clean moment. Wouldn't he wearing something new just be wasteful? Despite his words, he accepted the gifts into his room. Ling Huaiyu went to the market inspection department to apply for the business license, yet without an ID. Zhao Tiankai had only a letter of introduction and no household registration, making it impossible to proceed in his name. After much deliberation, she decided to use her own identity to open the shop. Before applying for the license, she informed Pei Guancheng, considering they were now a nominal couple, and he should be aware of all matters to avoid future complications. Pei Guancheng nodded in understanding and retreated to fetch an envelope for her. Ling Huaiyu, puzzled, opened the envelope to discover a substantial sum of money, likely around 1,000 yuan. Brother, I have. Pei Guancheng had already seated himself at his desk, ignoring her words. After reflecting, Ling Huaiyu accepted the money, extracted her ledger, and meticulously recorded Pei Guancheng's contribution, resolved that if the business thrived, he would be considered a partner. Should he decide to part ways in the future, she would ensure to repay him with both principal and interest. Tiao Yi, having learned many characters from Old Ji, was eager to study, prompting Ling Huaiyu to take her along to apply for the business license and purchase a few books at the Xinhua bookstore, intending for her to learn independently until the next spring when she could enroll in school. Comrade, I'm opening a private shop. May I ask? Before she could finish her inquiry, An impatient female clerk in a white uniform interjected, "Go check the notice board. If you can't read, ask someone else. Don't push ahead. Can't you see how busy we are?" Without waiting for Ling Huaiyu to finish, the clerk brusquely instructed her to queue. Although Ling Huaiyu was generally good-natured, she felt a flicker of irritation. All she wanted was to inquire about which office to approach. A woman behind her tugged at her sleeve. "Young lady, you need to present this first. Do you understand?" The older woman gestured with her fingers and winked at Ling Huaiyu. Ling Huaiyu, no naive young girl, understood the implicit dynamics and had prepared a red envelope. However, she knew one must first locate the entrance to the temple before offering incense. Suddenly, Tiao Yi tugged at her sleeve, pointing little Lu that day. "That day it was her who bullied me and my brother, overturning our steamer." Ling Huaiyu followed her gaze and saw a woman in her 50s conversing with a young man she recognized. She grasped Tiao Yi's hand and approached. Overhearing the woman chat with Song Xiaohui. "Xiaohui, I've heard about you from your cousin several times. Today is the first time we meet since you went to university. You visited my home during your cousin's wedding, remember?" Song Xiaohui, unfamiliar with even the cousin she mentioned, maintained his polite demeanor, smiling and nodding. "Yes, Annie, you are." Ling Huaiyu, unable to suppress a smirk, pulled Tiao Yi closer. "Brother Xiaohui, are you busy?" Compared to the old lady, Song Xiaohui was undoubtedly more familiar with Ling Huaiyu. "What brings you here today?" This was their third encounter, the previous two having been less than pleasant. Surprised by her initiative to greet him, he raised an eyebrow. Ling Huaiyu glanced at the old woman. "Brother Xiaohui, is this lady a relative of yours?" Song Xiaohui bluntly replied, "Not really. He had only one uncle, and although he had a daughter still in school, he knew nothing of this supposedly married cousin." The old lady's face turned awkward as she awkwardly insisted, "Xiaohui, our families are quite close. Your second uncle's niece is my elder brother's daughter-in-law. With such ties, how can we not be familiar?" Ling Huaiyu chuckled softly. "Brother Xiaohui, since she is your relative, could you apologize on my behalf? Last time, my younger brother acted thoughtlessly while selling buns at the market and upset the lady's son. Though my brother was punished and our buns scattered, the core of the matter is that we were in the wrong for intruding on her territory and disrupting her rules. I kindly asked the lady to show some leniency and not hold this against us." The old lady, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, cast a menacing glare at Tiao Yi, scoffing at the audacity of a rural child attempting to compete in business. Song Xiaohui's expression darkened. "Which market are you referring to?" Chapter 103. The spoiled younger sister Ling Huaiyu, maintaining her composure, stated, "The East Daming Market is also a place where we acted thoughtlessly and offended someone. We asked Brother Lao Xiaohui for assistance to plead our case and seek forgiveness." Song Xiaohui, having grown up in the city, was well aware of the intricacies of such matters. He turned to the elderly woman and inquired, "Excuse me, madam, has your family taken over the East Daming Market?" The elderly woman was taken aback. "No? Then why did you overturn someone's steamer?" Song Xiaohui's tone was laced with anger. He could not tolerate such injustices. Witnessing someone of her age leading her sons to bully others and disrupt their business. It was clear she was not to be trifled with. The elderly woman then realized that Ling Huaiyu was reporting her actions. She slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, Xiaohui, this is not my fault. It was your sister who said she was bullied by those two siblings, prompting your brothers to intervene." Ling Huaiyu had not anticipated that Song Yuan was involved in this situation. Song Xiaohui was equally surprised. "You speak nonsense. Xiaowan doesn't even know you. How could she incite this?" The elderly woman hurriedly explained, "Last time, I brought my eldest and second sons to your house to deliver gifts, and your mother and sister were home. Your sister herself said that the boy selling buns stole her money and refused to admit it. I thought I was helping your family save face." Song Xiaohui suddenly recalled that day when he returned home to find a bag of pears. He had asked his mother why she bought so many, fearing they would spoil, to which she had replied that they were from relatives. Could it be that the relative she mentioned was this very elderly woman? Madame Liao continued, "I brought you a bag of autumn pears, along with peanuts and soybeans. Dear nephew, we did not intend to bully anyone. It was all for your family's sake." Ling Huaiyu remained silent, gazing intently at Song Xiaohui. Feeling awkward, he gestured for the elderly woman to leave and led Ling Huaiyu into his office. "I apologize. It's my sister's fault." "Not a problem." This time, Ling Huaiyu graciously forgave Song Yuan, saying, children can be naive and sensitive to grievances. It is understandable. Song Xiaohui felt she was subtly criticizing him and sensed an inability to provide evidence against her claims. You came here too. Ling Huaiyu smiled sweetly. I was just bullied at the market stall and am eager to find a shop to start a business. Once the shop is set up, we must obtain a license. Since we are in business, we must adhere to commercial regulations and avoid unnecessary troubles. I have brought all the necessary documents. Brother Song, could you kindly review them and tell me if anything is missing? Song Xiaohui pressed his lips together. One moment, he was Brother Xiaohui, and now he was Brother Song. He felt guilty about the situation involving Song Yuan and was not one to deliberately make things difficult for others. After reviewing the documents, he handed her a form. Please fill this out, and once complete, I will assist you in processing it. Having a familiar face to help made everything much easier. As Madame Liao continued to glance around, Ling Huaiyu had already followed Song Xiaohui to the office where licenses were issued. Madame Liao felt a shiver. This girl seemed to have a rather special relationship with Song Xiaohui. Had she offended someone? Ling Huaiyu, having received the freshly printed license, sincerely thanked Song Xiaohui. Thank you so much, Brother Song. Madame Liao hurriedly stepped forward. Dear nephew, what about my license? Song Xiaohui glanced at her. Do you have your documents with you? Madame Liao looked bewildered. What documents? Song Xiaohui sighed. You wouldn't understand this matter. Next time, have your son come. No. Madame Liao stepped forward and grasped Song Xiaohui's arm. I say, dear nephew, we are blood relatives. If you can assist that young lady, why can't you help me? You can't show favoritism just because she is young and pretty. That might come back to haunt you. Song Xiaohui surveyed the bustling crowd around him. Unwilling to engage with the elderly woman, I cannot explain this to you. Just send your son over. Madame Liao harbored resentment, recalling how that young lady had been in private conversation with Song Xiaohui for quite some time. Surely, she must have been speaking ill of her? No. Young people are easily swayed. She must win the Song family. Zhao Tiankai, holding the freshly issued license, was exhilarated. Xiao LV, with this, we can conduct our business legitimately? Indeed, Ling Huaiyu nodded with a smile. Let us hurry and prepare. I will find someone to select an auspicious date for our grand opening. Zhao Tiankai was overjoyed, believing that life was becoming increasingly promising. Upon returning home from work, Song Xiaohui spotted his sister, who had dressed up to go out. At this hour, where are you headed? Song Yuan, twirling her braid, replied, Brother, I have a date to watch a movie. Song Xiaohui glanced at his watch. What time is it? By the time you finish, it will be dark. Song Yuan pouted, It's a night movie. Come here. I need to ask you something. Song Xiaohui called after her. Why did you instigate trouble for the bun-selling siblings? Song Yuan evaded his gaze and scoffed. Who told their sister to bully me? I merely tossed a few buns at them. That was more than they deserved, considering I lost over 50 yuan. A few buns? Song Xiaohui regarded his sister with a newfound sense of disbelief. Xiaowan, they work hard just to earn a living, and you casually ruin their efforts, subjecting them to unjust humiliation. How can you say such things? Furthermore, you searched them twice, and they did not take your money. What more do you expect? Song Yuan's face was filled with defiance. I just don't like the way she looks. Come on, brother, are you annoyed? You only criticize me while defending a stranger. Are you my brother or hers? With that, she hopped on her bicycle and rode off. Song Xiaohui sighed, realizing he needed to have a serious talk with their parents about properly educating Song Yuan. Ling Huaiyu visited the tailor shop to seek Lao Zhai's assistance in selecting a date, and by chance, encountered an elderly woman also consulting Lao Zhai about a match. Lao Zhai squinted at the birth date. Not very auspicious. Your son's fate is too strong. The girl may not withstand it. The elderly woman beamed. A man with a strong fate is better. If he is not strong enough, he cannot support his wife. Upon seeing the elderly woman, Ling Huaiyu was momentarily distracted. After she left, she asked Lao Zhai, Is her son really that strong? Lao Zhai squinted as he snipped threads. There is no such thing as a strong fate. It's simply that the fellow is not a good person. We don't want to see any girl fall into a pit of fire. Ling Huaiyu shivered, fully aware that Zhu San was not a decent man, yet his mother still wished to find him a wife. She wondered whose unfortunate daughter would be caught up in this situation next. Chapter 104, A Strong Fate. Cursing the entire female lineage, Zhu San's mother was busy arranging a marriage proposal with the Li family, who sold vegetables. Their son was burly and strong, capable of lifting a pig without breaking a sweat, handling everything from slaughtering to selling meat all by himself. Lan Hua's mother, just think, marrying into such a family. We need not worry about food. Even the leftover bones and scraps will be sent your way, benefiting your family as well. The matchmaker, with a mouthful of sunflower seeds, extolled Zhu San, painting him as the quintessential ideal son-in-law, which excited Lan Hua's mother immensely. While she absorbed everything, one thing stood out. Marrying Lan Hua into this family meant her own family would never go hungry. Lan Hua timidly tugged at her mother's sleeve. "Mother, I've heard. He has a bad temper and drinks too much." The matchmaker scoffed. "Which man in this world doesn't he have a temper? Listen to your aunt. As long as we get to eat more meat, even if we endure a few beatings, we can bear it. You should learn from your mother and sister-in-law how to please men, and perhaps you will endure fewer beatings." Lan Hua experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. Why marry if it entails serving in-laws, bearing children, and facing violence? Well, regarding her aunt, I understand. I will discuss this matter with Lan Hua's father before responding to you. Lan Hua's mother did not immediately agree, not because she sought to further investigate Zhu San's character, but because, even if she favored him, it was essential to maintain a semblance of dignity to avoid future gossip that might suggest a desperate eagerness for marriage, leaving her family with a loss of face. The matchmaker also understood this principle and left cheerfully to convey flattering words to Zhu San's family. That evening, Lan Hua's father had yet to return home, but her aunt arrived first. "Sister-in-law, this marriage cannot proceed. It absolutely must not." "Why not?" Lan Hua's mother asked as she poured tea for her aunt, who worked in a factory and was quite respectable. Once her aunt caught her breath, she whispered, "I have heard that Zhu San is unfortunate and brings misfortune to the women he marries. The last 2 engagements fell through because the families heard of his ill fate, particularly how he brings harm to the male members of the bride's family." What? Lan Hua's mother had heard of misfortunes befalling fathers, mothers, and brothers. But this was the first time she had heard of a man bringing ill fate specifically to the bride's male relatives. Is that even possible? Her aunt waved her hand dismissively. "It cannot be mistaken. Regardless of its truth, we must not proceed with this union. Zhu San has been slaughtering pigs for years, and I have heard he enjoys watching them struggle before delivering the fatal blow, relishing their suffering before finally ending their lives. Such a heavy blood debt must surely incur retribution, and his family fears that it may be visited upon them, thus seeking to offer their misfortune to the bride's family. No wonder Zhu San's mother insists on astrological compatibility checks. She is clearly searching for someone she can easily dominate, waiting for the bride's family to be eradicated." Lan Hua's mother felt a chill run down her spine. "Oh my, no wonder Zhu San earns a considerable income, yet remains unmarried at his age. It seems there is indeed something to this. How despicable the Zhang family must be," she thought, fully aware of this situation, yet still daring to propose. Was this not a blatant attempt to harm others? Her aunt scoffed. "He is merely a greedy opportunist, a golden ingot placed upon a grave, attracting attention for all the wrong reasons. You must not heed her nonsense." The following day, Lan Hua's mother sought out the matchmaker to withdraw from the engagement, citing Lan Hua's father's disapproval, claiming it was ill-fated for a pig to marry a pig butcher. Zhu San's mother felt discomfort, but returned all the initial gifts, and even added a box of peach pastries. What else could she say? Yet the days that followed left her perplexed. Regardless of which girl was mentioned or what conditions were proposed, no family showed interest. "What is wrong with my son? Why do they look down on him?" Zhu San's mother felt indignant and sought to find another matchmaker, but soon they refused to take on her family's case. "Sister, it is not that I refuse your business. It is simply that your son's fate is not suitable for marriage." "What fate?" Zhu San's mother scoffed. "Is it not merely a tough fate?" The matchmaker internally cursed. "Your son's fate is so harsh it brings misfortune to the bride's family. Who would dare to marry their daughter into such a situation?" Unwilling to accept this, Zhu San's mother began to inquire around and discovered that her son was rumored to be a bad omen for brides. The bustling marketplace, known for its gossip, quickly spread the word. "Look at his menacing appearance. He cannot be a good person. The weight of his actions will surely lead to retribution." Indeed, his mother was also a troublesome character, known for her petty thefts and underhanded dealings. With the two of them together, who would dare provoke them? During this time, Zhu San sensed that many were scrutinizing him, yet when he glanced around, it seemed as if nothing was amiss. Today, he finally seized an opportunity. He grabbed the collar of a woman. "You old hag, what nonsense are you spouting?" The woman he confronted was none other than Liao Yang. who had been ousted from the East Market by several families for being too domineering. With no other options, she had sought help from Song Zhao Hui to start a shop, but she had yet to find a suitable location and continued to frequent the market. She was accustomed to being brash and was not intimidated by Zhu San. "Why are you tugging at my collar? I'll have you know that I have connections. If you dare touch me, I'll have your meat stall turned into a latrine." Zhu San, already hot-tempered, could not tolerate such provocation. He raised his hand and delivered 2 slaps, causing Liao Yang's mouth to bleed and 2 teeth to fall out. "You dare strike my mother?" Liao Yang's sons rushed to her aid, engaging Zhu San in a fierce struggle. The brothers, strong and united, often bullied others. But Zhu San's years of slaughtering pigs endowed him with extraordinary strength. He not only held his ground, but also left the 2 brothers bruised and battered. Seizing a butcher's knife, Zhu San drove it into Liao Er's shoulder, eliciting a scream that startled the surrounding crowd. Liao's family was new to the area, and the onlookers had no familiarity with them, leading them to refrain from intervening. Zhu San's fierce demeanor discouraged any attempts at assistance, and soon, the market's vendors and customers began to distance themselves, fearful of the escalating violence. "Murder!" shouted an elderly woman who had just entered, unaware of the situation. As she ran out in panic,